Hey Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
I might have to change the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
The Baja 1000 is just the biggest, baddest, ugliest race in the world.
The longest, the toughest, most arduous, the most curveballs possible thrown at you.
And that is the toughest frickin' race to win.
The Baja 1000, yeah, I can't wait.
Baja 1000 is basically a challenge of mental toughness, 24 hours,
of flat out racing. We're trying to get this vehicle from a start to finish.
The longest continuous off-road race in the world.
12 days of straight hard pre-running and just try and run a clean, consistent pace, keep the truck together, and hopefully get it that whole 1,300 miles back up to Ensenada.
To me, it was a dream as a kid to race this race. This is something I wanted to do my whole life. And to be able to do it at this level, the premier level, I've just blessed.
You know, it's our Super Bowl. You know, it's the main event. It's just such a challenge for both man and machine.
I think that's why we come back, is it's so challenging, it's so hard.
You never really conquer it, you know, but every race is another challenge. Even though I've had great success in it, I never feel like I got it figured out. So it keeps you on your toes, keeps you humble.
And welcome to the BF Goodrich Tires 57 Score Baja 1000. I am your host, Brandon Johnson. I'm going to be bringing you all the exhilarating off-road action down in Ensenada. But hey, I can't do it alone. With me today is 5-time off-road racing champion and was the first ever truck class woman champion in both Score and BITD, Heidi Steele. Heidi, great to see you.
Hey, Brandon.
Hi.
Happy to be in the studio.
Oh, great to have you. And to my right, we have Vice President MagnaFlow and Camberg Engineering co-founder Jerry Zayden, no stranger to getting behind the wheel as well. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you for having me today. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be fun. Well, we have been waiting all season for this. This is the biggest, most grueling, most punishing. I mean, it's the Super Bowl, the granddaddy of our entire season. How are you guys feeling today? What are you thinking?
Man, it's just exciting. It's the Baja 1000. We're kind of finishing off the end of the year here with the ultimate in off-road motorsports. And it's coming down. There's a lot of tight point races, and we got some great drivers teaming up. It's going to be very exciting.
For sure. Heidi, thoughts real quick?
Well, I mean, it's the final race of the year, and everyone's been vying for that championship.
Yep.
And if they haven't been stacking up their points for a championship, they've been holding it out and going for a win. So this is going to be an exciting day.
Yep.
We have so much ahead of us, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
That we do. We have got so much going on. So let's kick into our live schedule here and show you guys what's coming up. Live stream schedule. Moto Quad race start started already 12:15 this morning. Then we'll have all-wheel, four-wheel class race start at 9 a.m., followed by the estimated moto finish somewhere around 4:30 p.m. And then we will wrap it up Saturday somewhere around 1:30 in the morning. Now, again, massive day ahead of us, guys. But the bikes, oh, you know what? Let's go right into the bikes. Pro Moto Unlimited starting grid. We've got the 1X bike, Salvatierra, followed by Justin Morgan, Arturo Salas, Adrian Ortiz in 4th, Austin Eddy 5th, Fernando Beltran 6th, Eric Holt 7th, Sean Nelson 8th, Aaron Volley 9th, and Kyle Pethers in 10th. And so that's going to be our starting grid for the Pro Moto. Now, as we said, these guys have been out there for almost 8.5, creeping up on 9 hours. They started pitch black. Now, this is something that I've always wondered. Is there an advantage to starting in dark, moving into light, or is it better to start in light but then have to deal with the darkness? What are your thoughts, Heidi?
I think it's tough starting in the dark.
Oh, here's the start video. Sorry. We'll go to that right away. The green flags go. They're getting going. We got some more. Okay, Heidi, you can continue with what you're saying.
I think it's tough starting in the dark. I mean, I don't think our bodies are conditioned to be racing in the middle of the night. And so to start there and not to finish there, in my mind, is more tough. And then at the start of the race, I know there's some pretty tight and technical, silty and rocky sections. So, I mean, these guys were out, starting at 12:30 in the morning, probably by 1:30 in the morning or so, they're hitting some sections that are just treacherous and challenging.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those things where it's trial by fire. You hope you had some time to pre-run to get out there to know how to deal with that, because anything can happen in Baja. We've seen animals out there already during some pre-run stuff. So it's going to be wild.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it affected the motos, but it will for sure affect the four-wheel vehicles. There was a course change at race mile 32. So these guys might have actually had a little bit of a change in the middle of the night and had to contend with that as well.
Jerry, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, starting at midnight, I mean, most people are going to bed, and these guys are, firing up their dirt bikes and getting the juices flowing, that adrenaline's pumping. But it's dark, and if you woke up this morning on the way here, right, at 5 in the morning, it's raining, it's cold, and they're going through the mountains and then hitting the coast. So they got some different weather conditions to contend with as well.
Just the mental capacity, the emotional capacity, the physical capacity of trying to just get your head straight before because they know what they're about to do, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so just getting yourself balanced and prepared for what's at stake. And obviously you want to be as sharp as possible. You don't want any horrible things to happen and accidents to happen. They do, but we want everybody to be tip-top shape, ready to go. So another thing too is they start at 12:15 in the morning, and then the trucks don't get going until 9 a.m. Why do you think there is that big gap there?
A large part of the reason for the gap is safety, because as the trophy trucks have continuously developed and gotten more technologically advanced, they're getting faster and faster. And it used to be when Johnny Campbell was racing, he was out there in the lead, and the trophy trucks really were at a slower pace than him, even though they were fast.
Right.
But now the trophy trucks are faster, so to keep that safety of the riders from the trucks, it was needed.
Yep. Safety first. Well, let's go down to Ensenada and the green flags and check in with what's happening there.
Up next here, ready to take the green flag as his bike stalls, is number 76X, Sean Nelson out of Washington, Utah. On that beautiful KTM. Team Can't Not Cry. Getting the nod, he's ready to go.
Getting ready to take on these miles, we have sponsored by Bubba Express Car Wash, IMS Products, the Design Lab out of Penry, California, Aaron Vole on the 18X.
Looks really clean. Up next, out of Surprise, Arizona, 28X, Kyle Pethers. Other riders joining him on this journey are Shane O'Dore, Braxton Gallen, Damon Bush, and Brent Bush. That familiar red Honda.
Sponsored by Montoya Racing, SBL, PB Brown, Brickle Group, out of San Clemente, California, on his KTM. On the 25X, we have Brian Straban.
Up next here, waiting to take the green flag on that beautiful black motorcycle. That's Sherco. It's a beautiful bike out of Ogden, Utah. Josh Knight, number 96X. Colton Lynn, Dylan White, and Hunter Joseph are sharing riding duties. There they go. Getting it with a wheelie rolling out of the start. Eva.
He's ready to go, sponsored by Peter Kittle Motor Company, Oscon NT. We have on a KTM out of Australia on the 10X, David Walsh.
David Walsh, 10X bike, out into the darkness, out into Baja. So one of the things that we love to do, we've been doing it all season obviously, is your contribution to social media, and we love it. If you're out there in the field, please send us videos and any kind of live action you have to @ScoreInternational. And we got some clips right here. Let's take a look. This is earlier this morning. Got some bikes making their way, getting set, going through the inflatable. So what's going through his mind right there, Heidi?
Oh, he's probably telling himself to keep calm.
Yep.
You know, hang in there because it's a long race, 864 miles.
Yeah, it's not quite 1,000, but still, 864 miles is no joke. A little shorter than last year, obviously, but
so about 1,000 kilometers.
Yep.
Which is about 864 miles.
There you go.
That's where we get that. Yeah, and generally, I mean, when I was racing, I always felt incredibly nervous at the start. And it took me about 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles to really settle down.
Yeah.
And
here we're seeing our first Ironman. Sorry, Heidi. This is our first Ironman competitor. Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, and then at that point, you know, things started to get a little bit more relaxing. You kind of get in your groove.
Right.
Things are just settling down, and it starts to become a lot more
now,
fun.
Here's our Walter, or Wooten Van Dyke, and like this guy just blew the whole Baja scene open last year. This is really curious because this year we now have, I think, a record 32 participants in the Ironman class. Just massive. This guy came in, no team. No prep, no pre-run, nothing, no support. Actually finished it though. He started off so incredibly strong. He was blowing people's minds. He did finish, but what do you think happened? Did he send a shockwave out there, and were people like, well, if he can do it, I can do it?
Oh, for sure. Well, I think this sport looks a lot easier from the outside looking in.
Ain't that the truth?
But it's also very motivating. I mean, people probably really got excited about what they saw him accomplish and wanted to accomplish it themselves.
Well, I'm just happy he's back, because that either could have been such a traumatic experience for him, and he's like, I don't think I'm ever going to do that again, or now he's like, I got something to prove. Now I know what I'm getting into.
Yeah.
And I want to be a part of this. Like the bug gets you, right?
Yeah, I think Jerry can comment on this. I think that it's a bit addicting.
Okay.
Because if you have an amazing day and let's say you win, get first place, you want to do it again, and it's great. It feels great for you, and it feels so great for the team. But then at the same time, if you have a horrible race, you want to go out there and you want to redo it, and you want to get a better result. So. Yeah, it's addicting.
Oh, absolutely. I feel there's this, you see it, right? When I was a kid, growing up surfing in Huntington Beach, I got introduced to this, and I'm like, I'm going to do this someday.
Yeah.
And then you just enter the race. You have no idea what you're doing. I think it was like the 2003 Baja 1000 we entered. And I mean, it took us forever just to get to mile 200, right?
Yeah.
But it was just so fun and so... It just exhilarating would be the word, right?
Yeah.
And you're doing it. And then you're getting to the silt beds, and you're hitting rocks, and you're hitting bottlenecks and the booby traps and all the stuff that happens. And that all just kind of introduces you to it. And then, to finish the race feels like a win that first time.
For sure.
Or the second or the third time. And then when you actually get on the podium and do something well, then it's like, wow, okay, we're doing this.
Yeah.
But then now you want that win.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think seeing this guy, I think he's the guy that bought a dirt bike, rode it to the start line, finished the race.
Correct.
I mean, it definitely.
He had duct tape on his tire and wheel holding it together.
Yes.
I mean,
but he did.
How awesome is that?
He fought to finish, right? And
No doubt.
that is definitely awesome.
What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so it looks like we have
got
some wire maybe going through a fence or something tied up into that front wheel.
Yikes.
And the pit crews, got the cutters out and trying to get this thing untangled.
Here's an example where you've got a
7X.
great team, you're able to kind of move through that challenge. Again, going back to Walter, I don't know what he would have done in that situation. I guess he would have asked for some help.
Yeah.
And people would have helped him out, but yeah.
And the great thing with Baja too is like the locals, they want to be part
For
of this.
sure.
So even if you have
Yeah.
this problem, you pull into just some random people or a different pit.
You could be in the middle of nowhere, and thank God, some guardian angel shows up and pulls you out of a
Absolutely.
ditch or a rut or something.
Yeah, and the other teams. I mean, there's a
Other
lot
teams,
of team competition, and we're at battle, but we do help
we
each
go.
other if needed.
Race mile 290. Some cool footage there. 7X, 1X, and 11X in succession here. Coming through.
By the way, it didn't appear that 7X lost too much time because
Yeah.
on the map, he's out in the lead right now.
Yeah?
Yeah,
We'll go.
so-
We're going to bring up the leaderboard here in just a minute. Here we go. You got your Pro Moto Unlimited here. This is as of race mile 262. Again, 7X, 1X, 11X, 1, 2, 3. Adrian Ortiz, followed by Eric Holt, Walsh, Stavron, Beltran, Vol, and Eddie. Your top 10. Interesting to see Austin Eddy down in 10th right now. Maybe he'll come back. He's usually a little bit more aggressive at the top.
Yeah,
You know?
I'm curious what's going on because he's a great racer and he is usually in the top, 3 to 5.
Got you.
Um,
This is through checkpoint 4. Okay.
And
Or
I'm
3.
not-
3. 4's coming. Okay, got it. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like, anything can happen, obviously.
Yeah.
But these guys are, and we've got some young guys out there. We've got 21-year-olds, 19-year-olds. We got these guys that are out there, and they've just got some brass stones, if you will.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
well, at that age,
that's correct. They don't. Maybe, yeah. They don't
Yeah.
even. They're
your brain's not fully developed yet, and you don't have children or a wife, and so
there's no responsibilities.
Yeah, we actually talk about that now. It's like, I'm like, I really did that at that age. Like, didn't even think about consequences at all. You're just so fired up to do it, and you just want to get to the finish line.
Yeah, that's all you want to do.
For sure.
Cool. All right, well, we've got a new Grand Marshal this year, Scott McMillan. Let's take a look. Serving as this year's Baja 1000 Grand Marshal is San Diego's Scott McMillan, whose legendary 3-generation Big Blue M racing family has 24 all-time class wins, including 16 overall victories in the granddaddy of all desert races. Scott McMillan has 4 career class wins in the Score Baja 1000, 6 class wins in the Score Baja 500, and 3 in the Score San Felipe 250. In the Score Baja 1000, he won the Score Trophy Truck in 2009 and 2011 with his son Andy McMillan as his second driver. His Score Trophy Truck wins were all overall victories. While continuing to pre-run and chase for the Big Blue M, Scott McMillan has hung up his driver's suit while he continues to actively support his family racing team. How special is that to be named Grand Marshal? The
Super
Baja
special.
1000.
And you know what? He deserves it.
Yeah.
I love Scott.
What do you love about him?
So I had the privilege of getting to know Scott pretty well. His daughter Jessica and I raced together, and I think it was 2014 in Trophy Truck.
Okay.
And he was just such a huge support of us going out for the first time as women racing Trophy Truck. He was so supportive, and along with my husband Cameron. But it was neat to get to know him. He's a very smart but kind man. Such a great family.
How do you think he had so many victories? What was he doing right?
Well, his dad started racing, so there's the lineage
It's just
of the
generational.
McMillan
It's in the blood.
family.
Right.
Yeah, and they spend so much time at it as a family together. There's a lot of thought that goes into it, and it's a passion for their family. So
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, so I think the passion really drives them, and I think they spend a lot of time focusing on it.
Yep. Jerry, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're a very competitive family, obviously very kind. They've been great ambassadors to the sport. Corky, he was Andy's grandfather, and Scott, Andy's dad. They've all won these races. They've all been part of this for so long. And Baja's beyond in their blood, and they know the whole place like the back of their hand. And they're very competitive, and they just have to win.
And they're probably passing notes down the line too. They're course correcting all the time. They're giving advice. I mean, what an incredible lineage
Absolutely.
to learn from, right?
Yeah, and then sharing that between cousins and then now
That's got to be wild.
Now they have little ones coming up, so then there's a fourth generation.
How early do you think they start them?
That's going to be interesting. I see some of them start their kids at like 3 years old, 4 years old on dirt bikes and little carts and stuff, and it'll be interesting to see what Andy winds up doing. And I know Andy's teamed up in the race as well, and they qualified up there pretty well.
Andy's he's taken this 6 times before? I think he's a 6-time champion.
So yeah.
You know, I mean,
he's super solid.
McMillans are no joke.
They have a great chance today of being in that, winning or being in that top 5 for sure.
So, we're talking a lot about super families, but this Baja 1000, we got some super teams, and we have got one that is pretty mighty. And it goes by the name of Menzies Polvardi, and they had a very interesting way of breaking the news on social media. We've got a clip of that. Let's take a look.
We're gonna be late. Let's go. Come on. We gotta get to school. All right, Carson, you ready for school?
No, I want to go to the race shop.
What? We gotta go to school.
No. I'm going to school.
What about me? Can I go to the shop?
Yeah, I guess we can go to the shop today. Bro, that's Carson's truck. That truck. This truck.
This is your truck? Oh, it's dirty. You guys gotta prep your stuff better.
We're gonna be late. Let's go. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
That's so good.
Well, we just said start them early, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's in the blood. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is so cute.
Well, again, super team, but super qualifying. I think what happened a few days ago and what Chris Polvardi laid down behind the wheel is pretty sensational. Now, we actually have some in-car. We've got his qualifying lap. You guys have got to really focus in on what's happening now from this point of view. Watch his hands. Watch the gear shifting. Watch everything around him. I mean, it's hammered down. It's incredible action. Enough from me. Let's take a look. One thing that's probably challenging for any driver, certainly when you're first out of the gate though here, is kind of understanding what's the time that, like, what's pressing me, what am I pushing against? And at this point, you know, I think Chris knows what's at stake. So he's aggressive driver as it is, but I think, like, you know, take us through kind of his process right now in his mind. We see him, we see the oversteering and the hands coming up and the bop, he's all over the place. Take us inside the truck real quick.
Well, you can tell from the very beginning when he's at the start, you know, he's got the control of his accelerator and his brake at the same time. He's pushing on both because when the green flag goes down, he wants to get the biggest jump start he can. And in an all-wheel drive truck, you know, that's really helpful. But from the start, you can feel he's aggressive.
He's got 11,000 horsepower he's dealing with now, right?
Yeah.
That's powerful.
He looks really smooth. There are points where you can see
he's hitting the silt now.
That he's on 3 wheels. This would be a tough pace to carry for 864 miles. And you'll notice there's, hopefully we'll get some Starstream later with some in-car footage of different racers. Like, for example, Rob Mack, if you watch his driving style compared to Christopher's, there's a lot less movement in his hands. Some of that might be in the setup of their steering, but a lot of it is also just the driver and their style.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing here is this qualifying course is not very forgiving. This is a very challenging course. Very narrow, very cliffy, a lot of sharp edges off the edge here, a lot of places to make big mistakes. And I think what we're watching in Christopher, this kid has a ton of experience. He started off really young doing short
track. Yeah, exactly.
And I've been in the desert with him on razor runs at their place in near the river.
You know the family well, yeah?
Yeah. So his parents, Chip and Gail, they're great people, great family. One of the most positive outlooks, you know, people you hang out with, and you know they rub off positive on you the whole time. But what I see in Christopher here, he's actually very smooth. But he's in an all-wheel drive truck, so I think you see that steering wheel getting pointed in different directions because it's not two-wheel drive. He's not over-correcting. He's actually pointing the front tires to pull him through the turns, and that's what happens in an all-wheel drive vehicle. And he does have a ton of power, and he's also shifting from the steering wheel there. It's sequential shifting, so there's a lot going on holding that wheel. And I also noticed it could be camera angle, but that steering wheel is actually a little bit smaller, which would be a big advantage. Typically we run a 350 millimeter steering wheel, and that one looks like it's probably a 330 or 320.
Different size, so that's more perhaps a strategic way of attacking the course.
It could keep both hands on the wheel because that all-wheel drive, you're going to be pointing it through the turns more than you are correcting.
For sure. So Heidi, you mentioned Rob Mack, the GOAT, and we were talking earlier about the McMillan family. The Luke Mack connection here is going to keep Menzie and Polvardi honest. I mean, I don't care how much experience you have or how aggressive or how young or whatever. You got Rob Mack behind you. You better keep your head in the game. So how do you think that is going to impact Christopher out there? Is it going to unnerve him a bit, knowing what's behind him, what's coming for him? Because, like, if you look at the qualifying, it's though there was a 5-second gap, look at the between Luke and Dan McMillan. I mean, it's hundredths of a tenth. I mean, it's that McMillan family is, I don't know what they're having for breakfast, but they are ready to go. So we got a battle. How is that going to impact this race?
I don't know if he, so I think of Luke and Rob as being very calm, cool, and collected. And I think that they are going to have a fabulous race together. Those two are going to be a great duo. And I'm thinking that Christopher might be a little bit more concerned about, like, Tavo and Alan, because those are the more, and Toby and Paul, I think those are the more aggressive drivers. So I think he's going to try to really hang it out there because of that pressure. But it will be interesting to see.
Well, sometimes Rob likes to hang back a little bit and just sort of wait. You know, he's very calculated, like a great white shark. He's just sitting there waiting, and I swear, if you'd make one freaking mistake, he will capitalize on it. And these guys know it. They know what's coming for them. So,
Yeah.
and we've just got to, that top 10 is fantastic.
Yeah,
So
but I
we've got a battle.
don't know if Rob can totally sit back today because they're starting in second.
Yeah, they're all starting off on a good clip. I mean, the competition, it used to be you kind of start off the race at about 70% because you got to get further into the race to then start really racing.
Correct.
Well, now the technology in these trucks and all these top trucks are now all-wheel drive trucks, which you can see off that qualifying course was a huge advantage for qualifying. But I think Christopher, like, they know the pace they need to go. I'm sure they're studying the data, you know, after testing and racing, and they know how far they can push it before the truck will get hurt.
We saw Christopher, his qualifying, but we've got a video now of Rob, Mack, and Luke. Let's take a look.
After winning the overall score Baja 1000 in 2021 and 2022, Luke McMillan and Rob McCachran finished second in last year's score Baja 1000, something they don't want to happen this November, which is why they are already working on the logistics for the iconic race. McCachran is the all-time winningest driver in score trophy truck history with 20 career victories, many of them alongside the McMillan family. Luke McMillan, who finished second in the King Shock 37th Score San Felipe 250 in March, later ended up in 13th place at the Score Baja 500 and suffered a DNF at the Score Baja 400, causing his championship chances to slip away. However, he's aiming for the checkered flag in the Score Baja 1000, a race he has already won 3 times.
All right, well, there you saw it, another awesome video of McMillan and Rob Mack. We've got some amazing super teams, amazing competition. We also got the Score Trophy Truck starting grid for you here. So up first, Bryce Menzies, Luke McMillan, followed by Dan McMillan, Toby Price, Mike Walzer, Gustavo Vidosola Sr. in the 1L truck, Justin Lofton, Alan Apudia, Tavo Vidosola, and Ruben Torres in 10th, followed by Class 1 starting grid, Kyle Quinn in first, Cody Reed, Brendan Gaughan, Brad Wilson, Alberto Varela, Cody Parkhouse, Adele Romero in 7th. Then the spec trucks, we've got Justin Davis, Stephen Beal, Mason Cullen, EJ Herbst in 4th, Travis Williams, Jose Ruvalcaba, Bryce Swaim, Brett Fox in 8th, Gaunt and Herbst in 10th. And here it's time. So we've talked about the bikes, we've talked about the trucks, but let's see what they're actually going to be competing on. Here's a course map for you.
The course and see what the world's best desert racers will be facing. At a total distance covering 869 miles for pro classes of motorcycle and trucks, all starting and finishing their adventure on the Boulevard Costillero, adjacent to the Riviera de Ensenada Cultural Center. The course runs in a counterclockwise direction out of and back to the start-finish line in Ensenada. Our drivers begin their contest by heading out towards Ojos Negros. They will climb towards the mountains of the Yurupan Ejido, then take Federal Highway number 1 until reaching Santo Tomas, an area of high-speed roads, as well as the beach of Punta Cabras and the Ejido Erendira. Just after the racers hit race mile 140, we have the BF Goodrich Pit 1. Drivers continue south past Punta Colonet and San Quintin before they hit checkpoint 1 at race mile 209. Racers will cross over Highway 1 near Nueva Odisea and head further southeast past Guayaquil to checkpoint 2 at Rancho San Martin, race mile 378. Shortly, racers will head north towards San Luis Gonzaga and hit BF Goodrich Pit 3 at race mile 404. From there, they will be in a nearly 70-mile-long speed zone stretch. They jump off Highway 5 into the infamous Matomi Wash. Racers will traverse north through El Azufre Wash and into the Chenate Wash. They will cross over Morelia Junction and jump onto the Diablo Dry Lake. Then further north through El Chenero and La Ventana. The racers will reach BF Goodrich Pit 5 at race mile 658 and head back south across the El Arrajal Wash. The racers reach checkpoint 3 at San Matias race mile 731. The race will go on part of Federal Highway number 3 to go up to the famous area of the Goat Trail. Then following the route through the Ejido Jamao, the drivers will reach the final BF Goodrich Pit 6 at race mile 755. The racers make the final push going into Cerro Colorado. all the way through Ojos Negros and Rancho Nelson, and back to Boulevard Costillero in the heart of Ensenada. Overall winners are expected to complete the desert journey in approximately 15 hours for cars, trucks, and UTVs, while motorcycles and quads will take 16 hours. The race route will showcase the best of the northern Baja California Peninsula in terms of...
There you have it. There's your course map for the Baja 1000. Any particular areas that may cause the most challenge? This is a tight, tricky, rocky, it's the Baja. So, but is there anything that some of these guys are like, this is area could be a make or break situation or bottleneck sections?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be a couple in the beginning for sure because they made a change today. I think I mentioned this earlier at race mile, I believe it is about 32 to 45. There's a new course. What I heard was kind of a gnarly silt hill.
Okay.
So in the beginning of the race when everyone's bunched up, anxious, and then there's all this silt and a lot of dust, it causes a lot of havoc and could cause some challenges there. And then the Europan area around race mile 70, 75-ish, I heard, is just completely torn up. So that will be challenging too. There's also another area, 230 to 245-ish, where there's a silty section that a lot of people are talking about.
Silty, silty, ruddy, ruddy.
Yeah.
You name it.
Rocky, it's rocky and techy. Yeah, Rocky and Techy.
Okay, well, let's go down to Eva and Kevin at race start in Ensenada.
15 seconds out from the start here. Evan and I are going to step back. You guys are just going to watch the trucks here. We're about 8 seconds out. We're going to see the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Boom, and there goes Chris Povardi. Truck number 1, the Bryce Menzies truck. Like I said, Povardi's going to take it the first 400 miles. Then they're going to do their switch over. And then Bryce is going to get in there, so it's going to be interesting. A little bit of rain here this morning, Evan and Ensenada. That light rain really won't do much for these trucks. I was talking with Povardi. I said, is rain going to be bothersome to you? And he's like, no. I wish it wasn't raining because the dust is good for him, but the guys behind him are that way. And there goes the Luke McMillan truck, our second truck off the line. Up next is their cousin.
Sponsored by DLM Properties, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, out of El Cajon, California, on the 23 truck, the Dan McMillan truck.
Andy is behind the wheel for the first part here. Now, up next is Toby Price, truck number 46. I talked with Toby this morning, too. He's going to take the truck this morning to about race mile 180. And from there, they're doing, Paul Wheel's going to get in there at 180. And then Toby's going to get back in on the back part over there and bring it home. Hopefully, I don't know, whatever time they're thinking, 2, 3 a.m.
Up next, sponsored by Toyo Tires, Baja Designs, and VP Racing Fuels, out of Comfort, Texas, and the 89 truck, we have Mike Walser.
And there goes Mike. Beautiful truck.
The man, the myth, the legend, a returning champion. Everybody knows him in that 1L truck with the red plate. We have, out of Mexicali, Baja California, Gustavo Vidosola Sr.
Okay, up next we have truck number 41, the Beef truck, and that's Justin Lofton behind the wheel. He's going to be behind the wheel the entire way. He's going to solo this event, so he's pretty excited about that. Asked him a little bit about the rain. He says it's fine. It might help a little bit up in the mountains, but he's looking forward to a great race. Again, running the whole thing by himself, no driver change.
rolling up, getting ready to take that green flag. Everybody knows him. Everybody loves him, especially down here in Ensenada. In that number 10 truck, sponsored by Toyo Tires and Monster Energy, we have Alan Ampudia. Up next, sponsored by Mexicana Logistics, Interprotection, and Toyo Tires, out of Mexicali, Baja California. In the 21 truck, we have Tavo Vidosola.
We've been talking about super teams, super families. The Vidosa family is nothing to snuff at. We've got a fantastic video of Tavo and Jason McNeil. Take a look.
Tavo Vidosola Jr. is seeking his third overall victory in the SCORE Baja 1000, driving his number 21 Vidosola Racing all-wheel drive Ford Raptor. To enhance his racing team, he has recruited Jason McNeil, who brings extensive experience in the deserts, mountains, and beaches of the Baja California Peninsula. Jason McNeil was the overall points champion in SCORE Championship Racing in 2023, with victories in the Trophy Truck Spec class. Tavo currently ranks third in the 2024 SCORE World Desert Championship with 348 points, following a third-place finish in the SCORE San Felipe 250, a second-place finish in the SCORE Baja 500, and a fifth place in the SCORE Baja 400. Now he aims for a double win, claiming the SCORE Baja 1000 title and the annual season point championship.
What an incredible lineage. It's always been impressive to me to see how the Vidosola family just never gives up, always fighting. This team of Tavo and Jason is going to be yet another incredible competition duo, right?
Yeah.
I'm pumped. I think this is going to be one heck of a race.
I'm excited. That's what's fun too about the 1000 is a lot of the teams come together, and
yeah,
so
exactly.
It makes
Nobody did anybody. Maybe they thought of I didn't see Polvardi and Menzi come in together like this. He would pre-run and he's had experience and stuff like that, but boy, that's quite a statement. And so yeah, the 1000 is the real deal. We saw in that opening package too. We saw how people are like, I've been dreaming about this my whole life. We've got people from. Just the United States alone, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Washington, Indiana. We got people from all over the world coming to this. This is the big, aside from Dakar, this is the race you want to be in. This is one for your diary. This is quite an experience, so thrilling.
Yeah.
Looks like it's sunny down in Ensenada. About 10 minutes ago it was dumping rain out where we're at here in El Cajon, but hopefully it won't impede the course too much.
Yeah, and that's down there. It's been dry for a while. Yeah. We're just, coming off a really hot, dry summer, and it's going to be very silty off the start of this race.
Yeah.
And that's definitely going to give Polvardi and Menzies a huge advantage because they're going to be running up front.
Yeah.
So whoever holds that front spot's not going to have to contend with the dust and the silt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was exciting to see Tavo and Jason come together, though.
Yep.
And I like Tavo's new paint job. We're all used to seeing the red, white,
black
checkers.
Sure.
Yeah, but he has a new paint job, so we got to pay attention for that blue truck.
Yeah, and then seeing Jason McNeil, he's a very humble, fast racer. Yeah. He's very, very quiet. And we competed against each other in the 7200 class or the Class 7 class before.
Right.
And he's fierce, he's fast, he's very smooth and calculated. I think that's a really good team because Tavo is extremely fast.
Yes.
He wants to just go all out. So
yeah.
It'll be fun to watch what these two compete together.
When I think of Alan Ampudia, I think of Tavo, I think of Toby Price, Paul Wheel. These are lead foots. It's going to be a battle. There's no way around it.
Yeah, they send it. They're at about a 9,500% all day long.
For real.
Yeah. So seeing them partner with, I don't want to say conservative drivers, but calculated drivers is very good to watch because this is a long race, 1,000-kilometer race here.
And again, that's where, you know, some of these goats, these Rob Max, these people that have been doing it for decades and decades, where the experience really comes in. They have the poise. They're able. They know this course. They know Baja so well. So we'll see how that plays out. And strategically too, they understand the different drivers. They know how to push them. They know how to put pressure on them. All of these different components, all, you know, make for one thrilling experience. So we are actually going to take a break. So we'll pay some bills. We'll come back. Don't go anywhere. There's more Baja 1000 right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Of off-road racing dominance, proprietary patented race technology, proudly made in the USA, unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions, King Shocks, the leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score International Baja 1000. We now take you back to Ensenada and race start with Kevin and Eva.
Sergio Garcia helped sharing some of the duties in that truck. And there goes that Ford trophy truck.
Up next, sponsored by Racing 905, Dirty Life Race Wheels, and Triple R Lights. He is not too far from here, out of San Diego, California, in that 72 truck, Eric Cecilio.
Up next, we have a guy that's usually standing here, bringing the trucks out, none other than Mr. Rat Salt, out of Temecula, California. Rat's pretty excited. He's giving the thumbs up to everybody. Big cheer for the crowd for Rat. The monkey business truck, Rat Salt, taking it off, starting his version of the 2024 BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000.
And this seems to be the last this class, sponsored by Off-Road Warehouse Raceline Wheels on the Ford 65L. We have Greg Adler.
Greg Adler's another one of those guys that got together and teamed up. They've got Jesse Jones in that truck with them today also. Jesse's got a lot of experience down here. Now we're into our class ones. They're going to be rolling out every 30 seconds, Eva.
You got it.
We got plenty of time. We got 138 right now. That's the Wilson Motorsports team. Kyle Quinn behind the wheel.
I felt that one in my soul. Sponsored by Reed Products, BF Goodrich Tires, Raceline Wheels. He's getting ready to take on this green flag and start his journey to complete this Baja 1000. He's out of Apple Valley, California. In 68, we have Cody Reed.
Cody Reed sporting that red plate. Cody's the defending series champion. Up next, out of Las Vegas, Nevada, South Point being their main sponsor here. It's truck number 162, a man with all kinds of motorsports experience. That's Brendan Gaughan.
Up next, sponsored by Wilson Motorsports, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels. He's on that Jimco out of Long Beach, California, on that 153 car. We have Brad Wilson.
Viva Tijuana on the side of this car. Out of Tijuana, Baja California. There's a cheer from the crowd. Alberto Veria, E.M. Joshua, and Cesar Fiscal helping with the duties in the car. The beautiful Jimco Class 1.
Also, we have someone else from Long Beach, California. He's sponsored by Parkhouse Tire, BF Goodrich Tires, Fox, and Maxima Racing Oils. In that 127 car, we have Cody Parkhouse.
And closing out the class here in Class 1, we have rolling up to the line Adele Romero, truck number 181, and that Tatum Class 1, a little different looking car. Fina Motorsports, a sponsor. It's another one of our international entries here. Now we're getting to a new class, a big class. 27 entries here in the trophy spec class.
Rolling up in that green Army truck sponsored by Toyo Tires, Rigid Industries, and Lawrence. He's out of Colton, California. On the 285, we have Justin Davis.
Right now we got truck number 241. All the way from Dallas, Texas, Stephen Beal. Following him is truck number 207. Another super fast truck, Matt Cullen, Mason Cullen, and Brock Dickerson. We talked to Brock yesterday. He is ready to go. Another one of that new level of fast drivers.
Up next, everybody knows him. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, sponsored by Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires. In that 263 truck, we have EJ Hertz.
Another superstar team there, Evan, as they got Ryan Millen also taking wheels, and maybe the best navigator on the planet. They have Erica Sachs in there as well. Up next, we have truck number 277, Tanner Rust, Travis Williams out of El Cajon, California. Rust and Sons Racing. That bright green checkered pattern truck. One of the Geyser entries.
Getting ready to take that green flag. He's a local out of Ensenada, Baja California, sponsored by Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, and KMC Wheels. In that 209 truck, we have Jose David Rubalcaba Dame.
Up next here, Thunderstruck Motorsports, truck number 242, out of El Cajon, California, Bryce Swaim. It's a Tisco truck. Toyo Tires and Monster Energy. Vision Wheel, How Performance.
Up next, sponsored by FX Construction, out of Highland, Utah, in that 282 truck, co-drivers Cody Jostin and Preston Bridgman, along with some other folks. His name is Brent Fox.
Deep blue is the color of this next truck coming up. Smiley Motorsports. They're the main sponsors. The Geyser's brother truck out there. Maverick Gaunt, along with Chasen Gaunt and Gunnar McMillan, sharing the duties on this trophy spec truck.
We got another Terrible Herbs truck pulling up, getting ready to take on this year's Baja 1000. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, sponsored by Monster Energy, BF Goodrich Tires, and King Shots. In that number 219 truck, we have Thor Herbst.
Yeah, Emma, on this one, the three Herbsts they're all teaming up in there. We got Riley Herbst and Pierce Herbst as well, so they got a plan together.
Should be a good race for them. Up next, sponsored by Illegal Mezcal, Baja Designs, BF Goodrich, and Maxima Oil. He is out of Austin, Texas. Number 299, Charles Dorrance.
Up next, we have truck number 238. Eli Kiger, Scott Kiger, Sham Bogdan sharing the duties. Coastal Drilling East Racing. Out of Kirby, Pennsylvania. Another Tisco truck.
Up next, rolling up to that start line. Sponsored by Maxima Racing Oils, Baja Designs, and Sparkle USA. He is out of Somas, California in that 245 truck, Ethan Hagel.
Torco Racing Fuels is the main sponsor of this vehicle. Beautiful truck, sits a little bit taller than some of the other specs we just saw. Truck number 203, mostly out of Mesa, Arizona. That's Mitch McNeil. John McNeil, Scott McNeil, Kelly McNeil sharing the driving duties. Their Uncle Perry McNeil.
I'm loving the colors on this truck here. Up next, we have, sponsored by Alexander Ford, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Reels. He's out of Yuma, Arizona in that 228 truck. We've got Ryan Hancock.
Rolling up next here, getting ready for their start of the 2024 BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000. Spy is the main sponsor of this truck. Spy Optics. They did a great job. There was an injured driver earlier in pre-running. They came, their helicopter landed, took him to safety, so we really love Spy for that. Behind the way here is Michael Marcel, all the way from New York.
Up next, we got that DNA carpentry truck. I'm ready to see this thing rip. Also sponsored by Reno Motorsports and BF Goodrich Tires. He's out of Reno, Nevada on that 2066 truck. We have David Ziegler.
The state of Nevada is well represented. From Reno now down to Las Vegas, we have truck number 205, Joe DeLucy. SLR Motorsports and King Shocks, their main sponsors here. Neil Drickey also sharing the duties.
We got another Brenthal truck coming up, getting ready to take that green flag and start his journey. Sponsored by Fox Shocks, Yokohama Tire, and Meth Race Wheels. We have Abdali Lopez on that 273 truck accompanying Jordan Brenthal out of Temecula, California.
Truck number 213 here, Josh Beyer, driver of record. Got the other co-drivers. They're out of Canada getting in this truck. The 213 Carmar sponsored truck.
Up next, Sponsored by IOC Concrete he's out of Mount Helix in that 290 truck, getting ready to start his journey today. His name is Isidro Ochoa Jr.
Here we go, another popular driver down here in the beautiful Mango Racing colored trucks. We've got SCORE veteran behind the wheel. She knows this terrain very well. They're just coming off a win in one of the series over there in Mexicali in the code racing. 232, Chelsea Magnus. Hoping to keep that win streak alive for her.
It's great to see that there's other girls that like to have fun in some dirt as well.
Exactly.
Up next, rolling up, getting ready to take that green flag, sponsored by High Caliber Almonds Mason Motorsports. He is out of Clovis, California in that 259 truck. We've got Matt Winslow.
Rolling up next here is truck number 233. The Brenthal Industries truck. Stephen Gidman, driver record out of Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Matt Gidman, Jerry Osterholt sharing duties with their Brenthal Industries truck. Truck number 233. Ford Trust Technology.
Rolling up next, we've got sponsored by Monkey Business Workshop, Toyo Tires, and Monster Energy, Baja Designs VP Racing Fuels. He's out of Vicente Guerrero, Baja California, in his 295 truck, William Hedrick.
Now having this truck.
All right, Trophy Truck Specs Class 1's entering the race. We've got tons of it ahead of us, but first, let's take a look back at how we actually got here with a video of the Baja 400.
The 5th SCORE Baja 400 presented by VP Racing attracted some of the finest drivers and teams in the off-road racing community. Bryce Menzies crossed the finish line first in 7 hours 53 minutes. This was his 4th consecutive win in the SCORE Baja 400 and his first in the 2024 SCORE World Desert Championship. This was his 11th SCORE Trophy Truck victory, tying him with driving legends Robbie Gordon, Larry Ragland, Ed Herbst, and Tim Herbst. Alan Impudia finished 2nd in the Trophy Truck number 10 of Team Pappas and Beer after nearly 8 hours of intense battle through Ensenada, marking his 2nd podium in the 2024 SCORE World Desert Championship. Gustavo Vidosola Sr. and Ricky Johnson achieved their 11th consecutive win in the SCORE TT Legends class. With this victory, Vidosola Sr. and Johnson are aiming for another sweep of the SCORE season, while Tim Herbst and Pat Dean finished 2nd in the SCORE Trophy Truck Legend, making their Legends debut after previously competing in the SCORE Trophy Truck. In Class 1, the Wilson Motorsports team emerged victorious with their Jimco number 138 open-wheel desert race car, with Kyle Quinn and John Herter sharing driving duties, marking their 2nd win of the season. Justin Morgan and Tyler Lynn were the overall motorcycle winners of the SCORE Baja 400, ending Arturo Salas Jr.'s 2-race winning streak. Salas finished 2nd after a very intense battle during the 434-mile race course. In the Pro UTV Open class, Caden McCachran achieved his 4th consecutive SCORE win and 3rd of the year for the official Polaris team, narrowly beating his teammate Brock Hager by almost 2 minutes. McCachran is on a direct path to annual title in Pro UTV. A total of 192 race teams participated in the SCORE Baja 400. Of these, an astounding 140 crossed the finish line. We say congrats to all the Baja 400 contenders as we move on to the final stage of the season with more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments in the thrilling world of off-road racing with the BF Goodrich Tires 57th SCORE Baja 1000.
All right, there you have it. A look back at the Baja 400. I love the Baja 400. It's always a great competition. That day was beautiful. The race conditions were perfect. Beautiful day. Some amazing performances out there. You know, we were just saying, Caden McCachran's just having a hell of a season. He's crushing it. Do you think he's got it in him to pull out a first place for the 1,000?
You know, I think he does. He's really good at doing his homework. Obviously, his dad has taught him a lot of you know, qualities and how to go about being a winner. So I think he's got a good chance. On his team, Brock is Ironmanning the UTV Pro class, so that's going to be interesting too.
That's punishing.
Yeah.
Just the 1,000 Ironman and the UTV is brutal. What are these guys thinking, man?
Yeah.
God bless. God bless. Cool. Jerry, any thoughts about the 400?
Yeah, I mean, it's what's setting these guys up, you know, on points, and it really has a big change of outcome for the points for these guys coming into this final race, right? So it's the third race. It adds now to this fourth and final one, and it really makes people have to push it if they didn't do well at the 400.
Correct.
And
Correct.
It's definitely a interesting race that gets thrown into the mix for the year.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think, you know, it's the one before the big one, and it's not too exhausting, but it keeps you honest, as they say, and that's cool. Let's see, what else could we? You know, one of the things too is 1,000 kilometers, 864 miles, but you have a certain allotted time in order to actually be considered a finisher, right? So I think it's 36 hours this year. Last year it was 50 hours you had to do, so a little less. We have a huge Ironman competition, this huge class. How do you prep for something like that, of a potential 36-hour journey?
Extremely mental, obviously physical, but I would say very mental, right? So you're going to have to be eating when you're driving and being hydrated when you're driving. It's a lot. I've spent...
Those things have to come out of you at some point.
Yeah, believe it or not, like that's not too bad, but it does happen.
Yeah.
But one year, I think it was the 40th Baja 1000, I spent close to 20 hours in a stock full truck. And yes, we're not moving as fast, but we're trying to keep the truck alive, going as fast as we can, getting stuck in the silt. So if you could stay clean, it helps a lot. If you get stuck or get flat tires or have any downtime, that definitely will take its toll on those guys.
And don't forget, there are a lot of the Ironmans are in the motorcycle classes.
True.
I know 2 of them just rode our Rip to Cabo. So I think that, you know, that kind of riding across the entire Baja California Peninsula, where you're going across desolate terrain, you know, over a 6 or 7 day period, but it helps you stay conditioned.
For sure, for sure. Got to be in shape to do it. Okay, so earlier we saw some cool in-car with Christopher Pavardi in his qualifying run, but we also have some really awesome perspectives. And here you see we've got 8 different cameras inside these trucks. You've got plenty to choose from here. Some of them are facing forward, some of them are different perspectives, but we'll be bringing you all the action. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm super proud of our crew and our production staff. Every race that gets better and better, we're trying our best to bring you guys into a real visceral experience of what it's like. And candidly, we've got 20 in-cars this year. You'll have drone shots, you're going to have heli shots, you'll have some static photos, or static images as well, and then we've got these in-cars here. So it really just helps bringing you into the race. And we want to give you perspectives that in the past were never seen before. So it's pretty wild how our sport has changed, and so has the technology.
Yeah, it's evolved so much. I wanted to point out, for all of us that are online, the reason the trophy trucks and the trophy truck specs aren't going super fast is because there's a ceremonial start. So
True.
It used to be that we would race right out of Ensenada, and we would start, you know, right at the city center, and we'd go up the wash and we'd head out of the city. But it's just gotten so populated, we can't do that anymore. So they're kind of doing a ceremonial start. They're getting out to, I think, Rancho Nelson or that area, and then they're going to start the race there.
Yeah, you'll see some of these drivers here are stationary, some are actually in motion. And to that point, why don't we go back down to Ensenada race start with Kevin and Eva.
1002 truck, Mastias Orjona.
Up next, we have our third Ensenada, Baja California entry in a row, Eva. Right here, a guy I know very well, Mr. Eliseo Garcia. That beautiful looking car number 1025, sponsored by Nora, Santa Horror Toilet Rentals, amongst others. That car's looking great. Eliseo knows the terrain out here. He's been doing it for years.
He's out of Tecate, Baja California, Mexico, sponsored by King Shocks, Danitzo Baja Designs Method Race Wheels, in that 1016 truck, Iram Duran.
Out of Encinitas, California, a man with a lot of experience down here racing in Baja. Also inside the car is Tim Morton. We're looking at Ted Baker, Baja Bound Insurance, Baja Bound Adventures, their main sponsors. All right, Eva, here we go into the Pro UTV Open class.
Sponsored by SCI Motorsports, Polaris, and Rockford Fosgate. They're out of El Centro, California, in that 1896 truck. Getting ready to tear up this course, we have Brock Heeger.
Up next, we have another crowd favorite. Many years of racing, also started with the bikes, moved to the quads, and all the way up now into the UTVs, is always on pushing for that podium in every race. It's Mr. Wayne Matlock. Sharing the duties in there today. Thomas Purcell also getting behind the wheel. A lot of talented drivers in this car.
Up next, out of Prescott Valley in Arizona, sponsored by Polaris Razor, Tensor Tire, and Lone Star Racing. He's in that 1886 truck. Seems ready to go to take on these miles. His name is Braden Sims.
Allsup Racing Development, the main sponsor, Desert Assassins car number 1861. That's Mitchell Allsup out of Bakersfield, California. Cameron Steele's listed as a driver record on this. He may jump in later in the race and try to carry this home for the team. Jeremy Gray and Josh Rowe also sharing duties in there.
Cognito Motorsports, great to see these guys back out here. Sponsored by Cognito, Monster Energy, and Polaris Razor, KMC Wheels, and Fox Shocks. They're out of Bakersfield, California, in that 1869 truck. We have Justin Lambert.
Car number 1876 is up next. Out of Temecula, California, Adam Leggs, Manny Vieira, and James Kirkpatrick sharing the duty in the Mike Caffro driver record car. Obar Tires, their main sponsor.
What do you want?
Go ahead and take Kristen.
Rolling up, getting ready to take this green flag. She's an icon and a legend down here in Baja. She's sponsored by Polaris, Yokohama, and Optima. She's out of Alpine, California, getting ready to take on this Baja 1000 in that 1854 truck. Kristen Mack.
You know, Eva Kristen's always a danger to get on the podium up there, no matter what class she's driving in. She's got one speed out there, and it's go.
Up next, sponsored by Alvarez Racing, we have Oso Race Prep and Llantera Guerrero. They're out of McAllen, Texas. In that 1824 car, we have Oscar Alvarez.
Car number 1835 rolling up right now. Getting ready to start their 2024 BF Goodrich Score Baja 1000. Out of Livermore, California, Ricky Arsenian. Brian Cooper and Kevin Fox also helping out in the car. Up next, really pretty car. Looks really nice. Looks really clean right now. We'll see what it looks like here in about, I don't know, sometime early Saturday morning.
20 hours later.
Yeah. Or maybe late Friday night if all goes well. 1831, Mr. Craig Scanlon. Blake Vanderloo and Justin Morgan. He might be getting back in, helping bring that car in as well.
He's been there for
All righty, we are back. So, you know, we talk a lot about incredible battles here that are happening, the Baja 1000, and what's making this one even more competitive is we're taking a look at the points in the trophy trucks. Bryce Menzies, Alan Ampudia both tied at 353. We have put together a really cool video for you guys, kind of dissecting or diving into that relationship. Let's take a look.
In Score Trophy Truck, Bryce Menzies and Alan Ampudia are tied for first place with 353 points, making this race the perfect stage for the conclusion of this battle between these two desert giants. Menzies, driving his #1 Ford Raptor Mason all-wheel drive, has not left the top 4 this year, finishing 4th in the Score San Felipe 250, 4th in the Score Baja 500, and winning the Score Baja 400 alongside his veteran navigator, Orrin Anderson of Florida. Ampudia is on a new quest for #1 among the monsters of the desert, driving his #10 Team Pappas and Beer Ford Raptor Mason all-wheel drive. He won the Score San Felipe 250, then captured 10th place in the Score Baja 500, and finished 2nd in the Score Baja 400. He is the son of a living legend in this sport, Rodrigo Ampudia Sr., one of the first Mexicans in history to compete in the Score Trophy Truck.
Okay, more will be revealed. You know, we just saw, we've been talking about lineage and amazing families, the Ampudia family. There's another one where it's in the blood. Anybody's race. We shall see what happens between Menzies and Ampudia, guys. I don't know, predictions? Anybody want to throw down some dough?
I think
some Monopoly money?
The Pulverti Menzies, that one, as well as Luke and Rob. That's going to be the battle of the day. They're both starting 1 and 2 up front there.
Yep.
That's going to be hard to beat. You got 2 huge teams, and then you take Dan and Andy, and they're right there on the heels, right?
Yeah.
And if those guys have a solid day, it's going to be hard to pass them.
Mm-hmm.
If they have any hiccups, then you do have the Ampudias right there.
Do we have any dark horses in the race? I mean, I always I tend to circle back to Price and Wheels sometimes.
Toby's fast. There's no doubt about it.
But they got to get past Rob Mack.
Yeah.
And Luke.
Toby is on a global level of motorsports, right? So it's Dakar in Australia. He's an animal behind the wheel. He's, in my opinion, one of the fastest guys out there.
Amen.
And it's like I said, it's like an F1 driver out there in a way, right? Like he's just that pro. But the equipment has to last, and it's a long race.
So let's shift into UTVs. Who do you have the favorite? I mean,
Caden's right there.
I was going to say.
There's one thing. I mean,
perfect season?
Yeah, I would love to see that happen.
Yeah.
That would be like absolutely awesome for that young guy to do that. You know, you look at who have the racers, you know, like Jack Olligus and Luke McMillan and these guys that have learned from Rob, right? This is his son, so he's getting all the trade secrets, right?
And some of it you're just born with.
You are born with it.
It is absolutely in the blood.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it.
He grew up as a little baby going to the races. It's hard to beat.
All right, well, let's go back down to race start and see if we can get Cameron coming off the race line here in just a bit.
1899 High Heat Motorsports, very famous baseball player, now behind the wheel, Mr. Ian Kennedy. I believe 17 seasons in Major League Baseball for Ian. Vision Canopy and High Heat Motorsports. Here we are, 1821, Rockford Fosgate sponsored. Caden McCachran. Caden's giving us the thumbs up. He's ready to go. Haley Hine, Dylan Schmokey, and Tyler Lynch sharing the duties. Caden's very fast.
There goes Caden. We saw earlier a little package on his dad and Luke, but let's hyper-focus on Caden and what an incredible season he's having. Let's take a look.
Caden McCachran has won all 3 events of the 2024 SCORE Desert World Championship in the massive Pro UTV Open class as part of the official Polaris factory team, accumulating 363 points aboard his number 1821 Polaris Razor Pro R. He has achieved 4 consecutive victories, including last year's SCORE Baja 1000. Caden has a good but not large lead over Brandon Sims, who has 334 points, with only 1 event remaining in the 2024 SCORE annual calendar. Caden's evolution in the deserts of Mexico has been tremendous, year after year, as he emulates his father's feats in this sport, perhaps at an even faster pace. Therefore, this coming November, he will be aiming for a perfect SCORE campaign if he captures the checkered flag at the SCORE Baja 1000.
All right, Caden, no pressure, but pressure. We shall see how he does. I don't know. He seems poised. He seems focused. I don't know. I think he can do it. I got confidence in the guy.
Yeah, I've been with them on truck trips, trail missions and such, and he's so calm and collected.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a fabulous day.
Awesome, awesome. All right, folks. Well, we're going to take a short break, but we'll be back with more Baja 1000 action right after this.
Professional racer or weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. Like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Cross the road now. Copy that.
Dame una bomba de agua.
¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score Baja 1000. We are going to take a look at the leaderboard for the moto class right now and give you guys an update. So the top 7, Justin Morgan in first, Arturo Salas, followed by Eric Holt, Salvatierra in 4th, Ortiz 5th, Walsh 6th, and Beltran in 7th. And then we also, and that's at race mile 356. And then we've got the top 2 somewhere around race mile 402 coming up in a little bit. But let's see, the gap between Morgan and Salas, not too crazy, but we were talking about this earlier, it's not super fast right now. They're averaging probably around 40 miles an hour. So here we go, Pro Moto Unlimited at race mile 401, Morgan and Salas. So 15-minute split there. Why is it taking them why are they not going so fast? Technical?
I think it was technical and silty in the very beginning. The beach section along the Pacific was pretty similar, but then they got back into some really rocky and technical areas around race mile 210, 220 to 230 or 40. So this is a tough course, and you can see that by the average miles per hour that they're hitting. But I'm not quite sure how Justin is able to build such a big gap.
Yeah.
I mean, there's about he's about 34 miles ahead right now if you're looking at the map, the actual map.
Yeah, and when you're on the live tracker here, I also noticed 1X is still stopped at a pit on the highway there. But they hit the highway section, and I think that opens up the speed picks up as a constant. They can't speed on the highway, but they have to maintain a certain speed. It's usually 50, 60 miles an hour.
I just got an update that 1X broke his wrist.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Ouch.
So, yikes. Well, we talked earlier about, trying to be safe, right?
Yeah.
And like this is the reality of the Baja 1000 in any race. Stuff happens. So
yeah, I saw him.
Yikes.
That's
probably
a tough break.
Yeah.
No
pun intended.
Yeah, he was losing ground there, and I knew it had to be some type of mechanical failure, or hopefully not an accident like that. And such a bummer when you put so much heart and soul into getting to this point, right?
Yep. Well, hopefully he's getting proper medical attention. We will pivot though real quick to some social media stuff that we have for you guys. Let's take a look at those clips. Here's 7X at race mile 400. Ripping through. All right. This is race mile 400 as well. And this is 11X coming through. I love that you're at 400 miles out into the desert and you've got fans out there.
Yeah, what's wild is you look at this section, look how narrow and rocky this is, and these big trucks are going to be coming through here pretty soon. Wow.
Yeah,
there he goes. One more time. Yeah, you really do get a pretty decent perspective from right there about how barren and desolate it is out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's wild. You'll be in the most desolate spots away from everything, and all of a sudden there's a pack of locals out there, some overland campers or something, set up camping just to watch the race.
Well, I was talking to, just briefly, I spoke to John Griffin last night, just for a little. He was camped out there last night around 277.
Oh, great spot.
and he set up camp out there. So yeah, there's, to your point, you know, they're out there, they're ready to go, they're willing to help in any way they can and get their team to the finish line. So that's cool. Well, we certainly hope that wrist is healing up for the 1X.
And you wonder where
how that impacts his team.
His other rider was.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because he's on the Pacific side. There's a good chance that his backup rider, where they were going to switch, is actually on the other side of the peninsula. So that might make their day challenging.
That's something that we always talk about too. There are just certain sections where you just do not want to go down. You can't go down. It's too hard to get you. It's too hard to pluck you out or bring in another driver. So, yeah.
And you could see that, you know, he had to go over a lot of really gnarly terrain just to get back to the highway there. So I'm sure, because that bike's been there for at least 10 minutes, stopped there on the highway. They have to be waiting for their other rider to probably who got off the bike to get back on the bike to then bring it to someone on the San Felipe side.
Well, as we saw, sometimes we got people in the field. Maybe somebody even captured what went down. So if there's anybody out there, tag Score International so that we can see what's going on. But right now we'll go back to race start again down Ensenada with Kevin and Eva. Take a look.
In the 2948 car, sponsored by Monster Energy, Can-Am, System 3 Tires, and Boxa USA, Baja Designs. He's out of Norco, California, Matt Burgos.
Up here, what's pulling in the line now, this is known as the Jackal. Really cool looking car right here. Class 7, our new class here. Car number 711, Richard Fent, driver record, Reese Millen, also sharing the duties in there, Jeff Stone, Paul Barnhart, among others. Reese Millen Racing is their main sponsor. Really unique, beautiful vehicle, built tough, that's for sure. Richard's out of Houston, Texas.
Time to go up into the sky. These are going to be some shots of Christopher Polvardi from the heli. You can see camps, people out there. There he is, whipping through.
Ooh.
There we go. You go from that light into that dramatic shadow right there too.
Yeah, and you can see the clouds up in the mountains, so you wonder if they're going to run into any fog as well, right, as they hit higher altitude leaving town.
You see this heli just sweeping through. Got a nice crowd out there. Everybody excited, ready to go.
Yeah, it almost looks like they're doing that qualifying
They are
course,
doing, yeah. That's what I was thinking about.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long list of spectators down there. There's got to be tens of thousands of people. I know surfers. Every year we go down there when I'm not racing, and we do a big overland camping trip. We bring between 10 and 15 trucks and hit different spots along the course to watch the race. So Baja's a beautiful place to go and go spectate and eat the best tacos on the planet.
Hey, you got to have sustenance.
Yeah, earlier we were talking about how Christopher and Bryce are going to have an advantage being out front because there's going to be a lot of dust in the beginning.
Right.
And we, you know, Jerry was pointing out that if they're doing the qualifying course in addition to the course, that it's going to kick up a lot of dust that's going to affect the other riders.
Sure.
So that might be a little bit challenging for, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah,
back to Ensenada? Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of dust being kicked up, so I wonder if there's just a lot of moisture in the air because they are down by the coast here in Ensenada, California. But I do know when they get out of town, especially right past Ojos and head up into those mountains, it's extremely rutted out and silty and nasty up there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there.
Evan's doing great. She's got such a big following on social media. She's certainly a riser.
Maybe we can pipe in a little bit more of Kevin and Eva down there and hear what's going on. Looks like Joe Bolton about to take off. Brush through those green flags.
Chad Metz, among others, sharing the duties in there. That beautiful Polaris ready to go.
Up next, going up to the start. Sponsored by American Honda Power Sports, Maxxis Tires, and Baja Designs. Car number 1925, we have out of Yucapilla, California, Michael McFadden.
(1914), a man that's been all over this world in motorsports. Super nice individual, too. If you ever get a chance to talk to him, I recommend it.
We'll head back to the Polvardi copter. Oh, we just lost him, but he'll pop out in a sec. It's looking lush and green, actually.
Yeah.
Nice area out there.
Yeah, this area stays pretty
Beautiful.
green. That's why there's the vineyards out in those areas too, just north of here, and the moisture stays in the air.
Mm-hmm.
The 1000
There's
was
that fog, heavy fog out there in the mountains.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Heidi.
The 1000 was one of my favorite times to pre-run because you did get enough rain that everything would start blooming, and it was actually really pretty.
Pretty, yeah.
I mean, you could go over the Rocky Summit and you would see these beautiful flowers on top of succulents, you know?
Yeah.
And cacti. It was beautiful.
Some in-car, Toby ripping through. You can kind of hear the engine roar there a bit.
Yeah, Toby's very exciting to watch. He's very calm and calculated and extremely skilled.
Yeah, they had such a great run too at the last race. And, well, the 500, right? They had a
Yes.
great run.
They've had a lot of bad luck. I think that's behind him.
Yeah.
I hope that's behind him. I
Yeah.
want to see him have some great finishes here.
Let's dive deeper inside the truck there and listen to what's going on.
Narrow, light left over.
Left, right over.
Danger of left 3 tight after. Right 4, left 4. Left 4 speed. Left right chicane, tighten. Left 4 speed. Right 3 speed, tightens, over. Left 3 speed. Right 2 tightens, coming. Right 2. Left 4. Left 3 speed.
So that was Toby Price. Now we're jumping into Alan Impudia's truck as he's ripping through. That was Alan. Now we're going inside with Luke McMillan. 83 truck. So we were just chatting here as we were watching. Yeah, we noticed that the Menzies Polvardi truck is not moving. Jerry, you brought that up. We were looking at the live tracking. So here it is. Something has happened. You recognize that McMillan and Rob are out front.
Yeah, so watching the live tracker here on the map, I've noticed that the Polvardi...
Here comes, what's going to happen here? Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
Jerry.
that's going to be Dan McMillan passing him there.
It looks like he's trying to move over.
Yeah, it looks like he's moving over, but they're facing each other. I can't make it out, but something was about to happen here. Anyways, continue, Jerry, what you were talking about, what you saw on the live tracking.
Yeah, what I saw on the tracker, the Menzies truck was moving in the 15-mile-an-hour range when everyone else was hitting 40 miles an hour in the same zone. So I wonder if there's a shifting issue, something with the shifting, with the transmission or something mechanical, possibly.
Okay, here's another shot. If it'll just pan to the left here, we'll see how they get around this. It does look like that truck is stagnant. They're getting past it, but oof.
Yeah, not the way you want your day to start.
No,
that's for sure.
Sir, not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, in a situation like this, rough to come back from at this point.
Yeah, hopefully the helicopters are able to sort of, by them just staying in one spot, they might be kind of signaling that there's an issue.
Yeah.
And hopefully the navigators and racers are zeroing in on that.
And so how far in exactly are they roughly about here?
They're at mile 27.9.
Okay, I was going to say, we haven't even crossed mile 30 yet. They're still in the truck, nobody's out.
Yeah, it looks like he just pulled over to a good spot right there. I could see that little turnout.
Clear the course.
Yeah.
Woof. Well, just like that, the curveball begins.
And that has happened
Baja
to
wins.
us. Yeah, many times where a $5 sensor could just ruin your day, honestly. It's like something very simple. It just decides to say no. And that's sometimes the fate of Baja.
Rough. Back to Alan and Pudia in car. We'll see how Alan fares here.
Yeah, and you know, I'm surprised that they're not out of the truck.
They were still in it.
They were still in it. So that leads me to believe maybe they know what's going on and it's serious.
Yeah. We see helis up there in the upper right-hand corner, so I wonder if Alan's approaching them, if he's getting close. Could be a different team helicopter.
Yeah, I just got a text that Bryce Menzies' truck's having power steering issues.
Power steering issues, all right.
Mechanical. I saw that kind of start around mile 20. They were just moving slower, and it's a bummer. We ran through that all year this year, right? So we're reworking.
There it is. Here we go.
Yeah.
So there's the number 1 truck off to the left. Alan takes the lead.
Yeah.
That's got to sting.
That definitely stinks. I mean, 27 miles into the Baja 1000 is not a good feeling. Luckily, he was able to pull off to the side, though. You could see that he's kind of, you know, he's got his car at least halfway off the course, so that's helpful.
Yeah, and it's still blind turns. He got lucky; he was able to pull over where he did.
Yeah, could have got dangerous for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially when these guys are ripping through in the beginning. They're going on adrenaline. They want to go, and yikes.
Yeah.
There's a $1.2 million truck sitting in front of you.
Yes, definitely don't want to hit it because that could take your own day out as well.
Going back to the bikes, Jerry, you had an interesting text come in. More information about the 1X team and the motos, specifically about the bike. What happened there?
Yeah, so Austin Farner texted me that he heard there was a crash and a broken wrist, as well as a crack somewhere on the bike where they lost oil, so I think their day's done.
The bike's out. Rough. All right, well, all sorts of stuff's happening here.
So 1X is out. That's a bummer. I mean, they're going for that championship, and looks like 7X, 11X, and 15X are your top 3 right now.
Let's jump back to Toby, get some in-car audio.
Left 3, through gate, then rocks. Left 4. Left 3, half. Left 2, sweep. Right 2 over. Left 3, rock right at bottom. Then rock right. Right 3. Left 3 over. Left 3 over. 37 speed zone. Good. Yep. Digger. Right 4. Right 4. Left 5. Left 2, rock right. Left 3, sweep. Rocks. Keep left line here. Narrow. Shit. I went right. Sorry. Yep, left. Fuck. You see it over there? You see it over there? Yep. Go left now. You'll see it right there. Right ahead. Straight ahead. Yep. Left 3. Over. Rock right. Fuck. We just got right rear. Did we? Yep. Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, dude. Getting ready. It's still at 20 pounds. Yep. Give some push for now. But you reckon that was a stick? No idea. Never fucking saw. I'll try and get us up to the flat. Yep. Go for it. All right. Ready when you are.
So here we go. They're going to pop out. We got a tire change happening, and what a fantastic moment for an in-car capture when all hell breaks loose. You go off your line. So what does this do in the place of a navigator? He's got to keep his driver. He's got to try keeping Toby Price calm. But like your notes kind of go out the window at that point, and then it's all just experience, right? Or what do you do?
Yeah. So as you see, Toby got off course there and into the bushes. And what people got to understand about the bushes, they're not soft. Like this is a desert.
Yeah.
So it's literally like shards of steel that will puncture the tire, and that's probably what happened.
That's what happened, right?
And your co-driver, I mean, his job's to get out and be a machine and help change that tire, hopefully in under a minute, minute and a half tops.
Does this truck have that pre-built-in jack?
I would assume some
Probably
of these
does,
trucks do. Yeah, some people run them, some people don't.
Because that went up on its side pretty quick, and it's coming
so
down smooth.
They're already down, and you're going to see this co-driver get right back in here very shortly, and they're going to be back on the road. I haven't seen Andy pass him yet, which
I think I saw.
Pass him,
no, I think he did.
Yeah.
So they're about 1 minute.
The 1L truck, right?
That's
Ricky
Gus
Johnson and Gus.
Yeah, I ran my stopwatch. That was about a minute. They did, I mean,
that's a fast
pretty
tire
good for
change.
two guys in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, having a 1 minute tire change from your co-driver getting out, and you know, it's about 140 pounds wheel and tire, 130, 140 pounds, 40-inch tires. So I mean, imagine how large that thing is. You got to jack up the truck, get the flat off, and then go get to the spare basket and pull one out. It's a lot of work.
It is. It is.
So his blood is pumping right now.
They're ready to go, right?
Yeah, his heart rate's got to be up in the 165 range right now for sure.
Yeah. He's getting belted in.
Yeah. Well, you know, we talk about the importance of your navigator making notes and really understanding the course. We had our own Wes Miller. He got out there and he did some pre-running. We got some really cool videos from Wes. Let's take a look.
In this Score 101, I want to talk about pre-running. So a lot of people call it homework. I just call it doing your job as a racer. And what pre-running is, Score puts out the course a few weeks in advance to the race. So the competitors are allowed to come down here and run the course and take notes. So basically it would be like doing practice in a motocross race or any other form of racing. But in a race that is 250 to 1,000 miles long, it's really important that you have notes. In these races, you've got the driver and a co-driver in most vehicles. So your co-driver is calling your notes similar to like a rally car. So some of the competitors will just put, tight turn right, medium turn right, slight turn. Other drivers and co-drivers like to use rally notes, and that is on a scale of 1 to 7. And you have like a R1 to an R7, R1 basically being a 180, and R7, well, a 7 is just a straight crest. And then you also can scale your crest on 1 to 7. 7, you don't let off at all. 1, you're gonna die if you don't almost come to a stop. So that's how they kind of break it down. You'll hear in a lot of in-car with the driver, co-driver, them communicating with each other. That's really key. As a driver, you have to have a lot of trust in the guy sitting next to you or woman, that they're gonna call things correctly and not lead you down the wrong path. And then vice versa, as someone riding shotgun, you got to have faith that your driver is not going to put that thing on its lid. Now, in pre-running, most of the competitors are using either a Lowrance, an iPad with lead nav, or Garmin. And those are basically different ways to keep track of the GPS coordinates, and they'll have the course laid out. Also, when they come down here, you have people pre-running in all different types of vehicles. So anywhere from dirt bikes and quads to UTVs to Bryce Menzies in basically his backup race truck. Also, you have teams that come down like a guy with a dirt bike and will just run it by himself, versus some of the trophy truck teams or like Factory Polaris UTV teams that are utilizing helicopters, etc. Another thing that's kind of been really cool that's come about recently is as UTVs have gotten better and better and continued to progress in their capabilities, now you have like a vehicle similar to the, or well, like the Pro R or some of the other ones, and you can get those from companies like Upfit UTV, where you have a turnkey pre-runner that's ready to go, has everything you need, and race score.
Awesome job, Wes. Thanks for those videos. More to come. Now back in car with Toby Price.
Still got me there. Yep. Rock, left, right, narrow. Rock, left, right. Rock, left, right. Right three over, digger. Right over. All good? Yeah. Right three, just trying to get water. Yep. All right. Rock right. Left three. Left chicane tight. Rock left, sorry. Yeah, you're good. Left three sweep. Straight over, then digger. Right two. Hey Steve, relay to Paul. We need to load the basket, truck, do the change on the road. Right five.
Brent, Walzer is 42 seconds off back door. 42 off back door. Bryce, not moving. Bryce, not moving.
Copy. Can you hear me about the re-rack at European? Right three, left two. Straight over. Right four. Left three. Right four. Left three, sweep after. Hey Steve, do you copy Brent? Right four rocks.
All right, now let's jump into a 4-box. We got Luke, Alan, Mike, and Toby here. All different areas of the course. Navigating different perspectives. You got a rear camera, you got an in-car. You see Luke really blasting through at a great clip there. We always talk a lot about these drivers, but I think now let's almost shine the light on the navigators and how absolutely vital and important they are. I mean, obviously, Oren and Bryce go back a long ways, but you just saw what was going on between Toby and his navigator, and just how important. They're part therapists, they're part strategists. They're really crucial to the success of every driver, every team.
Yeah, I mean, these guys practice changing tires, and like I said, you saw that one in 1 minute, which was amazing. And then sometimes when they have to change parts and be a mechanic, they can kind of do it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you really got to have the stamina you got to be calm, you got to be physically fit, you got to understand racing.
Yeah. The psychology of it, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's an interesting race going on right here with Alan and Pudia catching the Vildozola truck, driven by Ricky Johnson. Alan is fast. I mean, he's crazy fast, and I know when he smells
Alan and
that
Tavo
dust.
like to grapple a little bit. We had moments from other past races where they shared some exchanges.
Well, and speaking of that, you know, this is really disappointing for Menzies and Polvarde, but what it has done is it's opened up the championship for Alan and Tavo.
Yeah.
So, you know, gosh, he only got 27 miles, and now the whole field has changed for the championship.
Absolutely.
Heidi, could we bring up on your map there, kind of giving the people at home a live perspective of sort of where these trucks are at? We can punch into your map here in a little minute, maybe take us through. We'll take a look at what exactly we got going on. So there's Luke.
Yeah, so you can see that Luke is out front. So that's Rob McCachran driving. They're going about 40 miles per hour, it says, at race mile 39.7. Let's see, and then we have Toby just about a mile back, I think. Just about 1 mile back.
Everybody just refreshed.
Yeah, but the Andy in the 23 truck with Dan McMillan, they haven't refreshed for 3 minutes, so it's going to change things for sure.
Yeah, so we don't know where Dan and Andy are right now. Andy's driving, and we're not sure where they're at, so that'll be interesting when it refreshes again. Yeah, and then Gustavo, he is in a Legends truck, but Ricky Johnson, Supercross Ricky Johnson, is actually racing right now. They're partnered together. They've been partnered together. So here it goes. It just updated. Let's see if we can get anything. Yeah, for some reason Dan and Andy's tracker's not updating, so we really don't know where they're at. They could be between Toby and
back to in-car?
Rob.
Yep. And we'll get some more as they go through these different tracking sectors as well. We'll be able to fine tune it a little bit more. Brought to us from Optima Batteries, which we appreciate so much.
Yeah, and on the trackers, when you guys look at this at home, basically the tracker just pings a satellite. It's not constant.
Yep.
So if they miss the ping because of the terrain they're in, that's what holds them back sometimes.
Could be terrain, it could be like even elevation, how deep in the canyons they are. We're seeing right now it's kind of overcast. We've had weather coming through. There's a lot of factors that go into this, but again, still light years of where we were 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, having these trackers has been wonderful.
So here's in-car with Luke McMillan.
Yeah, so now the tracker's pinged. So they have Dan looking like he's in the lead and Luke, but he hasn't pinged for 2 minutes. So there's definitely something going on in that area. When you look at the terrain, if the antenna doesn't have line of sight to the satellite, then you're not going to get those pings.
Now look at Alan. You can tell Alan is catching. We think it's Gustavo, right?
Yes, the Vildozola truck.
Yeah, and he's getting in his dust. And
he's getting closer and closer, though. That dust is getting more aggressive.
Yeah, and you'll see him continue to grab for that towel when it's appropriate, when he feels like
Look at that.
Yep, you can see the truck in front.
Here we go.
Yeah, and whenever I'm in someone's dust, I either want to really come in like a shark and attack my prey and get around them if I can.
Right.
Because when you catch someone like that, you want to get them in terrain you can get them in to hopefully be in front of them so people behind get stuck behind them. So definitely a good strategy if you can get around them.
Yeah, yeah. And conversely, when you got somebody on your tail, you want to put the hammer down and get going.
Yeah, and you don't want to
not make a mistake.
Yeah, and you also don't want to settle in and go the pace of a slower vehicle because then everyone's going to start catching up to you as well. So you want to take it when you can.
Good point.
And you can see the terrain here. It's silty, but it's not. It's mixed with sand, and it looks damp.
Yeah.
And as they get a little further south, it's going to get really silty. So you can get around them while you can.
That's a great shot here.
So, and it's actually Ricky Johnson driving. He probably doesn't want to pull over, but it looks like he's going to have to pull over.
Yeah, and he's technically in a different class. He's in the Legends class, so it would be really polite to let him by. Because you don't.
There's manners. We have manners, and
it's rare. It happens.
It does happen occasionally. Okay.
There's some sportsman etiquette.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Well,
do we have some
Here's
nerf?
the love tap, and
There's a
he'll
little,
pull
there we
right
go.
over.
All right,
So
quick
he
little
earned
nerf,
it.
and there he goes, Alan.
And that actually, was that the beef truck? Was that Lofton?
Oh, yeah? Hold up now. That was Lofton,
That
correct?
was Lofton.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Very interesting. So I wonder, because Lofton's going to Ironman
He's
this
Ironmanning
race.
it, right, so he's not going to take any chances, not going to take any risks.
Yeah, so you wonder if he's running more of a marathon pace.
True.
And not a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
Some of these other guys are going to do.
He had a great qualifying run, though. It didn't seem like he was positioning himself for the marathon race in that qualifying run, right?
Yeah, and I mean, he's fast. He races the roundy round stuff as well as an avid desert racer, been out there for a long time. He's won some of the biggest races out there.
Yeah. Yeah, he qualified 7th.
Yeah.
I was pretty impressed by his qualifying position, I have to say. Justin's a really nice guy.
Oh, they're great. Yeah. Does a lot for the sport of off-road.
Freezing up.
Yeah.
So you can get, okay, let's jump over to Mike Walzer. The 89 truck. And little camera freeze here. Push through that in a moment. All right, back to Toby Price.
Left 2.
Get a little in-car audio between these two.
Left 4. Right 3 tight. Rock.
Back to Impudia. He's moving now.
Well, if Ampudia keeps up his pace, the next one he has to pick off is actually Gustavo and Ricky. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the dust very close right now. It looks like there's probably about a half a mile gap. So he's got some time.
Yeah, he's got.
I mean, the fact of the matter is you're not going to win the race in the first 40 miles. So Alan's pretty aggressive, but you also have to use strategy in off-road racing.
Absolutely, especially these long races like this. Some of these guys do sprint it, and
what do you think his strategy would be going into something like this?
I think some people, they can be intense for a while and they like to go fast, and that is their pace.
Yeah.
And if the equipment holds up, then they take that checkered flag.
They do some pre-running. They start to feel out. This is the section where I feel confident. I want to put the hammer down, and then this section I'll be a little more cautious.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
And sometimes
that's
just
the right word. But.
Yeah, the terrain leads to your driving style, and you just really put a big smile on your face behind that helmet. And you hammer down. You're having fun.
Okay. All right, we'll jump out of Alan Impudia. We'll go up into the air here. Let's take a look at perspective from the skies in just a minute. Strike that. We're going to pause for identification here. We'll pay some bills and we'll come right back with more Baja 1000 after this.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score International Baja 1000. So here is the Pro Moto Unlimited Race Mile 401. We got 6 bikes here at this point. Justin Morgan, 7X, Arturo Salas, 11X, Eric Holt, 15X, Adrian Ortiz, 13X, David Walsh, 10X, and Fernando Beltran, 8X. That's their top 6. Now, we do want to point out, we just got word that Salvatierra, the 1X team, is officially out. The bike is done, the wrist is broken, so bummer. You know, in the situations like that, is it better to have traveled all of that distance and then break the wrist, or do you, then do you break the wrist earlier on so you don't have to go through that? Either way sucks.
Yeah, either way sucks.
And it's brutal.
Yeah, and he or their team was defending their championship title. That's why they had the 1X plate. So,
yeah.
I mean, it's got to be hugely disappointing for them.
The fact that nobody wants a broken wrist, but the fact that the bike is out, because another team member could have gone and they could have at least finished, right?
Yeah.
So that's heartbreaking.
I'm imagining the next rider might have been on the Cia Cortez side.
Yeah.
But I heard the bike was broken, and
the oil was leaking.
Yeah, I don't think
it was a mess.
Yeah, I got a text from
right?
Fishgistics that was saying that all the oil leaked out of the bike, and they're done. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Again. Baja wins sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets you.
Yeah.
Okay, back to some in-car with Alan and Pudia here. We got a split screen. He's off and running. All right, folks, we will be back for more off-road action at the Baja 1000 right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score Baja 1000, and it's a little blurry, but if you look to your right, you'll see our very own Rat Salt. He is pulled over right now in the 88L truck. Try to figure out what's going on, but probably not the way he wants to start his Baja 1000. But we'll see if we can get some information. But here's some really cool in-car. You can see Navigator sending out texts, trying to problem solve right now. They're still in the vehicle though, so that's a good sign. It looks like I kind of hear a little bit in the distance that there's vehicles going by. Maybe he's just waiting for a clear moment.
It seemed like
or is he
was
stuck?
in reverse and it wasn't moving.
Aha.
Oh.
Someone's trying
Here
to
we
push
go.
him.
Justin Davis in a gridlock moment here.
So
Now, I asked earlier about potential bottleneck moments.
Yeah, so it looks like
he's unhooking.
Yeah, Rat might be stuck on this uphill, and they're all
Is
trying
that
to push
is that
him.
two other trucks in front, or is that?
Yeah, it looks like the first
that actually
truck is Rat. And
yeah,
then
that might be Rat.
looks like Kyle Jurgensen here in Justin Davis's truck.
So I believe this is right
Is he
before
getting
they
pushed?
did that course
He's
change.
getting pushed off the course.
He's literally getting. There we go.
Yep, so he's now off the course. They pushed him off.
All right, so who do we have in front of Justin then? I can't.
It's possible that it's EJ.
Could be EJ Herbst.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
It doesn't look like EJ.
No, it doesn't.
It actually.
Is it Rat? Is he back? is the Rat back?
Well,
the Rat
it looks
Pack's
like
back.
some kind of buggy class 1
Yeah, that's
car
what I
or
was going to
something.
say. It doesn't look like a trophy truck.
It does, and it looked
Or
like.
Yeah, so Kyle qualified first in the spec
Could
class.
be Kyle Quinn?
No, this is Kyle Jurgensen driving
Kyle
for
Jurgensen,
Justin
I got
Davis
you.
right here.
Understood.
And so Kyle's really fast, and so I would assume he's trying to get around this one car. And
It looked pretty hectic there for a minute, though.
it did.
Jeez.
I'm sure Kyle had some distance on these guys, and man. So it looks like Tracy Graff is 0 miles an hour, number 58. Okay, wait.
That wouldn't be good because Tracy, I think, might be about 5th in points for the season. So.
No, he's at 0 though. Somewhere.
Tracy's in 5th for points this season.
So if he's at 0 miles per hour, that's got to be disappointing.
Tracy's got 325.
Number
for
58
points.
at mile 34.5, 0 miles per hour, 0 minutes ago. So Tracy Graff is down. I'm trying to get to the spec trucks, and there's definitely a bottleneck. I'm zooming into this tracker here to see everyone involved.
Yeah, I think it's right before they made that course change, maybe.
Where are you seeing the bottleneck again?
The bottleneck is at mile 30.9.
30.9?
So Rat was first, and then number 133, Alberto Varela. And then Herbst, Travis Williams. That's who's there now.
Okay.
And
that's going to impact the race.
Yeah, so it looks like the one car just kept pushing on, I think that was Rat.
He's in the 88L truck.
Yeah, right. It looks like Rat's right in that mix. You really have to zoom in to see where they're at right now on the tracking system.
Yeah, so right now,
see these guys, see Justin Davis navigating through this whole area. Both of these guys got rags in their hands. It's got to be silty and dusty out there. Just locked in, trying to get a clear perspective. Just chewing through dirt here. And we'll jump into Luke McMillan and Rob. And here we go. We got Rob Mack at the wheel. Calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, he's having a very smooth run so far today.
Gets tricky as we go through, some of these trees and wooded areas. Sometimes the tracker and just the feed in general gets a little tough to capture, but doing the best we can.
And the clouds definitely
And the
play
clouds,
a role.
yep.
This is all communication by satellite. Satellite is finicky, and we're doing satellite from a moving race vehicle.
There you go. Got a squeegee. Some miniature squeegees in there. Clean that visor off. These guys, Rob and Luke, got to be feeling good so far. No mechanical issues. Truck's moving well. Got the greatest drivers of all time at the wheel.
Yeah, and really, Rob's actually setting the pace.
He is. Some in-car with Ethan Ebert.
So these guys are in Europan right now. This is very silty, gets real technical, a lot of ruts. And they're hitting, northern Baja, there's a couple spots, but this whole beach area is so much fun. And
Yeah, I think once you get past Europan, then it starts to get more fun.
Yes, definitely.
Europan's a little bit sketchy getting through it.
Yeah, and what you can't tell, but when you race through here, you know it, but some of these ruts, they're like 6 feet deep. They'll just swallow your truck. I've seen a lot of bent suspension, a lot of broken parts happen here. I've been through there myself, but at nighttime going the opposite direction, finishing the race, really silty and with lights on, it's so difficult to see. Being here in the daytime is definitely.
Jerry, so you know you have such tremendous experience with parts. What are some of like the most kind of revolutionary, or maybe just some new improvements to the sports that you could chat about quick? What are some things that you've seen?
I mean, one of the top things we see in this unlimited class is the all-wheel drive truck. Right. We've had all-wheel drive trucks. Like Herp's very successfully raced one, 15 years ago and did well with it. There was the Lettner family had an all-wheel drive truck back in the day. But the technology now where they're using the portal gears and the manual gearboxes, and there's a lot of geometry that has to happen getting from the engine, which is now mid-engine, transfer case, transmission transfer case, getting to that front diff, and the speeds, the drive shafts and everything are spinning, keeping the CV boots and all that stuff alive. But really, yeah, the portals, they're not a slow speed portal. These are a high speed portal, and they're giving you the ground clearance needed when you run all-wheel drive. So the way it works is, you have your drive shaft coming in, your axle shaft coming into the spindle, where typically in a two-wheel drive truck, the center line of your hub is in line with the lower uniball. Well, you can't do that when the axle needs to be there, so you lose about 6 inches, which is 6 inches of ground clearance or 6 inches of compression travel, however you want to look at that. So with the portals, it's pushed the wheel down with about 4 gears inside that thing. So you're spinning the axle and the CV from the center line of a good angle for the axle and CV, but you're still pushing the hub down in line with that lower ball joint. So
I just don't hold on to the steering wheel and press the pedal?
Well, you do when everything's working well. That's exactly
all you
what
got to do.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Jerry. We're going to go now to another video from Wes Miller about course marking. Let's roll that clip.
Something that a lot of people ask about is how are the SCORE race courses marked? So it has changed and evolved over the years. Back in the day, they used surveyor ribbon and they just put it along the course, and then they had arrows would mark the direction of the course, as well as like down arrows marked danger. And then to make sure that you didn't cut sections out, they had checkpoints, and you carried a stub can, and they actually would put a little, basically like a raffle ticket into your stub can, and then at the finish line they cut off your stub can and they checked to make sure you had all of the tickets that you needed from every checkpoint. Now you get a GPS file, you download it into your either Lowrance, Garmin, LeadNav, whatever you're using, and that gives you all the coordinates for the entire course. And then you have a thing called VCPs, which is a virtual checkpoint. There's actually one right behind me here. And what that is a geo marker that you have to be, well, there's 2 types. There are numerical and alphabetic. The numerical ones, you need to be within 120 feet. The alphabetic, you need to be within 40. So they have a lot tighter tolerance. And if you miss that, you are assessed a penalty. That's how the SCORE race director is able to keep people from going into areas that they don't want and make sure that nobody's short coursing during the race. Another thing that SCORE has are red lines. So I just had my GoPro on, and you could see there's a smooth road that's basically a rancher's road to my right, and then the course is all tore up, and they're literally, a few feet apart at some sections. And what the red lines are is if you go on to any of those and they see that, it's an automatic DQ. And the reason they do all of this is to make it where they work with the landowners down here so that SCORE can come back year over year and we continue racing. So there you have it. There's another Score 101.
Thanks again, Wes. We've got plenty more of those videos ahead, and I think it's really, it's as more people come into the sport, I mean, the sport is really growing. It's a global sport. I think these videos that Wes will present throughout the entire race are super helpful, very informative for everybody that is either, you know, a novice or those that have been doing it for a while. It's always good. And we were talking earlier about improvements in this thing. To go from putting a ticket in a cup to the place where you are to where we are now is pretty remarkable.
Yeah, I actually used to race those days. You would have to hit a checkpoint. You would mount a little bucket with a little slit in it so you can just slip that coupon in there, a little color-coded tab of paper, and hope that whole little can stays on the vehicle and it doesn't get wiped off.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember going racing a Baja 1000, and we were going to Cabo that year. And we were trying to make a cutoff that was closer to Cabo than it was to Ensenada. So we were, you know, 2/3 through the race, and we were hoping to get that ticket on time.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
All right, back to some in-car with Alan and Pudia.
Looks like he's catching someone.
Yeah, I mean, Alan's not afraid to set a fast pace. At San Felipe, he averaged 61.6 miles per hour. That's probably the fastest
I thought it was, and wasn't there an average speed though of 70 at one point? I thought it even got even higher. It was whatever it was ridiculous. It was crazy.
Ridiculous.
There was a moment too where they were going, I think for like 17 minutes straight, they were at like 130 miles an hour. They were just, it was insane.
And
fastest race that we've had in years.
Yeah, and San Felipe is a really rough course.
Right.
One of the most brutal with the whoop section through there.
Correct.
You know, you have about 50 or 60 miles of whoops, and you have a lot of sand washes, and so that's a pretty incredible pace. He's fast.
From this perspective, we see a heli in front of him. Who could we predict that team is then? Do we see a little dust in the distance? So he's coming up on something. We can take a look at our live map here, but.
Well, I'm thinking that it's possible that it's Toby, but gosh.
We're hearing maybe Mike Walser.
There was talk that he could be coming up on Walser for sure.
So Walser's tracker is not updating.
Okay.
So there is that possibility.
6 minutes ago for him.
Yeah. Just got to figure out which heli that is.
And not everyone, you know, for those of you who don't watch this all the time, not everyone has a helicopter.
No.
I mean, that's a luxury.
My God, the amount of money to really truly be successful in this it's amazing.
Yeah.
The amount of money and how powerful and important the sponsorship is.
Absolutely.
And speaking of all that,
expensive.
What's going on with the whole Menzies Polvardi situation? Are they still pulled? I mean, we haven't really chatted about that. We saw them a while ago, but
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard power steering.
They're still
really
trying
tough. Yeah, unless they have a spare pump or the part on the truck, it's very difficult to get a team out there to help them because they got to start the whole race.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Now,
and I show them stopped at race mile 28. Still.
So they're still working on that, and that was something that plagued Rob Mack for a while too. Is he was always having steering issues for a minute there until they got that figured out.
Yeah, that was a new truck, and I would say anytime you are in a new vehicle, it needs a lot of testing time, and sometimes you got to work out the bugs.
Yeah.
They'll get it worked out, but he did have a couple really tough races.
So, Jerry, going back to that about trying to repair this power steering, how long could that potentially take?
I mean, without the parts on the truck, you got to wait for the whole race to start because you can't get a crew out there safely until.
And to finish this race, you got 36 hours. To think that they started out first, and potentially, if they do not get this addressed, could be one of the last ones across the finish line.
Yeah, or at least have to make a lot of time up getting by people. It's one of those tough calls, right? Like, do you continue the race when you're not going to get the championship? You have a very well-prepped truck, and you have just really $1,000 part taking your whole race away from you.
I mean, they're in the lead. They're tied with Allen.
Yeah.
353 points.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, You know, the chance of getting that championship's probably out the window.
Wonder if we could get an in-car sneak into there and be a fly on the wall and see what's going on between those two right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, yeah.
Well, for right now, we are back inside with Toby Price, 46 truck.
And that's honestly like part of racing. I mean, it's as frustrating as it gets, is just the smallest mechanical issue can really ruin your day. And the Menzie team is on top of their game. So talking about being prepared, that team is prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's big dollars that go into the prep of a trophy truck. So I agree with Jerry. I mean, at this stage, do you just save the truck for the next race?
Yeah.
And it probably depends.
Put your pride on the shelf for a moment and just take your losses.
Yeah, it probably depends on how quickly they could get it running.
You'd think like maybe with the helicopter, and then just put it on, just do a little drop in there. Just,
well, I think that's against the rules.
I know it's happened in the past with people, and there's been.
Could you imagine that?
But yeah, definitely not.
You can
allowed.
afford a helicopter. You can afford to bend the rules a little bit and just fly in your parts. My gosh.
I'm sure that they would be pretty stoked.
Yes.
But
unfortunately, it doesn't work that way.
No.
All right. Back to Ebert. Nope. Jumping over to Brandon Walsh. All right.
Brandon is really fun to watch because he's always, he does really well in that UTV class.
Yeah. Hear a little bit of their interaction going on.
Yeah, between Luke and Dan, they're still within 0.2 of a mile, maybe 1/10 of a mile. And Toby's right on their tail, and they all just updated.
To right.
And that's Cody Weaver with Brandon Walsh. Is that accurate?
To left.
So Brandon's knife.
Chad DeRosa, Ryan Scott, Doug Nagy,
right.
the Polaris. Making their way.
Hard left. Got it.
Looks like he's opted to have the visor up and put some shades on.
Right.
He does
Got
that
a
a
car
lot.
coming up behind us. Okay.
Yeah, that's a tough one because then you got dust on the inside of the visor, the front of your glasses, and the back of your glasses. So you have
spoke
three
too soon.
different
There it goes.
levels of
two sides of the
vision
visor to clean.
Yeah.
While driving.
Yeah, it looks like Alan and Pudia is right on the tail of Tava. They just updated both of those guys. At the same mileage point, updating at the same time. So.
All right, here we go. 87 truck.
I have him in front.
Can't tell, but that might be the TSA Dallas.
That's Dallas Luttrell.
Yep.
And he's around 44 miles at this point.
On my tracker, I'm showing Alan in front of Tavo.
Yeah, that just updated, so I wonder if Alan got around Tavo now.
Yeah, so it looks like there's
Might have happened.
movement in that trophy truck class.
Okay.
Yeah, Alan's going for it.
Yes. He's very fast. There's no doubt about
That's
it.
an accurate assessment. Turns out, he's going for it.
If you haven't noticed.
Yeah, no kidding.
But then again, I think Alan started in front of Tavo, so it was Tavo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they just did that.
Okay.
And then, but yeah, it looks like Luke.
You got Luke, Dan, Toby. Then you've got Gus in the 1L, followed by Alan and Tavo.
Yeah, it's really cool seeing the helicopter action in the in-car because you can see if they're around them or not. We can only guess by looking at the tracker.
Yep.
I'm sure that day's coming sooner than later when we'll have this tracker working like live time.
Sure.
as the Starlinks were running get better.
Yeah,
and
you
better.
got Starlink, and then next thing you'll got Neuralink, and it'll be in your head, and we'll be seeing through their eyeballs.
Yeah. And with Brandon
God.
Walsh, what's interesting is he's made a couple cool products for chase trucks and off-road people with his star mount systems. I actually run one of those. I bought one of those online, and he converts the whole Starlink so you can suction cup or permanently mount it, so you can be driving down the road. And that's why we're seeing a lot of what's going on here. That Starlink, I mean, we could thank Elon Musk for that one. But it's definitely changed the game.
It's incredible. You can set that Starlink thing up the top of a mountain anywhere in the middle of frickin' nowhere, and you'll have high-speed bandwidth for 10 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
During the last Baja 1000, we had 10 of us on an off-road overland trip down here during the 1000. And
oof, look at that.
People within 100 yards of us in our group were still connected to it as we're driving. So it wasn't even our own vehicle, but the vehicles in front of us and behind us were able to still connect. That's really cool. Yeah, we're seeing over 100 megabytes a second, which is unbelievable. As we're driving
that's
down the
better
highway.
than what I have at home.
Yeah, that's the wild part about it.
Anyways, back to the race here. Inside, with Rob Mack, Luke McMillan, the 83 truck.
Running out front, strong.
Yep. No dust. Yeah, he's got the pedal down. Woo.
A lot of elevation changes in this particular terrain.
In this area, yeah.
You know, they're heading to the Pacific coast right now. Pretty soon we're going to see them. They're in Europan right now, and this is, to me, one of the most challenging parts of Baja, because the terrain wants to let you go fast, but it also wants to gobble you up.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think they're getting to that really difficult silt hill climb, which is race mile 72.
Right.
So it will be interesting if we have in-car camera footage at race mile 72. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure we can make that happen for you.
Let's do it. I want to be in that climb.
I'll talk to a guy who knows a guy. Yeah. See some ruts going through there.
Yeah, one year coming in for the finish, I actually had some trouble. It was, man, probably 2 in the morning, but finishing the race, it was just socked in with fog. You couldn't see anything. We had our visors open all along the beach, all the silt, and just eyes are red. Like you said earlier, we need Visine as a sponsor.
You never know. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, I hit a big rut out there and actually broke a uniball. Like, didn't break any of the suspension parts, but broke the actual uniball, pushed it out of the race.
Really?
And I have a picture of that somewhere, but the whole truck, like the whole tire fell down in a hole. You couldn't even see it. Jesus. And then we finally got unstuck by piling a bunch of rocks. Luckily, it was about 3-4 feet
You were able
deep.
to get yourself out?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we had to pile up some rocks and back the truck up down the hill and then get back going
Get some
up
traction.
the hill.
Sure.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a crazy section right here.
It's one thing to cruise the coast and get hit with some fog, but then cruise the coast and get hit with fog at night or early in the morning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably terrifying.
Yeah, I raced 1,000 going through Vizcaíno, and it was so foggy that it was like it was raining.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
It's bad.
And it was like, I went through there at like 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, and we couldn't wait. My brother was my navigator.
Oh, fun.
It was fun, but we couldn't wait till the sun came up because it was so cold and wet, and you don't have a windshield, so yeah.
Super uncomfortable. And that just grinds on you after a while, like mentally, like your body is physically tensing up, just whether you want it to or not. You're freezing, you're cold, you got wind, like you said.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things going on right now. And then you get out of that and there's a kind of an adrenaline release, but yet you still got so much more to go.
Right.
So it's, boy, is it taxing.
Yeah, it's taxing. This racing isn't for the faint of heart.
I was just going to say, again, we've got people coming from all over the United States, Canada, Texas, Mexico, Ecuador, all over the world. What is it that brings people to the Baja 1000 knowing how absolutely grueling and punishing it is?
It's bragging rights.
Yeah.
You know, it's and it's a lot easier now. Like back in the day, you had to have a race vehicle built for you. Now, I mean, with Polaris, you can go buy a Pro R and you could enter stock class, and you're going way faster than a 7 truck.
Right.
For hardly any expense. I mean, you could probably build a fun vehicle to get your feet wet and get into the sport for probably $50,000 to $80,000, right?
Okay.
You're not going to go win the race with that, but you're going to have the time of your life and get to tell stories for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And get entered in just a taste of what Baja is in a very fun way. And you're all-wheel drive, so you're going to get through all the terrain.
Yeah.
So that's going to be great.
So let's say somebody wants, you know, they're watching the sport, they're learning, they're getting more excited about it. What kind of advice would you give to a novice that wants to get into it? How much time do you think that they would need to prepare before they could really get into this? Or is it really a trial by fire? You just got to buy the vehicle and get into it.
You know, there's a couple trains of thought. When I first started, everyone said, get a 1600 car. So we got a 1600 car, which is a 1600cc Volkswagen buggy, very limited on suspension. And, you know, it teaches you how to, like, be out of control, but in control. So there's definitely something to be said for that.
Yeah.
Was it fun? It was brutal. It hurt. But you're always adjusting chaos. You're always getting out of control, but going straight.
And that's necessary. You do have to how to be in control when you're out of control.
Yeah. So you're learning vehicle control, and then as you get faster, you know, when you sit there all day long with the back end coming up over you all day long, and you're always looking left and right when you're trying to go straight. It really, and you're going fast, it really helps you settle in, so when you get out of shape at faster speeds, you know what to do and how to react to it.
Got you.
But I would say now with the Polaris product and what you're able to do with that right out of the gate, it's fast, it's safer, it's reliable.
You can lead into uncharted territory right out the gate.
Right out the gate. And you know, reliability is huge. Rod Millen gave me a lot of advice in my beginning racing career, and he said every mile you complete is experience gain. Cool. And if you go out of the gate too fast and you just wad it up or whatever right out of the gate, you're not behind the wheel. You're not spending time behind the wheel. So I think that's something that's really important, and it's an expensive hobby and sport to get involved with. And that's where I feel like entry level now. That's why there's so many side-by-sides out here racing.
Yeah, cool, love it. Thanks, Jerry. Here we are, race mile 70. With Rob Mack out in front.
So Heidi, every time you come and hit the highway in this area, how hard is it to pass a combo?
I was thinking you were going to ask about that. I know.
In-car.
I love that little restaurant. Yeah, Acambaro is right off the highway when you get out, you know, towards Santo Tomas up here, just past Europan, and it's awesome little restaurant.
So is that how you say it, is Acambaro?
That's how I think you say it.
Okay. I've heard both, so I used to say it one way and then it's the other way.
Tomato.
Yeah, someone's probably going to correct me.
But
here's some really, sorry Jerry, here's some really cool side-by-side there of a minute of just being inside the car and then being above it all at the same time, and getting a capture and really getting a great view of what it's like to be above and inside these trucks.
When it was side by side, you could see how massive that boulder was.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But from here, in this view, it looks, you know, small.
Yeah, so they're hitting some of that wine country here, and this is Rob Mack in the Beast Unleashed truck here with Luke McMillan out front. And I don't see anyone right on his tail. I mean, they should be about a half mile back. Not seeing that happen.
Yeah. And again, as we've said before, everybody, we definitely see everybody on the sides of the course down there. If you capture some amazing action, please tag @Score International. We'll pull up some social media posting for you. Oh, here we go.
Look how close these guys are.
Yeah, so this is
look at that tight corner there.
And Toby Price, the Dan McMillan truck.
And that corner there, that rut is going to get deeper and deeper and deeper as the race goes on.
Yeah, and this terrain right here, this is right about
this area
before the highway, and it's really rutted out. There's some good turns and a nice hill and a wash right here. I've seen some bottlenecks coming the other way right in this area.
We'll pull out a little bit more.
But it really shows the pace because these guys are moving and they're all bunched up on each other.
Yeah. So, trophy trucks coming into race mile 70. Another tight turn there.
Yeah, I'm hoping they can pan out again. Yeah, so
that's Toby right there on Andy.
Is that Toby?
Yeah, so you got Andy in the lead here in Dan McMillan's truck, and you got Toby Price right on him.
Okay.
And
yeah, we saw something a little bit ago about two trucks really close to each other coming up on the highway.
Yeah, so this is Acambaro right there. They're coming right next to it, right onto the highway.
Up there. It's on the highway now.
If you guys are in that area and want good food, stop by there and support them. It's a great, great spot.
Back inside with Alan and Pudia.
So, yeah, so Alan's about race mile 72. He's not too far behind them, actually.
Okay. Yeah, so he's right on somewhere. Yeah, you can see those ruts off to the right.
Yeah,
there. They're really deep.
And there's dust ahead, and so Alan's on the tail of somebody. Well, Alan is chasing away. I am going to switch out here for a moment. We're going to bring Wes Miller up on the stage, and he'll be taking you through and giving you guys some more guidance. So we'll be back in a little bit here. I think we'll continue, but keep your eyes peeled as we see Alan take on this course. Be right back.
All right, so Wes Miller here. I'm super stoked to be here for the BF Goodrich Tires Score Baja 1000. I've been watching you guys all morning. Great job. And so, I mean, we've got a heck of a race going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot happening right here in the beginning of the race. And the bikes, there's a lot happening, and they're around mile 510 right now.
Yeah, so I saw, Bryce dropping out, or well, Pulvardi driving Bryce's truck, dropping out right away. I was speaking with their crew. They're working on getting that truck going, so they're going to let us know as soon as they're up and rolling again.
Nice.
And he's still in that points battle. So if they can get the truck going and get it to the finish line, then, and if Impudia has any problem, he still has a shot at the championship there. So that is something we'll want to keep an eye on. Definitely, the bikes, Morgan is just setting a blistering pace.
Yeah.
He's over in the San Felipe side right now. But earlier I pre-ran the course, and we actually have a little video that I did from this section at race mile 65 showing what these drivers are going through. So let's have a look at that. Score has laid out a very challenging course for the competitors this year. From the start of the race, they line up at Convention Center, do the ceremonial start, head to Nelson's Ranch, and now they are on their way over to the coast. They come through Ojos. I am standing at race mile 65, and it is really tore up through here. There is a lot of silt, rocks, rain ruts, gotchas. I anticipate that it's just going to be really dusty. Everyone's going to be stacked up through here. It's going to be almost impossible to pass, because if you push right now, you have a very good chance of throwing your race away. I think the smart thing to do is get through this in one piece, get to Santo Tomas, and then start opening it up from there. And that's how I think the race is going to play out.
Everyone pinging correct.
All right, so that section from Ojos to Europan, I literally just ran it a couple days ago, and it is tore up. I think Cameron was telling you how bad it was. They made some course changes because of how bad it had gotten.
Right.
The lead trophy trucks, because they're all-wheel drive, I wasn't too worried about them getting through, but I feel like I can almost guarantee at race mile 70, a trophy spec is going to get stuck, and there's going to be a bottleneck.
Interesting.
We already saw one bottleneck, and it looked like that took place the same, I think it was the same spot where there was a bottleneck at the 400 in the tight boulders there.
Oh, yeah.
It looked to me like that's where that was. It was kind of hard to tell from the in-car, because we didn't have like a drone perspective. But there are a lot of spots where it's really tight in there, and if somebody gets crossed up, gets sideways, or has a mechanical problem, then you're going to have an issue.
Yeah.
And it looked like Jurgensen was just sitting there in Davis's car, just waiting for that to clear out.
Yeah.
And he was able to make a couple passes right after that.
Okay.
So that kind of may have even worked into his favor. Because sometimes if you can get through that bottleneck and then you have that clean air gap,
yes,
you can make ground on the rest of the guys that were behind you.
Absolutely, absolutely. How were the washouts in that area?
Honestly, I felt like the washouts weren't as bad as they are sometimes, because they haven't got a lot of rain. So they weren't fresh, like square-edged ruts.
Okay.
And they raced through this exact section that direction for the 400.
Okay.
So they'd been kind of knocked down. What has happened though is just the ruts are super deep.
Really deep, okay.
And then they have two new kind of lines that they used to be lines that have now become the race course. And there's one you come over a rise, drop down into a ravine, and then it's like straight up.
Okay.
And I was pre-running in a Pro R, Razor, which is 4-wheel drive. And I kind of looked at the hill and was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it up this, because it was super silty.
Wow.
And I made it about halfway and then had to start zigzagging
to
get up this hill. So I think a 2-wheel drive, no way. You're going to have to go. Luckily, there's alternate routes around to the left there. And that's around race mile between 65 and 70.
Okay. Yeah.
So you have to really, that's why they open up the pre-running about 2 or 3 weeks before this race. You really have to do your homework if you're in the more limited classes, because there are points where you have to figure out a way to get around, or you could be stuck for a while.
For sure. I think, again, and all-wheel drive trophy truck, you're four-wheel drive, and you got horsepower.
Yeah.
So that thing can go pretty much anywhere. And the UTVs can pretty much go anywhere.
Yeah.
But your trophy specs, your power to weight ratio is not that great. You know, and a lot of those drivers are more arrive and drive guys. So your lead guys, they're going to make it through this stuff. Where I kind of think you are going to have issues is the guys that aren't as experienced, don't have a ton of time in these trucks, come down here, you know, and it's like their bucket list item. So
Yeah,
you know, they're
sure.
going to go run it, and then they park it in the middle of the race course. It just so happens you've got class 10s, the pro UTVs barreling down on you, and those guys are in a race, and you know they've got a lot riding on this. So when I raced pro UTV, it was the mid-pack to slower trophy specs were always a challenge to work your way through.
Yeah, for sure. And that's where, you know, like you said, the homework from doing the pre-run, for the newbie, it's just being familiar with the terrain. And then the next stage is like what lines to take through places to make your life easier or take risks to gain time. Then there's where's the big rocks and the big washouts.
For sure. I mean, for me, I can read the terrain for the most part. You know, you kind of want to have those notes for the gotchas in case you're in somebody's dust. But what I always wanted to know is where are alternate lines, and even if the line is slower, but I can get clean air.
Yes.
If you've got 2 or 3 vehicles stacked up on one another, sometimes you can get like a 2 or 3 for one if you can get out in some clean air and get around.
Absolutely.
So you know, I think that's what these guys are looking for. Now, as our lead trophy trucks are coming into the coast, all that's pretty one line.
Yeah.
There's not a whole lot going on there. It looked like Toby was right on Andy.
Yes.
So I'm kind of curious, can he make a move on him? It gets tough when you get out of Santo Tomas and you're heading towards the coast. It's so fast that if the vehicle in front of you has clean air, then for you to get on his bumper, it's...
Yeah, this area is like big,
It's so
fast
tough.
graded fire road.
And there's drop-offs off of corners, and so if you're pushing too hard in his dust, you could end your race right there. So I think Toby will he'll keep pressure on him, but I think it will be hard for him to make a pass on him.
Yeah, at those speeds, it's definitely very difficult.
Okay, so we're here with Brandon Walsh in a Pro UTV, and let's ride along with him, listen to his audio.
Straight. Got a hard right. Oh, no.
Are you sure? Oh, yeah, it's the green. We're supposed to go to the green, right? This is the green, right? This is where we're supposed to go.
Yeah, but
this is the green. We're supposed to be on the green.
Isn't green coming back? Oh, no, it's fine.
We're on the green, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
This is 35. This is the
Yeah.
green. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My bad.
All good.
To the left, then to the right.
Oh, this guy's really stuck.
Yeah, and that's really not a great spot either.
Oh, it's better than the last guy.
That's true. Slight left. To the right.
So we're still on the green, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think the green was the new one. We could have gone the other way, but they said, like, unless you're four-wheel drive, you're not making it. We probably would make it, but I think if they're going to give us a alternative path, we should probably take their advice.
Yeah.
Take it.
All right, somebody's behind us.
Okay. Then go, buddy.
slight right.
All right, so we could see Walsh actually pulled over right there and let somebody by. For those of you that aren't familiar with desert racing, kind of the driver etiquette is if somebody catches you, they're going faster than you, so you want to pull over and let them by. There's also push to pass, which is part of the trackers that they have in the vehicle. So when you catch someone, you can hit push to pass and you're letting them know, hey, I want by. So this is really cool. We've got in car with PJ Jones, who that's Parnelli Jones's son. And so he's got quite a family lineage there. He's running Pro Turbo in a Can-Am, and then you've got Wayne Matlock in his brand new factory Polaris RZR. So he and Kristen are debuting the new factory cars, which that's a really cool thing that's happening. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Polaris is, you know, they've been running their factory program and developing these cars. Well, they're actually making these for sale now.
Yes.
And they're going to sell them to the public. So those of you that are watching right now, if you want to get one of these, they'll be taking orders in the next year and you can get a car and then go race it.
Yeah, which is a game changer for the sport because, I mean, just like you probably both get, how do I enter? How do I do this? What should I do? And the trucks have been so sexy for so long, and there hasn't really been that stepping stone car that goes fast. Well, now we have it with the Polaris RZRs.
And that factory car is very capable.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when you have, I was just at their compound before I came up here to the studio and on my way from Ensenada, and they have almost 100 people in their crew.
Wow.
They have rented a whole kind of old hotel and restaurant that they do their own catering and everything, you know, and they're running a 4-car team. And now this is the first race with Wayne and Kristen where you have 2 other drivers in this car. Wayne's an old teammate of mine. We've raced together a ton on quads back in the day. I think we won 5 championships together. Wayne, well, just the Matlock family in general, they definitely know their way around down here. So here's Toby coming through 90. This is a really fun part of the course. I love
this part.
This is like the rally section of Baja.
Yeah.
And if you know this really well, you can just throw the car through here, rotate it through the corners. Super fun.
It's a lot of fun. This is a road, you know, when we're down here, not during a race, that's just a well-traveled road to take you to the coast, to the good surf spots, and the hostels on the beach and everything. So
yeah, Coyote Cows.
Yeah, Coyote Cows down there. Such a fun spot of Baja.
So as our Pro UTVs are kind of working towards European, he's getting into a section where there's a lot of lines, and while I was pre-running, I did a video on lines. So I think let's go ahead and take a look at that. In a minute, we'll take a look at that. For right now, let's ride along with PJ. This is that area where there's a lot of boulders, it's narrow, and there's definitely potential for bottlenecks in here. A lot of rain ruts too. Okay, I think we're ready to take a look at that video now, so let's have a look at what lines are in the Baja 1000 course. For this Score 101, let's talk about lines. Now, basically what that comes down to is on the race course, there's generally more than one way from point A to point B. When people come out here pre-running, they're always looking to have the shortest route, the smoothest, the quickest, and behind me, you can see that there are a lot of different routes that have developed here. These are more obvious, they're pretty close together. So these are just kind of alternate lines, I would say. You're not gonna gain a major advantage, but it could allow you to make a pass because you can get out of someone's dust. And that is a really key thing when trying to find select lines and then mark them into your notes, is that even if a certain line isn't faster than the race course, if you can get into clean air, it may help you make a pass. So it's always good to have those marked. And then in areas that we don't run quite as often, that's where new lines will develop and people are always kind of looking to gain an advantage. So basically lines come down to spending your time pre-running, marking the course, doing your homework, and then putting it all together on race day. That was a pretty good explanation of what the lines are there. And that area, it's not so much kind of like San Felipe will have lines that are half a mile away from each other and all over the place. Through that section, heading from Ojos to Uruapan, they're more alternate lines is what I reference to them there, because you can see them, but still if you can get out of somebody's dust, dart to one side or the other, sometimes you can make a pass.
Yeah, especially when you're on slower people, right? So having that homework is very critical to making those passes, especially early on a race like this, because then you get to pull out in front. You gain a lot of time.
Yeah, if you can, well, in the UTVs, I always felt like if I could put a 10 car between me and somebody, or a spec between me and someone else in my class,
advantage.
Those guys are hard to get by, and then I would just push as hard as I could to try to gap them out and build a cushion.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure like in the classes you were racing, it's kind of the same thing. Yeah. You know, if you can get some people between you that are holding them up,
yeah,
that's a big advantage.
Huge advantage, yeah. That's where you can make up some time.
So, you know, right here, we've got kind of like mid-pack trophy trucks, I think, coming through into Acambaro and then Uruapan. Looks like we've got a fair amount of spectators. One thing too that I noticed is this area is really growing a lot. There were some nice houses starting to be built in that area.
Yeah, well, you have that wine region right there.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of grapes being grown, and well, in Uruapan too, there's a lot of vineyards.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually really pretty going through there. It seemed like every time we were pre-running, I was like, oh, I'd love to come back and wine taste, and then I've never gone.
Yeah, that winery in Santo Tomas, it's the oldest winery, I believe, in all of Baja.
Wow.
And I want to say it's from the late 1800s.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think the wineries in that area right there are actually older than Napa and, you know, all of the wineries in California. So that's a little tidbit that I think a lot of people don't think of Mexico as having world-class wine. And just right where they're going through, there's world-class wine.
Yeah, definitely there. And just north of Ensenada, there's an extremely popular spot of wine country now in Baja.
Yeah, Valle Guadalupe.
Yeah.
All
right, so that's Lawrence's truck. Did Rossler start? Do you know? Because he's in that truck.
Oh,
right?
he is.
I think that was the Clay Lawrence truck.
I think Rossler did, because I believe that he qualified. So usually who qualifies starts.
I watched some of the qualifying live stream, but I was on the course pre-running. So I actually didn't get to sit and watch all of it. So I was getting a little caught up with that. So what's always kind of interesting to me too is how spread out things get so quickly, but it's almost like you end up with packs. You know, so you'll have like 3 or 4 vehicles that are right on one another, then they get a little space, and then another group.
Yeah.
And you know, and then so there's a Herps truck. So is that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably Ryan Arciero in that car or that truck.
This is one of the Herps. I don't see what number it is.
It'll be
just because we saw Lawrence, I don't think that's a spec truck yet. I'm going to say that that's the 19L, and I believe Arciero qualified, so he would be driving right now.
Oh, so he's driving the Herps truck then. That's Tim Herps, 19L.
Well, this is a great shot and a good example of what dust is all about down there and why clean air is such a big deal.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to lose in this terrain when you're in that dust.
Yeah, so Wayne started second UTV. I believe Hager started in front of him. So he's in someone's dust right there.
Yeah,
I doubt it's Hager. I bet it's like a slow spec or something.
We kept talking about dust in the beginning, and those trophy truck drivers had it actually really good. This is more what you're like accustomed to seeing during a race.
Yeah. So as the trophy trucks were peeling off that moist layer of dirt on top. Now the sun's up, it's almost noon, it's getting warmer, and that dust is really kicking up.
I mean, you can see the silt on their shoulders and their helmet right there.
And so that's why it's important they run these pumpers, and looks like they got the rugged pumper there, and that's an amazing system. One pumper, and you can vary the speed, so too much airflow dries out your mouth and your eyes, and having it just right. But you have that filtered air coming in the helmet, so that part's great. But you just need to be able to navigate through the dust when you can't see.
Yeah.
That was always so frustrating for me when you're in the dust like that and you're getting held back. And especially so. Say that is a slower class 10 or something, and Hager's already got by him. And now Wayne's getting held back, and you're just like, oh man, I got to get by this guy right now.
Yeah, the frustration's real, that's for sure.
So. Yeah, it's interesting to see who it is. Brock's really fast. Brock is, I don't know if you heard this, Wes, but he's going to solo this race.
Yeah. And that, having a fresh driver midway through, Brock's only 24. So, I mean, he should be able to handle this. I always say soloing the 1000 is great until it's not. So, like, if you're leading and your adrenaline's going, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
But as soon as you start having issues, then it really starts to suck.
Oh, yeah.
So, our lead trophy trucks are almost to the coast. We have another piece from there kind of showing what it's like. I think let's take a look at race mile 102. The racers are coming into one of the most iconic and beautiful sections of the Baja 1000. This is a lot of racers' favorite section of all of the races down here. You're cruising along the coastline, the views are amazing. You need to be careful that you don't look at the ocean too much and make a mistake, because there are some corners that can catch you here. For the most part, it's fairly fast, graded roads. There are a few little rocky sections. So as they've come over here, they've started off in Ojos Negros, crossed over through the mountains, over to Santo Tomas, and right here is where they hit the coast and then straddle the coastline by Rancho Tampico, Coyote Cals, and then into Arandera. And then from there, it actually turns inland for a little bit and gets a little more technical. This is all super fun and fast. It's a little rocky right here. So fairly fast section here. We're 102 miles in. Race should be kind of just starting to settle in a little bit, and there's a lot more miles to go. So we'll see you at the next stop. Okay, so we are back here. So I'm looking at the tracker. If we have the ability, it'd be awesome to go to Rob in the 83 truck, because he is literally, according to the tracker, right in that section that we just saw. And that's definitely one of my favorite areas when you're going down the coast right there.
Oh yeah.
It's really fun because, again, you can rotate through some of those corners and you've just got the ocean right there.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. But if we stay here, we might see Cameron go through.
Nobody wants to see that.
Maybe one of us.
So, Cameron, did he end up qualifying as the first two-wheel drive truck?
He did.
Right?
Yeah, first two-wheel drive.
That's kind of that's his spot.
It is his spot.
He's always the #1 two-wheel drive truck.
I know. Can't wait to see what he does when he's in an all-wheel drive.
Yeah, for sure.
Or four-wheel drive, right?
So here we have Toby. We just saw the coast, and he is right in that section.
And Alan is right in that section.
Yeah, here's Alan hitting your spot coming down the hill to the coast here.
Yeah, so that should be where he makes that left and goes down that line. I think he's a couple hundred yards away from it. It's right here. Yep, that's right where we were staying.
Yeah,
when we shot that.
What a beautiful day too. The weather seems perfect for racing. The little bit of wind.
I think if I was racing, I would like a little more wind. Can't have enough wind.
Yeah, you can't have enough wind.
Yeah, and you really see the dust
because it's kind of hanging
these
there.
trucks. Yeah. At least they got that onshore flow, so it's just blowing the dust right into the side of the mountains there.
Yeah.
I want to see later on what the weather is going to be like down by Catavina.
Oh yeah.
Because generally whenever we race through there, the dust just hangs and it's nighttime and it's horrible because you can't see anything. So hopefully there's a little bit of wind. Well, if you're leading, you probably want no wind at all, but everybody else wants a little bit of wind.
Yeah. So where's Alan at? Let's look and see. He seems to be...
That was right at 102.
102, okay.
So he's, probably 103 now.
He's
and then
still
what place?
Fourth on the road, I think.
I think so, yeah.
And he's got Ricky Johnson pretty close behind him too.
Yeah. Now I think...
No, Tavo, then Ricky.
That means he passed RJ and Gus's vehicle.
Correct.
And then Tavo's on Alan right now. They're really close to each other.
Yeah, we've been talking about it today. We knew, I mean, he's been really aggressive, but it seems like in a good way.
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes.
So Lofton's lost a couple positions, right?
I think he has, and he's gonna Ironman this race.
Yeah. He may kind of be going tortoise in the hare.
Yeah.
Or he maybe had a flat, had a slow change. I saw when Toby did that tire change in a minute basically. He only lost one position. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
And he's right up there. He's running strong.
And so he had, because when I saw that, we saw a McMillan truck go by. So he would have passed Andy and then lost that position back, right? Is that what you guys saw?
I didn't catch that part. Somehow I missed that.
Because for sure when he parked, a McMillan truck went by, but both the McMillan trucks started ahead of him. So he had to have made a pass.
There was a trophy truck pulled over. Or a trophy truck or...
A spec maybe, yeah.
Yeah, probably a spec because they were fist
Travis
pumping.
Williams right here, 277.
So he blew a corner.
Yeah, so he's off the side of the road here. And
could just be a flat though. He might have pulled off. What do you think?
They look like they're at an angle.
Yeah.
And there's a bush.
They didn't look good.
I don't think he meant to park right there.
No.
I'm just guessing, but that kind of looks like he blew a corner to me. Okay, I think we have somebody cool coming through here.
Oh, awesome. There's the hubs.
Right. Cameron looking good there.
Smooth. Sounds good.
You know, this race, I think attrition's going to play a major factor. So the two-wheel drive truck, you've got less moving parts and less things to break than a four-wheel drive. So, maybe that kind of plays into Cameron's favor.
I like the glass half full thought process there. Yeah, and Cameron has Dave Mason racing with him. Dave hasn't raced, to my knowledge, hasn't raced trophy trucks before. He has more experience in buggies, but I think that he's going to do really well.
Yeah, I feel like the buggy guys, when they hit the truck, they get to really accelerate. Like, they do a really good job. But back to that 1600 philosophy, they're just controlling chaos all day, and then you get in the truck and you're sitting on the couch, and as they call them, country clubbers.
Yeah.
You're going a lot faster, feeling like you're going slower, and everything becomes much smoother. You just have to be able to navigate the extra weight, and that's the tough part.
I actually ran into Dave at the top of Fred's tractor trail and did a little interview with him, and we were kind of talking about how pre-running had been going, and he'd been preparing for the race.
I heard that Fred's tractor trail is no joke.
The whole race course is no joke. Fred's tractor trail, it's rocky, but it's, in my opinion, it's not that much worse than some of the other areas. You're kind of picking your way through it, so it's not as tore up. To me, that area west of the one, like in Guayaquil, from Guayaquil to Cataviña, there's a ton of lines, a lot of silt. I think that's where this race may be won or lost. So
yeah.
we'll see, because I think
Cameron
most of this
talked
stuff,
about that
most of this
too.
stuff right now, all these guys know it. It's going to be hard for them to make a pass. So I anticipate the leaders in almost every class kind of holding position for the most part. And then as we start kind of getting into the night, getting down south, then I think things might start happening.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm noticing here, so Justin Davis with Kyle Jurgensen driving is around Brendan Gaughan, but he's the first spec truck at mile 71, and it looks like there's a bunch of trucks bunched up at, looks like mile 67. So, I mean, that's
that hill.
That's the silt
So
hill, right?
that's the hill where you go down the ravine and then up, that I said the spec trucks were going to have problems.
Yeah, so these guys are, the second truck is at, just behind, so mile 68.8, and you got mile 72, and then looks like Beal at 70. So Kyle's got about a 2 or 3 mile lead, which is about 3 or 4 minutes of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Travis Davis was
that
at
plays
0
into the
miles
bottleneck
per
that we
hour.
saw though, where Jurgensen got through.
Travis Williams.
Yes.
It shows Travis Williams at 67.10 miles per hour. I don't know, maybe it will update, but that might be the area.
So let's look at our pro motos here. We have our leaders. First place is Justin Morgan on the 7X, followed by Arturo Salas on the 11X, and then Holt on 15X. And they are, well, I guess it's only a 15-minute lead is what we're showing at race mile 401. But we got word from John Griffin that the leader is actually past 470. So at 401, that is right where they hit the speed zone and take the highway for 70 miles up to the entrance to Matomi. And that's, this is about 15 minutes ago, we got word that Justin Morgan was through there. And he was 16 minutes ahead of the 11X at that point. And Justin Morgan was on the 7X with Carter Klein on the 11X.
So for those of you who aren't totally familiar with this, that's theCio Cortez side, and that's below San Felipe. But that's where they start making their way north on theCio Cortez side.
Yeah, and then looking at the actual tracker, has Justin Morgan's at mile 532 8 minutes ago. So he's probably at 540. And 1 minute ago, Eric Holt was at 508. So there's a 30-mile lead between 7X and 15X if you were to have it update the tracker from 8 minutes ago on Justin Morgan.
So apparently 11X's tracker isn't working.
Oh, okay.
And he is in second from what I'm hearing on the ground. And so I think we have 7X, 11X, 15X is what I'm hearing from the ground.
How close?
And it's about a 16-minute gap.
Yeah. Is anyone telling you how close 11X is to 7X?
16 minutes.
16 minutes.
16 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so he hasn't tracked in an hour and 55 minutes, so his tracker's definitely not working.
Yeah.
And so they're working their way through the washes. When you go out of that speed zone, you go up Morelia, and then they're coming down Osfuere, right?
Yeah.
And then it's 7X. He's getting pretty close to Morelia Junction, and I'm thinking that would be a spot where you would maybe do a rider change.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people will be pitting there.
Mm-hmm.
I also see the 1X tracking on the highway, not on course, so he's definitely out of the race, unfortunately. And
yeah,
you know, glad it's just a broken wrist because it could be much worse, and we don't like hearing that.
Absolutely.
So, all right, well, it's time for a little commercial break here, pay some bills. So let's take a look at that, and you know, we can kind of watch some of these trackers while we're doing that. Cool.
Sounds great.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
One of the things I really like about technology now is with all the amazing SCORE fans that are out on the race course, they get some great shots, and they've been posting those to social media. So let's have a look at those. Okay, so those were some pretty cool clips there. That truck that we saw where it wasn't supposed to be sitting was our co-worker there, Rat Salt. So Rat, what are you doing? You're supposed to be on the course, buddy. Come on. You're letting us down.
We need him back in commentating.
Yeah.
That just shows Baja right there. I mean, when you're blocking the course, you're going to
remember,
get moved.
we were in that in-car with Wayne Matlock, and I was talking about, hey, he's in somebody's dust. It's probably a slower 10 car or a spec. And then we saw a shot of him. We've got another shot where I think he had a little issue. So let's take a look at that.
This is where when they're in the silt, you just can't see and you get off course.
Yeah, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on there. I think he may have been stuck in a bottleneck or something and then tried to get around someone.
Oh, is that what happened?
And then maybe fell into a ravine or something, or a ditch.
Yeah, that is a possibility. It does look like he's lost a few positions.
Yeah,
Wayne was running in
that 10 car looked like it went back by him.
Yeah, and he was running in second on the road behind Brock, and now he's dropped back to at least fourth on the road. So he's probably really frustrated. And I had a similar situation happen to me one time. I made the mistake of chasing down someone in the dust, but I didn't know there was actually two cars ahead of me, and the second car ahead of me made a mistake, and so then it caused me to get stuck in some sand.
So we're with the Ford Bronco team here with Brad Lovell, and let's take a look at what they have going on.
It's like a rock cut up there?
Is that kind of Ojos area? I don't think you're supposed to be parked like that.
Yeah, it's definitely not good.
Not good if you can see under the hood, right? He's around race mile 34 and a half. So he's just leaving Ojos.
Yeah, I think that was that field that's right before you get into the boulders. It's just south of Ojos.
I will say Wayne Matlock 0 minutes ago is going 24.7 miles an hour, so it looks like he got going.
Yeah, I think they just got stuck. So we're on board here with Lauren Healy in one of the other Ford factory vehicles. Is he in the Bronco?
Ranger Raptor, maybe?
Or is he in the Ranger Raptor?
Yeah. And Lauren, I mean, if you know who he is from the rock crawling world and the Fun Haver, I was just out at the SEMA show with him drifting around the Optima parking lot.
Yeah.
And man, he is so exciting to watch in that all-wheel drive Ultra 4 vehicle, smoking 40-something inch tires on the asphalt. And such a fun guy. And right now it's like, and I've been in his position racing stock vehicles, and it's kind of like watching paint dry compared to what we're used to racing.
Right.
But it is very challenging because they are stock vehicles, and you're going through this gnarly terrain.
I think it's really cool to have Ford involved as well, and really going out there and proving the capabilities of their stock vehicles.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's why, I mean, Ford's product's been absolutely amazing.
You know, I mean, what better way to make a statement of the strength and durability of your products than to do the score races, and especially the Baja 1000.
Yeah,
absolutely. I have a Ford Bronco and I love it.
Yeah. Well, and that's why companies like Ford, Polaris with their factory program, there's been through the years so many different companies that come down to Baja and race in races like this just to showcase the capabilities of their products.
Yeah, and it's really important. I mean, that's how Camberg's founded, is off of their product winning on vehicles, and you have faith that the product's going to hold up. And same with the auto manufacturers. They're learning a lot about the Bronco right now with the hood off of it, and they're going to put that into the vehicle we buy.
Yeah, it trickles down to the public over time.
Yeah, so sometimes you win, sometimes you have some problems that you figure out, and it's definitely helping their engineering team.
This is a cool shot with Dallas Luttrell from the helicopter, and that's heading to the coast. Again, I call this kind of a rally section where you're doing it's graded roads. It's gotten more grooved up than it used to be. It used to be really flat, and you could really slide your car or truck through the corners. Now the corners have gotten more worn in to where you're kind of railing through them.
And a lot of these trails, I mean, the pre-running's really been burning in the trail, and we haven't had rain. Usually the last few years we've had hurricanes bring some substantial rain through these areas.
It was really dry out there, so I think dust is going to play a major part in how this race plays out for a lot of classes. And I mean, we saw that with Wayne Matlock right there.
Oh, so they're coming up on someone.
So it looks like we got a down vehicle there.
Oh.
UTV on its side.
3965.
Yeah, it's a stock. It's a pro stock UTV getting passed by a stock Ford.
Yeah, and this shows you, if you're in a wider vehicle, you're probably not getting by that so easily, and that's what creates these bottlenecks sometimes.
I was curious who flipped over. Might be Steve Drew, if that was 3966. I couldn't tell if it was 65 or 66. I think it was Steve Drew.
So with Lauren, looks like his feed froze up there. That is race mile 70, so the Urupan area. We've got specs filtering through here right now. Looks like the coastal truck there. I saw Coastal was doing a lot of pre-running while we were down there. Kept running into those guys.
It's fun when you're pre-running how you kind of get in a pattern of running into the same people.
Yeah, generally there's only a few ways to kind of break it up. And so I mean, we did Ensenada to San Quintin, San Quintin to Catavina, Catavina to San Felipe to Ensenada. And that's, I think, how a lot of teams broke it up. So if you were traveling together, I ran into the Matlocks a bunch, Rob Mack and Caden, everybody was out there.
We were talking about Caden earlier. Was he excited for the race?
You were talking about how calm Caden is.
Yeah.
And I think he kind of has that same demeanor as his dad, where he does a good job of keeping things in perspective and not letting the moment become too big for him, in my opinion. And I think that's been ingrained in him from his dad.
Yeah.
I literally asked him, I was like, hey, what, you've won 4 in a row. This is gonna be 5, right? If you win this. And he's like, we don't count. And I was like, okay, all right. So they said basically the McCachran family, they don't count their wins. And it's like, yeah, okay.
So could be a little bit superstitious there. If
Possibly.
You count your wins, then maybe you're going to give yourself bad luck.
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the thought there, is just, and I think it's also when you do win, act like, I mean, you have the mentality of you expected yourself to win, and you belong there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you're not surprised that you won.
Yeah.
So as we got the trophy specs filtering through here at race mile 70, let's take another commercial break.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly lead one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear socket. Wow, this is beautiful. It rides really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
Okay, so we're back and we are at race mile 135, and that dust right there should be our lead trophy truck. You can see the helicopter over him, and according to the tracker, that is Rob Mack in the 83, teamed up with Luke McMillan.
Yeah, this is exciting because we're getting another focal point at race mile 135, and we'll get to see all the trophy trucks come through here.
This is a really fast section. I mean, he's probably, it gets rocky right where he's at there, but prior to that, he was probably doing 100 plus, I would bet.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
and
easy.
And then it gets really fast. You drop down this hill. They keep you, I think that's a red line there, which red lines are areas where you can't go onto the graded road. So you have to kind of stay on the trail, which is what he's doing, because they want to keep you off the rancher's road there.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's going to drop down this hill. It's kind of silty towards the bottom, and then it's really fast after that.
And then they make that big turn.
If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a silt pocket not too
Yeah,
much further ahead, right?
Yeah, kind of down at the base of this. And then they zigzag through this ranch down at the bottom. He's gonna make like a 90 left and then followed by a 90 right. Then it'll kind of open up into a long sweeping left. You should kind of see that here. So he's gonna be making a 90 left. Goes through this ranch, or next to it, makes a 90 right. Kind of a little bit of a chicane, and then it's a real high speed sweeping left up a hill. And a lot of times there's pits up in that area. I know BFG likes to pit there, but I don't know if we're a little early for a pit for these guys, or I mean, might be getting kind of close for some fuel here.
Yeah, I'm curious too, where is Rob and Luke gonna do their driver change? You know, because you either need to do it before you cross over to the Sea Cortez, which is what, race mile 3.
I think a lot of guys are doing it between 400 and 470 in that speed zone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a spot that makes sense for me.
Yeah.
Is to do that there. There's a
Yeah.
Brenthal truck making a pass. Is Abdali driving that truck?
And I'm pretty sure these all-wheel drive trucks could go over 200 miles now before a fuel stop and tires.
So he'll probably go, you know, kind of San Quintin area then.
That's what I'm thinking.
Before you turn and head inland, like that'll probably be our first major pit area.
Yeah, maybe over at check 1 is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was checking right now to see. I'm trying to remember where BFG 1 is.
Yeah, and then back to the bikes, it looks like 7X has
Well, so BFG 1 it's just north of Colonet, which is like race mile 145.
Okay.
So they showed EJ. Are we in car now? Oh no, this is Thor. Okay,
Yeah,
I knew it was one of the Hertz.
We're in car with Thor. He's riding someone's dust here. I'm gonna say it's probably another trophy spec.
Yeah, it really shows you too. There's so much traffic with all these guys. They're all bunched up on each other. And, I mean, you could be sitting in that dust for hours.
This is close together here.
Yeah, who is this? Is this?
I think that's Toby's truck. It looks like to me. Because I think that's a quad lock, right?
This is 135. So gosh, it seems like Toby would have already come.
This should be second and third place, I think.
Okay.
I'm wondering, did Toby get by?
I think he might have gotten around Dan.
Yeah. Well, Andy's driving, but because that looks like the quad lock truck, not a McMillan. Yeah. Yep.
There we go.
So I believe then that means that Toby would have made a pass on Andy in his second physical, and that should be Andy right there.
Yeah, and then close behind them is going to be Alan and Pudia.
And
what are we
Walser,
showing on tracker? Have you guys looked at that?
Or it could be Walser, actually.
Yeah, Walser's right there too. So it's hard to tell because his hasn't updated for me.
Well, and Ray is a good shoe in there, so I mean he can hold pace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's really fast.
This is where they make the 90 right, and then head up into that sweeper. So that's Walser, right?
I believe so.
I think so. Gets a little pixelated, but it looks like his color scheme.
Yeah, pretty sure here that's who that was. And then this is maybe Alan?
Yep. Yes, that's Alan.
So what, we got like 4 trucks that are stacked up right now.
Oh yeah.
They're just right out of one another's dust.
But I think Alan's behind
Walser.
Huh. I show him on the tracker as being further ahead than Walser though.
Yeah, I think Walser's.
Oh, his hasn't updated.
Yeah.
It's really tricky.
I mean, these guys are going well over 100 miles an hour.
With BFG, the BFG 1 being at just north of Colonet at race mile 145, we should be seeing some pits here pretty soon.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed.
There's Tavo, like these guys are so close together right now.
Yeah.
They're so close.
You could see people passing each other in the pits if there's any mistakes made in the pit.
For sure.
And one thing I noticed is how windy it is. The wind's blowing off the course pretty quick, and if you looked at that farm, you can see all the coverings flapping around in the wind.
And I think that is lending itself to why these guys are so close together, because you don't have to lay off and hang back because of dust. Yeah. If the wind is blowing it away, look at the trees right there. There's definitely some pretty good wind out there right now.
Yeah, I was looking at one of my weather apps, and it looks like the wind's blowing 20 miles an hour, so that's helping these guys for sure.
That's huge. You could see it blew the dust off the course almost immediately.
Yeah, but if there wasn't wind, that would just be like driving through fog. It would just be lingering.
Yeah, and that silt pocket that's just past 135 would be a bigger challenge than I'm sure it is. I don't know if they're going through it though. Did you go through it when you were pre-running?
And then
through which?
I'd just be prepared to
silt pocket you're talking
about?
Past 135.
A second if we need to.
So we got Brandon Walsh here. Looks like they're stopped.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
It's never good if the driver.
See if we can hear them say something here. It's nice of them to clean the camera for us there so we get a good shot of them.
Yeah, makes a big difference.
Well, Brandon's always opening his visor, so look how dusty his glasses and his nose are.
Yeah.
It's all in his
So it looks like he started off with that shield. Usually I wear that shield with clear glasses. And the reason why I go clear is because if I ever damage my shield, I still have something to protect my eyes. But I love those tinted lenses because I don't have to wear the sunglasses. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always like to wear amber, like heat waves that are like a wraparound style. And then if you're in a really slow technical section and you get hot, you can open your shield.
Absolutely.
And then get some air. And then the amber you can actually wear at night too, and it doesn't really bother you. But because if you wear sunglasses, then those are kind of too dark and you have to switch to clear.
And that's why I think he's got his visor flipped up, because he's got sunglasses and that iridium coated visor. Which on like those, you know, hot sunny days that are long, I would do that. And then on a Baja race like this, I'd probably,
you know, at least Brandon was being safe and he wasn't texting and driving. He pulled over and stopped to text. So you know, I commend him on doing that. Good job being safe there, Brandon. I just think you shouldn't be texting during a race, though.
Yeah.
Poor guy. It's not good if he's having to send a text message.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, buddy.
And here you can see, it looks like maybe moisture falling, so it's probably raining down there. So it is cloudy, yeah. So you got Lauren Healy up in the mountains there, and that's why it's not as dusty.
And this is still heading into Urupan.
Yes.
The slower classes, they haven't even gotten over the coast yet.
Because you originally marked that the first time we pre-ran this.
Here we are with Lauren Healy. Definitely getting some rain there. I am watching this battle with the trophy trucks, and coming into Colonet, you have, you know, there might be a little bit of a gap here depending on how long it's been since they pinged, but I'm going to say you have 6 trophy trucks within 3 miles of each other. That's a race.
It is.
It is a race.
And one of the interesting things is looking at the actual timing through mile 67. Tavo on time at 1:23:40, Allen at 1:24, Toby at 1:24, and Dan McMillan at 1:25. So on corrected time, there are actual different leaders. Luke McMillan sitting in 6th at almost 1:26. So that's 2 minutes and 20 seconds off from Tavo. So even though Tavo's behind him, he's ahead of him on time at mile 67. Obviously, there's a long race to go, but it just shows that positioning on track physically isn't necessarily where you are on timing.
Correct. Yeah, I think this early on into the race, I wouldn't even worry about corrected time. I would just be trying to maintain track position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I said 6 trucks. We actually have 7 because Ricky Johnson is not that far off of Tavo. So you really have 6 trophy trucks and 1 trophy legend that are very, very close to one another right now.
Yeah, and that's, you know, these guys are running kind of that sprint pace right off the go.
So we're going to see if Heidi can actually bring this up and we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, trophy trucks.
Yeah, so if you can kind of show us here where we have the 7 trucks all bunched together.
Yeah, so you can see, so Luke's, actually Rob's driving, hasn't updated in 2 minutes, but it should update. Here we go. There's, oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, Luke's didn't update again.
Yeah.
So we got Toby. I would imagine Rob's still out front, then Dan, then Mike Walser, Alan Ampudia, Tava Villadosula, and then Gus Villadosula. His dad probably let him pass him nicely.
And they should be right at BFG Pit 1.
Yeah, they're getting
I would
right on
anticipate
Highway 1
we're going to start seeing some pit stops here. And we might see a little bit of a shuffle in track position if anybody has a slow pit versus a fast pit here. because they're 30 seconds apart.
Yeah, and this would, I would think, be more of a fuel stop than doing tires and fuel. So maybe we'll see someone splashing more than doing full pits, but the two-wheel drive trucks will probably be doing tires and fuel.
Yeah. So we have a BFG pit video. Let's take a look at that and show what these guys are gonna be doing. Okay. Okay, so we're coming back to our leader right here. And that's still Rob Mack holding it down. This is just north of Colonet. He's gone through the bridge. And that's where you make that 90, and that's a really silty corner. And now you're in some sand whoops into Colonet Wash, and then heading towards Cuatros Casas and Shipwrecks, basically.
Yes.
Wow. Another fun area to race through or adventure trip through.
And bring your surfboard.
Yeah.
and fishing pole.
Yeah, it's a great spot right here.
It's pretty right there.
When we were pre-running, we did some berm roof shots right there. That right-hander is perfect for those.
Oh,
I saw a few teams did that. Okay, so let's have a look at BFG pits.
As the teams navigate the demanding terrains of SCORE International races, the BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a natural extension of their tire expertise. For the Baja 1000, there will be 6 BF Goodrich pits strategically positioned on the course. One of the most impressive aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is its efficient performance. In a race where every second is crucial, their pit crews excel in quickly changing tires, refueling, and addressing mechanical issues, minimizing team downtime. BF Goodrich's race and tire support is an indispensable asset to the teams competing in SCORE International off-road racing. In a competition that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast assistance.
Okay, so that's, BFG, they've been doing that pit support for quite a while down here, and it's pretty awesome to have that. I think it's a huge advantage. I always liked having their pit book because it had all the access points. That was, prior to all the GPS, that was huge.
Massive. I remember getting those pit books back in the day, even I wasn't on the BF Goodrich tires back then. And wow, what an advantage with the pitting.
So here we have Toby. He's coming to these whoops. He's going to make, this is the cool roof shot right here. So let's see if he blows up this corner. Not too bad. Still cool though. And then now he's going to hit more sand whoops and be going down Colonet Wash.
Yeah, so there's those 2 lines right there.
I think I heard earlier that he is going to do a driver change. I think it was around race mile 180, and they're actually going to flip-flop back and forth.
Interesting.
I spoke with Toby and Paul at Contingency yesterday.
Yeah, what did they say?
So Paul told me he was getting in at Urupan, but they didn't want to let the cat out of the bag on that one because they didn't want people pushing to get by them. So I think they've already done one driver change, if that's what played out. So now I think Toby's in the car now for a while.
Okay.
And that's where we may have seen that pass.
Oh, you think Paul started?
So I'm getting texted right now. Fish District said Paul is driving right now. They changed at Santo Tomas.
Okay, yeah, so Toby had to start, so it would have, because he qualified.
Okay.
So it would have been Toby to there, then Paul's in right now, and then Toby's going to be getting back in at a undisclosed location.
Yes.
You can keep us in suspense.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to say it till they do it. But I gotta keep my secrets with these guys so they'll give us the lowdown.
What do you think about that strategy, though?
I thought it. I don't like changing that quickly because you could lose track position, and but so far it seems to be working for them, and Paul's doing a great job because he's ahead of Andy. And I think he made a pass on it. Okay, so
there's that turn.
So Tavo
Yeah,
actually blew up the corner. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting when you watch the two-wheel drive trucks go through there as well. You'll get some really impressive roosts.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I got a nice shot of Sean Geiser going through there while we were pre-running.
That would be good. He had a really awesome qualifying run.
Yeah.
Obviously, he must have had some really sneaky lines though, because he got
penalized for one. Yeah. And he still got second after a 10-second penalty. So that means, I mean, he threw it down.
Yeah, he did.
So the lead trophy trucks.
This should be Ricky Johnson, I think.
Yeah, but you got
Gus's truck.
Luke McMillan passing 251X on a bike right now. So now the trucks are catching the bikes. So maybe this guy in the bike needs to pull over and let these guys
Yeah, I was
by.
going to say, if you started at 2 in the morning last night and you're getting caught at Colonet.
Yeah, that's not a good pace.
Maybe go back and eat some tacos and throw a couple cold ones down.
Call it a day.
Call it a race, yeah.
Yeah, that's...
Otherwise, you're going to have a very, very long day, and you better have your head on a swivel.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few bikes on course still just right ahead of them at mile like 200. So they're going to start to catch those guys.
Here's some of our UTVs are coming through 70 now. With all of these spectators here, and especially like that Colonet wash, I've seen where they've dug some ditches and things across. While I was down there pre-running, we have a little piece talking about booby traps. So let's take a look at that. One of the things that a lot of people talk about in racing in Baja is booby traps. So behind me is an example. You can see they've built a jump and then they've actually put tires that funnel you into that jump. This is pretty obvious to see. Other things that I've seen happen have been telephone poles, ditches dug across, piles of rocks, kind of you name it, you'll kind of come across it down here. So you got to be on your toes. One thing as a racer that I always look for is if a spectator, or there's a lot of spectators around one area, then they're probably there for a reason. So they might be there to watch you crash. So you want to be aware of that and be careful. You can actually see we got a truck coming right now. It's going to hit this jump. So if that was a little bit steeper and he wasn't ready for that, that could be catastrophic. You want to be on your toes and be ready. So that's kind of what a booby trap is. And this is Score 101. Here's our leaders for the Pro Moto Unlimited. Justin Morgan at race mile 525 is our leader still on the 7X, followed by Arturo Salas in the 11X, and then Eric Holt 15X. And looks like 7X has almost a 20-minute lead. That's pretty solid right there. I would think that they're pretty happy with that. What do we got here? So that's someone we know, I think.
The number 16.
That just looks like a normal pit.
Rear tires and fuel, and off they go.
Oh, see, I jumped to conclusions
So
too
exactly
quickly.
like Jerry was saying, the two-wheel drives, they're going to take rear tires. And that's because with more wheel spin, they're burning off their tires.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, I mean, Cameron's probably the lead two-wheel drive truck on course right now, and you can see in the turns how much more the back end of the truck's floating out. So you're using those rear tires almost like a boat prop in the ocean, right? So they're just spinning through those turns, and you wear them out pretty quickly. Where the all-wheel drive trucks, they get so much traction. All that energy, all the horsepower gets put to the ground, so they get better fuel mileage and get a lot more mileage out of those tires.
Yeah, you just have a lot less wheel spin.
Absolutely.
I do like the pace he's running. I feel like he's just been running consistently and calculated. I like that. So hopefully that plays out well.
And Cameron's not that far back.
He's not.
You know, he's about 10 miles off of our leaders right now.
Yeah, and I think he's about 10th on the road. I think he started about 18th or 19th.
I guess maybe he's a little bit more than that, because I'm showing Rob is at 157, so he's almost.
But if he's 18th off the line, that's about 20 minutes, and he's about 25 minutes off the leader. So I don't think he's too far off the pace. Like I said, it's like your time is based on when you start and when you finish, not the positioning.
Yeah, and he'll have less of a disadvantage now, where it's more opened up along the course. The two-wheel drive can stay versus in that earlier section where the all-wheel drives have a huge advantage.
Yeah.
So here's a shot of a helicopter. We have an injured motorcycle rider that is getting picked up at race mile 280, and hopefully nothing too serious there, but getting taken out. I haven't gotten word exactly what that injury was, but this is where you get into the BAJA cactus.
Yeah.
Which is so cool. I love when you go south of El Rosario and you start to get into the BAJA and the big cardones, and it's such a different look than the terrain in the Ensenada area.
Absolutely. And one of the Baja trips we did, Cameron Steele organized, what was it, when the hurricane, Baja Relief, I forget what we called it, but then he was explaining that this cactus, when you start to get down there, it's like the inspiration for Dr. Seuss in his books. So that's where that comes from.
Yeah, we always called them Dr. Seuss trees.
Yes.
That's
the BAJA trees, right?
What they came from, yeah.
Oh, did you see that local?
That local, yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes as a racer, especially if you're the lead truck, you experience this. There's a local going the opposite way on the course. And
so he's right at Cuatro Casas right here.
Yes.
So those of you that surf, just to the right of that truck is a pretty nice little surf break. And they actually have a pool you can skate in too.
Oh, they made a pool there. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
And then just south of that is Shipwrecks. And when we first started going down there, it was a pretty substantial ship, and now it's kind of rusted away to hardly anything.
Yeah, it's disintegrating, but it's a great place to take pictures.
Yeah, and Punta Colorado.
We were talking about silt. There's a lot of silt in that little area.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you saw so many lines, because it gets really chewed up. I think a lot of guys, there's a smoother road, which is what Rob took, that is on the west side of that as you're going southbound. I think most guys will kind of take that line. The further you get east, it gets deeper and deeper silt and deeper whoops. Okay, so there's our roost corner.
Yeah, yeah.
He got that pretty good.
He was kicking up some dust.
And was that the two-wheel drive, the concrete motorsports truck?
That looked like concrete, but that's actually a Mason.
Oh, they have a new Mason, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's their new Mason.
Yeah, with Thompson and Lettner in it.
Yeah.
So that's
160.
Toby, and he should be making a hard right and then heading towards Cuatro Casas, I believe. This right's going to come up right here. You got to go, so that road's right there, but they make you go to a VCP a little deeper, and then you're just going to make beyond a 90 right and then come straight at us.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it doesn't freeze up. Still though, this is so see, he's going over that road that I was talking about.
Yeah.
If he would have kept going straight, that's where you get in the whoops. Coming here, it gets really silty, and then you're onto a graded road, and that's the preferred line through here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The other way's a little straighter, but it's really whooped out and silty.
Yeah, it makes great video footage, but it's not great for racing because you don't really want to take chances. These trucks are so capable, though, but
again, that used to kind of be a line because they would mark the race course over to the. So Jose G and all the guys that mark the courses, they always drive me crazy because you come up with lines and then they make it the race course the next race. Mm-hmm. And it's like you work so hard to gain these little advantages here and there.
Yeah.
And then Next thing you know, it's the race course. We just handed it to everybody. Let's hear what he has to say.
Shut up, left side, you cut right through. Hug left side. Left 4. Set up again, left side, G out, right 4. Good speed. Go. Straight long. Fast, right 5, left 5. All straight. Left 5 long. All right. Straight through. Straight through, nothing. Right 5, stay fast. Cross the right line. Stay fast. Sorry. Up here. Little kicker. Straight, middle line, straight long. Straight long, long. Right line. Cut left 5 through. Good. Straight long. Right line, small G out. Straight long, long. Right 6, straight through. Right 6, straight through. Straight long, long. Straight long, long. All clear. Straight through. Straight through, nothing. Little roller, good to go, go. Then right 5 long. Set. Right 5 long. Then the scooters. Right 5 at Y. Right 5 at Y. Right 5. Right 5. Yep. Then narrows. Left 5 over. Good. Wash out on the left. Left 4. Right 3 long. Left 3 sweep, tightens. Left 3 sweep at Y.
Steve to Joe, do you copy? Steve?
Right 3 long, stay right line. Cutting right, see it. All the way up, speed zone coming.
Okay, so that was on board with Paul Wheel driving the quad lock truck, and now we're on board with Alan and Pudia. That was pretty cool to hear him calling that. And those guys are flat out hauling the mill. They're, you know, I was thinking they were going somewhere between 100 and 120 miles an hour. And I think, Jerry, you looked and he was pinging at 109.
I saw 132 at one point.
Oh, you did?
A little bit after the point we were talking, yeah. I mean, imagine the intensity in that cab of that truck. I mean, in the focus. You have to be so focused to be on point.
So he's going by shipwrecks right here.
Yeah.
And he's in dust.
In dust, yeah.
So who is Alan behind right now? Is that Walser that he's behind?
I think he's, Walser, just 0 and 0. So he
is right on him. We might have a pass. So this is going to get super sketchy because as soon as you clear shipwrecks and you're heading south and you're in the dust, it is super fast, but there's a couple washouts there that will end your day.
Okay.
I mean, like, might be the last thing you ever do if you wadded up in one of these. Like, it's that bad.
Wow.
So Alan's going to have, I mean, I'm sure he's got him marked, but man, he's got to be, he can taste that pass and he's right there, but don't throw it away. Don't hit one of those ruts.
Here's an interesting angle because you could see Alan behind him.
He is on him. This is so awesome to see.
Are they in a speed zone though? That's what I wonder.
Well, I think it's a speed zone right there, but they're going to clear out of it.
Yeah.
I see some pit crews. It would make sense to have a speed zone right there. You are right against the residents.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got all the people that...
And it's just a couple mile stretch of a village.
Yeah, they're just right by Camelot there.
He should be clearing it any second, I think. Yeah, so Walser's no longer in a speed zone right there. And that should be Ray still driving the Walser truck. I doubt that they've done a driver change yet. So this is some of the, that was one of the gotchas right there that he just went through. And this is what's going to be, I'd love to see Imputia's view of this.
Well,
to see if he makes a push
you see
in his dust.
Red light
okay,
flashing.
So he's laying off his
right?
dust just enough. Because this is one of the sketchiest sections in my opinion. Like right there, you can see how narrow that was, where there's a washout on either side. If you drop a wheel in that, you're for sure tearing a corner off the car. And at these speeds, you're probably going to be barrel rolling for a couple 100 yards.
Yeah. Or
ouch.
Falling in the ocean. I think Mark Post went in the ocean around here, if I remember correctly, when they came back to the coast.
I think it was a little north of here.
Little north, yeah.
So he's probably doing $130 right now. It's when things happen real fast. So there's enough dust right there that there's no way Alan can push through that, in my opinion. There's a VCP in that corner. Walser's, you make that 90 left, he's about to make a 90 right here. And then it'll go straight again for a little bit. That's like a little zigzag you do. What is the blinking red light on?
Someone behind?
So is that the push to pass light?
Or is I was kind of wondering.
Or is it speed zone light, but they're not in a speed zone.
They're definitely not in a speed zone.
He's in dust though. Is he trying to?
That could have just been somebody. Oh, it was a danger. He just went through that big dip.
Okay.
So that's what that was, is it was just letting him know, hey, don't go into the ravine right here.
So is that scores markings?
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
And you have parallel lines running next to each other, but they're basically the same, and there's just not.
And then strategically, whenever it is really windy, you always take the far right if the wind's
you want to
coming
be
from
on the
right.
upwind side of the course wherever you can be.
These lead trophy trucks are only about a mile apart.
Yeah, the pitting's going to get really tight when that happens. I think we're getting close to it.
Yeah,
well, and
it'll be exciting.
With the McMillan team, you've got two trucks that are the same team, and they got to. They share pits. I think they have 2 spots for them.
They must.
But that's not the ideal situation to have 2 trucks in your pit at one time. You know, ideally, you'd like to have all hands on deck on each truck.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But I'm guessing they have a strategy for that because they're going to fully expect to be both running in the top tier of the trophy trucks.
Yeah. Well, and after qualifying, they knew that was going to be the situation.
Mm-hmm.
This is a cool part of the course because you zigzag through here. He's about to make a 90 right and then drop down onto right next to the beach. And then you run in the sand on the beach for a second there. There's a little bit of a water crossing that you have to go through. It's coming up in a couple hundred yards here. He'll turn and head towards the coast.
I mean, that's one thing that's so cool about off-road racing in Baja. You don't even get to drive your truck on the beach in, California.
Exactly.
Or the US, and you get to race through the beach areas.
It's the best, yeah. And even when you're down here just playing or pre-running or whatever, it's like so beautiful down there. And like you said, it feels like you're getting away with something, but it's just everyday life down there.
Yeah. Yeah, and the locals love it.
So as we're watching this battle, so right here is where you drop down onto the beach. Mm-hmm. This is probably the closest some of those other areas where there's a cliff you get close.
Pitting.
Okay, so he's going to lose some ground right here because he was right there ready to make a pass.
Yeah.
But they're all going to have to pit, so we'll see how this plays out. Well, while we're looking at these pits here, I think probably time for you guys to take a little break, Jerry and Heidi. So we have Mark Burnett and Brandon are going to come back on here. So you guys enjoy your break.
Sounds great.
And we will keep watching this race go. And we got one heck of a race going on.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for having me today.
Oh, I think maybe it's not a break. I think maybe you are done. So yeah, great having you on board. Awesome working with you. It's great to hear insight from somebody that has been a part of building these trucks and kind of been down here racing as well. So thank you for being here on this live stream.
Yeah, you're very welcome, and thank you again.
All right.
It was fun to see Jerry.
I'm good. I don't need anything. No. Give me the rag. The rag. Here's a rag. No.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. Like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension. Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score Baja 1000. Here we are. We got a ride along with Brad Lovell.
Yep. So he's in one of
This
the
is
Ford
the Ford
factory
Bronco.
cars. Yep.
Moving along. You can't see it now, but when we come back, you'll see a new addition to a stage. It's a this is almost a Masked Singer type of a situation. It's pretty exciting. It's going to be a big surprise for you guys, but I'll keep you in suspense. Until then, we'll continue with the ride along. Oh. And surprise, ladies and gentlemen, it's Mark Burnett. Yay!
Little
Welcome,
different,
sir.
little different position here.
No costume. No.
No costume.
Great to have you, sir.
Wait, that's not one?
Yeah.
Different hats. Maybe he'll
different
switch
hat.
out
We'll
some
switch
hats here
out
and
some
there.
out today. Yeah.
But awesome to have you with us. Obviously, Wes Miller as well. Just switched seats, but we got a battle going on here, Mark, and I know that you've been watching, and usually you're out there, you're participating, but this is the first time in 20 years you're not. So we're pleased and happy to have you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, I had some personal incidents at home with my family, I should say, my son,
Sure.
and we're here today to last minute deal to come out here and do it with you guys.
Exciting.
And it's great. I got this guy with my fellow competitor here. Like the guy, he's out there always, and I know Wes really well, and my first time with you, but you're very knowledgeable at everything I see. So
hey, thanks a lot.
You know, you're doing well.
Well, to your point, and I do have an amends to the entire Baja community. Wes pointed this out to me earlier. In a moment of enthusiasm, I guess I'll say, I was talking about the difference from going from spec to trophy truck, and I said 11,000 horsepower. I meant 1,100, so I want to apologize. But maybe one day.
I thought maybe you had the hookup on like an NHRA
That's
drag
what I said.
motor
That's what I said.
putting into a trophy truck.
Thing,
You know, some insider knowledge that you had there.
Yeah.
Because that would be a big advantage. You know, if you had 11,000 versus 1,100,
right?
You'd probably get. You'd get the whole shot.
All right,
yeah, you get the
all
whole
right,
shot,
all
yeah.
right. Shut it up. Okay, so let's go. We got a replay of the Ford Bronco here coming up. Let's take a look at this. Dusty.
Was it Class 11?
Got a buggy in front.
Class 11.
Battle of the Bronco versus the Class 11.
Wow.
The latest technology by Ford versus the.
As you guys know,
German.
you can't hit that guy.
Nope.
That's the rules out there. You can't hit a bug, and they got a blue light on them. You can't hit it. So these guys out here have to take their time and be nice to these guys. There's been incidents that have gotten hit before, but as we all know, me and Wes know, you're just not supposed to be hitting those guys.
Don't do it.
Yep.
Here we are. We got a 4-camera shot of some ride-alongs here with Toby Price, Mike Walzer, and Alan Pudi.
So that shot of Walser there, and Ray Griffin Jr. is driving that truck still, I believe. But that dust that we're seeing from Impudia should be Walser.
Right.
And they both pitted. Impudia was right on him going through the shipwrecks area. This is a good battle. And you were talking earlier, Wes, about how this pit could affect. There could be a possible overtake. Nothing has happened, though, thus far. It doesn't look like... Not to my knowledge. According to the tracker, it's looking to me like the Andy McMillan, Dan McMillan truck has kind of gotten shuffled back. Okay. So I'm showing the 83, 46, then 89, 10, 23, and 21. So that would be Rob and Luke. Yep. Toby and Paul. Walser and Ray, or Mike Walser and Ray Griffin Jr. with Impudia right on him, and then Andy, and then Ricky Johnson in Gus's
I was going to say, where's Tavo?
Yeah, where is Tavo?
Because
he was right up in there.
Yeah.
See the line they just. Did you guys see the line they just took right now? One was far to the right next to the beach, where it's a lot smoother versus the sand, and he hits the VCP and cut right up into the VCP right there. So he has a little bit more speed on the outside.
And there's a spot where he just went through. There's that VCP that's a little deeper. Yep. And a lot of guys miss that VCP because they take that little cut. Shortcut in it.
Yep. And you'll see a lot of unexperienced guys do that.
So in that moment, do you have the Toby's got experience, but do you have the navigator reminding him or telling him, look, don't miss this?
When you pre-run, I always like to visually spot all of my VCPs. So you have a mental note of where they're at, and then your co-driver should be calling it. Got it. So he'd be telling you, hey,
keep going.
Stay left, stay left, VCP out there, VCP.
Yep.
And he's about to go through this right here. So you make this left.
There's a VCP.
There's a line that goes to the right, but there's a VCP straight ahead.
Straight ahead, and you have to make a right too. Yeah, so you hit the VCP. It's right there. You just saw it.
Yep.
So that's a big thing right there is your co-driver has to call out those things, because I've had them, we missed them before, he didn't call it out, and you got to be, like you said earlier, you got to be within the width of it, like the feet or whatever, 100 feet.
That one's 120.
Okay, so you can go pretty wide. So there's the A's and B's and all those different ones they have. So
yeah, if it's numerical, it's 120. If it's alphabetical, it's 40.
Yep.
Got it.
And Walser's got Impudia on him.
Well, this right here, as you know, Wes, this area right here is super silty. The dust lingers. It's the worst dust of all mankind in that little area right there.
They do hit some little patches of salt flats, though.
Yes, they do.
So I wonder, if Impudia can get a run on them in some of the salt flats. And there are a lot of lines in here.
Yep.
So he might be able to get out
from the
into
dust,
clean air and make a run.
Yep.
Gents, I've got some breaking news.
Okay.
Bryce Menzies and Christopher Parvardi are officially out of
the
Baja 1000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And realistically, at this point, if they got it fixed, they would just be trying to get a finish anyways.
And they're not going to do the championship, right? They're going to win the championship.
They would have needed Impudia to finish behind them, because they came into it tied.
Right.
But again, look how bad the dust is right there. Just take a look at that.
Travis.
That just shows you.
Here trying to get some line somewhere.
Earlier, you could see the wind on the coast.
Yeah.
And it actually, like Jerry was saying, it was about 20-mile-an-hour winds is what he was saying. You could see the trees blowing.
Yep.
So they have that working to their advantage, but dust is going to be a huge
later
factor.
Tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, in Catavina area, it just lingers always out there.
In Guayaquil to Catavina.
Yep.
Earlier I was saying to me, I think that's where this race is going to be won or lost.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of lines. It's going to be night.
Yep.
Like you
can make a mistake there pretty bad.
Make a mistake, and if you've got good lines through that section, that's where you could actually make some time.
Gotcha. And is there pressure by these guys because like every second of daylight counts? So they want to get as far deep into that track as far before the sun goes down.
There's no doubt about it.
I mean, course.
It's a huge advantage. The more ground you can cover in daylight, the better.
For sure.
Because look at this, you're going to be at nighttime, okay?
Yeah.
You're going to be at nighttime. You're going to have fog.
Yep.
Okay. It makes it worse when you have your visor down. You have to try to
constantly
cleaning it all the time.
Condensation.
Yeah. And normally we would go back around this way. We would come at the end of the race. We'd come through the beach area and go that way. And there's a lot of fog. It's super, super bad.
There's a Herbst truck. Yeah, I mean, you see all that dust just kicking up everywhere.
I'm watching the trackers, and you know, Rob seems to be opening things up just a
Race
little
mile
bit.
185. You're saying Rob's creeping a little bit of a lead here?
Okay, so Tavo is back behind the 1L of his dad. So so Ricky got by him at some point. I'm thinking maybe he had a flat in a pit or something. Probably had a longer pit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but they might have saw something in the pit and had to do something. But that's they're pitting. They're within a range of what, 180 to 200 roughly in that range, the gas range that they're pitting at.
Yeah, a little less than that.
A little less, okay.
Yeah.
Couple lines to choose from here.
Those are the ones we were talking about that Wes was saying that we were going this way, the opposite way the camera's going right now.
That's right where that VCP is.
Yep.
And it's right there. You're going to see it right there on the left of that turn. That's the VCP right there. And the ground right there. That's stake.
We've got Price, Walzer, Impudia, Dan McMillan, and Gustavo, which is Ricky. There are Price is at 191.
Exactly.
And
I'm seeing it too.
The 1L is at 188. So you have 5 trucks that are 3 miles apart. Actually, and it's 188.9. So
and Luke's 195.
5 trucks are 2 miles apart.
Yeah. Back to race mile 70.
Saw some UTVs go by there.
Uh-huh.
A lot of them already went past there. The faster guys, if I'm not mistaken. Wes, you haven't seen it. Brock was leading it like normal.
All the lead UTVs are well past that area.
Yep.
They're actually through.
We do see some dust in the upper left-hand corner.
They're
we got
through
somebody coming
Erendera.
They're talking about, like he was saying, the other like sportsman UTVs and other things, but the top UTVs are pretty much already through here.
Correct.
We're going to do an in-car ride-along here in just a sec.
This is totally different watching it from this perspective versus.
All right, here we go. Here's some in-car with Alan.
Wow, look at the dust. And you can see he's on the right side for the wind blowing.
Just saw Alan and Pudia there, and as you've been seeing throughout the broadcast, that Wes has done a number of videos, and he did another one at Race Mile 200. We're approaching that, but let's take a look at what he shot.
200 miles into the race, things have been pretty fast down the coast. We showed you the course near Erendira. From there, it's been relatively quick. Down here near San Quintin, you get into kind of a sandy, more dune-like area. There's a lot of vegetation on it, but it's really soft sand. There's a lot of lines. There's some salt flats. There's an amazing view. You can see the San Quintin Bay where the old mill is. You've got dormant volcanoes as well as the Pacific Ocean with an island right here behind me. So awesome view. Another really fun section of the course. You go right by the old mill, which is a pretty famous hotel and restaurant for a lot of people that come to Baja. But from here, we keep heading south and it moves inland and starts to get a lot more technical.
Awesome job, Wes. Always good to hear that. We are, as you said, approaching 200, so well-timed.
Rob Mack is about a minute away from where I was just standing right there.
Okay.
Wow.
So maybe we'll hold out for a minute. We had another video that we wanted to show you too. We'll get to that in a second, maybe in a minute or so, 60 seconds. We'll see Rob Mack coming through that particular area. But slowly chomping away at the miles here, about 646 left to go.
Was there any, in that area, the 200 area, was there any bad areas, like any ruts or
Oh, this is
holes?
Race Mile 160.
Yeah, so where the leaders are right now, we just covered it when I was pre-running. It's really sandy, but there's vegetation on it. Where you lay tracks, it's almost dune sand underneath there. And there's a lot of different lines. But at this point, it used to kind of zigzag around a little, and now it's become just a straight line.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, when I was still racing, Tavo was out there pre-running, and I just sat and watched him
straighten it up,
literally make a straight line.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, that's how I'm going to mark the course, and now that's the course.
Wow. And that's legal for, I mean, when I mark the
VCPs there.
Yeah, there's these, because when we mark the course, we could see it, and then the next day, next week or so, you see the people straighten it out.
Sure. Back to Race Mile 135. You see all that dust, and you see the wind, though, pushing it out of the way.
A lot of wind.
So lots of wind.
Yeah, well, see the tarps on
that
little rancher's deal there? You can see them flopping around. So
which is awesome for racing.
Yeah, as a racer, this is exactly what you want.
Wayne Matlock.
So when you guys were on break, we had a shot of Wayne. He was in a ditch or something, and his driver got out, and they got going, but he lost a lot of track position there.
He was upset? I would see.
He certainly looked at his body language was,
I'm sure.
was showing it.
He has a brand new car. Is that a new car, Wes? I just want to make sure that's a new one. That is a new factory.
Them just in time.
Got it.
So they have the new factory Polaris.
Polaris cars, yep.
I know both he and Kristen were really excited to get those.
So they both got them?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. There's another set. That's a
41?
beach area, 185.
It might be. Is that Lofton?
Yeah, I believe so.
It looks like a Mason truck.
It was 41.
I think that's Justin.
Oh, he's pretty far back there.
Iron Manning it. Solo.
Well,
I think he got a flat or something because he lost a few positions, and it just seems like he's been a little off pace. I don't know if he's kind of going tortoise in the hair.
Yep.
Let these other guys, because he is going to solo the race.
Yep.
His mindset might be, hey, let's kind of take it easy a little bit. Let everybody else go tear their equipment up, and maybe I can sneak in.
I think the race is definitely going to go down, like you said, Catavine area. It's going to definitely tell where people are and what's going to happen.
There's the concrete truck.
Yep.
Another Mason.
What's his name driving the truck?
Thompson and Lettner. Thompson qualified, so I think he is still in the truck.
Okay.
I think Lettner is doing the second half. I didn't speak with them, but that would be my guess.
Yeah.
Lettner he hangs it all out normally.
I mean, Thompson does too.
Yeah.
I mean, both those guys.
Both of them are good drivers.
They definitely throw it down.
Well, as the dust flies in the air, maybe we'll take a moment here and we'll take advantage of that silt video that Wes had shot. So, if you want to cue that up, let's take a look at a deeper dive into the silt.
It's very relevant. Score 101. Silt is something that Baja is infamous for. And I'm standing in a silty corner here down by Guayaquil in this year's Baja 1000. You can see during pre-running, it's already gotten about knee deep, and race day will probably be close to twice as deep as this. So you'll have really silty corners as well as just straight up silt beds where you're on a straightaway, but they're big, deep ruts. This is an example of kind of a silty corner. What happens is with all the braking and accelerating with the vehicles, it really churns up the dirt. And in areas like this, where it's kind of a talcum powder consistency, you end up with a silt bed or like a really silty corner. And then this dust just really hangs. So on race day as a competitor, you're really battling silt because it just is complete whiteout when you go through a corner like this. If you're close to somebody and if they have clean air and you're trying to pass them and you're in their dust, it's almost impossible. This area is really known for its silt beds. This will probably be the siltiest area in this year's race. You know, this can be a point where you make or break your race. So there you have it. That's your explanation of silt, what it's all about.
Awesome job, Wes. Great video on silt. Here we are, some in-car. We are with Herbst.
Now, who's driving? Is this a spec truck or is this a trophy truck you're looking at right here?
This is Thor's. This is
spec truck.
This is spec
okay.
truck, the 219 truck. So.
And you can see his speed right there. He's doing 60, 70 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour in that section. He's
chasing somebody though.
Yes.
He's got somebody in front of him.
And he's staying away from the dust, not as bad, you know, getting out of it a little bit. It's not that bad.
Yep.
This looks
Blue
like,
skies.
This looks like just north of Colonet.
Okay.
Heading into Colonet. Do you think that's what it looks
right,
like, Mark?
Yeah, it's right there. Real close to it. The roads are super fast. They're pretty decent. A little bit of rocks here and there, but they're pretty fast roads.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hitting 75 right there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know, for people at home, you think going 75 on the freeway is going fast. Well, he's doing that on a dirt road.
Dirt road, yeah.
He's kidding.
So
he's just like that.
Yeah, just like that. He's almost at 80.
Yep. Yeah, we just got done talking about silt and what you're driving on top of out here in the desert and to racing at these speeds and having to be able to control these trucks with the horsepower is something.
And we, you know, to touch on the silt, we've seen how bad the dust is, and they're not even into the worst part.
Yeah, not even close to it. That's down south more.
Yeah, the silt.
There we go.
Like there's silt there, but it's way worse than that though.
Yeah, that's by Cuatro Casas right there.
Yeah.
And that
Race
little
mile
section is really silty.
Yep.
Going back to your video, Wes, like you shot that about what, 4 days ago or so?
Correct.
And you guys were saying, how deep do you think that?
It changes every day. These guys were pre-running till the last minute, some of these guys. So
by now,
and then you got to remember, by now it's at least a couple more feet deeper. But these guys right here that are driving right now, the UTVs, the trophy trucks just went through it, the spec trucks went through it, the UTVs are going to go through it even worse, and it's going to be so dug in. You got four-wheel drive trucks just eating that ground up, 40-inch tires.
Yeah, one of the things so the course gets chewed up pre-running. So I'd say if it starts, it probably gets 100% worse from pre-running.
Yeah.
But then if you're in a slower class vehicle, because of all the lead trucks and the lead faster cars going through, by the time you get to it, now it's another 100% worse. So what started out as what was maybe a 1 foot rut before pre-running happened was now a 3 foot rut after pre-running.
Yep. And then
by the time the race is over, now there's 3 foot ruts across a 200 foot wide area.
Trying to get through there. And then we mark the courses, and we can, when I put the stakes in the ground, you could see the ground where the silt was and where it's going to happen. And most of the time when you're marking the courses, you know where the section's going to be at. And sometimes we have to change the course because some of the vehicles, there's a bottleneck. So that's why before a race, they might change a section of the course.
Sure.
This is, I think Wayne is north of Colonet. It's not that far off of where Herbst was. I want to check the tracker, see if I can find Wayne. I'm curious how much track position he lost when he had
When
that
he hit
bobble.
that.
And it's not normal for Wayne to make a mistake like that he did. He's like you said, you used to race with him, if I'm not mistaken, on quads, but I used to race with his dad, okay, on bikes. So I raced with his dad, and he's so knowledgeable. Him and his wife are just unbelievable out there. If I have to say anybody, biggest competitor would be him, knowledge-wise. He's one of the most knowledgeable guy out there for sure. Wes knows it for sure. He's been with them, racing, and he knows everything. Wes has been out there for a long time and racing for a long time.
Back to race mile 135.
So is that Cameron?
Not 135. I hope not. I hope Cameron's not that far back.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be doing very good.
No.
Hard
to see. Bit of a glare.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what truck that was.
Drone's gonna turn around.
So I'm looking at the lead UTVs, and
back at 70.
I think Hager might be out.
No way. Brock's a machine, that kid. He's going to go to Dakar this year coming up, I think.
Well, he was a machine because I'm not seeing him.
You don't see him out there.
I don't, unless his tracker is not working. Oh, wait. I may have spoke to, no?
The 1900 class right there going by.
Okay, I spoke to
non-turbo.
So Brock first, then Mitchell Alsap in the Can-Am.
Wow.
He's
Look at this
second. And I believe Mitchell is racing with Josh Rowe.
He is.
Which is Wayne Matlock's old teammate.
Yes.
Yeah. And
so he's knowledgeable
old
too.
Quad guy.
And your guy too. Greg Rowe was his dad, and you guys we all used to race together, and you definitely, he has some experience with his dad and stuff, and he's a great guy too, and a great driver.
And it looks like Wayne is third.
Oh, that's not bad.
Followed by...
Just chewed up that corner.
Well, he's got Doug
Spit a
Mittag,
big wave of
and then
silt.
Mike Caffro, who is actually in a Mittag built car.
Yep.
And then Kristen Matlock. And then Ronnie Anderson.
Look at all those choices.
Ronnie's there too.
Yeah, Ronnie Anderson's a little ways back behind them.
And what about turbos?
Turbos. Blurton.
Burton's up by far.
Yeah, Blurton is
the 9 truck.
That's the Honda
Blurton's
truck.
not too far off of Caden McCachran, and Caden McCachran's a little ways back, but he took a rear start, which is an interesting ploy because he had won the last race, so he could have started first and instead he chose to do a rear start, which sometimes it plays to your advantage and sometimes it doesn't.
Yep.
You know, if there's a bottleneck or something happens, or if it's really dusty and the lead UTVs get stacked up and you're able to creep up on them.
Yep, then you're good. But if they get ahead, you're going to be really far back. And it works, like you said. I've had rear starts, I've had first starts. It all depends on the terrain and the day, what you're looking at the course. You have to make that decision a couple weeks in advance before you know what you got to do.
Yeah. Well, all throughout the day, we've seen mechanical issues, we've seen some injuries happen. So the big question is, what does it take to make it in desert off-road racing? Well, folks, we have the answer. We want to take a look at the new Score Series Surviving Baja, which is currently available on Tubi and more streaming platforms. Have a peek.
We're doing 140 miles an hour through the desert. At any point in time, things can go really bad.
It gets lonely out there, man. You're in there and it is dark. There's no city lights. There's no city at all. You're just in the abyss and you're looking down a tunnel.
To me, it's the ultimate challenge of man and machine.
I'm here to win. And when that doesn't happen, it just pisses me off.
Straight through, rock center, and then stay left 4 inside.
I'll tell you what it takes to win. It's not a secret. It's Baja Karma.
Even if I win or do well in a race, I do feel like I survived Baja.
That was the best day in the desert that I've ever had.
Awesome trailer. We now cut from that right into the Score Trophy truck. This is what we have for your top 10 so far. Now we've got Alan and Pudia up front. We've got Rick Millen and Vidosla. Those are our top 3. And then down below, we got Cameron Steele in 8th, Justin Lofton in 9th, and Sam Baldy in 10th. So some splits not too crazy, but between Alan and Luke there, we got, solid 2 minutes.
I would call that completely crazy because our top 10 trucks are just over 10 minutes apart.
Yeah,
12 minutes.
12 minutes. That's crazy. I mean, a pit stop could be a matter of difference, make the difference. Yeah,
and a bunch of those were, our top 6 were within 3 minutes or something.
Yeah, and we still have a long race to go for this race.
That was from race mile 168, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah? So, absolutely, anything can happen.
Long race.
The thing that just gets me is, covering all of the races this year is the level of competition, and especially in the trophy truck classes. I feel like back in the day, you'd have 2-3 trucks would kind of gap out and start pulling away. And pretty early on, you'd see like, okay, this is who's going to probably win this unless they throw it away. Now you have at least 5 trucks that are
10
just on
running your
top
top
of another.
But you
and there's 10 within striking distance.
Yeah, but you got to also in the UTV class too. It's the same way. UTV classes, they gotten so good now. The cars are so good, and the reliable
trophy spec. Class
all
1, class 10.
They got it dialed in. It's completely different now versus what it was back years and years ago.
I think now the quality of the vehicles that everyone's racing in. You don't have to hold back as much as you used to.
Sure.
The drivers are battling.
They're way more confident too.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the vehicle failing you.
Yeah.
Versus before, you kind of had to drive 80%. Now these guys are driving 90 to 100%.
Yeah, and those trucks are also over $1 million.
Yep.
Too. I mean, the average guy out there racing a trophy truck. I mean, top 10 guys, spending $1 million easy. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, especially, and that's not
even
more. That's just for the vehicle. I mean,
what about your teams?
The team, just like here you go with Bryce Minzy. They just called the race, so they're out of the race. They paid for all those hotels, all the people, all the food, all the expenses. So they got another $200,000 that they just burned away.
To go 8 miles or
20 miles. Yeah, whatever it was, 20-something miles.
Yeah.
And that's crazy, but
brutal.
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
You know how it is. You get a good day, you get a good race. You've been there. You get a good race, and then you get a bad race, and just go, wow, how'd this happen?
I think it just stings even more just because of this point battle between Pudi and Bryce.
Been there. I've been there with the UTVs, and I've lost just because of my one mistake I made.
Yeah.
Watch it slip out of your hands.
Yeah.
And then you're literally
you're been in the same situation.
They're stuck in the truck and they're just watching everybody go by them, and there's nothing they can do.
And that person in second place, that did second place in points, are going, yeah, I just got the championship, man. This is it.
Yes.
And
it's great if you're that guy.
Yeah.
But it really
that feels good.
To be in Bryce's shoes.
Yeah. No, it sucks.
I think
he's worked really hard. Great team.
For sure.
Great. You had 2 great guys on that team, and it's sad to see the Red Bull truck not making it to the finish.
Yeah, that was in 22. I was going into the 1,000. We were leading points, or tied for the lead in points, so very similar to Bryce. And I think we had passed to. I think maybe we were in second in our class, but we were running exactly where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
And then had a mechanical failure, and it's just like.
Yeah, I've been there.
Just all the wind goes out of your sails.
For sure.
Baja Karma, that's what Cameron Steele would say. It's the way it is.
Well, let's take a minute to check in on our social media posts. We'll roll some clips here. All right. Got some bike action here at race mile 560. 7X, 11X coming through.
That's right on the turn right there. That's, what's the turn right there, Wes? It's the turn you turn right there, the main.
Race mile 560.
Coming out of the way, 560.
Oh,
I didn't
got
get
some
enough
pit action here. This is the Herbst pit.
No hood.
No hood.
What a surprise.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
That's not Herbst.
Nothing unusual.
That's not Herbst. That's not Herbst.
But it is their pit.
It is their pit. Their thing. That's kind of weird.
So is that a 19 Industries
Lawrence
truck?
Maybe it is.
Motorsports.
That's what it is.
Lawrence, so yeah, Lawrence truck 85.
Yeah, that is.
Is that a new truck for them?
Okay, so this is the truck that Arcero was driving.
Okay. Boom.
Yeah, so this is a 19 Industries.
Quick one. Followed by, ta-da.
Wow, that was close.
Yeah, it was.
Now, as you know, these guys are doing these tires in less than a couple minutes, tires, fuel, and everything. They have a pressure system to put the fuel in. It's a huge system. It's and the system's a $10,000 one system. I think it's even more than that.
Yeah, the last time I priced them, they were 12 Gs.
Yeah, so
it's a Pressure Pro.
Yeah, Pressure Pro. Yeah, and it puts that 90 gallons or 100 gallons in your truck in seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it'll fill it in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's crazy. And tanks are well over 100.
All right, let's check in with our Pro Moto Unlimited. This is race mile 525. We've got 7X, Justin Morgan in first. We have Salas in second, Holt third, Ortiz fourth, Walsh in fifth, and Beltran in sixth. Those are your splits.
And they just cleared kind of the El Chinero area. So they're Borrego, El Chinero, they're on their way to La Ventana and Saldana.
Got you.
Really rocky. Really, a lot of errors could happen there for sure.
Yeah, where he's at's pretty fast, but he's about to turn and get in that really rocky technical stuff for a little bit.
And Justin Morgan, like we talked about yesterday, I mean, this guy is a machine. He's a great guy. He's hauling butt. Arturo Salas, another great rider. I didn't believe that he would be 19 minutes off of Justin Morgan, but maybe just something happened. I don't know.
And I'm thinking, I think that Justin started and was doing the first 300 miles or so. So it should be one of his teammates back on the bike now, because Justin is supposed to go double duty and ride the bike, and then he's supposed to hop in the Razor of Craig Scanlon.
That's right.
And be the second driver for Scanlon.
Which is wild.
So their plan was Morgan was going to do his first bit, and then he would get in for like the second half for Scanlon.
Right.
So right now he should be kind of chilling, probably taking a nap, eating, and
resting.
Back in that Razor.
Yeah, but he's in great shape. The kid's super fast, and he's killing it out there. So it's gonna be cool to see him get in the car and drive.
Salas right now is in the lead with 323 points. And then you've got the 9X team, Austin Eddy at 293, followed by Beltran, the 8X 285. So, yeah. Got some tight competition.
That's Europan. Those guys
They're still in Europan right there.
Back.
Way back. They're coming in Europan right there where you turn the corner, almost get on the highway right there.
They have a long day ahead of them.
Yes. A long night, you'd say, too, or in the morning next day.
Night and morning.
They have a long day, maybe even another day.
Yeah.
Day and a half.
Might have another night.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Which
we have reserved 36 hours.
And there's still a lot of people that are showing
way up there
from Ojos to Urupan. Like,
we got a class 1 right there, it looks like.
That's gone, right?
Brendan gone?
Is it Brandon?
We'll see if we can.
That looked like the South Point.
It did. It was.
Zero in a little.
It was blue, white, and orange or whatever.
Something like that. All right. Back to the coast.
I got an update from Bryce Menzies' team. And so it's sounding like, they had a steering failure. I think they got it fixed and actually chose not to continue because they thought it was going to be too dangerous to be working their way through all these slower vehicles. They didn't want to risk that.
Which is kind of a smart idea, in kind of a way,
I get it, other than the points deal, because if
Alan doesn't make it,
he just cruises and finishes, and Alan DNFs, he would still probably win the championship.
Yeah.
I mean, let me see if anyone else was in striking distance.
I think there was one more person on that.
Points wise?
Yeah.
You got Bryce 353.
Tavo's
Alan
right there too.
Yep. Tavo 348. Pulvardi 330.
Okay.
Well, Tracy Graff 325.
Yeah, but you're looking at Tavo.
Yeah.
Well,
Tavo is the closest.
Yeah, it's down to Tavo and Impudia right now, basically.
Yep.
Here's Brett
Because
Cox.
Pulvardi is out of it, because so you kind of killed two birds with one stone.
Right.
These guys look like they're going at it right here. Just looks like a clear day for these guys. No dust.
Yep. Nothing on their shoulders.
Nope.
Just blasting through.
Yep. As you see, some of these guys on their helmets, they have flashlights and stuff taped on their helmets just in case they have to use them, or a special mounting thing if they have to use them to get out of the car at night.
Sure.
There's a lot of cool stuff these guys have. Yeah, you see the front clip is off for sure on his. He's pretty far back. At 185, these guys are pretty.
Race miles. Is that Mikey Lawrence there, or who is that?
Well, that's the Lawrence
truck. Driver record.
Yeah.
Mikey Lawrence.
Is that Ryan Arcero on that truck too?
Could be. They certainly haven't switched yet.
Yeah. This guy right here, he's holding. Oh, he's
Here's
holding
Preston
the throttle.
Lewis.
He is actually holding the gas pedal right now and giving it gas by that wire right there. I guarantee you that's what that is. He's on the gas right now with his hand. That's his hand right there. That's a power. He lost the cable to the.
That's insane.
To the motor, and normally you would have a fly-by-wire, meaning that's just electrical way it works. But now he's manually doing it with that wire right there. You see him pulling that wire? That's the gas pedal right now.
And the only way that he's going to finish this race is to keep doing that.
Yes, or he gets to a pit and they fix it, but they have to get to their pit.
Yeah.
And sometimes they won't have a cable or a special sensor or something like that.
Now, if you go to a BFG pit, could they have it there?
No, most of the time BFG pits, they just have tires and the things that you deliver to them.
Okay.
They don't have nothing extra
Nothing
that, you know,
crazy.
they're not a parts department. They have whatever you give them in certain areas. And as you can see, this guy's driving. We've been there, I've been there. I've done similar things just like that. Whoa, he has to drive and do it. He's looking at everything going up the hill.
As if it wasn't challenging enough.
It wasn't. And that wire could break, you know, and you have to tie it in a knot and do it again.
Oh my God. How many times that happened to you?
I've had it once in the truck. So, as Wayne would say, I say Wes, I shouldn't say Wayne, I got Wayne on my mind here. But Wes will say the same thing. We've all done crazy stuff out there. We Mickey Moused our cars. This is the Baja 1000.
Have you broke your arm in a race and continued?
Yes, I did it at the Baja San Felipe 250 race. I broke it 100 miles in. I was passing a class 61er truck, and the guy didn't want me to pass him. He cut me off. I had to go over a berm. The wheel caught my hand. I broke my wrist completely, and I had a ride with my wrist broken for over 97 miles.
Good God.
We were leading the race all the way till 5 mile marker in San Felipe, and we ran out of fuel. We didn't get enough fuel in the car. I was so pissed. And Wayne Matlock actually passed me and got first place there. I wasn't a happy camper.
Mistakes like that just keep you up at night, man.
It does, and it happens. It's Baja.
Yep.
And that's why I always tell people to drive with their thumbs out.
Yeah, well, it wasn't my thumb though. It caught my hand and caught my wrist, and it was actually in between the steering wheel. I had a video of it. It was pretty gnarly. You have to drive with the thumbs out because you can break your fingers or whatever in there. That's what
it's in most motorsports.
Yeah, you see guys driving thumbs in.
Yeah, no.
Same thing.
Just asking
for a problem.
Break a wrist.
Because you never know, the suspension
Laces out. Keep the thumbs out.
Oh, look at that. There's some silt right there.
There we go.
Bypassed.
Yep, 160.
Yes.
Right there.
Yep.
Very salty. I think maybe, if anything, that's one of the
Colonet Wash right there,
Yep.
and that southern side is super silty.
Silty, yep.
Even being on the coast like that, well, there we see it's really pushing it away. But as it got up there a little bit further, it was sort of hanging.
Actually, that's south of Colonet Wash. That's like San Telmo Wash, I think. That's at Cuatro Casas, if I remember correctly.
It is
Look at
south
that.
because
Just
you go to the end and you go to
driving
that other
into
side. Yeah. Because you come down the hill.
Just before someone tries to correct us.
That's where we had a little area right there. We passed each other in that section, I think.
Yeah.
But going the opposite way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and I've had some battles.
We've had battles out there. Yeah.
Always good ones though.
It was good. It was good. And then I was on the side of the road
yeah.
waving at you when I went by when I broke the belt. So you just waved at me when you won that race, if I'm not mistaken.
I think I did.
Yeah. I was not a happy camper either.
Is there any grievances
that I felt good? And
are there any grievances you guys would like to just air right now?
No.
Just get it out of the way.
We can wrestle here. I'm good for wrestling. I like playing around.
That's Baja After Dark.
Yeah.
That's another show.
That's later tonight, man. We can do that tonight.
Okay.
If you guys want to tune in between midnight and 3,
yeah, we're gonna.
You guys are going to see.
Yeah.
Something first.
This is totally different for me. Sitting here watching the action.
Yes.
You've been doing it for a while, Wes.
I'm starting to have some major concerns about Mark and his fantasies.
Yeah, there's no fantasies there, buddy.
Oh my gosh. All right, so while these guys do some stretching and some light wrestling, we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more Baja 1000 right after this.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, vas a la segura.
you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. Like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires. Score 57th Baja 1000, and we are going to queue up. We had a really amazing pass that was captured here a little bit ago, and we're going to play that for you. This is the actual pass coming up here. Look at that wind. Look at that silt.
Okay, so the buggy's taking the non-preferred line through the silt.
Correct.
I bet this truck is going to dart over to the left and get on the graded road.
But he's
or
not.
His right,
He's still,
I'm sorry. Well, his right, our left.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's going to get on this road, and he's going to pass gone because it's small.
He is bouncing.
We'll see, but pretty sure that's what's going to happen.
There's another line all the way to the left of that too.
Yeah,
but look,
they're actually, neither of them are on the line.
No, the
they
line.
want to be on.
Yeah, that's right, because they didn't do their homework, I guess.
Yeah.
But right there, that's Scott Kager.
It's
the Coastal. Is that Coastal?
That's Coastal,
Coast,
and then Brandon Gone. Well, I don't know if Brandon's driving.
Whoa, look at that.
Tried to block him.
Yeah, I tried to block him for a second.
I think he actually tried to pull over to let him get out to get by.
I agree. I'd agree with you. Yeah. Normally, you
so the good line's coming in.
Yeah, right from the other side.
Our left.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So Coastal, I mean, he's always up there up front right there. He's one of the guys that pushes pretty hard. McNeil drives with him too. Jason does.
So we just saw that moment where we have the pass, they come in tight, but we've also seen throughout this days where people really get stuck. They get hit. They get bottlenecked. Wes did a great video on bottlenecks. Let's take a look at that.
I'm sure a lot of you have been driving on a major freeway or road through a large city and been stuck in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Well, something that a lot of you might not know is that happens in races like the Baja 1000. So it's a thing called a bottleneck. And what that is you'll have areas of the race course that funnel down into a really narrow section where there's only one path through it. Right behind me is a great example of that. And what happens if you have someone that crashes, rolls over, has a mechanical problem, whatever it is, they come to a stop, they block the entire race course. And what happens is all of these racers get stuck behind them, and you end up with a huge line Yeah, I've been in some where, like Mono Summit, one year we were there for, I believe, over an hour. Luckily in that one they give a time credit, but it's extremely frustrating as a racer because you've been pushing really hard, making up time. The leader or leaders in your class get through the bottleneck ahead of you. You know that you're losing time to them while you're just sitting there and you can't move. I'll show you kind of what this looks like. Like I said, in 2021, I was stuck in this exact spot, or well, about a couple hundred yards behind me in a bottleneck. We were battling for the lead in the UTV class for the overall. You know, you're just losing your mind. There's about 3 or 4 of us that were all in a tight battle, and we were all just stuck there sitting looking at each other. And it's kind of funny because sometimes you'll get out of the car, talk with each other, and you just kind of throw up your arms and like, hey, there's nothing we can do. We actually tried to find a way around this, and it was nighttime. It was just too gnarly to try to go up some of these mountains around here to get around this. We ended up having to just sit in line. So there's another Score 101. Bottlenecks, you don't want to be in one.
The one thing that racers never want to experience is a bottleneck. All right, well, here's the trophy truck spec. We've got the leaderboard for our top 7 so far at race mile 168. Davis in first, Herbst in second, Swam in third, Fox in fourth, Herbst in fifth, Thor Herbst in fifth, Gaunt in sixth, and Adame, truck 209 in seventh. So there's our spec splits.
I kind of wonder what happened with Stephen Beal.
We got legends coming up. Sorry, Wes, real quick. You guys can take a look, but go ahead, Wes.
Well, because Sean Geiser was driving Beal's truck, and he qualified second. Really, he qualified first, but then he got penalized 10 seconds, and it moved him to second. So he was throwing it down, but I don't even see him on the leaderboard right there.
Something must happen. There's
And then here we go. Here's
They're
our
close.
trophy truck splits at race mile 168.
Top 4.
It's
Close.
It's a
2 minutes,
battle.
2 to 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, top 5 or 3 minutes apart.
We didn't have a minute to kind of
crazy.
cover the legends class, but is there anybody that's ever going to take Gus? I mean, who's?
Well, you got Ricky Johnson driving.
Of
Okay,
course.
you got a heavy hitter right there.
For sure.
He's a good friend of mine. I've been with him since we were kids.
Yeah.
And I taught his motocross schools with him and done stuff. And Ricky, you know, he's just a solid driver. He's like a Rob Mack. He's been around for a long time. He's run stadium trucks. He's done a lot of things. NASCARs he's driven.
Yep.
He's done everything.
I think he was pretty good on dirt bikes too.
And maybe he might have been okay. I don't know. He might have won a couple championships there. You know,
he's done a few things.
But he's older now, and you know, he's driving these trucks, and he loves it. He loves driving the truck, and he's just killing it out there with Gus's truck. And, and you know, they're solid.
And he's probably like the lead driving instructor for people that are getting into trophy trucks. He works with our military. Teaches them how to ride motorcycles and
UTVs.
drive off-road vehicles.
Yeah, he does it all.
Got it.
Very
knowledgeable,
very well versed in off-road.
Yeah.
And you know, and I think it's awesome that he's helping our military.
For real. Yeah.
Yeah, it helps him. He helps him all the time. Did schools everywhere. He's talked to me about that. He asked me to come out and do a couple things with him. But like I said, Ricky's he's a driver, man. He's good for it.
He's a real deal.
And he loves it.
Wes, in your video, you were talking about experiencing sometimes these epic bottlenecks of over an hour. Have you ever been the one to create a bottleneck? Mark, same to you.
No.
I've never been the one that. In
what is that feeling?
UTVs, you don't really cause the bottlenecks.
No.
It's more two-wheel drive vehicles that get stuck.
In the ruts.
UTVs are like these little goats that can just climb anything.
Yeah, it's true.
That's true. Yeah.
That's a true statement. And that's we have we know that there's going to be a bottleneck somewhere. Like he was saying, Wes was saying, like, hey, we know this area is going to be a bottleneck. We'll go try to look for another line to go around it because we know that
you have that ability.
Yes. I mean, look at Justin
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah, here we're on with Justin. That's actually who I pre-ran the first 2 days with. So they've got a new deal, Upfit UTV, where you can get kind of turnkey pre-runners from them. And they're building Can-Ams and Razors.
Wow.
What are they going for?
I think around 75, something like that.
It's the 9 truck.
So that's
the Honda truck.
Ethan Ebert is in that.
Yep.
And Proctor.
Yep. Well,
it's his truck. No,
he's running the program.
He's running the program. That's his program, and he's running the UTV program too with the Hondas.
Yeah.
You know, but that truck's down on power. I mean, if that's a live shot, he's way far back right now. You know, and that kid's a new kid on the block.
Yeah.
You know, he's learning his, learning how to drive trucks and stuff too. So
Ethan can go good. I just think that truck is at a major disadvantage horsepower-wise.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so it just doesn't have the mile per hour.
That truck is a Tisco truck too, just right next door here. So it's a Tisco truck.
Okay, so I think that's Beal right there. So he's at 150, so he's a ways back.
He's back, yeah.
Wonder why that is. He must have had a problem.
Colonet.
Yeah, it's where the big
It looked like the
turn
hood
is.
was off. So
there's Toby.
In car with Toby.
And he has Dustin from,
which is Rob's dust.
Really?
More than likely. Let's see if we can.
One thing about Toby, I mean, that guy is like, he's done everything. This guy's a bike rider, just like Larry Rouser. Most of the big guys have come from. This guy, he could put it down on a bike, and now he's in a truck, and he's a machine.
Yep.
He's normally always qualifying first. I think he held back a little bit, but he's no dummy. He's expert at off-road terrain.
I mean, you look at this lead pack where you have 6 trucks, and there's not really a weak link in there.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, a couple things that interest me here would be Alan is soloing this.
Yep, Iron Man.
So does that kind of play in later on when he's been in the truck for
fatigue sets in,
say 12
16,
hours.
Yeah, 12
or
hours,
so.
16. Yeah, because it's going to come down to 16, 19 hours. It'll probably be.
I think we're looking at them finishing in 15 to 16 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time.
But which it's not horrible.
No.
As long as everything's going smooth and you're in the lead pack like this, your adrenaline is going so much that it'll sustain you. I think when you solo a race where it really
when you're
gets
nothing
to
in front of you
is when or you start having issues.
Yeah.
If you start having mechanical problems and you get out, you got to work on it, you lose your adrenaline. It gets.
What's the longest you've been in? Because I've soloed a mini 1000. The longest I've been in the car was 42 hours and made it to La Paz. I was in a vehicle, and we won the championship that year. I just had to finish that race, and
Good thing you stayed in the car.
I couldn't even. When I've seen things out there, you know how it goes.
I've been.
You've been there.
28 hours, something like that.
Yeah,
and that's where you start having problems.
Having problems mentally because we had a problem. Yeah, we had a problem with the car. It broke, but we were finishing it. I had no other driver, and I had to deal with it.
Oof.
You know that turn right there is super silty, like normal.
Yeah, when we were talking, I stopped and shot a bunch of roost shots there when we were pre-running because it's like the perfect little setup to like blow a corner.
Yep. I did like a rollover thing on two turns before there to.
So that's a 10 car.
Yep. Oh,
Travis
looks like
Williams has stopped.
Hood's like halfway open, or maybe he hit something.
It doesn't look like it's bent how you're supposed to.
Yeah, no, he definitely had an issue. Look at that.
I believe we saw him earlier where he had gone off course, heading from Santo Tomas to like La Calvera.
Yep.
Punta Cabras area.
Yep.
And it looked like he had blown a corner, which I think would be what's going on with that hood.
They're push pins.
They're pushed in.
They're push pins. So it didn't look like he was trying to get it off, but it's. I think the whole front bumper and the whole clip in the front is jacked up on it.
Did he hit something?
Oh yeah, for sure. Look at that. There's.
I'm trying to think of what you hit out there.
Well, so I saw him
ruts.
off course. We're heading to the coast.
Yeah.
And it looked like he had blown a corner or something and nosed into a bush.
And that hood was like that?
That's where.
Wow.
It wasn't bent that far up.
Okay.
But so I think they might have the hood up working on it, but maybe that damage happened earlier. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because right here it just looks like they're pulled over working on it. I don't know.
I don't know they're working on it. I think he's trying to figure out how to put the hood down because he's pushing on it. Let's see if he does anything here.
Try to see what he's got blinking on his Motec
I saw that.
There.
I saw the things going.
Back
Look
to
at that.
PJ.
Jones.
In car?
I feel like the Can-Am that he runs is an interesting design.
Well, he has a new one.
Is he in a Maverick R?
He's
now?
in a Maverick R.
Okay.
He should be on Maverick R.
So
right now.
he's got clients, I think, in his old cars. Right?
Yes. He should be on a new Maverick R. You know, PJ's a good guy. You know, just like his dad, he's famous. He's driven NASCAR and off-road events and things like that. Indy cars. You know, his dad passed away. I think it was this year or last year or something like that. Was it
I want
this
to
year?
say about 6 months ago or so.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
You know, and PJ's a great guy. I met him from my old partner, Davey Hamilton, and that's how we became friends. And he always called me here and there and gives me crap. He just won the race down there in Baja, the Nora race.
Okay.
He won the overall, got 20 grand from Robbie Gordon.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Too shabby.
Not a bad day. But you can see him there. He's He's a professional. He knows what he does. He has his rentals out there too now in Arizona.
I think both of us have had some good races with him.
Yeah, we did. Oh yeah, yeah, he's great.
I've definitely diced with him a few times.
I've hit his bumper a couple times.
I think I have as well.
I think that we all hit his bumpers. That's okay.
Well, there's always my turn too. A boy can dream.
Well, you can still do it.
Well,
That's not about that.
Well, okay. So we saw how Rat did.
Yeah.
So I think we need to get you out there.
Battle of the hosts.
Yeah, that would be awesome. And so I saw Rat on the side. Looked like he got stuck. What happened there?
It looked like he took a line that maybe wasn't so great because he was off out in some rocks. I think he blew a corner.
Well,
or something.
I thought he got pushed off and then probably tried to reverse his way back onto it and got stuck. And then that was that.
So he's done.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think so. I mean, we could look and see if 88L is
they may
moving,
have gotten
but
it out of there,
I'm pretty sure it's not.
It didn't look like it was going to be an easy retrieval.
He's still at 30 miles right now.
Oh yeah.
So that didn't. Yeah, that's that.
But so you saw that right there. That truck was probably behind, and that was a UTV. It looked like, and you just passed him like it was standing still, and he's way up there now.
Yeah. Why is so we got a helicopter on that.
There's Matlock right there.
There we go.
Last I was showing, he was 3rd physical for the UTVs.
How's Kristen doing?
She's behind him, I think.
Yeah, she was a couple spots behind him.
And actually, that's the first time for that too. Normally, his wife's beating him out there. I get to give him crap every time. I love her, and to see him out here in front is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Wayne's been
at a good clip.
Wayne's been around for a long time, as you know, Wes and him used to ride quads, couches, and these guys have been around here for a long time. Don't be laughing, it's okay.
No,
it's okay.
It's just funny because you call it couches,
I do.
but we
here we go.
I think finished ahead of most of you dirt bike guys.
So. Most of them, not all the time, but yeah, maybe there was a problem laying on the ground maybe.
I think there was like a 1,000 where we finished
3rd.
Here we go, Pro Moto Ironman.
I think 3rd overall.
Take a break, boys. Race mile 401. Here we go. 745X bike out in front, followed by Roberts and Wright, 2-3, Greco 4th. And then there's Walter, our Wooten, as we say, Aussie boy in 5th, Torres in 6th, Dominguez 7th, Christensen in 8th, and Farrell in 9th.
I'm blown away by how many Ironman people there are in this race.
32.
I think if I'm not mistaken, and I have to get clarity from this, but I think that's the most I've ever seen in a Baja race ever.
Yeah.
And it's a miracle.
I think hands down, there must be something that been in the water lately.
Something
like that's making people.
We dove into it
have
a
the
little
thought
bit.
that they can bite this thing off, because that's a lot.
Well, we were talking about that this morning. Heidi and I were talking about it with Jerry too, about what Walter ended up doing and how that sent out some sort of a message around the globe that said, well, if he can do it, I can do it. He didn't even pre-run.
Okay.
He's never even done it.
That right there just blows my mind, because if from a bike person that I am, I tell you that these guys normally go down the start and they go through San Felipe first. So now they're going to go down the coast, flat roads, all the way down, and they're going to hit San Felipe last. And it's the worst thing known to man on a bike.
Coming up here too.
And it's crazy, all the rocks and stuff they're getting. The truck's coming right up on a.
Let's see
is
what
it a
happens
UTV
here.
or a class? What is that?
I can't tell. Looks like
Hard
a
to tell.
UTV to me. Just the way the rear end is on that. I think that's a UTV.
It looks like it.
It's probably like a pro stock UTV.
Oh, it's
how
coming.
far back these guys are.
He's coming.
He's coming hot.
And the pace that he's going.
It looks ruddy there too, certainly in this corner here.
Well, look at the rocks on the ground. You can see the rocks. There's a lot of rocks in there.
Yep.
He's coming.
Here it comes.
He just pushed to pass here. Let's see.
Let's see what happens. He's moving over.
I don't think he's moving over yet.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Not yet.
Nope. He better start moving. He's going to get a nice bumper on the rear.
A little nerfy?
A little nerf on the back of that thing. Let's see.
Okay.
That truck's nice right there. He's a nice guy.
Nice.
Very nice.
Well, he's probably
I would have
waiting
definitely
for
came up there.
How about up here? It looks like we got some open space up here. Maybe
Nope.
something
I'd hit
will
him
happen.
already. Sorry.
If he doesn't get out
right here.
there you
Move
go.
over. Here we go.
There you
All
go.
right,
Okay, that's
clean.
good.
Well done.
That was
If he
clean.
didn't get out of the way right there, he was going to get hit.
Punted. Yeah, he's going to get punted off the course. Oh, another guy coming up too.
That's another
What's that?
UTV, I think.
UTV's flying.
I wonder who, yeah.
And so now he's going to try to pass.
Oh, he's going to hit him for sure.
He's
Let's
going
see
to
what
try
happens.
to pass
Zoom
him
in,
while
zoom
he's in
in.
the dust of that truck.
There we go. Nice.
Oh, here we go.
Come on now.
Let's see.
Here we go.
Oh, he moved right
He
out.
moved again.
Nice. That's nice.
but he probably didn't realize that was somebody in his own class.
Yeah, that's true. And we've done that all, right? I've had all these lights on my car. I have like 16 lights on a UTV, and I put them on all at the same time. They think it's a trophy truck, and they move right out of the way. And never had an issue there. It's pretty funny.
Huh.
But they're going. That other UTV's getting it. He's chasing it. Yep, another helicopter there.
So our leaders are getting pretty close.
There's your leader right there. There's Brock, I think. Isn't that Brock?
160?
Yeah, that was Brock.
Coming into the silty zone. It's going to get nice.
They're all
and
taking
dusty.
that weird line instead of going on the outside. Well, he's on that. He's on the right line.
Whoa.
He was on the far line.
Get low.
Yeah.
Who's behind him?
Yeah, so that was probably the factory Polaris helicopter.
All right.
So this is right going into Cuatros Casas.
Yes.
And I don't know, that's probably going to be like a 10 car or something. I think Brock has almost, if he hasn't passed all the 10 cars.
It is. That's one
close.
right there. It looks like a 10 car.
And I think he got him in that section. I think the 10 car actually went on the preferred line.
Yeah.
And Brock got him on one of the siltier lines.
Because you can see the line off to the left over there. It's on the left-hand side of the screen, where the burn area is over there. But you got to hit the VCP. There's a VCP over there. You got to hit first, and then you can cut over. There's Justin Smith.
There we go. He's moving.
He's definitely moving.
Whew. Listen to that engine.
And Justin can throw it down pretty good. And I like.
So he just passed somebody right there.
Geyser built that car.
Oh really?
And it's a pretty nice setup. I didn't get to drive it, but I feel like more and more of the UTVs, especially like the Pro Rs, I like the design of the car now.
Yep.
Before they were kind of big and heavy with a lot of the race cars designs, like Wayne's original Pro
Yeah,
R.
that's totally big. Versus what the new
versus now like the factory car.
Factory cars are good.
And I think that car weighs 2,400 pounds or something like that.
That's light for that deal.
Yeah.
Class 7 truck right here.
Richard.
As you can see, the co-driver, a lot of the co-drivers use their hands. Sometimes they'll call out a turn that says go right, and it's supposed to be left. Sometimes you get mixed up, and sometimes the driver will say, hey, use your hand. It'll help you a little bit to turn left or turn right, whichever the way it is, Hey Wes, what's the thing in the middle that has is that like it says 5 on it?
I'm not sure what that is.
It can't be like a 5-speed. I mean, it's not like
you're in 3, 4, 5, yeah.
Oh, so maybe that's a shifter for the truck. If that's a Class 7, it's the shifter. I don't think there's 5 gears.
Wes, are we close to anyone coming by race mile 265?
Yeah, so I was going to bring that up. We're getting pretty close. They're about leaders are like 240. So we do have a piece if we want to take a look at that and show what they're about to come through.
Yeah, Wes did a nice video earlier on race mile 265. The boys have that queued up. Let's roll that and take a look.
The course continues south. You get up into the hills east of the Pacific. You start to get into some of the Cardone, which is pretty cool. The terrain really starts to change. Right here at race mile 265, you can see behind me, you have a really narrow canyon, which in fact, in 2021, there was a bottleneck right here. When it gets like this, there's no way around, and if you get stuck in that can make or break your race. From here, we keep continuing south towards Catavenia before the course turns and heads back towards San Felipe.
Awesome job, Wes. Back to some in-car.
So it'll be interesting to see. The last time we raced through there was a bottleneck, so see if another one happens.
Yeah.
It'll be, was it caused from a 6100 truck?
They're always caused by 6100 trucks.
Or a 10 too, but it all depends on the terrain. It looked pretty hard. That thing looked pretty hard. The hill looked pretty good shape. It would look like good shape.
It was right in that tight corner. There's a tight left, and there's a boulder right after that. And he
clipped the boulder.
He got kicked out. I don't know. He got sideways and was like basically blocking the course because he didn't just stop where you could go around him. He was turned sideways. And it took a while for him to get out of the way.
Now, did you guys talk about earlier? A lot of these people, these are people's roads that they travel onto their houses. And we destroy their roads down there pretty much from the ruts and the silt and stuff. And it's nice for them to have us out there. The fans out there in Baja are just amazing, on the side of the roads and doing stuff. And it's nice to go pre-running. I'm sure you give out a lot of stickers out there. to the fans and kids and
Free
stuff.
stickers.
It's cool to see all the kids come up and get stickers and stuff like that. So it's something that you have to experience and see, and all the great food too, which I'm sure Wes went down there and had some good food, right, Wes?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm a big fan of tacos and Mexican food. So, yeah, what is going on that?
Trust. 1077.
What is going on
top?
that car?
I don't know. What is that thing? You see that too? That little mark?
Well, no. Up
above the light?
Yeah.
On top.
He has something up. Was it a flag or something? What was it? He had a close-up of it. Is there something?
I can't tell what's going on where like the light bar would normally be up on the roof line.
Yeah, but there's something out there.
Something up there, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that.
So it's
One of the ways
Everts.
the fans also get involved sometimes is through that video that we saw a while back on the gotchas. We really haven't seen any
You mean
of
the booby
that.
traps?
The booby traps and the gotchas and
There's
such.
a lot of those.
They're out there.
I've hit one and almost killed me one time. Yeah, I got very
Both
lucky.
of you guys, you and Wes have had some doozies.
I've had a barbed wire tree to tree and hit me in my arms, and it was terrifying to get up and walk away from that. Definitely God was looking above, and I'm here today still. So there's a lot of stuff out there you have to watch out for.
That Dale Everts shot, I'm showing him, that should be our lead 10 car.
Okay.
And he just got passed by Brock Hager.
Okay.
So where we saw that pass happen in that silty trail heading into Cuatros Casas.
Here's Cameron.
I think that's where he made the pass on
got it.
Everts. And Cameron, is hanging in there pretty good for
two-wheel drive truck.
Being a two-wheel drive truck.
Yep.
I want to see where he's at right now because he wasn't that far off. Well, yeah, so he is at race mile 223.
Okay.
In the lead or what?
In the 83 truck with Luke and Rob is at 243.
Okay.
Yeah. Got Cameron.
So 20 miles back.
Yeah.
But he also started, I think, 12th.
I was going to say,
so that'd be 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Corrected time.
He's still in the top 10 if I'm not. Did he?
Oh,
he is.
Yeah, for sure.
He's an 8th.
He's an 8th, yeah.
Yeah, so he's doing well. Nice Swain.
And a lot of race to go. Now, when Heidi and I were talking, the one advantage of the two-wheel drive truck is you got less moving parts.
Yep.
So there's less to break.
Right.
And in a course that is this rough and torn up, attrition is going to play a role.
Yep.
So that could, well, I think that is going to play into Cameron's favor as long as, I think his strategy's got to be a little kind of tortoise and hare. Just be
there,
be
keep
smart,
going.
keep the car in one piece, have zero downtime, and you might be able to crack top 5, maybe even get a podium.
Well, right here, Justin,
something.
he has another co-driver with it, Kyle. Who's with Justin Davis? It was Kyle,
Yeah,
Kyle,
I
right?
think Kyle qualified and started.
Yep. And Justin's a great driver. His brother races too. The whole family's really good.
I think Kyle's still driving, isn't that?
It is. I'm sure he probably is. It looks like him.
Yeah.
And it's going to be.
He doesn't look like Justin.
Yeah, no. Justin a little bit bigger. He's a little bigger guy. Both are great drivers, and I think they had like a 15-minute lead not that long ago. They were pretty far out. I was kind of amazed by it, but they're putting it down.
Cool.
Yeah, he is. He's right by the old mill.
Yep.
In San Quintin, just south of San Quintin.
Yep.
Back to race mile 160.
Here's UTV.
Different
there.
angle.
That looks like what's his name? Mid-tag. Doug.
Whoosh. Yep.
So he's building those chassis.
Yes, he is. Yes,
and he's been selling a bunch.
Yep. And they're really cool. They're lower to the ground. It seems like they work pretty well. Then he has built-in suspension. I don't know how that's working for him, but
the
seems to be pretty good.
Looked a little
kind of off there.
Yep. But
might be a little. You're 160 miles into the race. Maybe it's starting to fade a little bit. Maybe
possibly.
Maybe
it's
the setup wasn't good.
Missing a hood.
You're asking a lot of the rear shock on these UTVs. So the UTVs, for the most part, they're just running a single shock. Although they're allowed to in the unlimited to run external bypass.
Yeah, or a coil.
But not many guys are doing that.
Truck.
But yeah, you're asking a lot, and just those shocks get hot, and then you'll get some cavitation.
Yep.
So you lose dampening from the shock when they start to cavitate. So being that he's missing bodywork on that, I'm going to say that we know he had downtime. So they were working on something.
Yep.
I might even be able to find out.
Actually, to be honest, another thing too, it's if you take off the hood, you can actually see the front tire a little bit better. And you turn into the turn, you can see the ruts and stuff a little bit more.
Heidi's mentioned that too.
And a lot of guys have done that.
Here we go. Here's a pass.
We'll pass
race
them
mile
fast.
135.
Yep. Looked like another UTV right there. Just
More
walk that guy.
Just dust.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got some word from Boyd from Method Race Wheels, and he was saying on Ebert's Class 10 that the lights are outboard of the roof line so that it doesn't reflect off the hood.
Got it.
Which I kind of like.
Makes sense.
Yep.
We always ran like a little.
That's one of your teammates.
That's Cafro.
That's Cafro, one of your old teammates, I think, right?
I never teamed with
You
him,
never did
actually.
on a quad?
We were always
Always competitor. Okay.
But that's a mid-tag built chassis
Yep.
right there. And I know he was pretty stoked to have that. Looks like he just got
That's
by
a Class
10
10
car.
right there. Yep. And he's a good driver too. He's one of the best out there too. He's been out there for a while.
Yeah, Cafro's got tons of experience down
He's
here.
a great guy.
Okay.
That looks like a 60 Runner truck.
Yeah. Inside.
Is that Thor?
I don't know yet. We're gonna see, but they're
okay. All right, we're gonna go inside the car here with the Herbst team.
Out of nowhere, dude. We almost hit it. I'm like, oh, I hit it. And we might see Sonic out here, Tim. Imagine the bumper still. I doubt it, dude. I highly doubt it. But it's freaking crazy, dude. Right here? Yeah. Okay. Feels so much better. Yeah. And I actually feel like the more we're using, me and Cody couldn't really use it very much out there. It's like a lot of this, like, bullshit stuff. Yeah. Like, actually getting them warmed up, I feel like even better, dude. Yeah. Which used to be the opposite. Correct. Correct. Yeah, it's actually like halfway enjoyable to be in here now. It's crazy, right? Like, dude, we'd be hating our life right now, right? Like, low key. Like, yeah, we're doing something fun, but like, we're getting cut. Yeah. But like, right now, it feels nice. Yeah. Nice change, put it that way. Yep. Not upset about it. Step in the right direction. like it's a little top heavy on like those like drifty turns. Yeah. So I feel like lowering that tire would do a lot of good, like a huge jump. Yeah.
Well, our roof line is like a good 6 than everybody else.
Yeah. No, I know.
Straight.
We're going a little bit to the left here, or right? Okay.
Left.
Okay.
We're good here. There's some freaking jumps. Oh yeah.
All right, that was some cool in-car with Brandon Walsh. So, last few days, Wes has been a very busy boy, shooting lots of cool videos. You've got something to choose from, Wes. What you got in your bag of tricks?
Yeah, so Mark and I were just talking about this, how when you're down racing in Baja, you really never know what you're gonna come across. Mm-hmm. So we have a video that I called Things That You Might Come Across on the Race Course. This score 101 I like to call Things You May Come Across in the Race Course. So when you're racing in Baja, there can be just about anything that you come across in the race course. I've seen, anything from animals, like behind me is a broken up cattle guard that you have to go around. Now, it's not that big of a deal if you're not in dust, but if you're in someone else's dust, you could clip this and you're gonna end your race right then and there. Also, you have things that maybe weren't there while you pre-ran. So there's rocks that get dug up, that fall down off of ledges, that get put out there by unscrupulous characters. Also, you have traffic out there. So, out pre-running, we ran into a semi-tractor trailer out in the middle of nowhere down kind of by Catavina. There's also people on motorcycles, quads, people walking. I've run into cows, donkeys, horses. There's just a plethora of things that will keep you on your toes while racing in a score event. So it's always best you want to be pushing, but you always want to leave like a little margin for error. So when you come around a corner, set up a little wide so you can peek around that corner a little earlier. And if there is something there, hopefully it gives you that split second more reaction time where you don't hit it. Just little things like that. Blind rises, you can mark them pre-running that you don't have to lift, but that's if there's nothing on the other side of that. And there's no guarantee that there is nothing on the other side of that. So I always kind of recommend check a little bit, or if you have a helicopter spotting you or something like that, that really helps. But you never know what you're gonna come across down in Baja.
Wes, what's the craziest thing you've seen out there within the boundaries of good taste?
I like that. Good taste. I'm going to leave that.
Well, I mean, in that shot right there, I thought it was pretty interesting that we come across a semi, towing a trailer in the middle of nowhere out in the desert. I think the sketchiest things that is just coming around a blind corner and having a spectator car coming head on at you. And especially when I was racing a quad.
Mm-hmm. We've all had that. I actually hit a car.
I mean,
we've all been there.
There's super close calls.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've never had anything major. I think animal-wise, I mean, I've seen bobcats,
cows.
Definitely cows. Okay, so when we're pre-running for this, and this may factor into this race, is so after you clear San Felipe, you hit Diablo Dry Lake Bed. There was 3 cows standing in the middle of the dry lake bed. And there was a shot in that video where you can see them. The racers are gonna be coming through there at night. And you're gonna have trophy trucks going $140 across this dry lake bed. And you have a brown cow in pitch black night.
And you're going that speed.
It's really hard to see those.
How now, brown cow?
And you might have some cows get vaporized.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we can show that.
We've seen everything. I've seen tools. I've seen light bars, spare tires, tool bags,
tons of parts,
all kinds of stuff. You name it. You see it out there. Pre-running, people lose their bags. There's always something on Fish Logistics or something saying, "Hey, you see my bag or see my tire? It's over here." You know, you never know what it is.
Yeah. So you see everything out there, but one thing that you go ahead.
Chupacabras.
Chupacabras. Be on the lookout for chupacabras. So you see everything out there, but what do you also see? You see cactuses. Did you do a little piece on cactuses, Wes?
Well, I think something that I really want to show people, and especially for this race, is when you head down south, we don't go through like south of San Quintin that often.
Yeah.
And just the whole terrain changes. You get into the big cardone, like elephant cactus, into the boujum, which is the Dr. Seuss cactus, or Dr. Seuss trees, actually. Those are trees, not cactus. And it's just really cool. So let's take a look at that.
Okay.
This Score 101 I like to call things you may come across in the race course. So when you're racing in Baja, there can be just about anything that you come across in the race course. I've seen, anything from animals, like behind me is a broken up cattle guard. Down here in Baja, California, you have lots of different fauna, and I am surrounded by different cactus here in a cactus forest. You see we got someone coming pre-running through here on a quad. But what's really unique here is the diverse amount of cactus. So in this cactus forest right here, you've got probably about 10 different kinds of cactus here. You can see the race course goes right through this. We'll walk around and take a look at some of these different cactus, but you have things that are really unique, like the cardone or elephant cactus, which are the big saguaro looking cactus. So here we go, we got another trophy truck coming. A lot of people out here pre-running right now, holding it down in Baja. So there you have it, another Score 101.
Awesome job, Wes. We also got some social media that we want to check in on, so let's roll those clips too. Here we go. So we got a big crash here at Race Mile 1.
Coastal truck.
And that was Scott?
Well, I don't know for sure that he was the one driving. But
you see, he hit something. Yeah, you can see the rear end coming up, so he definitely,
he popped something.
He hit something, G out or something.
160. That's
the silty.
I think that's where you're in like the kind of heading into the salt flats.
Yes.
By Vicente Guerrero, I think.
The car still looked halfway decent. All the tires are there. The steering looks straight still, so they still might be able to get that car to go. That truck, I should say.
Wow.
That was an ugly crash.
Yeah,
that's brutal. Yikes. Well, we certainly hope everybody's okay.
So that's actually in the really high speed stuff, like kind of by shipwrecks, I think. It's like 165-ish.
Okay. We'll do a little diligence on that. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Baja 1000 after this.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride's really good. Crossing the road now.
Copy that.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Back to the BF Goodrich Tires. Score 57th BAJA 1000. Welcome back to the stage, Heidi Steele.
Thank
Just
you.
like that, the magic.
Yeah.
We're back.
Wes is on a quick break. He'll be back a little bit. During the commercial break, Mark and Heidi were catching up. Guys, you got some history.
Yeah, we've been racing a long time together. We used to race trucks together and stuff. And,
Cool.
And she was definitely a competitor out there, beating everybody. The girl was beating all the guys out there. That's for sure.
Five-time champ.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, you got to give her credit.
And you
She
knew her
can-
hubby?
Huh?
You know Cameron?
Yeah, Cameron's a good friend of mine, but he taught you well, or you taught him, one of the two. I don't know what it was.
It's the other way around.
I don't know, but it's you're always good at what you do. You know, I'm surprised you're up here not racing right now.
Here's our first four
Yeah.
trucks, guys, real quick. Race mile 262 and Pudia in first, followed by Price in second, McMillan, Luke McMillan, Rob Mack in third, and then Dan and Andy in fourth.
Wow, what a change
Look
right
at those.
there.
Yeah,
It changed,
from where
boom,
we started
immediately.
to where we are now.
Yep, it changed immediately
3
right
minute
there.
splits, 4 minute splits.
They're all really close.
Yeah, just about a minute in between each
Yep.
other.
Okay,
so,
and so where did Tavo go?
¿Dónde está Tavo?
But also, you know, Alan and Tavo are like neck and neck for the championship.
They're close, yep.
And if Alan beats Tavo, he will be able to claim the championship.
For sure.
So this
Well, Bryce is out. And so
Yeah.
Bryce is out. We know that, but that we're talking about. They still have Tavo,
but
Tavo and Pudia, and both of them Both of them are going neck and neck for
Tavo's at
championship.
348, so you're absolutely right.
And it's double points too, because it's 1,000. So these are double points.
Sure.
Yeah.
But look, what happened to Rob Mack? Why are they back? You know, they're back 4 minutes now versus they're leading, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
True.
So there's a lot of changes, and this is just the beginning of the race. 262 is just the beginning.
So around what time do we predict sundown-ish?
4:30 probably?
Around 4:35-ish? Because it gets dark around 5 here.
About 5.
And you're going down a little down a little farther. The farther you go down, the light get less light versus up. If you're like in Washington or somewhere, it stays a little bit lighter up there.
True. Okay, so these guys want to get as much distance in as they can before it goes pitch black.
This looks like a Pudia right here, or Allen right here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Looks to be. Here we go. Lauren Healy in the 773 truck, whipping through.
Now there's that, they had the Ford manufactured trucks out there. I didn't see what they were. What class were those trucks going in? Did you see what they were, the Ford factory team that was out there? Did you see that at all, Heidi? What those trucks were, those Broncos, and there was other ones out there?
I didn't.
The class,
see that.
I'm not sure, no.
Yeah, I didn't see what class they're racing them in this time. If they're 8.
This right here is the Ford Ranger Raptor.
Okay, got it. And is that a factory deal with the Ford deal with that?
I haven't heard.
It is.
It is.
Yes,
okay,
it is.
Okay, yeah. That was what I asked that because if I'm not mistaken, he also does drifting and stuff too.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
I used to do a little Formula D back in the day.
Yeah, yep.
Sure.
And off-roading. And we've
There
got
we
here
go.
class 10.
Yep, we got 1016 here, race mile 185.
Now you see a lot of the UTVs right now are ahead of these
Ron?
guys. Actually, there might be a UTV. That is a UTV right there, right behind it. Looks like Cognito right there. He's in his dust, heavy dust. We'll see if he can get out of there. It looked like Cognito, but that car looks a little shorter than his, so I don't know if it's going to be him. I'll tell you in a little bit here, but he's definitely eating some dust.
Yep, dusty, and the ruts are getting deeper and deeper. Yeah,
that might be Matlock's wife right
Kristen?
there. Yeah, it might be. It said Optima on the side of the battery on the thing. It was pink kind of. I think she runs those colors. But you can see the distance between the other places right there. I mean, look there's nothing. I mean, here it comes right here. It's a little bit of ways.
That's something.
There's something.
Let's see if we can zero in on
That's
that.
definitely a class 10.
As a 10, yep.
For sure. So what do you think about that? The UTVs are now going as fast as the class 10s. They're passing these guys. They're ahead. They started in front of them. So what do you think about that? That's the technology is so good now on the UTVs, and they're going up against the class 10. I mean, it's unbelievable how fast they are.
It's such a wonderful vehicle to kind of break into it as well. You know what I mean? And so I think that the industry recognized that, and they were like, let's push on our technology, let's push on development, let's try to get more people involved, and I think it's paying off.
Yep, no, it is. I mean, they're crazy, all the new cars out there,
And class 10 it's more expensive
to run. Yep.
So, to get involved in off-road racing.
Great entry moment.
Yep. We got PJ Jones out here hitting the whoops out there in his new car.
Whoop it up. So somebody that hit a severe whoop just a little bit ago, we saw a pretty severe crash. We actually have another angle of that from social media. Let's roll that clip. Here we go. Oh, so he just hit that.
He saw it. He looked like he was braking up to it.
Yeah.
And then a little too fast coming in. They're waving him down. And just lucky. Now you guys can see this is a big deal. That's a class 1 right there. But
thankfully,
you can see
there's a class 1 behind him.
But no, thankfully that nobody got hurt. See all the fans out there sitting right next to him?
Yep.
These guys, that truck rolled exactly right in between. It could have rolled out right into the crowd. It just lucky.
Yeah.
A lucky deal.
Very
That's one
true.
thing
That's
about
a
Mexico.
bowling ball coming through there.
It is a bowling ball going through there.
Oof.
It was crazy.
And we always say don't go too close to the course. Don't go on the outside of a turn.
Yep.
But
telling the people, the
you
fans.
wouldn't expect this right there.
In that particular section, yeah.
Look
Here's
at the
10X
bikes.
coming through.
Wow. They're getting closer. This is the worst section for bikes is San Felipe. Super big whoops, a lot of rocks. What number was that? 16?
Yeah, it's physically. It's all physically challenging, but it is really rough through San Felipe.
The Aussies back to the 773. Lauren Healy.
They're right by the. Is that by the chupacabras?
The chupacabra.
That's the chupacabra hangout?
That's funny.
You know, we've been running, look at those ruts. Deep
That's
ruts.
deep.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been running plenty of videos saying anything can be found out there.
Yeah, I think there's a little sign as you're driving through there about the chupacabras.
They nip your tire.
You have to beware.
Well, you wouldn't want to be there after dark, right?
Here's Ampudia.
Anyways, back to Ampudia.
He's got a clean
He's
air.
climbing.
He's got clean air, easy driving right now. It's his race to lose for sure, but it's a long ways from the finish. A long ways.
It's a long ways, and we haven't, we probably shouldn't even talk about corrected time yet.
Yeah,
but
that's it. He's winning, but still.
Winning.
But that's just here. I mean, they could change it's a whole different game at night. You know how it is at nighttime.
Yeah.
You've raced at night, and it's a totally different world. And it takes certain drivers at night can drive, and some can't. And I'm sure that they have the best drivers out there at nighttime. He is Ironmanning it, so he has to do both. He was out there pre-running like no other. I did see a lot of pre-running from him. He's a friend of mine.
Did his homework.
Yeah, he definitely did his homework, you know. He does it in his Class 8 truck that he has. It's an old truck that his family used to race, and he used to race back in the day.
So once it goes night, how much does the average speed tend to drop?
Sometimes, to be honest, it all depends, but like Larry Rosler,
he's so good at
night. Yeah, at nighttime. So he can go even faster sometimes at nighttime than he can in the daytime. There was a couple riders on bikes that could do that.
Yeah.
And it just takes a certain person. If certain people can see through things, that's a big difference. Look at Toby right there. You got Alan.
Toby, Alan, Mike. Two different perspectives.
Rear and front, yeah.
Very cool. Yeah,
so,
it's moving now.
So have we heard if Toby is back in and if Paul's out, or?
I think Toby's going all the way. I think Toby was telling me he was going to go all the way down to over 400 miles, and he was going to ride that area.
That's contrary to what Wes said, and I don't know because we didn't see a driver change, but Wes thought they did a driver change.
Maybe they did.
In Santo Tomas.
Maybe they did.
There's a discrepancy, Mark, between you and Wes.
Hey.
I'm glad it wasn't between me.
Right. It's okay. He's been here all day, I know that, but like I said, if I saw a camera view on Toby, I could tell you if it's him or not because he's wearing the Red Bull helmet versus the, I think it's, is it Paul?
Paul Wheel?
Yeah.
So he is not wearing a Red Bull helmet, I don't think.
Okay.
That's a good tell.
Okay, so there's Wayne.
Wayne Matlock trying to make a pass
He just did, it looks like.
There he goes. Do we see dust on the left?
Oh, it's real close.
Are they battling? He's trying to fight the glare. He's got the sun in his eyes. He's trying to make the pass.
Yep.
He doesn't have dirt in his face, thankfully. No dust,
he's running up in the lead right behind Brock,
really,
as far as I can tell. Oh, yeah. So he might be passing another class.
I'm sure it's class 10 or something.
Could be.
But he's doing, like I said, Wayne he's so knowledgeable. He does his tours. He does things that goes out there. He's one of the best out there.
There's
Kristen, his wife, right there.
There we go.
And she's a little bit of ways back. I'd have to say she's probably a few miles back. I know the terrain right there is.
Yeah.
He's on the upper part. He's on the bottom part.
She had a tough week, so.
Oh yeah, that's right. She had.
Kidney stones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I heard that.
Yeah.
And she normally, his wife normally beats him.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, most of the time. Yep. I have to give Wayne crap, and I give her thumbs up, and give her, I always talk crap about it, so we're good friends, and we always talk together and talk a lot, But you can see Wayne, he's doing good. I think he's loving the new car. They both have new cars, so they're doing well.
Breaking him in?
Yep, they're breaking him in out here for sure.
For sure, yeah.
And go ahead. The PJ, like I said, he is he's no dummy. He's been around here for a while now. His dad used to race down here, and he's out there with his Can-Am and doing well.
Going back to what you were saying earlier about where's Tavo, and I'm looking right now at corrected times between Alan in first, Tavo in second. So you got Alan at about 4 hours 41, and then you've got Tavo at 4 hours 43 corrected.
Okay.
Okay, and then after that we got Toby followed by Luke, and then then you got Gus and 1L, followed by Dan, would be Dan and Andy, and then right behind that. So it's kind of where we're at.
Well, it looks like Ricky
corrected
Johnson
time.
and Gus's trucks. Yeah. He's moving up there. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He's no slouch.
Nope.
They're in a great truck too. So.
Yeah. So they're definitely in first for the Legends class.
Well, by a long ways, it looks
Always.
like. Yeah, they're way up there right now.
Okay. Here's some overhead coverage.
Another UTV right there.
And then he's chasing somebody. Let's see if we make a pass.
Oh,
Looks
he's
like
making
it's
a
gonna
pass for
happen,
sure.
No problem. Easy. Couple lines to choose from. Stay straight. Makes sense.
I can't see the number on that, but I think it's 29. The 2900 class car.
Just a minute, we may have some action happening at 280, our leader coming through race mile 280 in just a little bit. We'll go right now to Travis Williams.
So he had his hood up earlier. Did you hear what happened?
No. We didn't find out what happens, but obviously there's no hood anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can see the front. See the mount right there? That was the mount that should be low. So he definitely hit something in the front of that truck.
Yeah.
That thing is sticking up
Where
really
is this
high.
area that they're at, this flat?
That's on the top of, it's right next to the beach area coming up.
He's at race mile 186-ish.
Travis's?
Yeah. So
You kind of see it right there.
I mean, this is the time where you just lay it down.
Well, yeah, you're going pretty fast, but you also got different lines, and the guy's telling them left, right.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah. Here we
The
go.
Class 8.
Something
8.
interesting.
Oh, just stop.
Brad.
8,000.
Is that 809? Let's see what happens here.
Oh, he's definitely gonna overtake him, or.
yeah, he's trying to
Josh
pass
Preston.
him.
Yeah.
And 809 isn't pulling over.
Okay, so that looks like a Bronco. That's it. That's the Bronco.
That's the Bronco.
That's the Ford Bronco, I'm guessing, right
Josh
there.
Prinsky, perhaps. All right.
Yeah, you're.
This is the Bronco right here he's in, I think. I think that's a Bronco.
I believe it is.
Yeah.
You're right.
And it's a full factory deal there, too.
I think that would be a fun class to race.
It would be fun. They were actually selling those trucks. You can buy them from the factory, a race truck right out of the dealer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were full factory. It was like a $350,000 deal.
Wow.
You can buy one ready to go.
Wow.
So if you could create your ideal vehicle, what would it be? No limits, no, like, you know, if we could dial it in right now for you, you just said, oh, I'd love to drive.
Yeah.
We all want to drive trophy truck, don't we?
Well, I think I might be past that point.
Really?
You're ready, though. I can tell.
I would like to drive a trophy truck.
Okay, you want to do trophy truck.
I would like to do a trophy truck, definitely
Santa
forward
here.
to. Yeah, can I tell Santa Claus to give me one?
Yeah.
Let me win the lotto, okay? Because it takes more, as she knows, Heidi knows that, you know, her husband does this. It's $1 million a year deal, you know, after we buy the truck. Look at the guy who was smart enough, went on the left-hand side and just passed him.
passed
It's a
him.
section where it's all whoops right there. There are a couple of lines in this area right here. You'll see a lot of people in that
Okay, here
area.
we go. Here's our leader at race mile 280.
Yeah, look at the dust.
You can see.
See the
Yeah, see that heli there.
The heli on the ground right there, probably filling gas. It looks
waiting.
like. Oh, he's moving.
And yeah,
He is moving
visibility's
fast.
really cloudy out there. Foggy, misty, dusty.
I think that's just like the dust hanging. What do you think?
Well, no, if that's the leader, he's the first one, so there's no dust hanging.
Yeah.
So I think that might be fog or something maybe coming in.
Might be.
He's coming
But
back
if that's
up.
any prediction for
Yeah.
this evening, that's going to be really dangerous.
I mean, they're still got an hour and a half before it gets, starts getting bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're going to see a lot of changes at night, I think. But he is moving out, and you don't even see second place. I don't see second place yet.
Mm-mm.
Should be coming up. You should see it over there on the right, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he's second is only a mile and a half or less.
There it is
back.
right there. You just saw it. He just went by.
Okay.
He just went by. He's laying it down right there. He's getting it. Ellen's putting it down. This kid's fast, if the truck stays together, he can definitely be a contender for the win for today for sure.
Let's see if we can
They have not
zoom in here.
been able to let up.
No, you
This
got all these
entire
great
time.
guys out there. So many great guys in that class.
So I think isn't this Robin Luke though?
This should be
Ellen.
physically. This should be actually Rob and Luke.
Oh, okay.
Physically.
So what happened to Ellen?
Physically.
It was late.
Well, no,
He's
that
right
was on
behind
corrected
him.
time.
Correct time. Okay.
That was corrected time.
Okay.
So physically,
Yeah. So this is Rob Mack driving right here.
should be Rob.
Yeah.
The GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend. He is
Yep,
there.
all
he
the
is.
things.
He is all that and then some.
Ripping through.
I
So-
pre-run a lot with him, and we seem to pre-run. We're always meeting him. He's out there first thing in the morning, going back and forth, checking lines out. This guy knows Baja like no other.
Yeah, and he's got a strategy to identify his lines.
Yep.
I remember when we were pre-running and we'd bump into him, and he was like, we're friends, of course, but he's like so secretive, like,
He is.
I'm not looking at this.
Yeah. He would hide and stuff in areas, but he knew that I was driving UTVs. His son was in the car with me, you know, so his car, and they would be like, we're different classes, so they, we'd go, hey, what about that line? Is that line fast?
Yeah.
We'd race up the line and see which one's better.
Test it out.
Yeah.
But he's a machine. That guy is, he is definitely on a great team, great truck, and he's a great driver. So he's definitely out there to make sure he gives a truck to Luke to bring it home, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Luke can do it.
Yep. And this, he's moving out right now. Is that Alan right there?
This should be Alan in second. But let's see if we get a clear shot here in a second. It might be, could be even Toby. Let me see. Let's take a look.
It's Alan.
Is that
it's
black red?
It looks red. No, it's Tavo. It's Tavo.
No.
Oh, it looked
Was
like
it
it.
Tavo?
It looked like it. It looked blue to me.
Son of a gun.
It looked blue. Oh,
All
he's right.
Here we go. We got somebody else.
He's coming right now.
It was the quad lock truck.
Who?
The Toby Price truck?
Okay, that's Alan right there. So
Okay, that's
Alan
Alan.
third physically.
Okay.
Okay.
And then was that Price that just came through
You
ahead of
going.
him. So Alan's
Perfect.
chasing Toby.
And he has pretty clean
Nice
air
and
right
smooth.
there.
Yep. Not too bad right
A
now.
lot of zigzag, a lot of little dips in there. Little G outs here and there.
They are about to get, or they might be passing, I think, an Ironman.
They creeping
Oh,
up
a bike?
Yes.
Oh man, that's scary.
Yes.
You got to remember that you come up to them so fast.
And then another motocross bike, a 25X Bryce.
Whoa.
So
And he's still he's moving right here.
unless those motorcycles are in the pits, which
And who's
actually
that?
could
Is that
be.
that's Tavo?
That's Tavo.
Okay.
Okay, so then maybe that wasn't Price. Then what? Then it was probably Rob Mack, Tavo, Alan.
No, I think it was Rob Mack.
Rob Mack, Toby.
Toby.
Yeah, Toby.
And then Alan,
Alan.
and then
Got it.
Yeah. That's at 280 right there.
I got to get used to this new color.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little different, right? That new color for him.
I know.
very
It's all
different.
painted.
It used to be so
That
distinctive.
truck was painted. Tavo's truck is fully hand painted. It wasn't a wrap, is what I was told.
Wow.
Completely different. You see the thing? It
Yeah.
was really good.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. And then probably after him, you're probably going to see Ricky Johnson come up here soon.
Back to Alan. Andy McMillan will be coming up.
Yeah, just think you make a little mistake right there. We talked about cactuses before. You make a little mistake, you hit a cactus, it freaking goes into the window, it's on you, and it's nothing worse than that, having a cactus driving the whole race on your lap or on your arm or something like that, and you can't get it out, and you just got to deal with it. You can't pull over and stop. You have to deal with it.
Yeah.
So here's our trophy truck, race mile 262 results so far. Yeah, Tavo, tight. It's tight. Tavo
Good for
second,
Tavo,
Price
man.
in third, Luke McMillan, Rob Mack fourth, Dan and Andy in fifth, Kevin Thompson sixth, Walser seventh, and Justin Lofton in eighth.
Now Jason drives. Jason's probably, I don't know who's driving right now with Tavo, meaning like if it's Tavo or Jason, but Jason's no slouch.
No,
he is
McNeil's-
definitely
he's fantastic.
He's awesome. He actually in the spec truck, he got I think third overall in one of the races, and he's one of the biggest guys out there. That definitely, if he had the money, he would race trophy trucks, but he just doesn't have the money, the funding of it, and he's out there racing right now.
Look at that wind just pushing the dust
That's awesome,
really
though.
tight to the left there.
Yep, that's awesome.
They're right.
This guy's blowing through. Let's see. This is Ricky Johnson.
Let's see.
Yep, it's
Yep.
RJ.
Yep, there it is.
That's RJ right there.
Best truck.
And I talked to him. He'll be getting out for sure by the tractor trail over there, or right after it. One of the two. Was it Fred's tractor trailer? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. And this will be an area where it's technical, where Ricky Johnson will shine a little bit more. He likes the technical, slow, windy stuff versus flat out, crazy stuff that you do.
Yeah.
He's more of a technical guy. He's very good with the truck.
What did you prefer, Mark, in that area?
I like technical.
Yeah,
because
same.
I came from motocross.
Active and like just
it
more
does.
engaged?
It keeps you awake. I mean, it doesn't make you
Right.
sleep, but I'm more of a technical guy because I'm a motocross guy. I like turning. I like getting in there. I like the flat. I like the beach roads, really fast sliding, drifting roads. That's where I excel at. I'm very, really good on those things. Bruce Ogilvie, back in the day, he was a Honda team manager for Honda, and he taught me how to drive those turns, actually ride those turns, and that's how I learned. Here's Toby right here. He's moving.
Right for long, go. Right for long.
Let's listen in.
Left for long. Right sweep. Good. Left 5. Then right 4. Into left 4 tight. Left 5. Left 3 tightens over. Roll. Good. Right. Right 5. Right 4 long. Narrow here. Right left chicane. Rob just got a tree. Left 4. Right 5. Danger. Right 4. Sweep into left. Good. Left 3 tight. Right 4. Sweep. Right 5. Then left 3 sweep. Right 5. Left 5. Right 4 sweep. Left 4 sweep open. Left 5 long. Stay fast. Then right 4 tight. The cactus. Good speed. Go. Left 5. Straight long. All fast. Narrows a little. Stay fast. Right 5. Right 5. Left 5. Sorry. Then danger. Right 3 for coming. Right 3 tight. Good. Right 4 long. 4 sweep. Drop. Right 3.
So some fantastic in-car, rear view,
everything,
front hood,
all the above. To have
everything.
all these teams on one screen, you guys did a great job here. It's nice to see what the difference is in speed and what they're doing.
Well, and you're also seeing all the different terrain. You're
Yep.
seeing all these cars and trucks, I should say, in different areas of the
Yep.
of the course.
Yep.
As well. So
different types of vehicles.
different types of vehicles as well. Like, you got Alan out there now.
Look, if you see Alan, he is moving.
He's moving.
He is moving through those roads right now. I mean, it might not look that fast, but he's moving. People watching it.
Back to race mile 280. Speaking of someone who's moving, let's see who we got.
Well, he's moving. There's no doubt about that. He's throwing down some dirt.
Let's see
You can see the
who
suspension
this
working.
culprit is.
We're going to find out here shortly.
Got these spectators right on the. He's going to go straight. Though.
Yeah, he
He's
goes
gonna
straight.
Blast right
Yeah,
through
he goes
there.
straight. He slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, that's so. Oh, looks like some body work was lost on the back. Dang it.
Yeah.
I guess we could try to track that on our tracker if it's pinging accurately. There was a heli there, so somebody with a heli.
I think it was Walzert.
Was that Walzer?
Yeah, because it was probably white. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was white right there.
Yeah, he hasn't pinged for 5 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
That's
last
Matt-
time he pinged was
That,
race mile 107.
that right there is Matt Burrows. I can tell you that. I know the car real well. He's one of the biggest competitors he's a champion for Score. He's been racing the turbo class for a while. I wonder how he's doing. I don't know how he's doing right now. But he has a new Can-Am.
Mm-hmm.
It's all done up, ready to go.
It's by the coast there, so.
And I think that Can-Am's built by Phil Burton too, if I'm not mistaken. That's Matt Burrows, like it says. He's right on the coast. He's moving out. That car, goes by super fast.
Over to Travis Williams.
Travis Williams.
277. He's chasing dust. Coming up on somebody. Let's see. Or are they just too far ahead? But I feel like I can see somebody in the distance there. So
Yeah.
he's chasing them.
He's definitely chasing them.
Yep.
Or he got passed, one of the two.
Yeah, one of the two, but he's fast and furious right now.
He's moving.
Well, he definitely had some downtime when he took his hood off, so he
Yeah.
probably fell back behind
Oh yeah,
some slower classes.
he might even be
Correct.
in the UTV areas right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you can just see, look at the bars just bent up in the front. You know he hit something real hard in the front.
Yeah, that's got to be really frustrating when you're in a trophy truck spec and then
stuck behind UTVs.
Yeah.
Oh no, there's no doubt.
In a sea of UTVs.
Oh yeah, and
in front of you and behind you.
Yeah, and he's trying right now. He's in the dust. He's waiting for that wind to go. Now it's time to give it more gas, keep it going. In this section right here, there's a couple G outs in here. You can hear the
Throttle
gas.
down. Now he's getting up. He's almost at 90.
Yeah, the lighting on his GPS is really good.
Yeah, very good. You can read the speed real fast. And just think, if that is a UTV, it's doing that same speed, if not more. Because he's still not catching him. Yeah, or whatever that is. Who knows what it is? I'm just taking a guess.
Well, it's interesting because the UTVs are so lightweight.
Yep.
And so there's a big difference. The trophy truck specs are so heavy.
Yep. Well, this is right here. Like I said, there's a lot of G outs, a lot of dips right here. This guy right here is really, if he didn't pre-run this section, he definitely is going for it. And he's right there. He's right on him right now. Let's take a look and see what it is.
Here we go.
Let's see if he hits him.
Moments away.
He's telling him.
Hey.
He pushed the button.
Uh-oh.
He just did on the right. You can see he pushing the button. Let's see if he waits.
It's a 1837 UTV.
He got it.
Pushes off to the side.
Yeah.
Travis Williams pushes ahead.
He's like,
I think too, just a credit to how this feed's coming through. It's not glitchy. It's
Oh, it's
bouncing
unbelievable!
all over the place.
Unbelievable!
Super clear.
What the technology is with the Starlinks and the GoPros and all
You can
this
actually
stuff.
see in the rear view mirror that if you look up top, you'll see the camera right in the middle.
Yep.
That's
Now he has clean air. He's gonna have fun through here. It's a little still
Ruddy.
silty. Yep.
wow, I can't believe there's still some water there.
Yeah, it still goes in. They might have drained it or did something there. Put some
back
water
to
down.
Justin Davis. Having a good run so far.
He's stoked. He has another great driver driving this truck right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a
Kyle's
great...
a good driver. He's one of the best out there. He drove for Brenthal. Now he's driving for Camberg now. Camberg has our new truck.
Back to race mile 280. See See that wind pushing the dust away?
Yeah, and Justin's sitting second in points.
Yeah, I know that.
And he's first right now today.
Yeah, hopefully he'll pull it out,
That's great.
I'm not sure where Thor is at
Alley
right
footage?
now, but he just needs to beat him.
He's a good kid. His brother's a good kid. Family's good. I've been with them a couple times, pre-running and market course. Look at these two guys right here. They're battling right here. Two UTVs. I can't tell what it is, but this guy is anxious in the rear for sure.
Here we go.
He's going to come in.
And
try to get a number on them.
I'm trying.
Let's see how they do the line.
They're going in the area where it's silt. He's going to go to the right. Yeah, he's going to be good. It looks like Brandon Sims. Maybe. Let's take a look. I can't see it, but. Hager.
UTV Open leaderboard. Here we go. Race mile 168. You can see here. And look at these elapsed times here. They're pretty tight.
Look at where.
Very, very close.
They are very
close. Look at where McCachran's at.
He started last.
Yeah.
But you can see this guy right here. He's in the stock class, meaning like no turbo. I forget his name, but he's really good. But that other car was definitely a turbo that was passing him, and he should be in the lead by this guy.
Yeah.
Just by experience, that other line that other guy took is definitely faster than this section that they're going through right here.
Right.
It's less silt, it's hard, and it comes out way before this area where he's going to get silty.
Sure.
Silt is right here.
Well, the jury's still out. We'll have to see how Caden works his way.
It's a long race, and he's only a few minutes behind.
Yeah, exactly. And corrected times too.
Yeah.
So.
I thought Wayne would be a little higher up. Looks like he's in 5th, but yeah.
Yeah, Caden elected for a rear start, meaning he wanted to start in the back and pick people off and know where he was at by the time he got to the end of the race.
So very strategic.
You can see that he already got past this guy because the dust is in front. You'll probably see it in the camera angle here in a second, but I think he's already passed him. He blew probably right by him because you could see the dust in front of him a little bit. I mean, he might be way out there, but I didn't see any dust behind him.
Yeah, it's interesting in the tracker. It shows Brock in first position, Wayne, Matlock behind him, Doug Mittag, and then Mitchell Alsep in 4th.
Here's Wayne right here.
Back to Wayne.
And they're on a speed section right here. It's 37 mile an hour speed section on the pavement. On a little section right here where they have to go down the pavement, get off up here. Now, a lot of these cars, if you don't know, a lot of the UTVs, they don't have like a limiter.
Yeah.
You can't.
So
you have
they have to keep it steady
and hold it.
No
just like a trophy truck or a spec truck.
Sure.
A lot of the technology, we do have stuff that can limit the car a little bit less and have a cruise control, I would say.
Yeah.
And we do have that, but not most teams don't have that technology. The factory teams do. I'm lucky to have that. Can-Am took care of me.
Are those expensive?
No, it's the engineers that program the ECUs and stuff in the car to get that. And there's other systems that you can use too.
Gotcha.
But that was one of the big things for UTV.
Yeah.
Here's another truck right here.
Going through race mile 280. Let's see what we have coming through. That's red.
Do you see that? Oh, he doesn't even know. Oh, he's going to the pit. That's going to be good.
It's pit moment.
Pit moment for sure.
Wasn't sure where to go
that
there
looks
for a moment.
like the concrete truck. It is the concrete truck,
Yeah, it's the concrete.
Doesn't look like there's a driver change. They're just doing tires. Oh, they're just remounting one of the spare tires.
I was going to say, they're only at race mile 280. Would you switch tires at that
No.
moment? You wouldn't do that.
They probably did it at the last bit if they did. Oh, they just looked at the tire and they brought it back. And maybe they thought that wasn't the right one and they're going to put another one in there, or are they going to leave it alone?
Let's see.
Hurry up, let's get it going here.
Clock is ticking.
Oh, they're going to fuel
Kevin
too.
Thompson.
Wow.
All right.
I don't know what they're taking so much time for. They weren't definitely ready for it, that's for sure. He's still not even into the truck right now. The gas thing's not even in the truck.
No, they're definitely, it seems like there's a panic.
Yep, and he has a Pressure Pro system. It's one of the most craziest things that pumps the fuel into the truck in seconds, 100 gallons in seconds. Yeah. Very dangerous, especially if you don't know how to do it.
Because you don't want that to splash.
Not splash. It's more of a, pressure-wise, there's been a lot of accidents with those things, and a lot of people have to know how to use them. Ronnie Anderson right there.
Going back to Kevin, it didn't look like the team was ready for him.
No.
No, not at all. They weren't ready at all.
In fact, when he came in, he almost kind of looked indecisive there for a moment. Didn't know where to go, as if somebody was flagging him over.
Yeah.
All right, here's our leaderboard for the Score Trophy trucks. Race mile 262. Here's our splits as well. Allen and Pooty at first, Vidosela second, Price third, McMillan, Luke McMillan, and Rob Mack. We got Andy and Dan McMillan in fifth, Kevin Thompson, away he goes. And then in seventh, Walser, followed by Lofton, Steele, and Taylor, rounding out our top 10.
Now, they were going to put a spare tire on there. They didn't put it on. It looked like normally these guys carry 2 spare tires. And for some reason, they had it over there. They brought it back, and they didn't put it in the truck. I don't know what the deal was, but...
It's not a weight thing.
No, not in the race. You definitely want 2 spares if you're out there.
Exactly.
You know, and sometimes more weight's better than no. You know,
pushes more pressure, get better grip.
Maybe, you know.
Maybe.
Depends what it is, you know, what truck it is or what car it is.
Yeah.
Here's another
He's
10, it
all-wheel
looks like.
drive, though.
Yeah, all-wheel drive, yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. But
That's a brand new Mason truck. He had that at SEMA, I think. I saw it out there. Looks like the King's car right there.
Yeah.
There's Cameron Steele. There you go, girlfriend.
Right.
You got some footage.
Let's go.
Got some air time.
Now, Cameron, like we talked about earlier, he's in a 2-wheel drive truck, okay? Full disadvantage there, you know. All these guys are driving 4-wheel drive trucks. They got a lot more traction to the ground. This guy is doing it in a 2-wheel drive truck. He's very experienced. He rides dirt bikes. He's done everything out there from little truck car, or little bugs and 1600s, yeah, with his dad and all his family. You know, the whole family. You guys are involved with that. And
you ride bikes, Heidi. You get out there with them.
I rode bikes when we first got married.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I got into a buggy and then a truck, I gave up the bike.
Oh yeah, I would too.
Take the external protection.
Oh, I would love it. Yeah,
over a
for
bike
sure.
any day.
Especially racing San Felipe or something. But you see Cameron right there. He's working it really hard. And he's no slouch. He does his tours out there. He does the Baja, what do you call it, Heidi?
Rip de Cabo.
Rip de
and
Cabo.
Trail
He has one of the most knowledgeable persons in Baja out there too. He knows it all.
Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely a Baja ambassador. He loves the country and loves the people and wants to share it with everyone.
That's good. I mean, he's awesome down there.
Desert assassin.
Yes, yes.
Brett Fox in the 282 truck. Some in-car, in-truck. Calling it in-car, it's in-truck.
I know, but I say car too, it's a truck, yeah. But the footage is unbelievable. I just still can't believe we're so far down Baja right now, in the middle of nowhere, and we're getting the footage that we're getting right now.
Bryce, 242 truck.
Yeah, it's come such a long way on what we're able to see now. It's unbelievable.
Well, and to that point, you know, we've been talking a lot about the Ironman class, 32 entries, possible record.
Crazy.
But we are really starting to see more people get involved, and we wonder if any of that is due to this technology of being able to get it out to see people, you know, what they're
Well, this is the future.
into.
What you're seeing here is the future. It makes it so awesome for off-road that we could track these guys, see the footage, and
Never
watch
could
the
do
whole
that
race.
before.
Never, ever at all. And I heard you guys
Look at
earlier.
this battle here.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like 2 class 10s.
Yep. Race
Or I
mile
rephrase that.
160.
110, maybe a UTV. I don't know.
They'll
Always the
no
line on the
problem.
left-hand side of that screen right there is faster.
Smoother,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's no silt and no bumps and stuff. It looks like a UTV. Wouldn't you say that's a UTV there? Yes, it's a UTV.
There's the coast.
I'd be curious to know how many the Pro Moto Ironmans are newbies, though.
You're right.
That would be a good question.
Yeah.
First entries.
Because, for
Race
example,
280.
Brandon Wright, he is in second right now. He's an awesome rider. He does the Rip de Cabo.
Yep.
He's done it multiple years, so he's an
And where's
avid
he at?
rider.
What mile marker are they at? For
They're
that?
at about 5:16 right now.
5:16. So he's on the upper part of San Felipe area somewhere.
Yeah, Patricio, the leader, is at 5:23. I actually need to open a map to see exactly where they're at, but they have about 360 miles to go.
Here's Christian Medlock. She's going
Screaming
for it.
along, chewing up the silt, going into some ruts. Poof.
Look how
Just
bad
got
that
a
is right
mouthful
there.
Right there.
In a UTV.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Plenty of spectators to the left.
Look at that. It's super big ruts right there. You guys don't really see that, but it's huge. You see her head bouncing back and forth in there.
Ping-ponging inside there.
Yep. And she's no slouch. She's beat the guys before.
Yeah.
You know, just like you, Heidi. Okay. You definitely kick some butt out there. She's one of the great women competitors out there in UTVs.
Yeah, I love that there isn't a women's class and a men's class. I love that it's just, you know,
It's great.
by vehicle.
Yeah, it's great.
I
Just
like
class.
that, yeah.
How about Eva Starr too? I wonder how she's doing.
Eva lives down the street, not that far from me. And
really?
I met her family. I met her dad, and they came out to the house and
Mom
stuff.
supportive as well.
Oh, mom is
Super
just
supportive.
mom made some of my Instagram stuff. Thank you, Mom. You did that stuff for me. But they're great teams. Young girl. She's all about racing. She loves it. Her family loves it. Her dad's all about it. Been in there for a while. Dad's been in off-road for a long time. And she's a great competitor. She's going for the championship too. She's right there too. So we'll definitely, hopefully, get to see her, throughout the day or night, I should say.
Good future ahead for her.
And she has Starlink too, I think, in her car too. So maybe there's some footage from there later on to see where she's at.
I know in past races we've been able to see. I'm not sure if we do have in-car with her. But,
yeah, but she
wherever
has.
she is.
Yep, she's out there. Good luck to
She's
her.
doing great?
Yep, keep
They
on
do
full
not
wheels.
have her, I guess so.
Okay,
But that's
not a problem.
I'm
With
impressed by the mileage she puts in.
Yep.
And Kristen too. Kristen's doing the entire race.
Yeah, is she going to do the entire race? I didn't know that.
That's what she said.
She did. Okay.
Yep.
She's done it before, and she can handle it. It's 800 and something miles. I don't know if Wayne's can do it.
And to the hubby. Wayne Matlock.
Well, that's a different driver right there. I can tell you that right now, because they're all clean. That doesn't look like the same driver that was in the car before.
I agree.
I say that they look fresh and ready to go. And I don't know who Wayne was actually Wayne's driver record. I just don't know who's another driver is.
Who he's with?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Here's a section right here, 2 sections right here with a really
Saw
bad
this earlier,
silt.
back at 160.
Oh, that truck
bouncing through it all.
That truck's way back now.
Yeah, that truck must have fell behind.
Really far behind.
You're at 160 now. Let's see if he's able to get past somehow. I don't know. It definitely looks whoopy and silty.
Oh, it's getting worse. You see that? Look how bad it is right there.
Yeah. That section, womble.
Oh, that spec truck is just pissed.
Just scooped it up.
I think that's a Class 5 car right there. It might be. What do you think, Heidi?
It looks a little bit like one, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the.
It took a
It's
that
definitely
took a different line.
5. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Where'd he go?
Yeah.
He might have
slowed
just
down.
No, it looked like he hit
Think
something.
he hit something?
Yeah. Oh, there he comes. He's going again.
Let's see. Any damage?
Is it a spec truck though, or is it a 7?
Oh my goodness.
Something's blowing out the back. There we go.
Oh, it's definitely 2-wheel drive.
It's hard to read
truck.
the numbers.
Yeah.
GBR. I think that's what it says.
Yep.
What is it?
It says GBR on the side of the
You can see
truck.
on the
side of
roof.
the door there.
Yeah, I'm seeing what the
But
roof
trying to
is.
identify the number. It's a little tricky in the sun. We're right over it. Still couldn't
Couldn't see
figure it
it.
out. Jeez. All right.
Who do we got here?
Some in-car, in-truck, in-vehicle.
That's a Mexican team. You can hear him speaking Spanish.
Yep. Okay.
William.
Hendrick. 295.
I was in a spec truck.
It looks more narrow than a spec truck
Yeah,
for some
I think
reason.
that's a spec truck. But you can hear them communicating.
They're from Vicente Guerrero. And
Now, a lot of these teams,
could
you
be
know.
Santiago, Creel, or Jose or Ivan or
Okay,
Christian.
I know the team. Yep.
Yeah, and take a moment and kind of focus in on that dash. Some people have the ability to be a little more updated, and some are
A little
doing the best
outdated. Yeah, they're a little different. Yeah.
So here's an example of taking what you got and making the most of it.
Making the
right?
most of it. Yep.
Yeah.
And maybe that works for some people. You know, it's simple, it's easy. Maybe it's not as hard to deal with things, and maybe they wanted it to be like that. You know, it's definitely it's definitely the old style, you know, stuff that people used to use.
Yeah, and I think
And maybe
too,
it works well.
You got to also maybe you do your budget a little bit different. You pour your money into different places, and maybe that dash just isn't necessary right now.
Well, that
as long
Class
as-
2 is a lot of money too, as you know.
it ain't
Heidi.
cheap.
It
by
ain't
any
cheap.
means,
Nothing's
but-
cheap.
Yep.
But as long as you can get that thing moving, keep it together in one piece, cross that finish line. That's what it's all about. All right, let's take a minute and check in with our social media videos. Roll some clips, please.
At the moment, we're at about race mile 312, I think it is. So, yeah, this is where we're going to climb back in, and we'll run through the night section. So, I think we're sitting second on road at the moment. I think about 4th or 5th on corrected time. So, yeah, still a long way to go. Like I say, we're at 312 here. We've still got another 500 miles of racing to go minimum. So, long way to go. Plenty can happen, and yeah, everything at the moment all feels good. We're happy.
We'll be right there.
Go. So back into there. You just saw Toby, and here we are in the car, in the truck, moving along.
So Toby gets back in the truck. He's definitely going to put the hammer down.
Yeah.
He's at that 300-mile marker. I think he's going to wait a little bit longer, but I think he's definitely going to get in the groove and go, you know. That's his partner right there. I think he's the one that owns the truck.
He gets out at race mile 312. Why? He gets out to stretch, to take a break, to do some
maybe
repairs to
they
the truck.
just,
What are they doing?
Maybe they decided that maybe it was nighttime and Toby was better at night.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know?
I think Paul opted to do that driver change we talked about at Santo Tomas so that Toby could drive through the night.
Got it.
And Toby's like, you know, like I said, he's a bike rider.
Yeah.
And he's definitely going to put it down. The guy he's a machine. He knows the course. He knows how to ride a bike. I mean, most of the top guys out there riding bikes are going to do well. Cameron's one, you know. There's Larry Rosler. You've seen him win multi-times out there. There's a lot of bike riders that are out there, you know.
Toby's going to be able to enter that back third a little refreshed.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
As well,
Yep.
you know, as
Yep.
whereas some of these other people, you know, that are doing, you think of what Alan's going to be going through at that time.
So they're going to pit right here. Wherever he's at, they're going to fill the truck up. They're going to make sure it's all ready to go. There's Herps right here.
Okay. Great, clean video here.
So do we know what Herps truck this is? That's what I've been trying
There
to
you go. That's a good question. We don't know. I don't know, at least. I can't tell you.
So many to choose from.
We can see.
Okay, here you go.
There you go, Spectra.
Voila, make a note.
Yep.
That perspective is from EJ's truck.
Yep.
And he's running what?
He's
third?
running second.
Second, okay.
In position, yeah.
Okay.
Not on corrected time, but on position. Yeah, so he's gonna keep Justin Davis honest.
And he's pretty close.
Or Kyle.
Kyle, yeah, right now.
Kyle's driving right now.
Great pick. I'm happy for Justin. Got a good driver with him. Both those guys are great guys.
Yep.
And here's
Justin
Kyle right
Davis.
here.
Yep.
Cobb.
This guy can drive everything. I've seen him drive the buggies, cars, trucks, you name it. He does it all.
It just makes you an overall better driver.
It does. I mean, those
being
guys,
able to adapt to all these different vehicles.
It's like Rob Mack. That guy's driven. He can drive a shopping cart, like I said. He races a shopping cart. That guy can do well in anything. He's awesome, man.
All right. Well, we'll see if we can make that happen. Race mile 280.
Yeah.
We'll zero in here.
That's definitely it's probably a spec truck, I'm guessing. I don't know. Let's see.
I think we're into trophy trucks right now.
On 280? Didn't we go past 280, or was that 260 we passed already?
It could be.
Yeah, this is a trophy truck. No, let's see. No, he has to go
if he
straight. No,
goes straight.
this is really
Last
straight.
time we
This is
saw-
what I bet you it's a spec.
We
Oh
saw
man, he's
Lawrence
going for
come
it.
through before from this spot. Continues on.
Can't tell that.
Is that Walzer?
It's black
fuzzy,
though.
little
Why are
fuzzy.
you more white?
That's
See,
really
That is
hard
black.
to see.
it looks black
more
to me.
black.
Yeah.
Because like Baldy, Lawrence, Taylor should kind of be in that area.
That group.
That area right there, and
Big-
you see those guys.
Yeah.
So you think it's dusty now? Just wait till later on with the UTVs have to go through it and
Right.
everything. We get the the worst of all dust. With all these trucks breaking
Yeah.
ground up, it's like
Look
it's
at the,
horrible going through
Look
there.
at the scale right there of just how you are out there.
You're out there.
You are out there.
You're all by yourself. When
Go
you
through
have
that
a problem,
solo
if you have a
at
problem,
dark
people don't
at night.
understand. When you're out there, you're by yourself. You have to make things work. If you're injured on a bike or something, you have to get back on the bike and go.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and cry about it.
You were talking about injuries earlier, from broken arms, wrists, and we ran a piece on cactuses, but you had your own run-in with a cactus, Mark.
Well, I've had a lot. I've had a big accident and I've crashed and landed in cactus and you're in from a bike, and even in a truck, You've had cactus, Heidi. You've probably had cactus go
Just
inside.
little choyas.
Yeah, little choyas come inside, and you're sitting on it. It's on your leg. You can't get out of the car. You can't just get, let me pull over and let me get the pliers out and get it out of there. You just deal with it, you know.
Yeah.
You could be in the car for 19 hours with cactus in you all day. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, it's happened many times with me, especially in UTV.
Yikes.
Here's Wayne right here.
Back to Wayne Matlock. His vehicle.
I think Wayne will turn it up a little bit more at night. He should be pretty good at night too. I don't know where he's going to get out of the car.
Well, these guys remember you said, hey, they've got fresh.
Those suits, that's right. That's right. So I rephrase that. Yes, that's right. So he already has his other driver in there right now.
Yeah.
Because you saw the suit before and you saw his neck.
There she is.
There we go. Yeah, there she is.
Star.
Nice.
And I'm sure, I don't know if that's her or not.
I don't think that's her driving though.
I
think
know.
she's on the left. Perhaps.
No, she would always be the driver.
She'd be
driving, but she
truck.
has another driver too. I think a guy or somebody's driving. But it still looks like I looked through from the helmet, it looked like her kind of.
It kind of looks like a girl.
Girl,
with a helmet.
right. It looked like a girl.
Yeah.
And she's doing great, you know. If that's her driving or whoever it is, the team's doing great.
Yeah.
Yep.
The dad preps the
Moving
car.
through.
The dad preps a car. I see him a lot doing that. Great family, great people, that's for sure.
I love that it's a family thing.
Oh, it
for
is.
them.
You know how that goes.
Yeah.
You're the same way.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to be watching your kids out there doing their thing.
Well, we'll see. We have one in theater right now.
Yeah.
And I think number 2 might be the racer.
Has that ever been discussed?
Yeah.
I'm sure it has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cameron wants to
Okay,
take
so
Faye.
that's not her in the car. She probably got out of the car.
Yeah.
That's
But
definitely a guy.
she did start the race.
Yeah, she did start the race. And like I said, that's a 1900 class, non-turbo. Back to Wayne right there.
1871. Race mile 185.
All right.
Some cool drone footage.
That looked like Burrows in
Couldn't keep up with him. All right, well, while the drone resets, so will we. We will go to a commercial break. We'll leave you here with some leader action, and there'll be more Baja 1000 right after this.
rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. Like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension. Back to BF Goodrich Tires, score 57th Baja 1000. So the one thing that the desert is not short on is rocks, and our very own Wes Miller created a fun video for us about them. Let's check it out.
For this installment of Score 101, I want to talk about an obstacle that every racer down here has to deal with, and that's rocks. So you can see right here, I'm at the kind of base of Fred's tractor trail, and you're in a big wash, and just over millions of years, all these boulders have been exposed, and you're just going through a rock bed all the way down this wash. It's very technical. You know, it can be hard on equipment. A truck that we were with pre-running actually, I think, cracked a belly pan in here the other night, and there's generally a lot of carnage in areas like this just because of people, you know, breaking parts in their front ends or the underside of your vehicle. So you gotta be really careful. There are rocks all over these race courses, and it's something as a competitor you gotta keep an eye out for, and it's a little bit of a gamble. How hard do you wanna push? Is that where you're gonna try to win the race, or is that gonna be where you make sure you don't lose the race? So there you have it, another Score 101.
Rocks of all shapes and sizes. You guys have seen a few in your time.
Yes, we have. And it, just like Wes says, you know, that you can damage and take you out of the race by just one rock out there, you know. Everybody's seen it. Heidi, you've seen it?
Yep, we would mark our GPS.
Yep, all the time.
Yeah, for those big ones.
Big ones out
sections.
there.
All right, back to some more in-car here. Looks like Alan and Pudia is taking a break, or something's going on here, so he's over there. Some pit moments. Brett Fox is at a standstill. Even Toby Price as well.
So they must be all at the same mile marker. Probably, Toby said 3:13 is probably where he's going to get in the car, or 3:12 or something. So that's probably where they're at right now.
Looks like.
No, I think
Alan's
there's been a little bit of a shakeup because I am noticing that Tavo is not moving. And
no kidding.
So.
Flat tires have plagued him.
Yeah, it could be something simple like
or
that.
Or hopefully it's something simple like that, yeah.
Yeah.
There's Lauren Healy in car with them. Let's see if we can get a update on Tavo.
So Tavo's back. He's moving again, but he lost a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
Right when we went to commercial break, I noticed it.
Okay.
So.
See if we can get some updates on that. Here we go inside with Toby Price. And now, do we believe that Paul Wheel is taking over the wheel at this point, or
no? It's going to be Toby's going to be in there.
Toby, he's going to just keep going.
You can see the GoPro suit that he has on. If you don't really,
they're going to switch at race mile 3:12.
Yeah, are they hit that there?
So
they should have been hit that.
Right now they're.
Well, that's what I mean.
Oh
yeah, they're there, so they're switched.
They're switched.
They did switch, so that would be Paul. Okay.
And Alan's not switching. He's Iron Man in it.
Soloing it. Yep.
Yeah. And you can hear the sound in the truck right there, hitting some of that stuff.
Yeah, going over those rocks we talked about.
Now he's fresh, but he's also probably has all that
Warming
adrenaline again.
Oh yeah, he drank a couple Red Bulls, I think,
Giddy
on that deal. He's going, you know.
Let's go.
He's moving right now on some of those roads right there, sliding it sideways, four-wheel drive's kicking in, pulling him through the turns. You can hear the co-driver calling it out like it's a drift car.
I was going to say. He's pointing. He's adjusting something, maybe.
On the yellow brake pedal. Yeah, used a lot. Out that 3 exit.
Okay. Go.
He's in one of the Broncos, it looks like, right there. Brandon. I just can't believe the coverage of the GoPro and the Starlinks. Scores did an excellent job doing
You're
the
always
videos.
in the field, man. You're
I know,
always
I never
behind the
seen
wheel.
it.
You
I've
don't
never
get to
seen
see
it.
like
I've never
this.
got to see it. It's a different perspective. I get to see the race at the end. I'm always asking in the car, you know, I'm a kind of weirdo in the car. I'm like, hey, how's the trophy trucks? Who's winning the trophy trucks? I'm always talking. I'm not really talking about the race. This is easy compared to racing a bike or a quad that your mind has to be working so hard versus these guys in a truck, you hit something, you're not going to die, you know, well, most of the time, you know what I mean? But like rocks and stuff, a bike and a quad, you know,
He's
you can
coming up on something.
definitely, he's definitely coming up on something.
Yeah.
One of another competitor for sure. But as you can see, he's going to the sun setting.
This is when it gets tricky.
You know how it is, Heidi.
So hard.
So hard, right?
You can't see.
Can't see nothing.
Blinding.
Dust, sun, and then you're trying to pass someone,
Yep,
catch someone
it's
and
the
pass
worst.
them.
As you can see, if you look really closely, he has a visor. One of the best things in the world I love in my car is the visors. Oh, he's on a UTV.
There we go.
There's a UTV right there. He's going to get out of the way, it looks like.
All right, civilized.
Nice.
Off goes Brad.
Polite, no hitting. It was great. He has clean air now, which is nothing better than that, especially in the sun.
What's
he
this?
doing?
What is
went
this?
the wrong way.
Where are you going? What is this?
Wow, he is a little off course there.
Did somebody
like his
take the wheel?
steering didn't work
Did somebody take the wheel?
Or
I don't know.
Oh,
but
this
he's
is
going,
wild.
Okay, so there's a course right there.
different line.
He messed up on the lines. But what he's going through right now, those big bushes, those
cacti,
look like porcupine, like pineapple-looking things. Those things are, I don't know the name of them. I'm sure Wes does.
Yeah.
But they are just brutal to your tires.
I probably would have picked my way through it a little more carefully.
Yeah, he
than
didn't even
did.
care. He just went for it. He didn't
Yeah.
care. Now he's going to pay for it probably at the end and say, "Oh, I got flats."
He probably didn't want to fall behind that UTV again.
No, yeah, that's what he's probably doing. And UTV made him off course, or his navigator. Some of the navigators are really good, and it takes a great navigator in your car, you love to have. So, I've had different co-drivers and stuff, and definitely there's a difference between somebody that knows what they're doing and not knowing what they're doing. Yeah, that's all, and it's
just going to get worse.
It's getting worse and worse.
But that's bad.
It's bad.
Hit that in the middle of the night.
Well, they're going to be hitting that in the middle of the
Forget
night.
it. No, I know.
It'll be coming up here shortly.
I know.
And they're only They're probably not even at 300 yet. They're at 2 something. That Class A truck's way back. And you can see it right there, a couple ditches right here.
Yeah, he's at a race mile like 145.
Oh my God, he is so far back.
Yeah.
You think that's bad here? This is nothing.
Yeah. He's got a long ways to go.
So he's coming up to the road crossing up here. It looks like where it crosses the road between the road and the main road. He might even be pitting right here.
So Mark, let's say you were competing this time around. What would be some of your strategies? Who would you be working with? How would you attack this course?
Well, it all depends. Like I said, it's UTV. They are prone to, definitely it's going to be nutrition. Like Wes says, you have to have you want to keep pushing because all these guys are going fast, but you don't want to be on the ragged edge too much and getting out there in the front because you're pushing those UTVs, and they're ending a lot more. We're putting them through major deals. But here we go right now.
Here we go. BF Good Pit.
Yep. BFG is going there. They're getting their water. They just came in there.
They gave him a big thumbs up.
This is right before, I think, the road right here, if I'm not mistaken, where they're at. Now these guys are either getting a snack or something. I don't know if they've been in the car the whole time.
Just a moment of peace.
Yep, and sometimes the guys will give them a sandwich or something. Water's a normal thing. Maybe a rag.
What's the max amount of time though you want to spend?
Not long at all. As fast as you want to get out there.
How fast can you eat a sandwich?
Well, you don't shove it in there. You're physically shoving it in your mouth on your helmet,
big
and then
ball
you're
of
driving
peanut butter
out.
and jelly.
Or what I would do for me, I would drive down the straightaways, like where we're on the pavement sections.
Yeah.
I would do a pit there, and then you're on the pavement for that 5 miles or whatever. You're eating it as you go.
Look.
Yep. See the guys do it right there.
Navigator just trying to chow. It looks like a protein bar or something.
Whatever. We've done it all.
Yeah.
Protein bars, goo,
Peanut butter and jelly.
whatever.
PB&J's, baby.
It's easy. Peanut butter and jelly is easy. It's sometimes messy. Sometimes it's hard to. And you get the sticky helmet.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I had one of my co-drivers had tacos in the morning before the race, and actually my cousin, he actually puked in his helmet, and he had puke all in his helmet, and it was so nasty, and I smelt it in the other thing all 24 hours. I smelt it in the truck the whole time. It was the worst thing I've ever had.
So glad you're here, Mark.
It's ruthless.
We love these stories.
I hate the stories.
All right, here we go. Different car. Let's see what's going on here.
So what they're doing right now.
852?
Did he get hit? That truck looked. Oh, that's just a tent. No, it's just a tent with a hood up.
Okay.
And
The
someone's
tent,
helping them, right?
The tent blew off. There's a tent right there on the right hand side.
Spencer Morgan?
Yeah, they're definitely working on something there.
Yeah.
Well, they're actually pumping gas in it. They're pumping fuel into it right now because he probably ran out of fuel. Or that might be his
race
pit.
mile 135?
Yeah, he's way back.
What?
Well, he's in a Class 8.
And that's where Lauren Healy was too, just a moment ago.
Yeah.
By the way, 155, I looked it up as Colonet.
Yep, it's right there. It's right ready for the road. You go underneath that little bridge or the little tunnel you go through, and then they're going to go into the silt area.
Yeah.
It's coming up right here. That's the bridge right there,
back
the road.
to the BFG pit.
That's the road right there. You see the cars right there? You go underneath that little bridge, you make a left, then you make a right, and you go in this big silt turn.
Yeah.
And these guys are, they're leading right now. They're taking their time. They're making sure the truck's good. This is a factory deal for Ford right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
These guys got, like they said, they're filming it. It's a great thing for Ford, This is, I think, the truck that they're selling it pretty much.
Thumbs up. These guys are probably going to hit the road here in a little bit.
Yeah.
And as these competitors approach race mile 335, Wes Miller did a video on that exact spot. Let's take a look.
A big part of racing the Baja 1000 is racing at night. I am at race mile 335. The majority of racers are going to be coming through here in pitch black. So everything you see behind me, basically all they're going to see is what their lights are illuminating in front of them. It's a really pretty section. I love coming through here. It's a very unique look. And when you're racing at night, basically all you're getting to see is what is right in front of you. It's a big part of racing down here, and a lot of people aren't as good at night as they are during the day, and then there's some people that are basically just as fast. The lighting technology has come a long way, so that's really helped. But you know, if you're behind someone and you're in dust, the light reflects off of their dust, which makes it extremely hard to see. So it's very hard to pass at night. You really got to work for them. The other thing that's kind of tough is I feel like during the day you can have mental landmarks. So when you're pre-running, you can see, you know, different mountains or, you know, whatever it is that is a landmark that kind of helps you know where you're at on the course. At night, you really don't have that, especially if it's a full moon or no moon, then it gets really dark and desolate out here. And then if you break down, then it's really dark and lonely out here. You start hearing weird things out in the bushes. So this is, you know, we're not even halfway into the race. When the guys get here, you really got to kind of have that mentality of keep your vehicle in one piece. But in so many of the classes these days, the pace is just off the charts. So you can't let off. You know, if you want to win trophy truck, trophy spec, class 1, class 10, the UTV classes, bikes, quads, I mean, you got to be on it. So that's why everyone pre-runs so much, spends so much time down here preparing for this. And, you know, that's what it takes to try to get the win, put it on top of the box.
Day or night, you got to be all in no matter what.
No doubt. Wes is a perfect example. He just showed you exactly. It's exactly how it is.
Yeah.
And you have to be on your A game at nighttime. One mistake costs you the whole race at nighttime, and you start seeing things. It's kind of tunnel vision. You got to see with the light and the dust. There's so many different things that you experience when you're out there racing.
Heidi, you talked earlier when we were doing the rock section. You say you start to mark certain rocks. Wes was alluding to, you know, tracking certain markers or physical landmarks that you can use when you're pre-running, so that when you get into night, you'll see it. That's another thing. But I mean, ultimately, how do you prepare for driving at night? You got to pre-run it, I guess, right?
A lot of people do pre-run it at night. We did a little bit of that, but we mostly. I mostly saw things during the day.
Okay.
We just didn't have the luxury of,
Which, like she said, we normally, you know, like the top guys in UTVs or the trophy truck guys, they'll go out. A lot of the top guys, if they have a night section, they'll go in the day, mark their thing, they'll mark the course, and then they'll go at night and mark it. Yeah, as you see, Alan was out there busting his hump at nighttime because it's a totally different world, as you know, Heidi.
It is.
Driving through there and seeing the dust and everything else.
Also, different perspective being in a lower vehicle as opposed up high, too.
100%.
Right?
100%.
So that's a whole other way of.
But sometimes you lose areas, like Wes was saying, how things were. You mark things, you think about trees, and you're coming up to areas because some things you don't remember, you know, and you remember the cactuses and stuff. So it's a different deal.
Cool.
And there's times where you don't expect to race at night. Like I expected to get a vehicle at 3 p.m. one time at 1,000.
Something broken.
I got it at 9 p.m.
Yeah, and that's why you have to be prepared.
And
sometimes our co-driver or driver can't be in that car, or that you can only get your driver, the next driver, and you have to drive that section. So you have to pre-run that section.
You got to expect the unexpected.
Yep. Well, you got.
Anything can happen in Baja.
You got the kid here racing.
There we go. Back to Eva Star, some cool in-car, or Eva Star's driver of record.
Whatever,
vehicle.
who's over there, but they're going good.
Who's behind the wheel.
And they're only back, you know, they could still, you know, if they finish first and another person doesn't finish, they could still win the championship. They're not that far back. They're probably about 70 points back or so. So she could maybe still come home with a championship out there.
That would be amazing.
It would be. She's, I think, 16, if she just turned 16, I think, or right there, and she's one of the girls out there to watch in the future, for sure.
She is, yeah.
And that's all
Those
because there's not very many women. You're one of them out there.
Yeah.
And they took,
You're a
I
big
guarantee they
reason why
watched
she's
you.
out there.
They watched Kristen out there, and they watched all the, the whole deal. There's a lot of girls out there that race.
I think it's awesome.
It is awesome.
So happy to see it.
Here's Wayne right here on the top, going through some of the rocks and ruts throughout this section right here.
Yeah,
He's moving.
He is moving, or
You know,
whoever's driving is moving.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's not Wayne. That's right. We said that.
Mystery driver.
Whoever the driver is, he's moving. That's right.
We'll call it Wayne Matlock's team.
Yeah, team.
Well, as Wayne powers through, we'll actually jump to some more social media clips for you. Let's roll it. Let's see what we got here. Oh, it looks like we got a pass. A little battle. This is my lane. No. Oh! There we go. Jeez. That person casually just got out of the way.
I think they bumped a little bit there.
Good Lord. Yep. Battling uphill through the silt and the dust, and the spectators trying to figure out where the heck they are. Look at that.
Yeah.
I think that's more the beginning.
You can't even see the vehicle. Okay, here we go.
There's that dip. There's the same section, I think, right here. Oh, there it is. Him. Oh, it's
Another
Wilson.
one.
That's Wilson.
Holy.
Oh, my God. Look at that one.
Wow.
Yo.
Holy cow, dude.
Wow.
Which Wilson was that?
What is happening
I don't
in this
know, but
area,
that's Wilson
you
in
guys?
class 1.
Because this
Look,
isn't...
there's a big dip, and it's just Gene out, and it's kicking the car.
Yep, that's the second one.
That's the second one, and that one's bad,
that's
too.
brutal.
Luckily, nobody is getting hurt right there.
Still.
If that thing kicked off into the fans, oh my God, that'd be ugly.
Let's see this one last time.
Look at this. G'd out, came into it so fast.
Oh, that needs to get marked.
He does. That's bad right there.
Dang.
Yeah.
But the people that doing that stuff should know that they did their pre-running.
Yeah.
And sometimes at race speed, you're going a lot faster, and you're G'ing out in that hit right there, and it's kicking the car back up at a different speed that you're normally used to.
Yeah.
This 1000 is...
Well, that's brutal.
It's taking some people out, man.
That team right there is
Dang.
one of the top teams out there, and they're no slouches either. Those guys are great.
Right.
The Wilsons camp, they're right next to us in our campsite, and it's horrible to see them out there and what happened right there. I mean, they're second place in the points too.
Well, as bad as that looked, we are happy to report that everybody was okay.
Well, that's great.
But boy, that's a
section right there.
Crash. That is a section right
Yep.
there.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm curious who's in there because we're good friends with the Wilsons.
Yeah,
And
they camp in our area.
Justin Manion
Yep.
is a good friend.
Charles
and-
Dorrance, 299 truck.
Spec truck.
Spec truck, yep.
As you can see, that dash is definitely a lot different than the one we saw earlier. And he's going at a good click, it sounds like.
43, 45, 46.
Now, if you look really closely, I think if I'm not mistaken, and either has a lead nav or that's probably a Garmin right there on the side, and it's a Lawrence GPS, which his course is, and then he has another one on the top, which is probably a Garmin. It looks like it to me. Or maybe he's on camera. Maybe he has a video that he's watching himself in the camera there. I don't know.
So I got a text message from Cameron a little bit ago.
Okay.
He's out of the truck?
Yeah, he's out of the truck. Dave Mason's in, and he's had a great run. Like he's feeling good.
Cameron is?
Yeah. Good.
Okay, and this I don't know that new guy.
A couple small issues, and that was it.
So the new guy that I don't know much about, I know he's a buggy guy.
Dave Mason Jr.
Okay, Jr. Okay,
Yeah.
I know he is. So is he? What made him go with that
choice?
That driver.
I have
Come on,
no
Mom.
idea.
Come on.
I have no idea.
Inquiring minds want to know.
We all want to know the deal there because I just curious. I was asking the same question, to see what the deal was.
Yeah, I actually don't know, or I would answer.
You just don't want to tell us, right?
No,
just keeping it
he
fresh.
just
Come on.
doesn't tell me anything
Come on.
anymore.
Let's spill the beans. Let's hear it.
They're at that point in the relationship where it's a bit compartmentalized at times.
Yeah.
Okay.
They want to keep a little spice, a little mystery.
I'm going to ask Cameron. I'm going to give Cameron a hard time,
I'll
It's
just
been a long
text
time,
Cameron right now.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's text him right now and give him a hard time.
Give us the 411.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll know.
And by the way, why don't you tell your wife anything?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think he did tell you. He just
He's
kind
gonna
of
be like,
top
who is this
secret.
fool?
I think
Leave
you're
me
top
alone.
secret here on the deal.
Oh my goodness. All right, here
There's
we go.
Wayne right
Back
there. See the sun?
Back to the Wayne Matlock team.
As you can see right there, he's in the sun. He's in it's sun setting, and he's just
Wiping the visors.
I
This is
shouldn't
when
say
it
it's
gets-
Wayne, but it's somebody else in the
Yeah.
car with him. It's Wayne's car, and he has his sunglasses on, and he's dealing with the dust and the silt and the sun in his eyes for sure.
Yep. Slowly going down, getting into golden hour, but at the same time, it's
It's
becoming
the horrible
blinding.
hour. It's a horrible hour for a race car driver.
Horrible hour.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to have
sunrise and sunset.
It sucks. And if you're in the car for 24 hours, or you're an Ironman, and the sun, your sun comes up. For me, I hate the sun, and I get more tired in the daytime than I do the night.
Interesting.
I'm a weirdo. I kind of stay up at night. I'm a night kind of person, so I like driving at night for sure.
Well, there we go. We talked a lot
You know,
about driver selection and the
Yep.
time that they come in. And
Yep.
you spoke very highly of Larry Rossler and his ability at night.
Unbelievable! He's just
dominate.
one of the guys. Yeah.
Yep.
He's one of the guys that dominates, and he's no young person.
A young whippersnapper?
No, he's no young whippersnapper.
He
and
acts
he still
like
has it.
it.
He does.
He's
yeah.
young at heart.
He's young at heart, but he's one of the best at night. There's nobody going to be better than
Tyler
him.
Backus there. Back to the.
But look at that. See his hand in there?
Yeah,
He's
just
definitely,
can't see anything.
No, he doesn't have visors. I can't believe he doesn't have visors in there.
Looks like he's got to talk
Wayne,
to
you
Wes
better
Miller.
get those. Yeah. You better get those visors
Get
in
Wes
there, dude.
Miller's visors. Yeah,
That's my
okay.
best thing. That's my best feature in my car, my visors. I love that. I tell my guys.
Oh, here we go. Here's our wire pulling.
Oh, he's doing it still again.
He's
That's
still
it. He's still
doing
doing it. What a hero. That guy's a hero.
God bless him.
He
Look at
is.
the steering wheel, though.
That steering wheel's definitely off. He definitely.
Oh my goodness.
He might have did look. Well, maybe not.
Damage? No.
I
He
don't
was
know.
just
It's way over to the right.
over there. Yeah, way.
But look at
to
that.
the right.
That's your
Right,
throttle pedal right there. The wire puller.
Okay, so I think I told you guys this at another race, but we had to do this.
That's it. That's what I said. Oh, you had to do it too.
Yeah, you did too?
Sure we did.
Yeah.
On the Ranger.
Yeah.
Yep, we had the same thing.
How long did you have to do it for?
Mine was a whole race.
Quite a while.
It was a whole race. It was
Forget
a San
it.
Felipe race, I think it was for me.
Yeah.
Not forget it, but.
Mine was on the
forget about
Pacific side. It was my very first race. It was the Baja 500, and it was from Santo Tomas, just past Santo Tomas, all the way out until you get to the highway by like San Vicente.
And what did you think about pulling your gas pedal, pulling the throttle and using that and driving at the same time?
So actually, my navigator at the time
Was giving you gas.
Azam Flores. Yeah, he was the one that helped. We got behind a bottleneck, and we could either get out and help, or he could jimmy rig it. That's when he took the time to jimmy rig it, and we took zip ties and built a chain.
No way.
That's awesome. See,
And then
you have
he
to be
kept
creative.
pulling it
That's
back.
what Baja's all about.
Wild.
You
That was your
duct tape
first competition?
My first competition, yeah.
in a truck. In a truck.
That was Sportsman Buggy, my very
Oh,
first.
wow. Okay.
Very first.
Yep.
That's a christening.
Yep.
Yeah.
But normally in these
Yeah.
trucks, well, that's a class 8. That's why. So he's not running a spec motor or whatever with a
Yeah.
fly-by-wire.
I had a clutch, and so
Yes.
I
Walzer?
had
Yep.
all three.
Here's Mike right
Rear
here.
view?
I think he's not racing next year. Is that true? He had cancer and some stuff.
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that true,
Yeah,
Heidi?
he posted something
I
on
saw
social
that.
media. He shared that he's been battling cancer
Yep.
and he's been going through chemo. And
I've been there. I've been the cancer. That's what this is from right here, Heidi, too. I had cancer in my lip and stuff, and skin cancer, and had to deal with that. So yeah, it's a changing deal, and hopefully he'll make it through it, and there's not a problem.
I'm going to be praying for him to,
Yeah.
have
He's a good guy.
solid
He's a nice guy.
recovery.
Puts a lot of money, a lot of effort out in his team out there, as you can see right there. Look at the sun setting.
He's got
the
it
dust.
in the rear view mirror.
Yeah, luckily,
You know?
right there he does.
In this.
In that little section, he's happy right now.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's no dust in front of him.
Okay, this is probably 185. Yep, race mile 185.
Is it a Class 7 truck again?
Let's see what we got coming through.
What do you think, Heidi? It looks like a 7 truck.
That's what I was kind of wondering. Yeah.
We'll get a little bit closer. Beautiful shot though, as the sun sets over the ocean.
He's definitely moving. He's not, he's not.
It could be Class 7. The Dan Chamley was at 170 not too long ago,
The
and
man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. Race mile 280.
That looked like Tavo's car right there.
Might have been.
Well, is he out or is he? I mean, it looked like. I don't know.
Let's see.
I thought was he still in the area where
Tavo
313?
21. 0 minutes ago, he pinged at race mile 317.
Oh, so that's not him for sure.
So yeah, he just pinged.
There's Herbst again.
Yep. This might be possibly the 219 truck. Could be.
But you
EJ.
can look how
We'll
far
see.
back he is. There's nobody behind
Nobody
him for
behind him.
miles.
Yeah.
Okay, you can see there would be dust more.
Yep.
There's nobody there. He has a pretty easy run right now. I don't know how far. What's he doing right? Is that EJ?
I'm not sure. I was just speculating.
Yeah.
I believe it is EJ though. Yeah. I
Okay.
believe it is.
So that's EJ.
so
Yeah,
Brent
here's some in car with him.
Fox is the closest one to EJ, and He's 11
minutes behind?
or 9 miles back.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you can see that right there.
No, 11 miles.
And then, so he's close to right now Justin Davis, if I'm not mistaken. He's not that far away from him. And you can see right now, this section's tight, has a lot of rocks. Don't want to make a mistake in here. You got cactus in here.
Yep.
As you look at the GPS, he's doing anywhere from 20 to 40 miles an hour in this section.
Spikes.
Yep, and then you have to be really careful.
Different
look at
levels.
the rocks.
Yeah, look at these rocks.
You see the rocks. They're huge, big boulders on the ground. It doesn't take much to hit one of those or slide into it and pop a tire. Hopefully they're running BFG tires.
A little dicey right through here. A little dust in the foreground though, so
yeah,
he's
they
coming
can see.
up on somebody.
He's coming probably up right up on Justin's deal. Justin Davis probably is right there. We'll see in here in a minute. But these are
nice break from the sun though.
Oh yes.
In the shadow.
And you got to remember, they're coming up on something. They might be coming up on trophy trucks too. You never know. There's some guys, some of the spec trucks will be comparing, getting up to them.
Let's see if we can just look on the map. Let's see where.
Look at the rocks. There's a lot of rocks right there. You don't want to make a mistake here. Super tight, technical area right here. I am blown away in the coverage that you got here. It's just, it's unbelievable.
It's gotten
it's
better
so
and
good.
better every race. Like it's just
the Starlinks are amazing.
Improving.
Unbelievable.
Game changer.
Game changer.
Back to race mile 185.
Even for the chase trucks have them all in the car. They can see, they can watch now the video, they can watch the in-car camera, they can track them to see where they're at, they can see what you guys are seeing right here.
Yep.
It's unbelievable. It's nice to have that feature,
Yeah, like earlier I was thinking a lot about that Pro Moto race, and Justin Morgan had such a big lead. I was thinking, I hope someone's able to convey to him that he could slow down a little bit.
He's a machine, and I'm sure.
I don't think he wants to slow down.
No, there's other drivers too. I don't think he's driving the whole thing. I think he got, like Wes said, he's getting out and he's going to drive a UTV too in the section.
Yeah.
Wayne's still trying to block, or whoever that be, driving for the Matlock team, just trying to get that sun out of their eyes. Both of them, Navigator as well. Yeesh. Well, slowly but surely, the sun
and that's a new car.
is setting.
Yep, and that's a new car for Wayne, like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, look at that view.
Made by the factory Polaris team. Super light, nimble. It's definitely been proven by Brock.
Well, what we'll do is we'll try to get these guys a visor, and as we do that, we will also thank Miss Heidi Steele for joining us today. We're going to bring Wes back up, but Heidi, it's been a pleasure. It's always a gift to have you here.
It is. It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you forever.
Oh
so.
my gosh.
Give our best to Cameron when you
you
see him.
I will. It's so much fun with you guys. Thank you so much.
Always good to see you. All right, folks, we'll take a quick break, commercial break, and we'll be back with Wes Miller and more Baja 1000 right after this.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Whether you're a professional racer or a weekend warrior hitting the trails, ADS has you covered. Like our direct fit control arms, sway bar links, panhard bars, and more. So what are you waiting for? Optimize your vehicle's off-road potential with a set of new shocks and some suspension upgrades from ADS Suspension. Baja 1000, back up on the stage, we have Wes Miller. We want to thank Heidi Steele for all her great work today. And Wes, while you were on your break, you had made some notes. What do you got for us?
Well, quite a few things.
Okay.
So I got, and we were talking about Stephen Beal and Sean Geiser. They had qualified second in trophy spec, and I was kind of wondering where they were.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Sean, and so he hit a rock and actually broke his wrist.
Oh, wow.
How many wrists are we going to break in this Baja 1000?
Yeah, well, like I said, definitely want to drive thumbs out. You can still break your wrist, but
that's going to be one of your new packages.
I see a lot of these in-cars, and I see people like this, and I'm like, no, don't do that. So I don't know exactly what happened. Just Sean said he hit a rock, broke his wrist. So Beal is back in, and it's sounding to me like he is going to have to solo the rest of the race.
Yeah. Wow.
That 138 crash, that was a Wilson car, but that's Kyle Quinn, and luckily they're okay. That was super gnarly.
But he didn't break his wrist. Shook up.
I don't think so.
He had his fingers on the outside, right?
Oh my God.
There's a great race going on in the UTVs. I'm kind of trying to calculate between the turbos and the Pro Opens, because you got Hager is leading, but Blurton is doing really well in the turbo class. And Phil is a great driver, has an excellent program. He's won a lot of races. He's won a SCORE championship.
Well,
Mark and I have battled with him multiple
and he's great.
times.
Yeah. Great driver, great team, great Can-Am. Can-Am has a great driver there for sure. His car is always bulletproof. He builds the cars himself too, and he's one of the strongest guys out there, probably in the turbo class.
He is the strongest guy.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of guys there, but yes, he's the guy.
Yeah.
You got Pudia too.
And Rodrigo and Pudia is second, and he's no slouch by any means.
Yep.
So that'll be a good race with them, and I'm really kind of curious to see that battle between Polaris and Can-Am, Maverick R, Pro R. How does that play out? Because Phil has had some good runs, but he's had mechanical problems that has have taken him out. I think at the 500 or the 400, he was ahead on adjusted, but then had a mechanical and took him out.
Got it.
Some other news, Paul Wheel, he's handed the car back over to Toby now.
Yep.
Said he was bummed about the flat that he got, but that the truck is in good shape, and they're kind of anticipating the race to really start in San Felipe.
Yep.
Okay.
Which is a little over halfway, and Mark and I had talked about that, about really in a Baja 1000, you got to get to the halfway point before you even really are racing.
Racing, yeah.
And see who's left.
Yep.
Yeah.
And night's going to be a big factor with these guys too. It's all about the drivers and stuff that are driving these things. Are they good at night? Are they not good at night? Are they seeing things? Are they not seeing things? So it's going to definitely make a big decision there in that area for sure.
And then Tracy Graff with Justin Bean Smith. Bean just said that they're out. They lost a steering rack seal.
Oh, wow.
So that's bad news for them. With the 19 Industries, so the Herps team, apparently they've been having some alternator issues, and they had to change both of them out.
The spec truck or the trophy truck?
He didn't specify,
because
I'm thinking it's the spec trucks.
Okay. But EJ was still running, but he's right there with David.
Is he? Okay.
He's within a couple minutes.
So, I don't know. He said that they had alternator issues and had to change both of them out.
Okay.
I'm thinking that's on the 19L.
Okay.
Truck.
That's Ariero's riding that, if I'm not saying.
And then he said Pat's back in and going again. Back to UTVs with Brandon Sims.
How's he doing?
Well, apparently they put the car on its side, his other driver. And man, it was
from Method, his son, Kobe's son. Ethan Groom.
Yeah, Ethan Groom, I guess.
Yeah,
yeah, I think so. He put the car on its side.
Yikes.
And then they've got, I think they damaged a shock when that happened. So
Okay.
they're going, but they're having suspension issues right now. I think it's stuck in full stiff because they're running the live valve.
Oh, wow.
So I think they're going to have their work cut out for them. And I mean, that
anything else? Pretty good.
Yeah, just outside of that, I mean,
up.
we've got a great race going on here.
We just saw Alan just a minute ago.
We just saw Alan soloing it.
You could see the dust that was in front of him there a little bit.
I think something that we're going to start needing to keep an eye on here, I mean, we have been following it, but 7X, he's pretty much checked out.
Justin's checked out?
Yeah, the team of Justin Morgan.
Yep.
Pretty sure Justin's not on the bike.
Yep.
At this point, he's getting ready to get in a UTV.
Yeah.
But he is at race mile 752.
Oh, they're getting there.
So he is past
100 miles almost.
Yeah,
he's past Valley T.
He's going up the Goat Trail
in the Hamu area.
Yep.
Okay.
I think he's already past Goat Trail, and so probably in Hamu, and then heading towards Santa Catarina, like K77, and really home stretch.
Okay.
So we're gonna have our lead bike
coming through,
finishing
another 2 hours.
Yeah, under 2 hours. Probably
Under 2 hours.
Hour and a half.
Hour and a half. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
6 p.m.
And then the 11X, their tracker's been intermittently working.
Yeah.
Because the tracker right now is showing 15X of Eric Holt in second, but I think 11X.
What happened to Rosales?
They had a broken wrist, right?
No, he didn't break it. No, that was Santierra.
Okay, yeah.
Arturo Salas.
He's 11X, and they're having the tracker issue.
Okay.
So we're not getting.
Look at those ruts.
I think they're still in second.
Yikes.
That's a still area.
We'll do a little investigating while we check that out. Why don't we take a peek at some social media clips? Roll them.
Look at that. I don't think the
and the
bug's
little
gonna take
bug
that.
makes its way down the hill as
Yeah.
the sun sets. Good stuff. Well, keep them coming, folks. If you're out there at Score International, tag. Let's see what you got. Always good to see your social media. Any more insights coming in there, Wes?
You got all the insight here, Wes. Let's hear it.
So Ryan Thomas, he's the team manager for the Factory Polaris team.
Yep.
He was just giving me some updates. Said Brock's running strong. Obviously, he's physically, and I think on adjusted lead. No, Hager.
Walzer's pulled over and back.
Said he's running
Tire
strong.
change.
Apparently the 1441, which that's, I believe, Max Eddy, sounds like he maybe put it on its lid around race mile 60 that they got going. They're down a little bit of time. And then Caden McCachran and Craig Scanlon, they're both running pretty strong.
Are they together pretty close?
They're relatively close.
I wonder what are the splits on those right now.
There's Cameron Steele right there.
Yep, so they're all...
New driver, though, right?
So look at that dust
They
right
switched
there.
out, I believe.
Yeah,
they did. That's the kid.
Dave Mason Jr.
Dave
is
Mason
in there.
Jr., right.
And this, I ran into him at Fred's Tractor Trail, and we kind of talked about their whole pre-run. He was pretty excited to be out of the buggy and into a truck.
Yeah, that's quite a transition.
The big difference. But he's
I think
a
most
driver.
people would be pretty excited.
Yeah,
to be
they're
in a
all
trophy
good.
truck.
I think we all would be excited to drive a trophy truck.
There's something's not right in your head if you're not excited to be
No
driving
way.
a trophy truck.
Yep. The sun is setting. It's you're going to be dark here in probably 45 minutes. It'll be dark. Probably
Yeah,
30 minutes.
they're-
They're probably 30 minutes away.
Oh,
from
it'll
dark.
be pitch black in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So we talked about-
And then the race really begins.
Oh yeah, it does. Dust, lights. Look at the dust right now. They
Yeah.
already have the lights on. That's at 160, whatever that might be. It's a UTV.
We talked about the making that transition from a buggy to a truck and how much more easier that is to attack the whoops. Wes, you've done a little package for us on whoops. You want to set that up for us?
Oh yeah, these guys got plenty of whoops ahead of them. So
Plenty.
Let's talk about
Plenty.
Well, first of all, do you say whoops or hoops?
I say whoops.
Because it's really hoops.
Yeah, but I call it whoops. But hey,
Whoop-de-doo.
I'm a motocross guy.
Yeah.
Just roll the clip, please.
Okay, we're trying to do it. Look at the whoops there. This is the whoops right here.
Here's a whoop video from Wes Miller.
For this Score 101, I want to talk about hoops, or hoop-de-doos. They're a huge part of Score racing. They're literally all over the Baja Peninsula, and I think they're one of the main things that makes this series one of the roughest in the world. So a hoop is basically these bumps, and they're created over time as vehicles are bouncing and your tires are in the air, landing, and they basically build up a series of bumps. And they can be anywhere from a couple inches tall, that's more chatter, to big, like 3 foot plus deep, that can eat a trophy truck. So you come across all different kinds. I'm in an area that is heading into San Matias out of the San Felipe region, and really San Felipe is known for having some of the gnarliest whoops, I would say, in the world, and Score runs through here almost every race. As far as setup, this is what separates the men from the boys. You need to have your suspension dialed, as well as suspension and a vehicle that is tough enough to withstand anywhere from 250 to 1,000 miles of this, which is a true testament to both man and machine.
Good stuff, Wes. Always appreciate that. The hoop or the whoop debate begins. We'll see.
That's funny.
Back to you now into car with Brendan Gaughan.
He's probably pretty close to the front, isn't he? In the front of the pack right now.
Check that out. Now you've got to find, how much time do you have here until it really just gets completely
Oh, it's going to get
dark?
ugly here soon.
Because we already saw they got the lights on.
Some people don't. That's a good point. You brought that. So some people don't run with their lights on their car. They'll put them on in the race. Okay,
really?
They'll put a light rack. They'll bolt them on,
wait.
or they'll put it on there. I'm always have mine on because I never know what's going on, and my rigid lights are awesome out there. So I love my.
What's the
lights.
advantage of not
If you
having?
roll, so if you let's say if you roll the car in the beginning of the race, you ruin their light rack that you have up there.
Yeah.
Versus weight and speed. There's a lot of there's a lot there.
They're heavy.
Aerodynamics,
yep.
weight.
Yep.
Rocks can hit them.
Yep. Damage them.
Earlier in the race, you're doing more passing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you can have a rock come up, take your lights out.
Makes sense.
But I've always had them. I did it for my sponsors for one, but it's not that they're so fast to put on there. These teams have it down in seconds. You know what I mean?
And I think most of your four-wheel vehicles, you have lights in so many areas that if you do lose one, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Versus like a dirt bike or a quad.
Yeah.
You're going to race without them and then
and
put them on because it's a lot of added weight, especially on the front end.
Especially,
So a dirt bike or a quad, you're trying to carry the front end through whoops or hoops.
Hoops, there you go. Get it right. I got the whoops.
See?
And the
you got a case of the hoops.
So if you don't have the lights on there, there's just less weight to carry.
Yeah.
And a lot of these, and those trophy trucks, if you notice, they have a grill on the front, okay?
Yeah.
And they have the grill and they have them covered. And all they got to do is take a couple of Zeus fasteners off, and they pull the cover off, and they have their lights, so they don't get damaged in the race.
Right.
They're all
or they have automated racks too.
Yes,
they'll
come
lay
up.
down
lay
and
down
then
and
they
come
go
up.
up.
And that's on the back maybe or something like that too.
Must be nice.
Yeah, well.
And you can adjust the angle of it
as you go.
Right.
Well, my UTV, I have an automatic thing. It's man. You can adjust it any way you want. It's kind of cool. UTVs came a long ways, like out there west. These guys have everything out there.
Well, you talked about how there's a little race battle going on here, a little chase, race mile 280.
Definitely a spec truck.
You guys were talking about weight and how that plays a part, and especially with these guys on the bikes out there. We saw some of these people with backpacks on, and who knows what they got in there and stuff. And one of the the feedback we get is like, how can we never have cameras on these bikes, and well, one, it's added weight, and then have like some sort of a Starlink thing hooked on
They actually,
the back,
if you saw that, Cameron Steele had one.
I was just going to say that.
You don't want to crash on one, that's for sure. That bracket that he had up on his head in the Starlink.
Exactly.
But they're getting so small and so
they're getting there.
They're getting there.
The new one,
yes,
mini,
the mini.
You could
probably
borderline rig that to your fender,
back to back,
right.
the back of the car, the back of the bike.
So maybe we'll see that, and if so, then we could probably actually wouldn't be in bike footage to you.
It'd be
maybe down
a pain
the
in
line.
the ass to ride with, but definitely.
But yeah, that's kind of dangerous.
It's dangerous, but yeah, there's so many things you can
we'll
do
see.
now.
But we see it in the comments.
But I mean, look at his truck right here, and that thing is crystal clear. I mean, you can't get any better than that. You're looking at like a NASCAR.
He's in the middle of nowhere.
He's in the middle of nowhere. It looks badass. You can see everything. Just wait till he turns the lights on. Later on, a little bit, in 20 or 30 minutes here, he's gonna be turning his lights on for sure. And you can see this line that he has right here. It looks like a little different. It doesn't look like it's really burnt in. So it looks like it's a little off with
fresh?
the normal.
You think you took a different line?
Well, this is that area I was telling you guys that I thought was going to make or break the race, and there's a bunch of lines.
Okay, so there's where you go.
Silty areas there, and there's lines around it.
Yes, and
so you just got to mark it in pre-run.
Yes, and sometimes we've always marked them before, and we've had those lines. We're like, oh, this is gonna be a bitchin' line, and it's blown out.
By the time you get to
it's blown out 2 days or a week before. You could a lot of these guys pre-run. The big guys pre-run all the way to the end, but the other guys don't have the budget. They go down 2 weeks before when the course comes out, and they're amateurs, and they go down there and they pre-run, think they got the course, and it's really bad. They're going to their pit. Looks like right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
He has a hood off.
The thing that makes me crazy with lines now is back, say 20 years ago when we were racing.
Yep.
You didn't have the satellite overlays. You didn't have Google Earth.
Nothing.
You didn't have people pre-running in helicopters for the most part.
Yep.
And when you would make a line, you kind of hit it and you didn't show people. That was Hager that just went by right there. That was our lead UTV.
Yep.
And now... And so, like, I never burned the entrance to a line.
No, me either.
And I always had, like, codes for stickers I would put on
or
bushes.
rocks. You put rocks up, pile rocks
and
up.
I would put, like, a certain sticker to try to draw people's attention to one thing, to take their eye off of the entrance to my line.
Yep.
Then I'd have another signal for that only I knew what it meant.
Yep.
And so maybe it was like a piece of trash that was out there. So
let's see if Wes is really good. So I mark the courses and stuff. I see the stuff. So McMillan's, okay, I'm going to bring them an example, okay? You can't see it in the daytime, but if you know anything about it, reflector, you're driving through at nighttime, they have blue reflector on the tape, like it's on the tree, and you're like, what's that over there? And you're like, and there's our line over there at nighttime.
If you started seeing that, you knew you were on a good line.
A good line, because you had another McMillan doing it,
That's smart.
So we saw those, many years ago, and that's how we knew the thing,
But, so nowadays, when everyone's pre-running, they're burning all the lines in, and it becomes a course. And now
you're screwed.
If everyone's on it, now it's no longer a line, and you no longer gain an advantage. So I don't like how that's gone.
Gotcha.
That's the way it is now. I mean, that's the technology with the overlay of satellite images and stuff like that. These guys right now there's another spec truck.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
It was, and you could do a lot more back then versus what you can now. Like he said, you had the little chip thing. It was like a token or something they put in there. Stub cans, and they had it on there, our handlebars, and we used to race with those. And we used to take lines that I got Bruce Ogilvy giving me props. I pulled on Johnny Campbell. I put like 7 minutes on him because I took the beach. I jumped down the beach. It was on Dust to Glory. It was on our lines out there, and we put some time out there. But you can't do that kind of stuff now because all the technology and stuff, it's out there. So it's
Back
crazy.
to Brett Fox here really quick, and then we will jump into some social clips. Let's bring it up.
What's that, Wes?
That is like race mile 65-ish. It's where I said there was...
The truck is upside down. Cognito's upside down. That's Cognito.
Yeah, Cognito rolled.
He rolled. Again? That's freaking, what's his name? Dan Chamley. There he is. Dan Chamley.
Always in everyone's way.
Everywhere. Always in our way. Every time. No, really.
And you go to pass him, and he won't get out.
He won't let him get out. I've hit him many times. I almost got in a fight with him at one of the races. Just back up, dude. You can get a run at it.
Is that the only way?
Yes. He's not going to go forward. Dude, Cognito rolled there.
Oof.
See that?
I think he tried to go to the left, like around that truck, and then dropped the wheel off that ledge.
Yeah.
Toppled over.
That's what
he has horrible luck.
Yeesh. Justin Davis.
Moving.
285.
He should be still in the lead right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Last I saw, which was a couple minutes
ago. It looks
ago.
like he has some dust in front of him too, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like he has some kind of dust. Now
Justin
Wes,
Davis is in first.
Now Wes, do you like maybe Brandon doesn't know the fog lights versus like a yellow light versus a white light. What do you like running? Do you run a shield that's orange? Do you run a shield that's white? What do you run when you're out there?
So as far as shield, okay, he's got a flat.
He might be getting past here. We're going to see this right now.
He's got.
Just when we spoke.
Let's time this thing.
Well, what's going to happen? He's got Dave Taylor and Ethan
Justin.
Ebert behind him, and he may lose track position and then have EJ Herbst right behind him because EJ's at 310, he's at 313.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do a fast change here, or they're going to lose.
Well, he was about to get. Hold on, he was about to get out of the car.
Yep.
And then he plugged back in. There might be another problem.
Something else?
There might be something else wrong here because he's telling him something right now on the radio.
Well, in this moment, on corrected time, Justin Davis,
and he's in the front looking at
458.
something. So it's something major. It's not a flat.
It's front end, not
yep,
flat.
It's not a flat.
You had, in corrected times, you had
game changer.
EJ behind him in just about a minute, maybe two. 5:01.
So he's second in points behind Thor. This could have points implications as well, not just the race.
It's something to do with the steering look like.
Yeah.
Well, Justin was ahead by a couple minutes from EJ, but EJ is going to creep up on him now.
Well, yeah, EJ is going to pass him.
He's going to blast right by him.
That's crappy, man. He's what, probably like 350 or so. Where's he at?
317.
317. So
they had just crossed over Highway 1.
Yeah.
Now they're on the south side of it.
They're coming in the Fred's tractor trailer soon. Another 50 miles.
Heading towards Catavina.
Yeah.
And then behind
Fred's
EJ
is like 390.
is Bryce Swaim.
So the truck is still running. It sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ignition's still going.
They're doing something with the steering. It looks like there's something going on there.
Lots of steering issues.
Maybe he hit a rock or something. You never know.
It's possible. We shall see.
Man, that's got to be disappointing because they've been leading the whole race so far. But this just goes to show we're
happen.
not even halfway into the race.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. This right here, Alan right here going through this section, a lot of rocks in this area too.
Mm-hmm.
It's really easy to make a mistake. You see little rocks here, but there's some big ones on the side. You slide out, go into a turn, there's a big old boulder there.
Yeah.
You get hit.
Maybe a cat in a hat is going to hop out.
Cat in a hat.
Dr. Seuss trees.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of Dr. Seuss trees out there for sure.
So Alan right now...
This is like a full-on boojum tree forest
invasion.
Yeah, or cactus coming in your car, coming in, getting a little Cheerios and things in there.
Alan's at 6:35 adjusted time. Luke McMillan, Rob 6:36. So about a minute, give or take, maybe 90 seconds right here. We'll see how this continues.
Well, Luke's going to be getting in the car in a few hundred, about 100 miles, less than 100 miles, and he is definitely fresh. He's ready to go.
Yep.
Him and Duncan. Is it Duncan? Is his co-driver?
This guy's still working on their truck.
His co-driver is a great co-driver out there. There's a big issue. Still looks like it's running though. I hear it.
Yeah.
So the lead trophy trucks are right next to Catavenia right now. So they're going to be getting pretty close to, they'll cross back over to the east side of Mexico 1, and then they hop onto a speed zone, and then Fred's tractor trail. And they'll be hitting Fred's tractor trail pretty much right as it's going dark.
And sometimes these guys right now, I'm talking about the truck running. Maybe they don't want to shut it off. Maybe there might be an issue that, so sometimes when you shut the car off, something happens, breaks, can't get it started, and you're screwed. Unless they think something's going to happen right now. They have their lights on, They look like they took minimum tools out to fix whatever they're fixing. I know they got the jack out there or something. He's looking at stuff. He's watching.
Somebody's,
He knows that they're coming.
To come through.
He's pointing over there saying, hey, let's go over here. Let's do this. And where they're at right there, oh, look at the truck.
Okay,
there's a truck coming. There's a truck coming backwards on the course. They're coming backwards on the course. A truck's coming. Looks like their pit truck is coming to them right now as we speak. And they're moving. That guy is moving in that chase truck right there. I guarantee you that's for him. Now, in the real life, right there, that's illegal.
And we just captured it.
We just captured it on tape right now. Hopefully that's not for him.
I don't know if it was for him.
It
kind of looks like he blew right
by
him.
He did.
Like, peace out.
I think they were hoping it was for him, and he had parts. Oh, wait, he just ran somewhere.
No, he's still in the mirror right there. I still see him in the mirror. We don't see those other guys.
Yeah.
Truck's still running. Oh, there's another person there. It looks like.
Yeah?
Let's
Okay,
see.
here we go.
No, there's two.
I was going to say if it was
helmets off. No, that's not the helmet.
Else.
That's somebody else. So.
Okay, so the truck was for them.
Yep. So I don't know how that goes to play out. That's not very good.
I'm looking at where they're at.
We got told by SCORE that you can go to the chase truck, but you can't go backwards on the course. I don't think that's legal. What do you think, Wes?
No, I think 100% that's an issue.
Dangerous.
It's 100% not legal.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. We didn't see it.
Could they be penalized for this because we're capturing it?
That's a SCORE deal. I can't answer for SCORE, but I know that if it was me, I'd get penalized for sure because nobody really likes me very much. That's okay. I don't really care, but it's all right.
Pretty sure if it was me, I'd get penalized as well.
We get penalized for
automatic DQ.
Yeah, I don't know about DQ, but I guarantee they're going to get fined, or they're going to get some time taken.
So I'm trying to look on Google Earth to see where an access road would have been.
Well, he wasn't that far away because
he was close though.
He was close.
He was close.
Maybe
he
it was
got
a pit.
there fast in the middle of nowhere. So you have to wonder if that was just the absolute quickest way to get there. Thought maybe bend the rules just a little bit.
They have something in their bag, maybe a bolt or something broke or something like that. I mean, they have their chase truck. They're looking through their stuff. You can see they have a bag there.
Okay, so this is exactly what happened. See that access road right here?
Yep.
They came in that and then ran up to them. I'm sure that's what happened.
Or they were here and they just ran up there.
Guys, can we go to Wes's computer really quick and let him kind of explain? We can go on his map and you'll be able to see sort of what we think. Okay, go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at is you see my cursor right here.
Yeah.
The highway runs through this area.
225.
And he was broken right around here. So I'm thinking probably you'd have a chase truck come in from the highway,
It's probably already
down this access road.
It was probably already there.
It was
Wait, watching them. I wouldn't doubt
somewhere.
it. I would say that's a long road to go in that fast. They got there fast.
Yeah.
It's a stock truck.
I agree, but why would you have a truck sitting in this area?
I don't know.
That would be
that's the only access.
Straight
of it.
up dumb luck to have a truck waiting right there.
I maybe so, but that I tell you that road right there for you saw right there is probably a good couple miles in from the pavement. Couple miles
From
at
the
least.
time they pulled over,
and that truck was there.
7 minutes.
Yeah, it was fast. It was fast. The guy was moving, but still.
Well, maybe when they crossed the highway, they were feeling that they had an issue, and they were communicated that they had an issue before they stopped. I mean, we can contemplate it all we want. Yep. It's tough to say, but
they're looking for parts, and I guess the chase truck maybe doesn't have the stuff they need. And that truck still hasn't came by. They're still leading right now too. Look at.
All right, so here's our spec leaders as of right now. Again, from race mile 262, elapsed time. Davis in first, Herbst, Swaim, Fox, and the 209 truck. Those are your top 5.
I guarantee you.
Well, he's
Herbst is up there.
He's going to get passed by EJ. You're going to have Ethan Ebert in the HRC Honda Ridgeline go by, and then you're going to have Ethan Ebert, and that's going to happen any second.
So you're saying the Ridgeline is that close?
Yeah.
Oh, but he's racing
Here's
trophy
our
trucks.
Legends class
Correct.
too.
So he started in front of these guys.
Got it.
Well, your top 5.
Here he comes.
Race mile 262.
I can hear something here. No. Doesn't look like they're still working on the truck. I didn't really see anybody take a lot of tools out. Maybe it's a shock bolt or something. We have no idea what it is, but
We haven't seen anybody pass them though.
nope, not yet. They're coming though, like Wes said.
It's going to happen
it's happening
any second.
It's happening.
In fact,
here's
you're going to
EJ.
have the shot from in-car EJ right here passing him.
This could be it.
And right now they're watching this right now. They're going, hey,
Yeah.
we just saw it broken down. Put the pedal to the middle. Get by them. Get out of the dust. Let's do this.
Lights are on.
Yep, they have the lights on.
So they should be, we'll see them on the right.
Yeah, but you, like he said though,
Depending
I think
upon
the trophy truck of the HRC truck is in front of them supposedly.
That's what we're showing on the tracker. So
Yeah.
I think. But
Whoa,
yeah,
what happened there? I don't know what you did there.
Different line?
Oh, it
Got
looks like he
confused?
took the wrong line because I saw 2 lines and
Yep,
it's up on the
so did
thing.
I.
He took the wrong line right there.
So they
Huge
gotta
mistake.
backtrack.
So maybe
So
the guy.
speed
There you go.
going backwards on the course.
Well, yeah, that's true. No, it's not the course though, because he's on the wrong
he's on the
line.
line,
So
right.
if there, you'll see up here, he's gonna get back up here.
Disqualified himself.
No, but you're gonna see up here, and it goes. There's 2 lines up there, and
Yep.
he went the wrong way. It looked like, I think.
Well, earlier I was, again, I'll emphasize this of where I thought this section could be a make or break point for a lot of classes because there were so many lines through here,
It's too
and there's a
confusing.
bunch of silt, and you wanted to make sure that you had
Had
your
your homework.
lines nailed.
Yep.
So like, that one right there,
That looks like the line. It looks like it's grooved. But you got to remember, maybe the guy doing the GPS had it so far zoomed out, and he didn't see the line, or too far zoomed in, and it went by it if they're really close. So it has to take a great, you have to have a great navigator in the car. That's a big thing. Is that?
It's EJ.
Well, the lights are working good. That's for sure. Looks like he ain't going very
Truck,
fast.
they're going slow.
Why is that?
Are they trying to figure something out?
Yeah, they're doing
Are they
something.
calibrating? Let's see. What do they see?
They're on the course. It looks like. That's what I could see.
It's getting dark though.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
wait.
Justin Davis.
Okay, there we go.
So they're moving.
Yeah,
So now they're.
Oh,
up
they're
and
barely moving now.
They ain't going fast.
No, they're not going fast. So there's definitely an issue. They're probably going to get to the road and fix what they have to fix out there on the road.
they have a ways to go.
A long
and it's
ways to go.
Silty and rough.
Unless somebody's here at that access road, like you said, then maybe they're at the access road and they're bringing the heavy hitter truck in there.
Yeah, if they could limp it to that access road, that's probably their best bet.
But he's
So
milking
he's
it right now.
got maybe like 2 miles to baby this
Yep.
to get to that access road, and then maybe they can
And
get
you're gonna see
more parts into them to actually fix the
EJ
truck.
is going to be coming up on him any minute, any second now, probably, I'm guessing.
For sure.
There's Herbst there.
Looks like night has descended upon us here.
It is.
In the studio.
Yes, it is.
We got
It's
our
coming.
lights on. Getting darker
It did
here
get darker.
too.
It did get darker.
All right. Back in the Herb's truck.
I think that is right by where I shot that 335 video.
There you go. The good. You see the sunset over there. Yep.
This is literally one of my favorite sections of Baja.
This is right here?
Yeah, I think it's, especially on the other side of the highway when you're going through the boulders, and it's smooth and fast with all the cactus. But this is just the scenery.
Yeah, the scenery's great.
It's
I think there's not really anywhere really bad scenery in Baja.
That's a very good point.
You gotta say it's pretty awesome there until you break or something at nighttime and you can't find anything.
Until you're upside down. Or
oh yeah, you don't want to be upside down.
Flipping in the air.
Yeah, I was pretty amazed that Cognito was upside down over there, and it just, it's a mistake that sometimes happens. Maybe it's in the dust. I don't know.
We're seeing more trucks go through the 4th sector. Now they're moving their ways through the.
There's Wayne. Looks like he's getting out of the car. It's stopped.
Okay.
And Wayne's getting out of the car.
That's
not
actually
Wayne's.
his co-driver, Purcell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Is that the guy?
Brian Purcell. Wayne apparently has been battling with him in Nora, and felt like, I guess,
he'd be good
Purcell
driver.
had beaten Matlock a couple times in some legs down there, so Wayne thought he would be a good co-driver. And Wayne's normal co-driver over the last few years was Josh Rowe.
Yeah, which is his own
who's
deal.
now been
a Can-Am.
picked up by Can-Am and is in a different program.
Yep, and he's great. So it's kind of weird that you don't have the co-driver out of the car. You have the driver out of the car. Is he taking a dump? Is he taking a pee? Is he doing whatever? What's he doing there, you know?
Well, it looked like they just handed a cordless impact to him or something.
Yeah, like that's kind of weird. Like, why would the driver get out of the car, not the co-driver?
I don't know.
That's a kind of weird thing. What do you think, Wes?
I have no idea.
Yeah, he's definitely getting some tools out. And
generally,
is he gonna,
the co-driver always gets out ahead of the
I
driver.
would say so. And he's not even moving. Like he's maybe he's hurt. Maybe he's, who knows? All right, Wayne, I know you're listening right now, man. You better get your stuff together here, dude. Okay? The co-driver's in the car? Come on now. What is the program?
What are they? He's doing something to the right.
Yeah, he's giving hand signals. He's looking in the mirror going, hey, do that right.
Yeah.
Make sure you change that tire. Get on it. Get going faster.
Well, and this is big because he was second physical on course for the UTVs.
Yeah.
And, potentially.
This guy's, hold on, this guy's putting, like, he's stopped right there. He just pushed the button, like, hey, we're stopped on the side.
Yeah, that's just to let
the
other
competitors know that he's on the side of the course. One thing Wayne likes to use is a lead nav. Have you ever had a lead nav? You like those?
I use lead nav.
So you like it. Talking to you? He says he didn't have to drive in the car. I mean, like, he doesn't have a co-driver.
You can have audio notes.
Yeah, audio notes. That's what he said he does.
I know the Matlock.
Look at the guys are coming. There's a guy out of the middle of nowhere started walking up. That's how it is in Mexico. The guy just walked right on the side over there. You saw him.
I saw that, yeah.
Or was that the driver?
No, it wasn't. It was not suited up. It was somebody else. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Well, one thing, it's a full moon tonight, and you
I
can
was
see
gonna
it.
say.
You can see it starting to rise.
Yep.
So that is going to help these guys because it won't be totally pitch black.
Absolutely.
You'll have some ambient light.
Absolutely.
But, oh, there it is.
Whoa.
Another UTV just went by him.
Yeah.
But one thing, that is true. It's
that
nice.
was probably Allsep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, because it sounded like a Pro R.
It did sound like
a Pro R. It didn't sound like a Can-Am.
I'm checking.
There, hold on. Another one just went by.
Oh, that's got
that has to
nothing
be
worse. Just stuck. Blasting by you. Nothing you can do. Oh, Justin Davis now.
Now he has it looks like somebody's in front. They're working on it right now. So they did go somewhere, and they did work
exactly
on it.
what we said.
Yeah, exactly.
They went to that access road and got a real chase truck into them.
But now this is the deal. So do they get penalized? They went backwards on the course. That's a whole big deal. Is that going to happen or not? Because now they should have waited to this guy got to here instead of seeing the truck go back. So if they get penalized from that, that's a horrible thing. But it is true. We do have rules. So,
I wondered too when they pulled over though, and that truck came to help them. Could they have even gotten to this road without the help of that other truck that got there?
I don't know. They didn't look like they do much to it. They didn't do very much.
It was a gamble. It was a risk. We'll see what the penalty is if there is one.
Yep.
All right, back to race mile 280. Some more pit action happening here.
Definitely a lot of people right there working on it.
So that could have been Mike Caffro that went by Matlock.
And
so Caffro's having a good run.
It was Gary Magnus.
Good for him.
Woof.
Yeah,
with that gas,
he's been due for one.
Oh, they're putting. See, that's what I'm talking about.
That pressure.
Yeah,
you're talking about.
All of it. Those people that have to do the gas thing. They have to know what they're doing. You have one guy designated to do it. No, I couldn't do it because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But it has to be somebody that knows how to do it.
One guy got blasted.
He got blasted.
Look at him.
He's over there, all in his eyes and face. They're walking him over there somewhere to look at this thing. It's no joke.
He's in some pain, I bet.
It got blasted for sure. You have to turn the valve off on the top. The thing has to be filled with certain air, certain pressure.
Jeez.
It's not it's a scary system. But luckily there was no fire, there was no problems there.
How do you even practice something like that?
You do it. You do it. You do it at the pit, at your house. McMillan's and all of them, they go there and practice with their teams.
Yeah.
Oh, I do too. We do the same thing too.
You'd have to.
Yep.
You just
too important.
You fuel and then drain the tank.
Yep, and
fuel,
do it. Yep.
Drain the tank, and, and
same with changing
practice
tires.
doing it.
Tires, whatever. The good teams, you have people that are
run drills.
I have special guys. My Trucker Co guy, Greg, he is like unbelievable. Gets it done. He's awesome. Johnny, all my guys, they know what they're doing out there. They're professionals, what they do, and I have to have those guys that do the fuel because I've had fires before and it's horrible. There's another car going by.
Our lead trophy trucks are getting pretty close to hopping into a speed zone. Should we take a look at what a speed zone is?
Do we have a clip of that?
Yes.
Yeah, we do have an explanation of that. So if we could cue that up, it'd be a good time to look at that and show what these guys are going into.
Great idea. Let's roll that clip.
When laying out courses in Baja California, sometimes SCORE needs to use local roads, or sometimes we're even going on asphalt on the highway to get from one section to another in the dirt. What they do to help keep people safe and keep things somewhat tame on the highways is you have speed zones. So behind me is a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone. Then through some of the other areas where they want to keep it even slower, you have 37-mile-an-hour speed zones. And what they do is you have a Stella tracker on your race vehicle, and that keeps track of your speed. It pings to a satellite and it lets the race director know how fast you are going. And if you speed, you end up getting penalized and get speeding penalties that are assessed to your overall time at the end of the race and can actually affect your finish. So what a lot of teams do, like the trophy trucks, they have a speed limiter in the truck that it will cut throttle as they're going down the highway to make sure that they don't speed. If you're in a vehicle that doesn't have that, or like a dirt bike or an ATV, a lot of times I would just kind of drag the brakes and maintain throttle. You've got a speedometer in front of you, so you can kind of watch that. Usually try to pad it a little bit. So if it's a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone, you kind of shoot to go 58 miles an hour. So that way you're not getting penalized, because the penalties are worse than what you would make up if you hit exactly 60. So there you have it. Another SCORE 101.
And that's really a finesse kind of situation if you don't have that limiter.
100%. And there's, like I talked to earlier, you weren't here, but we talked about certain cars have limiters on us. Some of them have them. The Can-Am people, the factory Can-Am guys have it. We have it on our car. But hey, here's an example. At the 400 I was at last race, I had my co-driver.
Look at the split on Empudia and McMillan there.
40 seconds. Wow, that's unbelievable. Toby Price,
Price
right there.
Just right there.
McMillan right there.
Doorstep.
Andy and them. Oh my God, they're just right there. Everybody else is.
But look between 4 and 5.
And
those are the splits.
Yeah, so they're all really close there too. So,
what's pretty cool too is the battle of the two-wheel drive trophy trucks. We've got Cameron Steele, and then
he just came through Sector 4.
Dave Taylor. Yep. They're running 9:10 right now, I believe, and they're like maybe 6 minutes apart or so. And one of my old co-drivers, Dodge Pullman, is racing with Dave Taylor.
Oh, right.
Cool.
Wow.
So he's kind of a young up-and-coming kid, getting going in the trophy trucks. Definitely a great driver.
But you can see here, I mean, those guys are so close. I can't believe 40 seconds. I mean, he's in the dust for sure. And nighttime, it's going to be a big thing. These guys have massive lights.
The lights almost make it look green out there.
They probably yellow lights. It's probably
Yellow
what they
lights,
are.
yeah.
That's what they have probably. But
we talked about that yellow.
We talked about it with dust, you know. But
yeah, we weren't getting into that. So for me, I like to run a clear shield, and then I wore like amber heat waves, like wraparound glasses. And then I also would carry clear ones too in case I wanted to change. But I kind of like the amber at night as well.
A lot of my guys do. I really don't like it that much, but it helps out. It makes it lighter. It's a nice. For some reason, it gives me a little headache. But like you said, putting the glasses on, I had those too, and it makes a big difference.
Right.
As you can see here, these guys are neck and neck. We're at 280 right here.
If you wear a tinted shield, then and it gets dark, then you're screwed.
You're screwed.
So like,
I always wear a clear.
You got to run a clear shield. Cruise Armor makes a pretty cool thing they call day to night. That's a tinted.
Look at the moon.
Like sticker, I guess, basically. It goes on your shield that you look through, and then when it gets dark, you rip it off.
Yeah.
So that's a kind of a cool deal to have.
Yeah.
That guy right there behind the back, he is moving. Whatever that was, I don't know what it was, but he was definitely going pretty good.
We've been talking a lot about competing at night, and Wes, you did shoot a package about that. So if we could roll that, we'll give you a little more insight to what that's like.
All right, so we got another Score 101 for you guys. Driving at night is a skill that you have to be a competitive desert racer. In the Baja 1000, a lot of times you're gonna be in a truck or car, motorcycle, quad for anywhere from 15 to 25 hours probably. And you're definitely gonna be racing through the night. Now things change. The way that you view the course and perceive things and read the terrain is a lot different at night because all you can see is what your lights are illuminating ahead of you. So during the day, you actually have references, you can see a lot of different things. At night, it's just what's in front of you. If it's your first time racing out here, generally you're gonna have no clue where you're at. And that's another reason why a lot of your top competitors, they'll pre-run a section during the day, get all of their notes, and then come back and run it at night if that's a section they're gonna be racing in the dark. So I highly recommend you do that. It's a good way to really see what it's gonna look like come race night. So night driving, night racing, a huge part of Score and a huge part of the Baja 1000. That's another Score 101.
All right, as the sun sets and the moon starts to illuminate the desert, we're gonna take a quick break, pay some bills, and we'll be back with more Baja 1000 right after this.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
Hey Nick, can you hear me? Oh yeah. I might have to pay the rear socket. Wow, this is beautiful. The ride is really good. Crossing the road now. Copy that.
finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Polaris. Think outside.
Rocks, sand, heat. Life off-road is tough. We wouldn't have it any other way. If AMSOIL products are designed for this kind of punishment, think about what they can do for your daily driver. Upgrade to AMSOIL protection today and get fast free shipping from AMSOIL.com.
Dame una bomba de agua. ¿Tienes anticongelante?
Para tu auto o tu taller, en AutoZone estamos para ti. Con más de 100,000 números de parte disponibles y una gran variedad de productos. Con AutoZone, pásala segura.
Tread victoriously. with Maxxis.
Welcome back to the BF Goodrich Tires 57th. I'm getting tongue-tied after doing this for so long. I mean, the Baja 1000. All right, guys. Well, in a little bit, I think we've got a bike around the 800-mile mark or so. So the bikes will be coming through. Maybe another. Oh, here we go. Speak of the devil. So this is what it looks like out there at race mile 800. Thank God there's a full moon tonight.
Yeah, it's super dark. Look at they're zooming in there. They're checking it out.
Trying to adjust the aperture maybe and see are they going into zero dark 30 action here.
You don't see nothing out there actually. There you go.
Oh,
no Spudia.
So here's back to Alan. He's in the speed zone.
So yeah, we're
just talking about speed zones.
Earlier.
Yep. Popping around. So now you're really getting a good idea of what it's like out there. And it changed like that.
Yep. And now this, like, he has no dust. It's clear. He's having a great time right there. There wasn't dust. That was actually a fire from people out there hanging out. There's still a lot of spectators on the course right now.
Yep.
Tons of them. They know where to go.
What's crazy is how moisture in the air really will like play a factor. Yep. You see fog. So what we got going here?
See what's going on here. Yeah, I got a pylon on the hood.
Who's this?
Off the side, the steering wheel's off. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is this Justin's? Nope.
Hedrick. Was this is this that old school dash that we were looking at earlier?
No, this wasn't. No, this is not that old school. No, it wasn't that one. Hold on. You might be right, but
it is.
It is. Looks like it.
It is maybe, because that tach meter that's on the side, on the left side. I think it's it. That's it. Yeah, it's it.
I think that's it.
100%.
Maybe something.
1992 called and they got the dash on there, ready to go. They called. They want their dash back.
Tough town, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey,
tough town.
It's it. Well, the right side looks brand new. Come on. The right side's all updated. The left side.
It's budgeting.
It's all right. Maybe it's just like I said before. Maybe that's the way he likes it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, you never know.
People laugh at me. I have regular old school push button fuse switches and stuff instead of what do you call the other little thing for all your pad and stuff? What's it called?
Switch Pros.
Switch Pro. There you go. Sorry. Yes, I should know that. Switch Pros. I'm still old school. My shit works all the time, so it's like I use the same thing.
There
so
you go.
whatever works, maybe that works for him.
I think most of the people now are running like Motec engine management system.
Yep.
So that's what I ran, Motec, and then that way it's all all of your.
But again, no, Wes. But again, legally in the rules that you're not supposed to really use Motec. You can't have a Motec ECU. You have to have a standard ECU. I'll definitely give you a hard time about that. Okay. You're opening a can of worms up here, dude, on TV.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the factory Polaris team and a whole bunch of them are all running Motecs now. And I think in Pro Open you actually are.
You probably are okay. But we were in turbo, okay? Kind of like the motor that you ran, that turbo, okay? That wasn't stock there, bud.
Let's see what they got going on here.
Yeah,
is the pylon coming off?
TPR, yeah, they're great, good people.
Oh.
He looks like a new co-driver.
Off they go.
His visor looks clean.
Yeah, they switched drivers.
Maybe. I don't know. They definitely worked on it, whatever they did. It doesn't look like we're down with Pip.
You can hear a little bit of in-car banter going on.
God, I'm glad I don't have that and have Starlink hooked up my thing. I'd be talking so much trash you wouldn't even know what to do.
You have to put a lot of money in the swear jar, I think.
Yeah. The swear jar would be full.
I
could pay.
A swear keg?
Yeah, I could pay for the next race with that swear jar for sure. We definitely don't want that in my car.
All right, so off they go. Out into the night. Look at that sky, though, in the distance. Gorgeous.
Well, he has
kind of
definitely. I think he spent his money on his lights because he has some good lights on the car. That's for sure. They look really good.
Different point of view.
There's EJ. It looks like EJ.
Let's see here.
Let's see. It's a Herb's truck.
It's either Thor or EJ.
Yeah.
Or EJ.
We're gonna see real fast.
Find out.
EJ.
EJ. 263
he
truck.
should be first physical as well as first adjusted spec.
Yep. There's a pretty good example of what it looks like at nighttime. It's just tunneled. You're looking through just the trail. You're looking at that. Other guys will have more lights, less lights.
And that's what I talked about is you lose all your references.
You do.
You know, so if you're used to like what mountains are around,
you don't even see them.
Like okay, I'm in this valley. But at night, all you see is what your lights illuminate.
Yep. That's
And
a
again,
perfect
what
example.
do you do when it's not a full moon? When it's not even
Actually, to be honest with you, you talked about full moon. Sometimes a full moon will create on a bike. When I was on a bike, it created shadows, and it gave me more shadows than I wanted. Because on a bike, you didn't have as many lights as you do on the truck.
True.
As you do.
True.
But I had good lights still. But still, it created shadows.
That's crucial. Almost,
yeah,
on a bike.
it is. And now the technology is definitely a lot different than when we used to ride bikes and quads. It's a different thing.
I mean, we're running halogen lights.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then I went to HIDs.
Yep, and I didn't have that.
Halogens.
I have these huge, I still have them, the big old huge round lights, and they moved with the bike and stuff when I rode for factory Kawasaki.
Yep. And then now with the LEDs, they're so much smaller and lighter and brighter that it's crazy.
But you can see right here, he's going through dips, he's going up and down, it's a lot harder to see.
Would you call it a whoop or a hoop?
A whoop. Well, other dips for me, like little dips, but we were both sane. Here's a Class 7 truck right here. So yes, definitely that's what it is. I was asking it earlier about what that was, and it's definitely his shifting. He's shifting right now. And the technology, if you look at his steering wheel, he could shift on his steering wheel, which is pretty awesome for a Class 7 truck to have that. Normally, you have a manual thing, you grab it and shift right there. So he has it on the steering wheel. You can see it real close right now tonight. You can see the paddles on the steering wheels. So that's what he has up there, and that's how he's shifting the truck. I don't know what kind of motor or transmission he has, but the technology's
it's there.
It's there, I guess. Similar to the Can-Ams and stuff, we have that technology too. A lot of the guys do have it on their steering wheels. With that new automatic transmission the Can-Am has, it's unbelievable, and it's so nice. No more belts, you don't have to worry about nothing. That they can cruise at 120 miles an hour with no problems, and that's where Phil Burton, is going to put some time on these guys. When he gets to San Felipe, if he's close to those guys, he's going to put the hammer down on those long straightaways and those UTVs. He's going to put those Polarises to shame there on those long straightaways. If he's doing 120 and the Polaris, what now, 110? How fast do they go, 115?
They're like 106, 108, maybe 110.
So yeah, he's got 10 more miles an hour on them. And in a long distance, it's a big deal. I don't think it's enough to change that much, but he could be right there at the end. You never know.
I think like a race like a Vegas to Reno that's more wide open.
100%.
The Can-Am has a big advantage there. In Baja where it's rougher, I don't think it's as
well, I can
big
tell
of
you,
an
I can
advantage.
tell you the heat when I broke something at the San Felipe 250, and I got right behind him. He walked away from me like I was standing still in that new that Maverick R. Killed it. And that's like I said, this guy right now, he's going through here. He's just wants to get through this area for sure. Doesn't want to make a mistake. Like Wes said, you're at nighttime. You're in the middle of nowhere, and nobody's going to find you out there.
No one's going to find you.
I think you're going to be out there for a while. That's why you bring food. You bring water.
Bring it all.
You bring everything just in case, because you never know what's going to happen.
As he climbs through the dark, we'll jump into some social media clips as well. Let's take a look at those. So here, looks like Dallas Luttrell. He's out of the race. He's getting evacuated, if you will, on the rig. Not sure exactly what happened there, but...
Oh, you can see it looked like he rolled. The top of the truck was damaged.
Was all punched
Watch, if you look at it real close right here, look at the roof. Look at the roof, it's caved.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely rolled.
Yeah.
He definitely rolled.
Do you think he was a victim of that one?
Maybe he was. It looked like it took a lot of people out right there. You got to remember, you're going, when you're not pre-running, but you're not going at race speed. And when you're at race speed at that time, you're hitting that G out and it's kicking that car up like that. And he might have been going faster than he normally is. And he paid the price for it,
All right, back to in-car with Mike Walzer.
Wow, he has his looks like a lead nav or something
got
on
a
the one
lot.
side.
Yeah.
He has 2 GPSs over there.
2 GPS.
I mean, his split screen on his big, huge Lorans, it looks like.
Yeah, his cell phone, or wait.
And you see on his driver's side, he has no gauges. Can't see what his gauges are, but on the driver's side, he has a miles per hour and he has a GPS in his thing there. Which sometimes looking down that split second, looking down at your GPS, it could be a day. You could be hitting a
Screw with
yeah. You could screw with
Take
you.
you off your game.
You're off your game,
second.
or you miss a turn, or you
Yep.
hit a rock, or whatever. Just that second looking down at that. That's why you see a lot of the Mason trucks, the GPS and stuff, a little higher, so you just glance over to the right, you don't look down. So that's why they have them like that. This area right here is very technical, as you can see. Super, super technical, Wes. Did you go through this section?
Is he into Fred's tractor trail
It looks
now?
like he is right now.
Yeah,
because he's going through that. It's tight, it's rocky, it's the cliffs on the right side.
I don't know that Walser's there yet. I mean, look. I've been looking at some stuff with our UTV guys, trying to figure a couple things out. But so Walser.
You see the big boulders on the course right there? You see them on the ground? You do not want to get a flat there. You don't want to get a flat there. For one, you can't really pull off that many spots. You know, you don't want to get a flat. You want to make sure that you just get through these sections that's really technical and not have a problem.
Yeah, so Walser is where they cross over to the east side of Highway 1, right below Catavina. He's not even to the speed zone yet that goes down to the tractor trail. But that whole section is super technical as well.
And rocky.
Yeah, you're kind of winding through the cactus there, going up and down some washes and ravines.
Yep. Isn't it like really hard ground? The ground's like a not cement, but it's like shell.
In a
like
couple
hard.
spots,
It's some really gnarly stuff right there. But again, unbelievable footage with the Starlinks again. I'm just blown away. Everybody's texting me right now. They can't believe what great footage that you guys have on Score right now. It's unbelievable what they're doing.
Absolutely.
It's awesome.
It is.
To be able to have in-car
is... It's awesome. This is my first time I get to see it. I've never got to sit here and watch people's things before, but I'd rather be out racing, that's for sure. But I'm out here doing this, and it is what it is. And to see this is just unbelievable. It makes me want to go get a Starlink and get the system working in my car, you know?
Maybe that'll be your next sponsor.
All
right, so here we go.
I'm looking at Tracker, and it looks like Justin Davis is moving again. So if that's correct, I got him at 32 miles an hour right now. So maybe they got whatever was going on fixed.
And how far is he away from EJ?
I think we have EJ in the lower left.
EJ's at 347.
Okay.
Davis is at 336.
So not that far.
It's not too
that bad. I mean, things could still happen. It's still not even midway through the race right there, and we're close to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, physical, he's I think third.
Yeah. What's wild to think is these guys still got over 500 miles to go.
Oh yeah. I mean, like we said, me and Wes
they're
said
not halfway through the race.
I mean, when you get up past San Felipe, then talk about it, because it's going to put a world of hurt on every vehicle. Going through San Felipe is going to put a world of hurt. If your truck better hopefully be in good shape, because you can make a bad choice, a bad thing can happen.
Okay.
No, it just froze for a sec.
I glanced up and saw Toby's wasn't moving. I was like, uh-oh.
Yep.
But think, like I said before, look at perfect.
Whoa.
Perfect. Oh yeah, see?
Took out.
Cactus comes in the truck.
Yeah.
It happens all the
There it
time.
is.
You hope it goes on your co-driver.
Right.
He's laughing at you. You don't want it to go on your lap. Aim for it. Hey, you made a mistake on the course. Get over there. You hit that cactus. Get him on the legs or something.
Yeah. If you blew a corner or something, you're gonna tag a cactus. Always cheat it to your passenger side a little bit.
My co-driver.
You never want it coming in on the
My co-drivers
driver's
are f-bombing me right now on the thing for sure.
Yeah, you're probably not the only one.
Yeah.
I'm sure lots of drivers have been cussed out by
their...
their...
If you had a choice.
Like, thanks, guy, for putting the cactus on my
lack,
side.
Yeah. You've been there. You felt like it. You have cactus in your hand or your leg or your arm. You don't know where it's at, and you're just driving the whole race with it on you. It's horrible. Yeah. And it goes with a co-driver, too. It's horrible.
Not a pleasant experience.
Yeah. Nope.
But you could see in these all these four different videos you see right here from the cars, everybody has a different way of their car is. One has a GPS on that side, one doesn't even have a GPS on the left side. So you can see the setup of the trucks that, what the driver wants, what the co-driver wants. There's different things you can see in each truck and where the GPSs are mounted. Everything, it all matters, each driver and it's driving there. And, look at Toby. Toby doesn't even look like he has a GPS on the left side of his car.
It's kind of buried in the shot, but it's there.
Maybe. I don't know if it's a GPS though. I think
it's got that screen.
I think it's the the miles per hour and oil
got the miles
and
per hour
everything
in the
else.
upper left.
Whatever it is,
Yep.
And you can see all these guys going. Man, I don't know whose truck that is on the right over there, but you got some badass lights on that truck right there too.
Yeah.
He's definitely got some distance on there. And these guys go out.
I think that was our friend that it was. Yeah.
With the old school stuff.
Yeah.
Well, he spent the money on the new lights, I guess.
Yeah.
But like I said, these guys go out and they test at nighttime too to check the lights, adjust them. And some of the manufacturers like Rigid, Baja Designs, they all go out there and the main guys go out there and adjust them and check them and make sure that they're getting the best lighting out there, especially these trophy truck guys. This is where it's a big thing. It's happening.
Well, he's really got a great spread going out there.
Yep.
He's got a great peripheral vision out there, as opposed to.
That's why they have lights on. I used lights
on the sides.
off the trophy. I took a thing from the trophy truck book. I put them on the sides of my car, and it made a big difference because when you're turning turns, it's showing the light over there on the left hand side or right hand side, so you could see what you're turning before you're even there.
Yeah, I mean these other three are pretty much just straight dead on.
They are straight dead
ahead,
on.
so
you can tell the difference. The two top ones, the lights are just amazing versus
blazing.
The two bottom ones. I mean, you can't compare the two or four. Whatever.
I've been looking at a few things with the trophy specs and our lead UTVs in both Pro Open and Pro Turbo.
I want to know what's going on there.
So Brock Hager just crossed to the south side of Highway 1 heading towards Catavenia. So he cleared Guayaquil, and it looks like right now you got Hager, Cafro, Alsup, Sims, Mittag, Scanlon, Matlock, and Impudia, but I didn't. So Blurton is in the mix in there somewhere. But Blurton. So Phil Blurton is leading the turbo class. He's about 21 miles back from Hager, and he started 12 minutes behind him. So I'm going to say Hager's probably got a 15-minute lead or so on him, and then on adjusted.
Back to Alan.
Look at his lights are good. And these guys, they have the ability to adjust the lights while they're driving where that light bar is. So, some old school, like I have an old school thing on my old car. It had an adjustment up top. You can move it by a lever and adjust. They have a mechanical automated thing. It moves it up and down. If they're going super fast, they can push the light farther out to make sure they can see, because they're doing.
That's huge.
They could be doing 120, 140 miles an hour in certain sections, On the dry lake bed, they're going to be going at least 140 miles an hour, probably, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But right now, you can see he has a lot of light there. More toward the bottom of the truck. I thought it'd be more farther out.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But he's bouncing through some of these whoops. He's going through there. And Alan, where's he sitting right now in position-wise?
Position-wise, let's go to the
I think he's
live tracker.
second physical. I can tell you guys a second.
It still says corrected time 6:35.
He says he's still leading.
He's third physical is what I'm showing. I want to check something here though.
Racer clock's got him at 7:28, and then McMillan behind him 7:34.
I'm showing McMillan, Price, and Pudia right now physical. I'm not sure on adjusted, but
I've got adjusted right here. Corrected time.
At what?
You got
mile
Alan
marker,
at 6:35.
At what mile marker?
Mile marker. I'm not sure it's identifying it here.
That probably would have. Well, so what's good?
When they came through, I mean, like
that was at
not,
That was at 356. Probably.
Okay, yeah. So they haven't hit. They haven't crossed through 356.
But they have, and we're almost to 401, which is sector 6. That's going to be when they get at the base of Fred's tractor trail and go into the speed zone.
Yep.
So that'll give us a real update with the Optima timing.
This is what I got. All right. Here we are at race mile 800. We've got our first bike coming through. And look at the lights compared to what we've just been seeing.
But that's pretty awesome for a bike. That light's really good. I mean, he's going good. Justin's team is killing it right there.
Looks like he's got a light on his helmet too.
Yeah.
Yep.
More the merrier. It's got something in the foreground. Could it be?
Oh, he's happy. He's got another
campers.
64 miles or so to go, and he's home free.
And he's got a big lead.
Big lead right now, yeah. So you can turn it down a little bit, whoever that might be driving that or riding that bike.
Mm-hmm. Coming by, it looks like some sort of a camp.
Oh, people are camped out for sure.
Spectators
Spectators.
Spectators.
You'll see them all over the course for sure.
That could have been like Baja Amigos pit or something too.
Here he's that's looking a little whoopty right here. Boom, 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 boom.
And it's
nice shot of the campfire and spectators out there. It's cold. We think
I was going to say it gets pretty cold in this area. You know, it just got dark, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, but later on
when they come through, like
trophy
4 or
trucks,
5 in the morning, they'll be freezing.
Sure. Yep, and look at that. He's just a tiny speck in the middle of nowhere, right?
Yep.
All right.
That does a good job of kind of showing you how desolate it is.
No kidding.
Wow, he has a name on there for his team. I was looking at here, has a moto guy. He has a moto guy on there, Ryan Surratt. This guy is, you know, his dad was yeah, that's his dad. His dad is a professional, used to be a professional motocross guy. This kid races professional motocross, and he's out there right now racing on that team, and it might even be him racing right now. I don't know, but he's an awesome motocross guy and supercross kind of guy, and he's out there riding desert. A lot of these guys, Marty Smith used to he raced for Team Green one time, and there were a lot of guys that came out there and did it.
Yeah.
Some Class 1 action.
Yep.
There we go.
I think he's in second, or he's in first. He's moving. He's moving.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Yeah, he's definitely turning it up. You can see the moon out there to the left over there. There's nothing better than driving at night, no dust in front of you, having a good old time. You just can't, you know.
Hammer down?
Yeah, and just hopefully you don't make a mistake and brain fart or whatever out there, you know.
And Brandon is driving with Casey Mears.
Oh, really? Oh,
so,
yeah.
you know, that's
a big one.
A very well-storied family. Not sure who's in the car right now.
Casey Mears likes to do off-road stuff too. You know, see him here once in a while. Look at here you go. There's some dust. Guy's coming up on him.
On somebody.
Oh, he just like they pulled
the
over.
side.
That actually looked like Eva. It looked like Eva.
It did look pink.
It did look pink. It looked like Eva's car right there. I don't know if they have it on there, but it did look like hers.
There's a Ford Bronco that we're taking a look at.
The factory Bronco.
Yep.
Ford factory Bronco. And that car, you know, is, you know, they've raced it a few times out of the races, and they raced the Vegas Arena race and a couple other ones, but it's pretty dialed in. They're pretty. They know what they're doing. They have a lot of support team. I know that for sure. I've met a couple of the guys down there before, and there a lot of support team helping them. There's another one right there too.
And here's the Ford Raptor.
Raptor, yeah.
Lauren Healy, 7 class. Got some good lights on this one as well.
Yep.
Clear view.
You can hear them talking, I think, inside too. Now Ford, you know, if you don't know, Ford's going to be in Dakar. They got some new Dakar cars out there. A couple guys driving. Mitch Guthrie is driving one of them, if I'm not mistaken. Did you hear that, Wes?
Is Mitchie driving for Ford?
Yep, he's driving one of the Ford trucks, or cars, whatever, Broncos, whatever you want to call it.
Seth Quintero is in a Toyota, right?
Toyota, yes. Yep. Oh, what was that? Right in the middle of the course.
Right in the middle of the,
So whoever's driving that thing, I'm sorry, but
move.
I mean, unless something broke,
get out the way.
You're supposed to go to the side, but hopefully something's okay.
At least they have lights on.
Yeah, you could see them. That's right.
Well, because you can park in the course and lose power.
We can lose power. Yeah. But normally I would say for him, he would not be in the middle of the course. He'd probably pull aside, so something probably major happened.
Yeah. All right, back to the Ford Bronco here.
Look at the rocks. You see it right there? There's a lot of rocks in the ground.
Yeah.
I'm still blown away. I gotta say it all the time. Is just blown away by the coverage. Super impressed. The score has definitely stepped up a lot. Got a lot of people out there working hard to get all this footage for you guys out there. All the fans loving this. You guys doing a great job out here. It's unbelievable. You got Wes out there doing all the pro videos out there. I'm pretty impressed, Wes. You're pretty impressed with the job you're doing out there. You did a good job. It's very helps out a lot for the people out there.
Sure does.
I really liked being able to go pre-run the course and actually have eyeballs on what these guys are running through, because it gives you such a better perspective of what they're going through, and I think it helps to be here,
of course,
hosting if you know what
which it is.
Are going through.
And most of the time, like I said, we're marking the course. It's still not as much because you were only there a few days ago out there seeing what the course has changed versus what I've seen out there. It's changed a lot when you were out there versus today. It's completely different right now.
Right.
Definitely lines develop right up to the day of the race.
Day of the race. Oh yeah, for sure. And then a lot of guys don't want to show their line until the night before, and they go out there and burn it. We've been there. I
literally was just going to say that if you got something really good up your sleeve, you'll save that until the night before and then go burn it in, or not even burn it in, but just make sure you got it. And and try to save that and not have anybody else.
Nobody else, and do it like last minute of the course. Last minute of the night. My co-drivers will tell you, "Oh my, what are you doing out there till 12 at night?" Because I just burned in the line, or I just burned this line in.
Literally, Wayne Matlock and I won. I think it was a Baja 500 or something one year, because I went out the night before the race. Ran in a line that I knew, and I made the pass for the lead right there.
You knew exactly what you're going to calculate. Strategic.
As you can see, this guy's going still good right now, the Class 8 truck.
It's a really cool shot.
With the rocks and stuff out there, you can see, not the high cactus, you don't have to worry about that much right there. It's pretty low.
He's not down into those yet.
Nope.
They're still
far.
North.
They're way far back.
But I mean, just keep that thing rubber side down.
And keep going. That's what it's all about. Especially those class. There's not that many in that class, probably. If I'm guessing, I have to look at the sheet. But there's very few in that class. Class 8's kind of a dead class, And right now, like I said, UTVs are, beating the Class 10s. What do you think about that, Wes? I mean, they're pulling up on the Class 10s, and they're giving them a world of hurt.
And Brock Hager is.
He's a machine. That kid's
he's throwing down a heater.
He is. He's a machine.
And he's soloing this race. So if he can solo it, pull the win, and win in the fashion that he looks like he might right now.
They're on the pavement right here.
He's checked out from the rest of the UTVs.
He's gone. He's checked out.
How far away is Caden? Where's Caden?
So Caden is
an opportunity.
Right now,
outside of Brock, then the rest of them are a little more bunched together. And I think you got Mike Caffro. So this is a good run for Caffro.
He's finally getting up there doing well.
He's kind of been in the mix every now and then, but generally third is about his high mark. So he's running second, and I think that they're really stoked to have that new mid-tag car. They also have a special setup with their Elka shocks where they run a carbon fiber spring. I don't know if you've seen those.
I did. I saw it. And I didn't know what to think about it.
It seemed a little weird to me, but he said he loves it. So who knows?
We're gonna see if it lasts. We're gonna see if that's gonna take him out of the race. That might, with all the whoops and things, 1,000 miles or 800 something miles, it's gonna definitely put a world of hurt on the shocks and on the springs.
So you have Caffro, then Alsup, then Mittag, and Brandon Sims, and then Caden McCachran.
Okay.
But Caden he took a rear start.
Right.
So he'll be ahead of a couple of those guys already just unadjusted.
Okay.
And I think that's Caden's plan here.
That's his strategy.
Probably get
through the tractor.
He's doing the tortoise and hare.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get to San Felipe and race from there. It's just Hager's checked out.
Yeah.
So for these guys to reel Hager in, they're going to need him to have an issue.
Okay.
Well, look at right here. You see Alan right here going through it, and I think they crossed they're on the pavement, and they're going.
They're on Fred's tractor trail now.
Okay, because I just see somebody go on the pavement just a little bit ago.
But I don't think they're too, well, okay, yeah. 83, so Luke and Rob, they're in the speed zone.
And Alan's already past that.
He is right about to get into the speed zone.
Okay.
So you've got Luke is in speed zone, Toby's in speed zone.
Everybody's in the speed zone.
I want to see when, and this is a gnarly speed zone. It's 70 miles, and it's a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone.
It's
so
horrible.
you're in the speed zone for over an hour.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And you're going, and the road is not just flat. Some of it's going down and up, so you got to actually check up a couple times. I don't know so much on a trophy truck, but I know on a UTV you want to check up a little bit.
It looks to me that Dan and Andy in the 23 McMillan truck have gotten by Impudia.
Gotcha. Well, as these vehicles enter the speed zone, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back with more Baja 1000 right after this.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
We've been doing a lot of driving off-road. It's a bit of an adrenaline rush, but in such a slow-paced environment, it's effectively really safe and a lot of fun. It's really important that everyone that comes out here has the respect to have a lot of fun, but not do damage. We always try and leave it cleaner than we found it.
The best way to leave your mark on the world is to hardly leave one at all. BF Goodrich, what are you building for?
Of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Tread victoriously with Maxxis.
BF Goodrich tires, 57th score. Baja 1000. All right, so it's creeping to into the night, obviously, and we can kind of assess a little bit of, I think we've got a leaderboard of our top 3 trophy trucks right now, or actually we'll go to a little in-car, but as we kind of talk about that, very soon we're going to be seeing, okay, here we go. So physically,
this is what I wanted to see.
This is it. Okay, so as of race mile 401, Toby Price in first, Luke McMillan, Alan Impudia, Dan McMillan. The top of this whole competition, we thought that, you know, maybe Bryce and Chris Bulfardi would be out and we'd have Rob McCachran really keeping him honest. But to that point, Rob's just raced an incredible race. He's just hammering away. He's about to hand it over to Luke. And is now Luke going to, look at that, 43 seconds. I mean,
it's nothing.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
So as they head into, again, one of the challenging sections of San Felipe, what could we see, actually?
Well, that's a good one. What do you think, Wes?
We could see a lot.
I mean, Luke's going to be fresh in the car. He's going to be fresh if he's not fresh right there.
Yeah.
I think we saw Toby or somebody right there that had the 60 mile an hour. I think they're on the pavement right now. Are they on the pavement?
All our top 4 trucks are all in that 70-mile speed zone.
70 miles, yeah.
And physically, they're sitting. It's Luke, Toby, Dan McMillan, and then Impudia. You know, the one thing I kind of wonder is Impudia's been hanging in there, but I think we're getting fresh drivers in a lot of these cars now,
and that could make a difference.
Big difference.
Yeah,
you know, it's going to make a big difference.
Impudia's got a long way to go.
A long way.
So does he have some drop off, or can he maintain that pace the whole time?
Sure.
That's a question I have.
And is he's aware of that too. He knows there's going to be fresh drivers coming for him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but sometimes if you're in the groove,
you're doing well.
And you're flowing,
I like to drive
and you're like, you know, I don't know. I think there's pros and cons. You know, if he knows his truck better than anybody he can put in his truck,
100%.
So he's going to drive his truck the best out of anyone that could probably
not
drive
overdrive it.
Yep.
You don't want to be overdriving
he knows, he knows what it can do. He knows if there's a problem, they know how to address it.
Right.
So you kind of want to keep your A team in the truck.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of.
It's kind of like when the pitcher's hot, keep them on the mound.
Well,
and
kind of like that. Kind of like that.
You know, and it's 16 hours, which it's a long time, but it's not. It's
not
not like
bad.
25 hours.
They've done worse, right?
You know, I think that they're in that bubble of there shouldn't be a ton of drop off.
Okay.
Now Luke is it's his truck.
Yep.
He knows his truck.
Yep.
And he's going to definitely be a factor that he can get in there, push that truck to the limit, and be out there and hopefully gain the seconds.
Drive a race, no mistakes.
Yep.
And because now you got Menzi and Pulvardi out of the race, now it's really interesting, and it's getting more and more compressed, if you will, as we get further along in the race.
The one I'm looking at is Toby.
Yeah.
I think as far as raw speed,
Toby
has the most raw speed of anybody there, and he's sitting in a really good spot.
Yep. Yeah.
He's right.
He's leading.
He's right behind. No, he's physical second.
Yep, but he's in time.
Yeah. And
Impudia is leading right now.
Well, we just saw
who's leading right now. Is it
I
Luke?
think it's Toby. Didn't we
Toby
just see
was
that
first?
on the leader?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was him.
He was
for
up
sure.
by like
And then there was
43
seconds.
Seconds, but physical. I'm talking about physical.
And he's second physical.
Okay. That's what
But he's really close behind Luke.
Yeah.
And he started fourth, so he doesn't have to pass him.
Yep.
You know, he's got 4 minutes? Because we started 1 minute intervals.
Yep.
So he's got 4 minutes. He's just got to
That's
keep.
interesting.
He's just
The
got to
pace.
keep him in his
Push it.
sights.
Yep.
If he can even see his lights.
Yep.
He's good.
He's good.
That's good.
And I mean, we just got to update.
And he's up by 40 seconds or so.
So.
There's
but
Alan right here. We got
I
some
kind of
in-car
feel
with
like
Alan.
if Toby wanted to throw it down, he might be able to make a pass.
He could do it.
But why risk it?
Why risk it, right?
You know,
Well, it's still the beginning of the race. San Felipe's coming up.
Yeah.
It's going to make a big thing there. They're going to show a lot of stuff that's going to happen there.
A lot of race left.
Yeah, a lot of race
And
left.
when they go out of the speed zone, they're going into Morelia, and then they're doing all the washes, and there's so many lines there that dust isn't going to be as much of a factor.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if Toby wants to really throw it down and make a pass, I think it's pretty feasible to make it happen there. If you're going to pass, the washes of San Felipe is like where to make it happen.
That's where you want it. Yeah.
Because you can get out of dust.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like kind of either ors that are about equal time. And from how they were calling their notes,
Yeah,
They had rally notes for every corner.
Every turn.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
I'm going to say that they probably have every line marked. Yeah. So he'll know where to put it, and if he can kind of creep up onto Luke, he might be able to make it past it.
Interesting, interesting. So we mentioned there's plenty of race left coming up here, and we are approaching 6 p.m. and within about a half hour ago, we will kind of break and we'll go off for a little bit. But to make sure that everybody's kind of in the know, Wes, you had put together some more videos of kind of what's to come. And so we want to give all you viewers at home kind of a sneak peek as to what's to come. So let's roll those clips.
This is a section of the race course called Fred's Tractor Trail. It's an area that we don't run through very often, but when we do, it's really technical. Right now, I'm standing at the top of the drop down into the valley, and this is taking you from Highway 1 over to Highway 5. This section right below me, there's definitely potential for bottlenecks there. And on top of that, it's really similar to me kind of coming into this. It reminds me of the summit a little bit, which we run through that a lot more often. At this point in the race, it's going to be night. They're not going to be able to see all these references. You know, they'll just be able to see what their lights are showing them. You're almost halfway in, so a little over 400 miles. Things should have kind of settled in at this point. I would say we'll probably have a battle between maybe 3-4 trophy trucks. It's an area where you can lose the race, not necessarily win it. We are crossing over from Highway 1 over to Highway 5, about race mile 394 right here. And then at race mile 400, that's where they hit Highway 5, go into a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone for, I believe it's about 70 miles. They get near Puertecitas and then head up towards Matomi Wash. So there you have it. There's another course review. We'll keep moving down the course and show you what it's like out here at this year's Baja 1000. At this point in the race, we're a little bit over halfway through. They've been going down a 70-mile speed zone from 400 to 470, and right here they turn west and head up Matomi Wash. From there, they're gonna kind of zigzag through the washes of San Felipe on their way to the finish line. This is Laguna del Diablo, or Diablo Dry Lake, and it is at the base of the San Matir Mountains at race mile 575. The competitors will be going wide open through here. This will probably be the fastest portion of the race course. You'll have trophy trucks going over 140 miles an hour. This will be at night during the race. You've got the San Pedro Matir Mountains. The high peak there is the tallest mountain in Baja California, and that is Picacho del Diablo, or Diablo Peak, and it's 10,154 feet high. So that's a pretty substantial mountain there behind me. In this area, you've got to be careful because while I was just pre-running, there were some cattle literally standing in the middle of the race course. If that happens at night, which is when the leaders are going to be coming through here, they're really difficult to see. If you're going 140 miles an hour and there's a cow in the middle of the road, that can present a major problem. From here, you head towards kind of the Borrego area and El Chinero, and then up to La Ventana and Saldana, and then back into San Matias. At the base of San Matias is race mile 725. The competitors are on their way from the San Felipe side, now heading back towards Ensenada on their home stretch. We've got a little bit over 100 miles to go. At this point, it's still dark, and if you're leading, you've got to be thinking, man, we only have a little over 100 miles to go. Let's keep it together, get her to the finish line, and put it on top of the box. As the racers make their way back to Ensenada and the finish, there's an obstacle they come across called the Goat Trail. This is one of the more famous spots in all of the Baja 1000 race course this year. You can see it goes up off of Highway 3 on this sketchy trail on the edge of an embankment. A little ways further, there's a boulder that sticks out. The trophy trucks can barely fit through there, or any of the other wide vehicles. And this will also be in the dark. They'll be just using their lights to go up here. It's definitely an area that you want to pick your way through. Be careful. Don't make a mistake right here, because you've gone 700 plus miles, and this will take them up towards Santa Catarina, Ojos Negros, and then Ensenada and the finish.
Awesome job, Wes. Man, I cannot imagine hitting a cow at 140 miles an hour in the middle of the dark.
Big deal.
Oh my
That would be bad.
No, that would be bad.
Carne-asada tacos right there, baby.
I'm really hoping the rancher puts those cows away. What's so weird is in all my years of racing in that area, I've never seen cows out on Diablo Dry Lake bed.
Yeah.
But the rancher to the south side, he had not a lot of cows, but he had some cows there.
They got out.
And it was so weird. Like, if you're a cow, why did you wander out onto the dry lake bed? Because it's not like there's grass out there to eat. There's nothing.
Nothing. It's dry.
And they were just hanging out. They actually kind of walked over to my razor and like almost came up to me.
Curious cows.
Yes.
All right. Well,
so,
you got some cool videos, but you also got some really cool updates. What's going on? Well,
yeah,
not so
well,
cool.
I don't know.
Not
It's cool for some people, not so cool for other people. We'll put it that way.
It's perspective.
So we saw Justin Davis, he's in a points battle with the Herps, with Thor Herps. And EJ took over the physical lead. Well, now just south of Catavina, I'm getting word that EJ has run out of fuel. And that is meshing with what we're seeing on the tracker, because at race mile 159.9, you've got EJ Herps at 0 miles per hour, and he's in a really
bad area,
kind of desolate area. So it's going to be tough for them to get fuel to him. So we've got Bryce Swaim.
Here we go.
We've got it here on my computer. Bryce Swaim is our leader now in Trophy Spec, followed by Brent Fox, and then right here is EJ Herp sitting at 0 miles an hour, and then Thor is closing in on him quickly. Man, I kind of wonder, you don't really carry extra fuel, but like if there was a way for Thor to give fuel to EJ, but there really isn't.
There's nothing,
And Thor is actually battling for the points championship.
Yep, he's second.
So he's not going to stop.
Yeah.
But that's kind of some big news. So
Family
that
rivalry.
flipped our leader for Trophy Spec.
Yep.
And
just
this
never
is
know.
awesome because
And
we're
then
on
here's
board with Swaim.
Yep. So here's some right along.
So is he going to pass him then?
He's already ahead of him.
Already ahead of him, okay.
Bryce passed him, okay.
Yep, he's in pretty kind of tight technical stuff, just south of Catavina, fairly close to crossing over to the east side and then going into the speed zone down to Fred's Tractor Trail.
Okay, which we saw in your clip.
The lights are so good on like these trucks now.
Yes, it's amazing.
It makes driving at night way easier than it used to be back in the day.
There's so much though. I mean, there's so much more technology now than what they had before. You know, the old guys are, they'd be saying, wow, this thing's unbelievable. We wish we had this when we were driving.
Well, I remember when we went from halogen to HIDs, that was like, oh man, these HIDs are amazing.
Yeah.
But then the igniters would fail on them sometimes, and you'd have issues.
And they're pretty bulletproof. I mean, my rigid lights, I put them through hell and never had a problem with them at all, They're cracked and stuff from the race, and they still work,
Yeah, the LEDs seem fairly bulletproof.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd say Baja Designs, Rigid.
Yep.
There's
and we're right now
other companies that make
there's so many
lights.
Yeah, there's so many companies out there. What about UTVs right now? Where are they standing there? Are they almost all in front of the Class 10s? I'm sure they're probably in front of them, right?
Yeah, they've passed the Class 10s.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Here it is, out of gas.
Oh, he's texting right there. His phone or something works. Well, he has Starlink, so he's texting right now.
Oh, so frustrating.
That is frustrating. He's pissed.
To work so hard to get the lead,
And then
to
that's
be in
how
the
you go out?
lead, and you just throw it away.
Now that could have been
That kills you.
I mean, most likely they had, if I'm not mistaken, they had pressure pros and stuff.
He probably got
so they got
short-fueled.
short-fueled somewhere maybe in there, or maybe the truck's just using a little bit more gas because of the heat or coldness out there. It all depends on what it is. You never know. This is another Herbst truck right here. This is Thor.
It's gotta be Thor then.
Okay.
And so Thor is going to be passing him fairly soon. I'm going to say EJ is at 3:59. 3 minutes ago, Thor was at 3:55. So I'm going to say that our producer probably realized that and showing us in car. So
yeah. Well, if you look at it right here too, look at the map on the GPS. Now, if you guys are paying attention and watching this, you can see it looks like there's a line. And they're cutting off a lot of that course right there. You see that right there?
Yep.
That they're like, hey, we're taking the left line or the right line, whatever it might be, but it's on both of them. So that's definitely a little shortcut there.
That left line's trimming that
turn. And there's no VCP, so they can do that.
Yep.
That's legal.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe takes them out of a silt bed area or something like that, you know? There might be silt there and they're just going around it so they don't get stuck. 'Cause these are two-wheel drives, they're not four-wheel drives, so that's what they're probably doing. And you can see it looks pretty soft in there, Wes. How was it when you went through?
Super soft.
Okay, so right now it's really bad.
This is the area that I was saying that was just lines everywhere.
Everywhere, okay.
Yeah.
The main course had gotten really deep silt ruts, and then everybody was getting really creative to get around it.
Well, it looks like somebody got creative. They have the map on there. They already went by it.
You talked about all the different ways to put up landmarks or whatever it is to mark it in your duck, and I'm sitting here watching this going, I still don't know how you'd see them out there.
Well, you don't put
much
like
more
now
obvious when
you
you're
have
out there?
GPSs, so you have that. But sometimes you're going so fast and you can't hit the turn. Somebody will put rocks up or put a tire there or put a branch down, or what do you do, Wes? There's there's a lot of different things you can do. Reflecting tape, whatever.
Now it's just all in your notes.
Yeah.
But old school, before you had GPS,
Oh,
okay,
what's this? That's EJ?
That was
That
him. Yeah, they
he
just
passed?
waved him on.
Okay.
He didn't look like a guy who was in the driving suit though. Did you notice that? He didn't look like.
He was in a black driving suit, I think.
You think? It didn't look like
I think
it. It
he
looked
just
like.
didn't have his helmet on.
Okay.
He was like cheering him on. And the Herbsts have those black driving suits.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
So
The vehicle was probably off to the left. We couldn't see it.
that's what I just got a glance of it.
Okay.
Looked like I thought the guy was in shorts or something. It looked like he was all black or something. I didn't see. Look at the bottom legs looked like they were open.
Yeah,
So here's a question. You know, a lot of
pretty
people,
sure
a lot
he
of
just passed.
fans out there wondering, what happens when you have to go to the bathroom, Wes? What do you gotta do? When you got, we know.
Well,
get a little insight about it.
If it's a number one,
Yeah.
you generally everyone's wearing a condom catheter.
Yep.
So that's
okay.
And what happens to women? They have the same thing, correct?
They have.
They do have.
They have one for
Yep.
women, but I know there is a female driver I know that got an infection from one. So
Okay.
it's kind of
Yikes.
not
feasible.
I don't know that you want to be.
Now,
wearing one of those.
have you ever been in the
forms
position?
less hours.
Have you ever been in the position? 20 hours in the car, and number two comes about. You ever had that issue happen?
Unfortunately, I have, yes.
Nature calls sometimes.
So what do you do in that
okay.
aspect? Let's just
we
say.
are racing in Mexico.
Yeah.
And sometimes the cuisine down there or
May affect your
beverages can
digestive
affect
system.
you.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty common thing.
Let's go to the
for drivers.
leaderboards while we'll discuss. Take a look at what we got going on here. There's class 11.
Whoa. They're at mile mark.
Okay, get ready.
He's got 20 minutes.
So those were our leaderboards powered by Optima batteries. Shout out to them as well. We've got, right now looking at the Legends class, Dosala in first and Lawrence second, Helen in third. And we saw the motos, and that was from race mile 525. Motos obviously are much further along, or I should say Justin Morgan is much more further along, that team. So that's, hopefully we'll have an update on that sooner than later. He's getting closer and closer.
He's getting really close.
He's so close to the, yeah.
So he has probably another 30 miles or so?
He's race mile 830.
Okay.
Yeah, so he got 30 miles, so.
Yeah. Moment of time, you're back in the car with the Ford Bronco.
There's some lights out there. Look, there's a campsite. Some of these people are die-hard fans that sit out there. They sit out there all night, morning, night.
Yep.
They sometimes come out the night before. They camp out there, drinking all night, having a good old time barbecuing. In some of these areas, it's super cold. They're out there. They're true fans out there, pumping the fan.
How cold does it get up there?
It all depends. You know what year?
Time of year.
Yeah, like
stuff.
sometimes we've had it raining before. We've had a lot of different stuff.
Rained earlier.
But right now there it's not that bad. But later on the night it could be down to the 40s.
For sure.
For sure. You know, it depends where you're at. If you're in the valley, if you're on top, it's a little warmer. Down the valley, it's down on the bottom of a hill or something, it's colder. And we're pre-running these things too. So, you know, a lot of these drivers, some guys wear jackets. I don't really wear a jacket. What about you, Wes? Do you wear a jacket at night at all?
In a UTV, no.
You know, I never really
I'll wear. If it's
we're
hot,
far back.
I just wear the driving suit.
Me too.
If it's cold, then I wear like the driving underwear that goes under it.
Yep.
And that usually keeps you warm enough.
Here's PJ. Do we got any updates for the turbo class at all, Wes? They didn't really show that.
Last I saw, Blurton was leading. Something that I was going to talk about, and then I'll look up the UTVs, is, you know, we were talking about motorcycles and quads, and I'm showing Idriam Gutierrez Jr. on the 110A. He is sitting in 6th overall out of the bikes and quads.
Oh, wow.
So he's
moving.
Yeah, he's going pretty good.
Yeah. You see PJ here getting into some dust right now. He's definitely coming up on somebody.
Yep.
And you got to be careful here. You see his lights. Sometimes I turn the lights. Yeah, well, sometimes you have to turn the lights.
I would turn the A-pillars off for sure.
Yeah, for sure, because he's getting a lot of glare right now. I just use maybe the bumper or something like that, and it depends if it's yellow or if it's white.
Yeah, you want an amber down on your bumper.
Yep, somewhere low. And sometimes you turn them like there's not even that many lights on, you know. But you can see the guy in front of him. He's not that far. In a second here when he gets around a turn, I saw him earlier here. And you got to remember, there might not be no wind at night, so it might be a factor. It all depends on what it is.
Yeah, dust is just going to hang there.
It just hangs there. Some spots, like Wes said, there's a couple areas down there in Catavini area that if you hit this section, it's really bad.
See if I can find.
And you'll see
is that something in the distance?
You'll see it. Yeah, he's up in the distance.
Yeah.
So he's at race mile 278, and he's about.
PJ's at 278?
Yeah.
You can see the light. If you look far, you can see it right there.
Yep.
In the middle of the crossbar up there, you can see it right there.
I got it.
Mostly when he puts his brake lights on.
He's about 7th Pro Turbo right now.
Really? Is that far back?
And the dust ahead of him is Caden Wells, who he is our lead Pro Stock UTV.
Oh, wow.
So he's actually got run down and passed by Caden. So
by a stock
that dust is probably going to pull away from him instead of him closing on it.
Yeah.
Well,
Caden Wells in the Can-Am too.
Yeah, the Maverick R's, like Phil Blurton's car is not that crazy, is it?
What do you mean? In which way?
It's relatively stock.
Pretty much stock, yeah.
Yeah. So the difference between Caden Wells' Pro Stock
it's
Maverick
right there.
car
it's just
and
arms.
Blurton's,
That's it. That's all there is, pretty much.
Right.
I'm sure he has the same. He has the same tune. Probably. It's probably right there with them. Same pretty much build.
And Caden's been, well, one thing, the Pro Stock UTV class has been blowing up.
Blowing up, yep.
There's a ton of entries in it. I think it's really cool because it's more cost effective.
It is.
Than building a $200,000
yep, UTV.
Pro Open.
Yep.
But I think he's won every race this year.
Caden has. I think he broke one. You're talking about Wells, right?
Yeah.
Wells broke one race, I think. I'm not sure, but I think one of them he did it.
Yeah. See if I can look that up here.
Going through the trees.
He's going through the trees.
No, he's won every race.
Every race. Wow.
Yep.
And he used to dominate in the NA class for quite a while.
Yeah. I think his girlfriend drives with him too. She used to work at
is that Dan Cornwell's daughter,
it is,
right?
Yes, it is.
The SCORE tech director?
Yep. And you can see right here, the lights aren't that great. They're not it's not very far in front. What do you think, Wes? That thing's not very, it's this, I don't know if he has any more than that.
This camera's more pixelated, so I don't know that we're getting a
real true deal
shot of it, but they look like they're a little low.
Low for the speed you're going.
Which is always a problem because then you can
There he goes. He just turned them on.
Because then you can overdrive your lights.
Yep.
So Brandon, thank you for turning those on for
yes,
us.
There you go.
Listening to us.
I think somebody's watching.
His co-driver is watching
us and telling us something.
Yeah.
He's listening to us right now. Put the lights on.
He's like, oh man, I forgot to turn the lights on.
Yeah. We got 20 more lights in here. We just turn them on now. So you still looking at the UTV Pro or Turbo?
Yes, it's Blurton's leading.
How many minutes?
There she is.
She's leading over in Pudia by quite a bit.
Eva Star?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Phil Blurton is at 328. Rodrigo and Pudia is at 315.
Okay. And then who's third? How's Burrows doing?
Third is a ways back, and that's still Edgar Garcia.
Wow, and then Burrows, where's he at?
I haven't seen Burrows really in the mix here. Okay. It goes Oscar.
Let's listen in on Eva Star right now and see what's going on between these two.
Is it?
All right. Left. I think I see an alien. What did he say? I think I see a spaceship and I was really scared. A flying saucer? It's a flying saucer, dude. Catavina. Side by side. And he was nose to nose. They go right and it left. Hey, he don't lie. Eric don't lie. Tells the truth, bro. All right. I don't want to flip through that shit. Oh. Get it through. Even if I gotta drive like a grandma. Yeah. Right. Easy. No, hard right. Is there a car coming? No. See a light back there. Is the moon and shit or what? I don't know, bro. I don't see no car. Left, straight? Right. Well, it's left, I mean. Yeah. It still goes the same way. Sure. Yeah. Which way? Straight. Straight. Oh shit. Huh? Yeah, it's gonna join in. Oh, okay. Well, fuck. Is there any BCPs? No. Okay. Where? Is this it? Right here. Go. Left or right? Go left. So we're going into the road. Right here's the road. My bad. There is no VCP right here. Right. Yeah. Wait. What the fuck? He's over here. Huh? My bad. It's to the right. It's more to the left, the road. Fuck, man. Where? To the left. I can't go that way. Here, go. I'm going straight. Yeah, it's gonna join. I hope there's no VCP.
In the night,
Well,
like
they're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, they're trying to figure it out. That's a plain example of what's going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say
we've all been there.
Perfect example of, you watch like the lead trophy truck teams go through there, and they're just like bam, 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 bam. They know exactly their lines.
We're cutting to Amber McCachran right now. We are live. Can you hear us, Amber?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Well, this is a first. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just cruising down the highway, staring at the back end of this beautiful truck here.
Nice. So Rob is Rob still driving the truck right now?
Yes, he is.
Until when? How many more miles?
Past race mile 440.
What was that? Race mile what?
We're just a little bit past race mile 440.
440.
When is Rob getting out?
470, probably.
Yeah, he said it. He's getting out before they hit back onto the dirt.
So right there, 470.
Cool.
And is everything okay with the truck? Is it running good?
Yeah, I mean, it's right there. You can see it right in front of me. It's running real good.
But there's no problems at all? Everything seems to be running smooth right now?
No, it seems pretty good. I haven't heard really any problems, and it was interesting. I feel like Rob in the last X amount of miles had really started to pick it up, and I think the truck's been running great.
Can you see Toby behind you?
Yeah.
I was trying to look at that. I thought I did earlier, but I think he's about a minute or two maybe behind us. I don't know when I heard that if it was physical or corrected.
What did Rob say or Luke when they found out that Bryce and Chris were out of the race?
So I've only been, obviously I've been on the highway chasing all this time, so it's kind of hard to get intermittent communication. But I think obviously it's a bummer for anybody to go out that early. So I would imagine it wasn't like a woo-hoo, because you don't want that with any competitor.
Yep.
It definitely helps. I mean, of course, our gives us better opportunities. But yeah, it's unfortunate for them actually.
And how much further in the speed zone do you guys have to go?
40 miles.
30.
About 30? 30 more miles?
We're almost at race mile 445 right now.
Okay.
So
25.
I mean that.
Yep.
I hear him.
Yeah, you guys go to 470, so about 25 more miles. It's showing on the tracker that Toby is about a mile behind you guys. I kind of figured on some of the straightaways that you might be able to look in your rearview mirror and see the lights of another trophy truck.
Yeah, I kind of look back there, and I kind of hard actually. So I've tried to look back once in a while, but like I said, I mean, I'm on live with you guys. I'm trying to play it safe, and I'm following the race car, and I've got a lot of comms going on in here. I mean, I've got 4 or 5 iPads.
Wow.
iPhones going, and we're
you are
trying
dialed.
to do it right.
You see,
you are
oh my God.
We'll stay safe while you're driving.
1,000%. You got a few distractions.
I don't want
inside.
you to be distracted driving.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Holy cow.
No, we're okay. So.
Well,
amazing.
Well, Rob is killing it.
Killing
he's
it.
doing a great job,
Heck of a
and he's
Baja.
making me proud because he was my pick for this race so far. So we're definitely pulling for him, and let him know when he gets out. He did a great job.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome.
Guys, take care.
Thank you
Thanks for
the
calling
update.
in.
Thanks so much, Amber. Drive
You're
safe.
welcome.
Oh my gosh.
I will.
Sometimes
awesome.
you ever driving a Tesla like your very first time? and
With
you
a
got
big old screen.
You got a screen right there.
Think about 4 of those.
She's got 4 or 5.
4 or 5 of them all around there like that. It's like, what you doing?
And she's calling in.
That was a pretty impressive.
That was pretty.
Well,
but you got to remember,
cool.
it's Rob Mack, dude.
So do they call that mission control?
Yeah.
I thought that was mission control up there.
She
but
just
boy.
put them to
All right,
put
she's
them
got
to shake right there.
She's got a mobile unit. We got a second team down there.
Rob Mack's
She's got
the
a
man.
mixing board.
Yeah, Rob Mack's the man, dude. He is the man. His
That's
wife
cool.
and all the family's on it, you know.
That's great.
I think we're going to
Good
see
stuff.
Caden maybe come up too, you know, at the end of the race too. We'll see how he does.
For sure.
right.
Here's some more footage right here. Who's this?
Back to the in-car. I think this is our... I forget what we... I think it's the...
Oh, this is it right.
This is
a
spec
special
truck that we were looking
Or
at.
spec truck?
You can definitely tell. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Hedrick.
There we go. William Hedrick.
Definitely recognize that dash.
That
We've
dash
talked
is
about
the
it a few
giveaway.
times.
I told you he spent his money on his lights. Look at his lights. They're freaking.
great.
They're great. He said, "Forget the dash.
Yeah.
I'm doing the lights. Let's do this." And he's still out there humping and going. He's going good. And you can hear
Curious
audio.
if the Eva Star team got back on track or where they're at, but hopefully they figured it out and got their lines in order.
Yeah, we started talking about that. That's the thing, a bit difference between doing pre-running. They might not even pre-ran, Wes, and they just might have just went out there and just winged it, you know? Like Brandon Sims did one year. I think he went out there and didn't even pre-run.
He does all the time.
And he still kills it,
Yeah.
you know? I just can't do that.
The area where I was talking about a lot of lines, when we were pre-running down there, this is in between Guayaquil and Catavina.
They're still sitting there. Now look at the guy right there. He has pants on.
He's all the way down.
That's not him driving. That's not the driver.
Nope.
He's outside.
Working on
They're working on something underneath the dash.
pedals, brakes, God knows
Yep,
what.
something under there. Wonder where they're at right now.
Catavina area, I think, is where I was showing them. See if I can find them on the tracker, because they were right with the lead trophy specs.
Okay. So they're a ways back in the trophy truck class.
Yeah.
But the other guy down there is working. Nothing worse than going down upside down
no
or getting
way.
down there and getting it.
It doesn't even look like it's illuminated down there. I don't know what he's looking at. Maybe
Well, I'm sure he has a flashlight on that side.
somewhere, but yeah. Boy, it's dark.
Super dark. The driver's just sitting out there, just hoping that
nothing
he
you can do.
fixes it.
Navigator sitting there too.
And the only thing I could think of right now that could be linkage or something. There's
Hey.
Cameron.
All right, so
He's definitely. It looks like he's on the pavement. He got smooth. He's on the pavement right there.
That's still
That's
Dave.
what's. Yep.
I think.
Yeah, it is 100%.
Yeah, for sure that is.
You know, he's loosening up his seatbelts maybe or tightening them up, but trying to get relaxed, trying to move around the car. There's a perfect spot to
I
eat.
think they're getting ready to do their driver change.
Oh, Cameron's getting back in?
I think so. Yeah.
Really?
He's gonna finish it.
Well, that's a long ways from finishing it. I mean,
Yeah.
he still has a long ways to go. Cameron's been in that car.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah,
so.
nah.
I don't think right there. I think he's going to go up the road.
Yeah,
San
I
Felipe area, probably.
agree.
He didn't get out very far. He didn't get out that much.
Yeah, it hasn't been that long since he.
But
got
see the difference that you turn his cockpit light on inside?
Yeah, no kidding.
Dude, he has great lights too. Look at those things. Those things are freaking awesome.
Dorits,
I
299.
got a message from Ricky Johnson. So he's actually out of the 1L truck.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Mike Coleman is now driving.
Okay.
Said perfect run, no flats. Truck was great.
Okay.
So Coleman's going to stay until 560, and then Gus will take it to the finish.
Cool.
Wow, so I thought they would just be two guys. Now, that's the difference between those two. You know, normally they're not out there doing that. So it's two guys. So have these guys switch into the Coleman unit is kind of a different deal, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, RJ put in a great drive because he was right there with that
Fantastic.
lead pack.
Oh, absolutely. The whole time he was with those guys.
It's RJ,
Going
dude.
back to the 7X, it looks like that's at 830. He's at 837, that team. So they are getting closer and closer. back
He's
to
still that
Ensenada.
far away. We thought we'd be closer than that right now.
Well,
830X1, is that real?
Could-
That's all right.
let's see. That was where he was at physically. Let me see here. goes. Yeah, he's into this last section.
Where we saw the HRC Honda Ridgeline getting worked on, he is at race mile 316, really just past where you cross Highway 1 and go south, really close to where we saw Justin Davis have that issue. He's just short of where Justin had stopped.
More in-car from Charles Dorrance. Just trying to take a peek here. All right, so there's 7 out. Just going through.
Our lead trophy trucks are about 20 miles away from getting back in the dirt.
Okay.
And they're going 60 miles an
after
hour.
An hour of
That's 20 minutes out from being in the dirt.
Yeah. And then being in that speed zone for almost an hour, you come out of that, you're just like...
You're hauling ass.
You're blasting.
You're pretty much blasting through there. You get on a trophy truck, you're pretty much...
I always hated a long speed zone like that because you kind of lost your
momentum. Yep.
It was nice if you could, your co-driver could hand you some snacks. Like you can drink some water.
Yeah.
Like
I eat the whole time.
Break
yeah.
Try to like stretch.
Yeah, because your legs are cramping up. Yeah.
And,
everything is in there for that whole time. It's definitely, it's time to eat something, feel good.
I know Wayne Matlock was telling me one time, his co-driver actually was working the throttle and driving, and he slept.
Oh, no, it slept. No. That's kind of crazy, dude. That's kind of crazy. I never heard of that thing.
Just if you can rest your eyes a little, but yeah, I don't recommend that.
That's not recommended, I don't think. That's
but
for sure.
I thought that was a pretty funny story because I think
I've done some crazy stuff, and that's not one of them.
Staying awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, Justin Morgan. Here we see Pro Moto, 17 hours in.
He's through O's.
He hasn't pinged in 11 minutes physically. So, yeah. So what we're seeing here on this tracker is a little incorrect. But as of race mile 828, still in first.
I'm showing him at 8:37.
That's what I got, but mine hasn't pinged.
Oh yeah,
for 12 minutes.
It was 12 minutes ago. So
he's way further.
He is probably almost finished.
Yeah, he's
coming in. Because he'd be hitting Rancho Nelson, and then he's just got to bring it into the ceremonial finish.
Where you see Rancho here.
We'll get an interview.
Yeah.
He's got to be right there.
Yep. Agreed. Well, as soon as that happens, we will bring you down.
But it's going to take him a while to get to the stage in Ensenada.
He's got to get through there, Once he gets
I wonder
into town.
if Rat made it back there.
Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, maybe he's still stuck out there. That'd be a bum deal for him.
No.
Sorry, Rat. Giving you a hard time.
We have to give a hard time for sure. He got stuck in a trophy truck.
All right, we're going to do a quick little ride along here. Let's listen up.
Ahí está la pierna de esquina, ¿eh? Sí, ya la vi. Ándale. Frenón de estos. ¿Cuánto frenón? En el otro de abajo. Doble propósito, gordo. Ey. Con las dos. Wow, ya se nos andaba yendo. ¿Eh? Ya se nos andaba yendo ahí, güey. Sí, la trucha nomás aquí. Derecha 2. You're good. Yep. left pump board. Wait, what? We passed the two guys that passed us earlier. Not the bugs, though. Yeah, I made up some time on the beach, you know, and then no one's there. It's like, dang. Yeah. Oh, well, it is what it is. Well, everyone's on a mission. Huh? Right. Keep right. Yeah, the beach was fun. Yeah. But it always is. Always. Doesn't even matter what you're driving, you can haul ass on the beach. Right. I bet. Yeah. A lot of people on the beach too. Right. Fucking hating ass motherfuckers, dude. Huh? Got some haters out there. That's okay. Hey, if you don't got haters, then you're not doing nothing right. Yeah, people left, bro. Can't believe that. Huh? Lucky I didn't know who the fucking group chat was, or I sent to the wrong group chat. People left. Yep. And I'm the oldest of the Gutierrez kids, you know, of my grandkids. Damn, right. And my mom is the oldest of the siblings as well. Yeah, right. And she was actually the first woman in our family to race. Holy shit. Yeah, she rode with me. Hell yeah. She's pretty good. Go here, go left. I'm sure there'll be more. And I think I know who sent that message. Fucking motherfucker stole this with his mom. He talking shit. Huh? I know who sent that message too. It's okay, don't worry about it, Wade. Pisses me off, bro. Right? Left. Right. Okay, let's just focus on the goals. Just get it. Right.
So Mark, you were commenting as Brendan was in conversation, you know, it's a whole different experience when you're on a bike or you're in a truck or whatever it is that you're racing in. It kind of becomes a different race, right?
It does. It's different totally on a bike versus a car.
Yeah.
When on a bike, I'm nervous. I'm not talking to myself, and I'm just like holding on the bars, doing this stuff. But in the car with my co-drivers, as they would explain, we're talking about stupid stuff. As you can hear right there, there's a plain example of heritage, a family doing this, doing that, and talking about people and stuff. You're not really. For me, I don't know about US. I'm just, it's not that hard out there. I'm not like, I gotta go. Mm-hmm. It's more, keeping your co-driver talking to you, especially if you're Ironman in the race in a car or a truck. Yeah. Your co-driver is a big factor to talk to you a lot because it keeps you alert and ready to go. What about for you?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I think just kind of your co-driver keeping you engaged and talking.
Yep.
And once you get this far into the race, you're not calling rally notes corner to corner. I would just tell my co-driver, look, man, I'm in the flow. Just call important stuff that's either going to kill us or a line or something,
Keep us safe.
Otherwise, just let me do my thing.
Yep.
And then, we were just kind of,
bullshitting a little bit.
Talk about all kinds of stuff.
We talk about everything out there. That's how I did it. I talk about a lot of stuff. So as you can hear the conversation, it was definitely a different one. It was real. It was a real deal. You're here, right here live on Score.
My co-driver actually liked to fall asleep sometimes too.
Really?
So,
oh man.
If I didn't need him,
all the
I would kind of
bumps?
let him rest. But
no, I like slap him or do something. I hit him sometimes, and I hit a bump or something. I talk crap to him. Oh yeah. Some old dude. Your guys are probably younger than you, probably, right?
Oh, for sure.
And I talk crap to him, and they could all. Guarantee I'm going to get a text. But I talk crap to him. I go, "You guys getting beat by an old man? It's not. It's a way. Come on, dude. Wake up. You know.
Wake up.
I tell him that all the time.
Well, in just a little bit, hopefully, Ensenada will be waking up with 7X coming through. We're seeing people starting to gather, and we're on finish watch, if you will, to see the first bike come through in a little while. So when that happens, obviously, we'll let you know. But until then,
and we're not getting an update on his tracker.
It just won't ping.
Yeah, we're close, though. He's not that far away. I'm guessing. In my time, I thought he should be
by now
pretty much almost on the finish line up at Nelson Ranch. You know?
So
yeah, he should be at Nelson. It's going to take him another
20 minutes at least to get down here. Yeah.
So we'll see.
It's a drive. You got to go through traffic lights, Friday night. A lot of people on the roads and trying to get through them all. It's definitely. And on a bike, you don't have a GPS. Like in a car, it's hard enough to navigate through the town where to go. Mm-hmm. On a bike, shoot, they have it on there, but it's tiny, it's small, and it's sometimes hard to get to the right street to go down that road. You've been there and seen it. We don't go down the normal way like we used to down the wash. We go down the public streets and turn left, right, and sometimes we're off a little bit. Well, we get there, but it's a little bit off.
Mm-hmm. And now you don't go out on the bypass anymore either.
Yep.
So which is maybe a little bit more of a direct route heading back. So 7X, he hasn't updated in 22 minutes, and he was in Ojos then. So he's got to be in Nelson, like Nelson's Ranch.
Yep.
And
what about second place? Where's he at? Is Arturo still rolling?
He's not showing right now either. I've got 15X just past K77.
Okay.
Like
so the two first and second places are still way out from third.
If I had to guess.
Oh, so here's what I'm seeing, and you guys can check this out. Right now, it's saying on our Optima Batteries tracker here, the motos, Justin Morgan has finished. So he crossed that area, and now he's, to your point, he's now entering back in.
Yep.
That's why we had the ceremonial start. They start out of the city safely, and then they actually begin the competition. So he's through.
So what was his finish time?
Corrected time. What does that look like to you?
17:38.
17:38.57. In first, it's the 7X. I'm sure he didn't incur any penalties, but.
No, they're pretty
solid.
on it. Yeah, they're on a team. They're
and then
they're
right
solid.
behind that, it appears Arturo Salas, 11X team.
Hasn't finished yet, but he's right there.
Finished, yep.
There it is, right there.
So that's about a 49 mile an hour average for him.
Okay.
Back in the day, the bikes used to beat the trucks. Now the trucks are wasting them now.
It's just, the courses are just so tore up.
Yeah.
And the trucks
Are
have
so-
progressed
yeah,
so much,
yeah.
and the bikes haven't changed a whole lot in 25 years.
Yeah, and they're not going to change probably that much.
Yeah, I think bike
pretty much
technology kind of plateaued.
Yep.
Versus trophy truck technology is not plateaued.
Yeah.
They have any? I see him again. Do they have any more footage of the trophy trucks at all up there? To see some of the trophy trucks where they're at.
We'll see what we can pull up, but we do have a social media clip that we want to show you guys. Here we go.
All right, guys. Well, I just want to come on here. Been trying to tell this for a while now, but just want to say, as you've probably seen, myself and Bryce Menzies are out of the Baja 1000, which is a heartbreaker. I know myself and Bryce put in so much time and effort to come out here and win this race today. But ultimately, the Baja gods weren't on our side. At race mile 27 of the Baja 1000, we had a weird fluke mechanical failure. Ultimately, no one's fault. It was just weird. It happened. And it happened in a really bad spot where we couldn't get support teams in to help us fix it in a timely manner. So once we got the truck out and once we got it fixed, we just determined it wasn't safe to keep pushing through. We were behind class 11s, which the closing speeds, we're going 130 miles an hour in places they're going 40, 50 miles an hour. It's just not safe. So we determined we had to hang it up. But I just want to say thank you to Bryce Menzies and the whole Menzies family and team for allowing me this opportunity. This is truly something I would have never dreamed of. I grew up watching Bryce, and he was a childhood hero, and now being a teammate with him at the Baja 1000 and being one of the top competitors, it was trippy. This whole past couple of weeks have not seemed real. So for it to happen like this was not what we wanted. But I just want to say the whole Menzies team and family, you guys are the most genuine, awesome people who just opened your arms and took us in. And I really appreciate this opportunity. It's a heartbreaker that it had to go down this way. And I just want to say thank you to all my supporters and all my crew members and team for allowing me to get to this point. But that's Baja. Ultimately, have to count our blessings. We're all home. We're back at the hotel, safe. And really couldn't ask for more than that. So we'll be back. We'll learn from it. And yeah, these next couple of days are going to be a little hard to process, but that's Baja racing. So good luck to everyone out there still finishing the races. Be safe, be smart, and enjoy it. This is truly something special we get to do, is racing down here in Baja.
Wow.
Wow, that's super depressed.
You can just
feel it.
See and feel the weight
wow.
on that guy's shoulders. I mean, just gutted.
The amount of time and effort and planning
Right.
that goes into this to have it end 27 miles into it. I mean, you can see he's just heartbroken.
He is.
Yeah.
It was a horrible thing, and it happens though. It's Baja. It's happened before with other teams, but to 27 miles in, and he wanted to prove something. He's down there. He's a badass drive.
After having that qualifying run, getting in the position. Alan's over on the side.
Yep. So we're gonna see some pits here, and they are really close to getting.
This is right
turning
470.
off into,
Yep. This is it right here, I think.
Yeah. They're at the entrance to.
There
Morelia.
is it. Now look at that. He has a special thing. It's probably putting oil in the motor with a valve. I'm guessing that's what that is. It says motor, so it's definitely, that's a cool little device. That's nice to know.
Because a lot of these motors will burn oil.
Yep.
You'll have an extra reservoir of oil, and then
Sump
you
tank.
can pump extra oil into the motor.
Yeah, sump tank.
And you just monitor
Yep,
your
that's how it
sump
was
tank
before.
and monitor your oil pressure.
Now they're cleaning the lights, making sure he has a good run. Now where's he sitting right now? Is he fourth back, third back?
I'm checking. He's third.
Third.
Okay.
So this is where,
third physical. Yeah.
He's had his time. He's telling the guys, move out of the way. Let's go.
Move.
Let's go.
Go.
He's got a pretty.
He's going to turn left here, probably.
Gap over Dan and Andy still.
Yeah.
Which is it's probably Dan at this point.
Yeah. Going back to
I think
that,
Dan's going to come in right here.
Well, wherever they,
wherever
I don't
their
know
pit
if
is.
he's done his pit yet or not, but yeah, it's going to be.
And he's going to come. It's
change
probably
is
within a
happening.
mile or so. Right here, he's going to turn off and go in. It looks like right. Oh no, that's a turn.
I'm showing him
Still farther
at
back?
461.
Okay, so
he's
still miles,
got
10 more
about
miles.
10 miles.
Yep.
But that may have been a good
Better spot. Area,
to
big area.
pit.
There's not that many there. There's a ditch on the side of the road, like a rain rut thing or whatever for the water to flow through.
Going back to
as
that,
you get close to where the turn is, there's not a lot of good space.
Yes, 100%.
I was just going to say, going back to that video from Polvardi, I got to give him props just for having the humility to be able to speak his truth, and it's very helpful for everybody to have that kind of update, and just understand that to actually be able to be a part of racing with your hero, so to speak, and then for that to happen, and then I mean, he had moments almost looked like he was on the verge of tears.
Oh no, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he's bummed. I mean, he wants to drive with the best guys, and he's
and
driving.
He'll do it again. But boy, right now
he proved his point.
I thought it showed good maturity for a kid his age.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like what is he, 24?
Somewhere, and he's a badass. He's a badass. He's definitely going to be one of the guys out there that's going to kill the other people out there for sure.
And Score Racing, and especially the Baja 1000, has a very good way of breaking your heart.
Oh yeah, we've all been
there. Whether
there.
it's breaking at race mile 27 or you're leading and break
at the end of the race
5 miles from the finish.
Been there too.
What was the race that we had with Christopher before we had to be towed in? That was
San Felipe 250.
Was it the 250?
And he was in a Jeep, and the guys.
So he's had these moments of heartbreak where he's so close. Or in this instance, he didn't even get a shot.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is part of that is the allure of racing here, and it's kind of what draws you back because man, like we could have won this race.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And
it's like a drug.
Keeps you,
it's like a drug.
It's a bad drug.
It's a bad drug. It's an expensive drug.
It's a very expensive
I've been
drug.
there.
Expensive drug. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it keeps drawing you back because of that, because you know what could have been.
What could have been, yeah.
So, I mean, for him, it's like they have a solid program. They'll get it back together. He'll be back. I mean, hopefully he gets the opportunity for he and Bryce to team up again, because that is a very, very
good
formidable team.
And by that time, he's going to have more time in the trophy truck. He's going to be more
experienced.
More experience in the truck. He knows. I mean, he's already experienced, but the more time you're in that truck, the better he's going to be.
I think a great example is one of the GOATs of Baja racing is Johnny Campbell.
Yep.
And Johnny didn't win for a really long time.
Yep.
And he kept getting beat by the Kawasaki team. And I know Bruce Ogilvie told me a story about how he told Johnny, be patient, your time will come. And that's kind of, Chris, if you're watching some of this, be patient, your time will come.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, he's there.
Yeah.
He has the ability, we all know it, and I feel for him. He pre-runs so much. I see him out there pre-run. We talk a lot. We also talk on Instagram, and he's definitely going to be the future.
That's the dagger for me too. And you were alluding to it. When you do all that prep, you spend all that money, you do all that homework and all that work, and for it to go that way is brutal. But when we look at, say, the GOAT, Rob Mack, you look at that incredible resume. That's ahead for Christopher if he wants it. If he sticks around,
it's just the money. It's just that's the big thing is how much more money you want to spend, and it's
your time will come though if you stick
comes
around.
From
he does. He has money. Yeah.
Yeah, a family that can support him.
Yep.
So, he's in a great position to be as experienced as he is in his early 20s. I mean, you've got
the
guys racing into their 60s. Ricky Johnson's still competitive. Rob Mack's still competitive. Yeah. So, I mean, he's got
long time.
30, 40 more years of racing if he really wanted to.
Stings now, but it'll pass.
Yep.
So
it's something you chalk it up to a learning experience.
Well, that Bryce also had a few years back, I don't remember what, but he had a motor issue on one of the trucks. I think Andy was driving. Matter of fact, 2 years in a row, I think it was.
Anybody that races Baja, you're going to have your heart ripped out and stomped on multiple times.
We've done that many times.
Like, more often than when you're going to be happy and you win the race and you get to spray the champagne.
Yeah.
The one time you get that, probably 10 times you're just going to get kicked right in the gut.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the way it is.
All right.
We got leaders going into the dirt.
Okay.
They're
lead
coming
trophy
in
trucks.
Lead trophy trucks going in. What do you got? What do you see?
Well,
as of right
I think
now,
Luke McMillan is on his way up into Morelia Wash.
Okay.
We've got, they're
and physically, he is physical. Leading
He's our physical leader.
And Toby's right behind him.
He's got Toby right behind him. They are, 471, and we're showing Toby 465, but that was a minute ago.
Okay.
Well, they both were a minute ago. They're really close.
Almost
right there.
Halfway, yeah.
And then right here, if we look down, you've got Dan McMillan and then Impudia. So, one thing I kind of wonder.
1 second, Wes. We're actually going to jump down to Rat.
Oh, he's got him.
7X
7X bike. He's going to be making his way here into town. He's leading the race right now. Loving to see those guys. They put so much effort in here. He has so many championships and wins down here with his team. So we're going to wait for him to get here into town. We're going to chat him up and see what all went down out there. Like I said, we had rain, just an epic course. One of the most brutal Baja 1000 courses we've ever had. This is the 57th running of the BF Goodrich Tires Score Baja 1000. Stick around. We got Justin Morgan, 7X, coming up on our first bike. He'll be here momentarily. Stick around. Tell your friends. Grab a beer. Kick it. Hang out with us. We're having a great time. It's Friday night, folks.
Well, looks like Rat seems to be
He made it.
Pretty good spirits.
Yeah.
And he's
for
back
going,
in,
how many miles he went? 50?
No,
less.
like 27.
Oh, really? So he was back where
it's fresh.
He was back in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out good for him. He got back. He probably got some rest.
Oh yeah.
Now
Got
he's
some food, got some rest, and now he's going to kick ass here on the.
I got to give it to Rat because he is at that finish line stage for a ridiculous amount of hours.
He's
for all these races.
He's my hero. He's out there always working his
got
ass
a checkered
off.
flag coming out.
Yeah,
So
it looks like maybe they're going to be coming.
any minute here, 7X team coming
Yeah,
through.
they're telling them. They're watching on the tracker.
So what's crazy here is Justin Morgan is probably either in Craig Scanlon's car or about to get into it.
Into it, one too.
Right.
So I don't think he's even.
He's
that's
not
able
going
to celebrate.
He's not celebrating. He's hearing
But he
him right
got
now.
him there.
He got him there.
Yeah,
He's,
he definitely
there.
got him there.
Well,
he's one of the few riders.
Yeah,
One of the few.
There's three riders or three or four riders.
What I was
going to
say is these motorcycle and quad teams, you know, it's not
Four
just
riders.
one guy.
No,
so
four riders.
you know,
Three
it's
or four.
Justin Morgan, Tyler Lynn, Brandon Prieto, and Ryan Surratt.
Yeah.
So you know, we've been saying Justin Morgan's name all day.
But it takes a team.
Huge
7X.
props to
Props to
Tyler
all of them.
Lynn,
Yep.
Brandon Prieto, and Ryan Surratt.
Yep.
I want to say you guys' names twice because you guys earned this just as much as Justin did.
Yeah.
1000%.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. It takes a team effort, just like your team, your pit crew, and everybody else. It takes a team effort for the whole team. It's the people that work so hard out there and stuff. Oh, they're flashing the flag. Let's see what got going on.
It's moving back and forth, testing it out.
Yeah.
Making sure it works.
I think she's getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Getting the blood pumping. We are moments away from 7X coming through.
Can they bring us some tacos from there? I feel like a taco or something.
You getting hungry?
Yeah, we haven't ate.
I
A
had
fat
El
kid needs to eat.
Trolero yesterday morning.
Huh?
I had El Trolero
Oh, you
yesterday
bastard.
morning.
I got a
before I came
half-eaten protein bar over here,
Yeah,
Mark, if you
okay,
want
okay.
that.
Yeah, we're all
No
right.
cooties.
We want to see the fight tonight too, you know, Mike Tyson shit, you know, it's going to be different. But we're going to watch that a little bit. Got to bring that up.
All right. Got to be getting close here.
Oh, they're definitely seeing something. They're ready to go.
Yep.
As we're waiting for this, you know, we're getting ready to go into break here pretty soon. Some storylines that I think are going to be key while we're on break. So first of all, everybody that's watching right now, we're going to have a break here and then we come back on
The
at
new
midnight.
feed, correct?
And then we'll be covering the finish for the lead trucks as they come in. So, one, can Luke and Rob hold on to this? You know, they've been running up front now basically the whole race. And can they hold on? Is there going to be any sort of a drop off from Rob to Luke? I don't really think so.
Probably not.
I think
but that's
Luke's going to pull it out.
But we talked about raw speed and how Toby
Toby,
Price probably has the most raw speed of anybody. He's right where he wants to be.
Yep.
They've run a really solid race. And so Toby has Luke in striking distance. So my second question is Toby going to put on a charge and go for that win?
Oh, hey, definitely. You know Toby.
But he doesn't need to pass him. So
I think he's
it's
going to
just
pass
gotta
him.
get close.
I kind of think he will try.
I think he's going to try it.
And I think it's going to go down in the San Felipe washes.
That's,
because
if you're going to put the hammer down,
make
that's where you do
That's
it.
where you can make a pass.
That's where you go.
So we may see him try to make a move here, but on adjusted time, he's got 4 minutes on him. So he realistically could just hang and put pressure on him all the way to the finish.
Force them to make a
finish in
mistake.
his dust.
Yep.
And that's not a bad strategy.
No.
You know, it's cool to cross the line physically first, But if he doesn't have to take any chances and he just puts pressure and
makes
just
it.
stays right there,
Yep.
and you take the win, a win's a win.
But if he gets a flat tire or so in that thing, he wants to put a little distance there and you have that.
There's
little area.
cost benefit both ways.
Both ways, yeah.
100%. And you've got, Impudia's not too far back. But then I wonder with Impudia, he's soloing this.
A little tired.
So is he going to have any drop off? And does in the back of his mind, is Impudia going to start thinking about a championship? Because he's got the championship wrapped up.
Yep.
So as the racer, you start thinking, man, I got the championship wrapped up.
Is it worth
Is
the
it
win?
worth the risk to try to go win the 1,000? Or am I just happy winning the score championship?
Sure.
That's another storyline. Then, what's going to happen in the trophy spec? We saw EJ Herps had the lead, ran out of fuel.
Yep.
Justin Davis was leading all morning and afternoon and had whatever issue that they've got going on. So what's going to happen in trophy spec? It looks like Thor Herps is working his way up and he's leading the points. So, it's looking good for Thor Herps to win points. In Pro UTV, Brock Hager, he's soloing this race as well. He has got a pretty good lead in the Pro UTV Open, and he's looking like he's got a very good shot at winning the UTV overall.
For
because
sure.
they combine all the UTV classes and give an award for that. So if he can do that and solo it, I think that's a pretty big feather in his cap, as well as for the Factory Polaris team, because they will have won every race that they've entered so far as a factory program. Now, the dark horse for that is what's going to happen with Phil Blurton. You were talking about the speeds of the Can-Ams, and when we get to
the dry lake bed.
When we get to the San Felipe side and Diablo and stuff like that, does he have an extra 10 mile an hour or something on the Pro R? And can Blurton make a little bit of a run? I think he's about 10, 15 minutes on adjusted time down. But Phil is a very good driver and very capable
and his
of
team's good
making
too.
a run. But he's looking like he's got the turbo class he's looking very good right now.
So
Rodrigo
right
is
there.
keeping him honest, but he was about 6 to 10 miles back. Which is a decent lead, but nothing insurmountable. One problem, you're going to lose that.
Excuse me.
Those are all great storylines. And after we break and we come back, I want to see how all of those play out.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a
It's
good
going to be
setup.
interesting for sure.
Lines in the desert,
Definitely.
storylines up here on stage. So we'll see how that all plays out.
We're still waiting for Justin.
And hopefully, any moment, we'll have the 7X team coming through. They were.
It takes a while getting on the street. It's a lot of traffic.
The trophy trucks, to me, it's turning more into a 3-car race. And I just don't think Impudia is going to really throw it all out there
to risk
throwing away a championship. Because so really, I think it's coming down to Luke and Toby. And it's just going to be, I guess, how does Toby play this out? I kind of feel like if I was him, I would just hang back and be in Luke's dust or just right outside of his dust. So you have clear air. You're not risking hitting rocks, but just keep that pressure on Luke and be like, okay, if you think you can pull away from me, pull away.
Do it.
Let's see what you got. And, and try to hold pace with him and make him open up 4 minutes on him.
Well, Luke he's not even close in the points right now. So, he's going to definitely put the hammer down and go for the win. That's for sure.
Well, and I think Toby is as well.
Too? Yeah. Tavo, Tavo's there. I don't know where he's at right now.
You don't know where he's at. But
they're real close. They're really close.
Finish? How does he end up with?
He has to finish in front
of.
He has to finish ahead of Allen to win the championship.
Let's see here. He's
at 348.
No, he's at 458.
Or 458.
Which means he is over 20 minutes back. Probably about 25 minutes back.
I'm sorry, I was saying points. You're talking miles.
Oh, yeah.
But he's that far back, so it's a ways back.
Yeah, points-wise, Tava is going to need Impudia to have a problem.
Yep.
Yeah. And Apudia is how many miles in front of Tavo?
About 25.
Okay. Wow.
And he's in a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone, so that's basically 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Wow. Okay.
And he's got Walser between Dan McMillan. He's got his dad.
His dad's in front of him.
His
So
dad's
he probably had a problem because he was doing early.
I think I heard he had a flat, but
something
it would have
else
been
must
something
happen.
more than just
Had
a
any
flat.
more. Yep. So
Another thing that's really cool here is the 1L is sitting 4th physical on the course, and he's into the dirt now too. So he is at 471.
We see the flags waving, guys.
Here it
I
is.
think we are just about to go down to Rat here in a minute, but
there it is. See
it
the
looks
light.
like 7X bike. Here we go, down to Ensenada with Rat.
All right,
great job
our
on those
first
guys.
bike coming across the line right here. Our first finisher of this year's 57th running of the BF Goodrich Tires Score Baja 1000 7X. Justin Morgan. We'll see who's on the bike. He's got his media running up. I hope they know it's slick. You could have made it through Baja, but going up this ramp is a little extra difficult. You saw him get a little squirrely right there. In your Pro Moto Unlimited division. What's your name? Oh, we got Tyler Lynn. Tyrone, what's happening? Congratulations. Epic day out there. It's been a long day. You guys started at 1 in the morning. I mean, it's been a long day, a long night, into the next night. How you feeling? You got to be stoked for this 7X team.
Man, yeah, it's been an awesome day. From when I took off in Rancho Nilsen this morning at 1 o'clock to finishing just barely at Rancho Nilsen, it's been an awesome day. You know, my teammates Justin, Ryan, and Brandon, they all did an awesome job. They kept the bike upright. I don't think the bike hit the ground, not even once all day, and we kept a constant pace and just kept putting time on the other guys, so it was near perfect.
Good stuff. So where'd you get on the bike at?
Well, I started here in the morning and went to 260, then got back on at 800 and brought it home to the finish.
Been all over the place. Yeah. Definitely. You guys didn't get any rain anywhere else, did you? This was it, just coming in a little sprinkle, not bad.
I got some on my way to Ojos, just barely, but other than that, yeah, just sprinkling here onto the finish.
Yeah, because the truck's going out. It was like downpour. So I know you got to be pumped. I think Justin might be up here, but you want to thank some people of the team. I know this Monster Energy 7X bike, you got some great people backing it up. Anybody you want to thank, Tyler?
Yeah, obviously Mark Samuels for everything he does put together this team, SLR, Monster Energy, Honda, San Diego Powerhouse for building an awesome bike that, you know, ran perfect all day, no problems. Heatwave, Fly, Alpine Star, Showa, Dunlop, IMS, just everyone else that supports our team. You know, it takes a crew of everyone, and we couldn't do it without you guys.
And you guys put a lot of homework down here. You've been racing the team for a minute now, and how long you guys been down here pre-running?
Man, we came down here right the day open pre-ran, did a mileage run, went home for a couple of days, and then right back down to start pre-running. So we all did a bunch of our homework, a bunch of work, and man, it seems to be paid off. So it's super cool.
Well, it paid off. Come on, you got champagne, you got the flag, you got everything you guys came for sure. Is Mark Samuels up here by chance?
I'm not sure if anybody's here yet. I know. I think they just pulled in, so it sounds like they're going to be on their way here soon. So hopefully we can get some of the other riders here. I know they should be here soon too. So let's get them up here.
You're not the only one. They're not the only ones that couldn't catch you. You're the fastest guy. You just pulled this thing off, came across the finish. Huge congrats to you. Anybody else you want to thank? Anybody watching at home?
Man, obviously my family for bringing me into this awesome sport. Man, couldn't do without them guys. They've supported me since day one. My girlfriend, my brothers, you know, they've backed me, and all my friends. You know, it takes a crew, and just everyone a part of the whole SLR crew this week. You know, it's been a huge bit of work, a huge load, and man, you know, it's all paid off right now.
It absolutely paid off. Well, congratulations, unofficially first place, 57 years of the Baja 1000, and you just took it home.
Woo! Pretty cool.
All right, we got some champagne for you. Girls, where's the champagne? He needs some medals. Let's get some bling going. And hopefully you guys will stick around for the award ceremony on Sunday. It's hard to keep you guys here. I know you guys been down here so long, but we hope to have you come out and accept your award on Sunday for our award ceremony. Well, good work out there. Congrats to you and the rest of the team. It takes a lot. I mean, your chase crew out there. How many chase trucks did you have running around with you?
Man, we got to have like probably 7 or 8, 7 to 10, somewhere right around there. And another thing, can't thank Score enough for putting on an awesome race. It was an awesome course. Everything was marked well, and they ran a perfect event, I think. So it's super cool, and can't thank those guys enough either for putting on the world's longest desert race. So it's pretty cool.
Well, we couldn't do it. This wouldn't even be a race without guys like you. So congratulations. Go enjoy. Hopefully the boys and the rest of the team will be here and be able to pop that bottle of champagne shortly. The rain, you just beat the rain. You got to be stoked. You kept your goggles on all the way to the end.
Yep. Never had to take my goggles off, not even once. So I'm super stoked on that, and just taking it all in.
Good stuff. Well, we're taking it in. We're stoked to have you up here. Congratulations to you and the whole 7X team, the SLR team. You guys came out here and dominated unofficially. Looking forward to next year. Hopefully you guys are going to be teaming up again and coming out here and racing 2025.
Yeah, you'll see us at San Felipe 250.
Boom. Looking forward to it. Great work, Tyler.
Thank you, guys.
Now you're going to...
All right, a big congratulations to the 7X team, our first moto across the finish. We've got so much more, but got to say that we're going to be signing off here in the studio. So thank you so much for joining us for the BF Goodrich Tires 57th Score Baja 1000. We're going to be continuing our coverage, however, and that will pick up again at 1 a.m. So certainly just come back and you can catch more race action down at the ramp, and Mark and Wes will be here as well, giving you guys all the updates, and we'll see how those storylines played out as well. So, gosh, guys, for myself, Mark and Wes, we want to say thank you for tuning in. A big shout out to our crew making this happen. And there is so much more to come. We'll see you hopefully back here at 1 a.m. And if not, we'll definitely see you next year at the San Felipe 250. Thanks so much, everybody. Thanks. Take care.
See you guys later.
See you guys.